The passage of time often leaves us with a treasury of forgotten wonders, monuments, artifacts, and civilizations that once stood at the summit of human capability, yet have faded from our collective memory. Buried under epochs of cataclysm and renewal, their stories lie dormant, waiting for a resolute soul to unearth them once more. In journeying through these remnants of former glory, we find that history's cycles are neither neat nor predictable. What we call a golden age can perish under layers of dust and myth, re-emerging only when a curious mind dares to ask if there is more to the past than we have been told. Each forgotten invention or abandoned city offers an echo of imagination unbound. It is a reminder that human creative genius is as old as the first spark struck on the earliest hearth. Yet progress, though it flourishes beneath the gleam of each new era, is fragile. As the world evolves, it sometimes forsakes the knowledge that brought it thus far, letting entire cultures vanish into legend. It is this delicate balance between innovation and oblivion, curiosity and forgetfulness that calls out for rediscovery. In piecing together the evidence of what was, we enrich our present, gleaning lessons about resilience, wisdom, and the scale of human endeavour. This tale is steeped in those layered legacies, the unspoken alliances between ancient peoples, the hidden power of lost technology, and the persistent hope that unites characters who dare to seek answers. In the clash of seafaring kingdoms and desert-bound dynasties, in the shimmering spires of Atlantis and the worn courtyards of Sumer, we encounter both the rise and fall of ages. Surviving them means facing the universal truth that knowledge, once neglected, may become a hazard as potent as any sword. Above all, these pages invite us to listen to voices once drowned by the rolling tide of time. We learn to see the unity of humankind, how beyond boundaries and centuries, stories flow together in the universal language of survival and wonder. May this work of fiction speak to the intrepid heart in each of us, urging that we look deeper into forgotten records and honour the complexities woven into our human experience. K.D. Wright. 12,800 years ago, the earth was a tapestry of abundant landscapes and harmonious communities, far unlike the world you know today. Rather than forging industries of metal and steam, societies thrived in a golden age of cosmology and biology, weaving their existence into the rhythms of nature rather than wresting control from it. This era, sometimes called the Satya Yuga, saw humans devoting themselves to art, curiosity, and compassionate living. Ice sheets still stretched across a vast portion of the globe, preserving whole realms in cold silence and sparing them from the bustling demands of modern ambition. Yet those same lands, bearing names and stories both familiar and strange, hosted cities and kingdoms that understood the earth itself as a partner rather than a resource. People explored the frontiers of consciousness, not to harness or subjugate, but to listen and to learn. In this great cycle, generations took root in a shared sense of purpose, to foster harmony among peoples and landscapes alike. We, the readers of a later age, an age called Dwapara, or the Bronze Age, find ourselves more distant from nature's pulse. Our progress tastes of coal and oil, factories and engines. We compete with the environment as much as we cultivate it. Yet these ancient realms, with their different pathways of growth, once showed that a society's power need not be extracted from the earth or forced into iron. Instead, they stood at the junction of cosmic insight and organic wonder, where the greatest feats were often expressions of empathy, artistry, and the interconnectedness of all living things. In reading these pages, you may encounter names you recognize: Cairo, Atlantis, Sumer, situated within millennia that reimagine their purpose and evolution. Or you may meet entire civilizations that sound utterly foreign, yet hold strands of truth and legacy connecting them to our modern day. This blend is deliberate a bridge in time so you can travel freely between epochs, tracing the shapes of ideas and wonders that have long been overshadowed by history's eventual storms. And so, as you embark upon this tale, remember that this golden age was neither a myth nor a fantasy. It was a living tapestry of culture, knowledge, and devotion to the natural order. Let this glimpse of an older Earth draw you nearer to the possibility that different paths of human advancement are as numerous as the stars, each one guided by dreams of harmony and enlightenment.
Chapter 1. Inanna. A warm breeze stirred the thick, humid air as hundreds of nobles made their way down Uruk's vibrant marble roads. This fairly modern city was home to some 200,000 people. It stretched outward from its magnificently designed centre, where bright, elegant buildings shimmered in the sun, into a sprawl of neatly aligned houses and structures that followed the curves of the terrain. Armed sentries flanked the thoroughfares, turning away any who did not belong. Above the city's limestone facades, families gathered on rooftops to witness the day's spectacle, a community uniting in grief over the loss of its beloved Nin, the Princess Inanna. From the highest towers rose large brass cylinders, known as rassicas, akin to bell towers but far more resonant. Men and women atop these spires used hefty metal rods to draw circular motions around the cylinders, creating deep, vibrating frequencies that reverberated throughout Uruk. These frequencies reached up to 15 kilometers away, and the tone or pitch changed depending on the event. On festive summer nights, the vibrations felt bright and uplifting. Today, they carried the weighted sorrow of national mourning. Leading the solemn procession through the streets was the royal family, overseeing the funeral rites of Ninninanna. Around 20 of her closest kin were present, including her son Sargon, overseer of art and culture, his wife Nerari, who manages the city's finances, and their two children, Inanna and Gilgamesh, the former named after her now deceased grandmother. Both siblings, born just 2 years apart, walked side by side, watching the line of people stretch before them. At the procession's forefront were 6 of the family's high-ranking members, carrying the late Nin. Old age finally caught up to her, Gilgamesh whispered to his sister. Eventually, death comes for us all, little brother, Inanna replied. Another of Rasika's haunting hums washed over them as they passed beneath the tower. Intended to evoke grief, the frequency sent a shudder through all nearby. Weary murmurs of mourning whirled among the nobles. Gilgamesh turned to Inanna, his voice subdued. "Where is Ereshkigal? She should be here." Inanna sighed, recalling their older sister. "She's been absent for years, Gilgamesh. She made it clear she wanted no part of this family. Her views on how we should live. She never belonged." They continued in somber silence, climbing the broad stairs leading to a marble-white palace, set atop a carved mountainside. Round columns girded its outer walls, and statues depicting the 12 ages stood watch. A cylindrical marble wheel hung above the entrance. Its detailed carvings captured the eye. The palace's north-south thoroughfare allowed a steady, cooling breeze to channel inside, offering shelter from the equatorial heat. The Nin's body was carried gently up the steps. Inanna and Gilgamesh stayed close, ascending with the family to the top. Under the beating sun, Inanna's form was presented in the great hall. Her body was placed upon an open shrine amid a profusion of flowers and precious stones that echoed her astrological sigil, the elephant. Hours passed while the Nin's immediate family lingered in the temple, greeting streams of nobles who came to pay their respects. Convention demanded a final farewell to any deceased Nin. Hence, no high-born soul in Uruk would risk missing such a significant day. Standing beside Gilgamesh, Inanna quietly thanked the countless strangers. Some she recognized from childhood. Most were simply acquaintances of her grandmother. Meanwhile, Sargon tried to manage his own sorrow as the influx of nobles approached with condolences or with unsubtle interest in the political vacuum left behind. "Will you push for your wife, Nirari, to become Nin?" a nobleman asked him bluntly. "With your mother's passing, there is no direct heir." Hiding his annoyance behind a polite mask, Sargon darted his gaze to Inanna and Gilgamesh, who were graciously deflecting nosy questions of their own. "No, my wife has no desire for that. My daughter, Inanna, however, has been shadowing her grandmother. She's studied our history, our politics, and the economy. She may be uncertain, however, I believe she'll be a worthy Nin to lead Sumer." The noble raised his eyebrows, satisfied he'd gleaned his piece of gossip. "I see. Well, then, I wish peace and unity to your family in these sorrowful times." He and his wife slipped away, already whispering behind cupped hands. Sargon's attention returned to Inanna, a deep wave of both pride and grief surging inside him. He feared the burden she would inherit, a duty that may consume her for the rest of her life. Yet he also knew the day's events would demand an answer from her by dawn. Would she accept the role of Nin? As dusk approached, the sun slipped behind Sumer's distant mountains, painting the sky in oranges and purples. Inanna drifted to the temple's edge, gazing out at the date palms standing guard around Uruk. There, in that quiet moment, she realized how inevitable this choice was. Whether ready or not, the kingdom needed a successor. The question persisted. Would she take her grandmother's place? Night fell. The moon reflected its pale glow over Uruk. Normally alive with music, dancing, and other festivities on a balmy summer's evening, the city now lay subdued under grief. Atop the temple, only the Nin's close kin remained, forming a circle beside her shrine. Because Inanna, the late Nin, had been widowed, no spouse was present. Instead, her immediate heirs stood in place, among them Sargon and Bao, her two sons, and Sargon's wife, Nirari, along with Inanna and Gilgamesh. Bao, a long-time wanderer who sought knowledge in distant lands, had returned solely for this funeral, planning to leave again soon. They all now prepared for Inanna's final transition. Two shamans stepped forward as a small orchestra of colleagues struck up low, vibrating notes with simple instruments and their own voices. The family stood motionless, gazing upon Inanna's body one last time. A lantern-bearing shaman trailed a chain of brass overhead, releasing sweet smoke from acacia herbs. It curled around each family member, conjuring a dreamlike calm. Inanna inhaled, and the heady mixture of the chanting and the acacia's natural chemicals drew her into a semi-trance-like state. In that dissociative haze, she didn't see her grandmother's still form, but rather the woman she had been, forced into rulership by circumstance, dedicating her life to repairing a kingdom devastated by a previous Nin's instability, raising her children alone, and somehow guiding Sumer toward the better days it now enjoyed. Inanna sensed the intangible yet powerful presence, a final echo of that spirited woman. As the vibrations and incense brought tears to some, Inanna quietly accepted the call of fate. This was her inheritance, an inheritance not just of lineage, but of duty. She realized, in a deep stirring of her heart, that it was time for her to decide whether she would be Nin, continuing the legacy her grandmother had so valiantly carried.
Chapter 2, Ares. Far to the west of Sumer, across the expanse of the Atlantic, the nation of Amazonia lay cloaked in lush jungles and crowned by the towering Andes. Within the Emerald Realm, mighty rivers carved a tapestry of life through the land, and cities nestled beneath forest canopies thrived in harmony with nature. Rich with history and lore, Amazonia's people wielded wisdom drawn from both earth and sky. Yet even they held secrets buried deep beneath the soil. These secrets were shadows of an older world that perished long before the current golden age of humankind. Ares, a fearless explorer and scholar, had yearned to walk among these jungles in pursuit of ancient truths. Having devoted his adult life to the Brotherhood of the Serpent, an Egyptian order renowned for its rigorous discipline in both philosophical and physical arts, he was dispatched to Amazonia to lend his expertise. The Brotherhood often served as envoys within the Assembly of Eternal Nations, a global council that had upheld peace for centuries. Thus, Ares found himself at the forefront of a diplomatic venture, bridging three of the world's most influential realms together in a shared cause. A large wooden trade ship, carrying only a skeleton crew, now carried him swiftly across the Atlantic's boundless waters. Its bow rocked forward and back, cleaving through the waves with a steady rhythm. After weeks at sea, Ares climbed to the top deck, gripping the rails as he ascended the steep steps. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, and from that vantage he glimpsed an endless coastline, dark jungles running inland, with mountains emerging in the distance. To the left, a volcano released ashen plumes into the sky, a portent of danger awaiting his arrival. Ares stepped up into the wheelhouse, where the ship's captain stood at the helm. The man barely shifted his gaze from the surging waves. "The Atlantic's unkind this season," the captain muttered. "I appreciate your efforts, Captain Theron," Ares replied, sliding the door shut behind him. "I realize it is a grueling journey." The captain, clad in Atlantean seaman attire, offered a curt nod. "Aye, I've word from the fleet that they follow a day behind. They'll anchor offshore in case your plan fails. There's hope, at least some civilians can be evacuated until this volcano quiets." Ares cast a grave look toward the window, where Olympus Mons loomed. "It has been restless for months. The moment we land, we'll head straight for its peak. Amazonia's envoys will guide me." Captain Theron's eyes flicked toward a discreet crate stowed in the corner. "That conductor, are you certain it'll work?" Ares spared a glance at the box. "It has served us before on smaller volcanoes, but never on one this immense." He paused, measuring his words. "Still, it is the best chance we have." The captain adjusted course. Ares bowed his head in thanks, then descended to the deck, leaving the captain to wrestle with the final miles to port. Their vessel had been summoned in urgency by Egyptian leadership to halt an eruption of unprecedented scale, and Atlanteans, masters of the Atlantic, had agreed to help. Despite bearing the weighty mantle of a geology and ecology specialist, Ares found some solace in the knowledge that he would not face this alone. As the ship approached Corubana, a moderately sized port city that marked Amazonia's eastern gateway, Ares caught a glimpse of the region's vivid character. Colourful stone buildings, with vines trailing down their walls, hugged the coastline, interspersed with tall statues of gods and mythic figures that spoke to Amazonia's fervent cultural heritage. He wanted to absorb it all. However, with a volcano set to erupt, his purpose did not allow any indulgence. Hastening into the harbour, the ship's crew wasted no time mooring the vessel. Ropes were cast onto the stone docks, securing them with an urgency that matched the unsettled mood of the horizon. "Thank you, Captain," Ares called as he stepped toward the gangplank. Captain Theron gave a brisk wave. "Thank me once that fiery mountain yields to your device." Ares clutched his satchel as two sailors lifted the crate down onto the pier. The ground felt strange and solid after weeks at sea, and for a heartbeat he struggled for balance. Then the Amazonian envoy approached, led by a man whose bearing suggested quiet authority. "Ares?" the man asked. "Yes, that's me." The sailors carefully placed the crate at Ares' feet, at which point the envoy moved to take custody of it. Their leader offered a respectful bow. "My name is Quan. I command this envoy. We cannot overstate our gratitude for your help in preventing what could be a cataclysm." "We share one world," Ares answered gently. "I'm glad to assist if it spares your people such devastation." A harsh roar rumbled across the bay, reaching them from the distant volcano. Overhead, a swirl of dark fumes rose higher, thickening the air with an ominous haze. Ares felt the weight of time's limitation pressing upon them all. "We should move quickly," he urged. "You'll guide me up the safest route to the summit?" Quan nodded. "These men are our best navigators. All are locals, raised with the jungle's hardships. They know the land intimately." "Then lead on," Ares said, forging his steps beyond the dock and through the milling crowds. Refugees streamed from the city in droves, clutching bundles of possessions or herding loved ones toward boats. The pungent smell of ash grew stronger. Above them, the once blue sky bore a greyish veil, remnants of Olympus Mons' outburst. Now and then, ash fluttered downward, drifting like an eerie snowfall across the tropical setting. "We must outrun that smoke," Ares warned. "The ash could choke us all if it grows too dense." "Yes," Quan agreed, urging his escort to a waiting cable carriage. "Come, this will carry us uphill." They piled onto the carriage, the crate stowed amid them. A lever was thrown, and with a heavy groan, the cable started pulling them up past the city's rooftop lines. From above, the bright chaos of evacuating crowds told its own grim tale. No one had imagined the volcano's temper would flare so quickly. Smoke thickened ahead of them, blotting the horizon with dark plumes. "Your device," Quan ventured, eyeing the crate. "Do you think it can truly tame Olympus Mons?" Ares exhaled. "Ether stone conductor, forged from rare metals and crystals, harnessing the Earth's magnetics. It is intended to channel and temper the forces building inside a volcano, letting them bleed off gradually instead of unleashing all at once." "Ingenious," Quan murmured. "If it works." The carriage creaked along its cables. The volcano's silhouette loomed larger, with every yard gained. Another belch of molten fury roiled from its peak, and tremors shook the metal framework beneath their feet. At last they reached the upper docking station, some 100 meters above the jungle floor. Uncertainty shimmered in the stifling air as they disembarked. "There's a road winding up from here," Quan said. "We'll make for the summit on foot." They set out upon a cobblestone path, half buried by settling ash. Veils of soot coated the leaves of coffee plantations and small farms that clung to the volcano's slopes. Ares felt a pang for the families who had cultivated these fields. For generations, many of whom would see their livelihoods destroyed in a single moment. He forced himself to remain focused. Below, Korobana succumbed to a haze of ashfall. Though some fled, many older or infirm residents hunkered in their homes, hoping for salvation that might come too late. The air thickened to a choking swirl of grit. If they failed, the city would be smothered. As they pressed higher, the ground trembled with menacing vigour. Another deep roar tore from Olympus Mons, rattling boulders free from the slopes. "Time is short," Ares muttered, quickening his pace. "Then let us waste none," Quan agreed, pushing forward. Soon they attained the volcano's crest, where the air turned acrid with sulphur, and the heat emanating from chasms in the rock licked at their lungs. They found a precarious position to place the crate, and Ares hastily unlatched it. Inside gleamed the ether stone conductor, a cylindrical device half a man's height, etched in swirling Egyptian script, and fitted at the top with a brilliant gemstone. The stone glowed softly, as though alive with latent power. "Help me carry it," Ares called, beckoning Quan. Together they hoisted the conductor, edging dangerously close to the lip of the crater. Within the volcano, molten lava seethed in the darkness, splashing embers of infernal light against the blackened walls. The rest of the escort, warily stationed farther down the slope, stood helpless, bracing themselves against tremors. "How do we use it?" Quan shouted. His voice was nearly lost to the roaring inferno. "We pull this lever," Ares demonstrated, "then toss it as close as we can to the centre. The arms will anchor themselves into the rock, draining the pressure. That's the idea anyway." Bracing themselves, Ares and Quan flung the device over the ledge. It tumbled down. The extended arms on the device scrapped against jagged stone until it lodged at a precarious angle, well shy of the central vent. Ares peered through a scope, his brow creased with concern. It is not aligned, he muttered. It is too far to one side. That might compromise the entire effect. The ether stone began to glow brighter, responding to the volcano's rising fury. The arms sank into rock, siphoning some geothermal force, yet fresh waves of boiling magma churned, threatening to overflow. It is active, Ares said, but it's not capturing the entire build-up. This eruption won't be fully contained. No sooner had he spoken than the volcano let out a spine-chilling bellow, and a savage tremor rocked the slope. One side of the mountain gave way in a fiery blast, hurling molten rock. The men stationed below had no chance to flee. Ares and Quan flung themselves to the ground. Up! Get up, Quan, Ares insisted, yanking him to his feet. In one devastated instant, their escort had vanished, consumed in the pyroclastic onslaught. Horror twisted Quan's face as he grasped the fate of his men. The device, it's stabilizing one section, but the other side is lost, Ares said grimly, gesturing at the gaping new crater. We must leave, now! They scrambled down a hazardous ridge, barely staying ahead of a surge of molten debris. All around them, stones cracked and rolled, and jets of steam burst from hidden vents. Across the volcano's raw flanks, glistening lava advanced in unstoppable rivulets toward the jungle far below. Some hours later, at a safer vantage, Ares paused to study the overall damage. It worked, he murmured at last, relief and sorrow mingling in his voice. Partially anyway. The full eruption was halted. Quan's gaze followed the molten flow. Still the cost, he said hoarsely. Within sight, Korobana was part buried, yet not wholly destroyed. Where the volcanic river lapped into the town, it gradually cooled, stopping short of swallowing everything in its path. Though entire blocks had burned, more remained intact than anyone could have hoped. You saved many, Quan whispered, his eyes wet with grief for what was lost. Your device, your knowledge, it spared us from total ruin. Standing together, they watched the last embers of Olympus Mon's anger dissolve into a fading cloud. In the hush that followed, Ares silently mourned those who perished, yet clung to hope for those who survived. The land and its people would recover, even from this, and though battered and exhausted, Ares himself found a renewed sense of purpose. To keep searching for ways to shield humanity from the Earth's ferocious might. Perhaps to rewrite a future where cataclysms would not extinguish entire cities in their wake.
Chapter 3. The Wheel. A warm, morning breeze drifted across the palace courtyard, brushing against Inanna as she tried in vain to concentrate on the lecturer beside her. She held her grandmother's birth locket in one hand, the simple metal charm serving as a steady reminder of the legacy she would soon inherit. The past few weeks had felt relentless, between preparing for her coronation and engaging in sessions with Peleos, head shaman, and her spiritual mentor. Inanna's world had become a tangle of obligations, doubts, and ancestral expectations. These sessions, held every third day, delved deep into the mind's recesses, ensuring any future leader could endure the strain of ruling an entire country. The rigours of such training often left Inanna mentally sapped. Her gaze wandered to the leaf of a date palm caught in a gentle eddy of air. She watched it drift, lulled by the courtyard's peaceful quiet, until Peleos's voice nudged her back to the present. "Inanna," he began, his tone gentle yet insistent. "I know economics is hardly where your passion lies, but I need you to grasp its basics for context. In your grandmother's absence, you'll have to oversee every facet of Suma's welfare, finances included." Sighing, Inanna dragged her attention away from the solitary leaf. "Forgive me, Peleos. My mind has roamed to a dozen places lately." She paused, letting the locket slip back into her lap. "I realise it's crucial. Where were we? Economics. I know Uruk has prospered these last 10 years. My grandmother's careful counsel and my mother's guidance over the economy made sure of it." Peleos closed the small scripture he held and gave a measured nod. "So, tell me, Why do you think our nation thrives at present? It stems from my grandmother's leadership, Inanna said firmly. She surrounded herself with trustworthy advisors, like my mother, and took calculated risks. For instance, she lent significant currency to Atlantis at 7% interest. At first, rates were low to lend them a friendly hand, but when their financial troubles deepened 2 years later, she raised the interest to protect our people. Palios's eyes gleamed with mild pride. Quite right. She tempered generosity with prudence, ensuring Uruk remained stable. So, let me ask you directly. Do you suppose our country will remain economically secure in the coming years? Inanna knitted her brow in thought. We should remain secure given that the interest from Atlantis bolsters our treasury. With more currency circulating among our citizens, Uruk's economy stands to grow further. Pelios inclined his head. That is true to a point. Yet consider our customer, Atlantis. What do we truly know of Emperor Pisidion and his state of affairs? He descends from an ancient imperial lineage, Inanna replied, recalling facts ingrained in her memory. His predecessors harnessed oceans to shape modern-day Atlantis. He's ruled since youth, yet in the last 50 years, their kingdom has waned, losing ground in wealth, culture, and renown. Pelios shut his eyes a moment, as though weighing the gravity of these words. Precisely. Their downfall is no secret. And if a kingdom rots from the inside, what becomes of our substantial loans? Sometimes altruism and business cannot be reconciled. His statement left Inanna pondering how swiftly such a golden age might wither. Already, the equatorial sun had climbed higher, chasing away the courtyard's earlier coolness. The silence between teacher and pupil was broken only by Pelios standing abruptly. Well, before you're formally crowned Nin, there's something else you should see, he said. Without further preamble, he gathered his notes, and Inanna followed him out of the university's tranquil courtyard. They stepped onto Uruk's bustling streets as the sun's glare danced off polished marble roads. Locals in flowing garments paused to greet Inanna with warm smiles. She was, after all, the soon-to-be Nin, destined to guide Sumer into its next chapter. Overhead, trellised vines and carefully designed irrigation channels tempered the desert's fierceness, transforming scorching heat into a more welcoming warmth. Far above them, the ever-present rassicas thrummed anew, sending a subtle, uplifting resonance through every passerby. Like much of the known world in this golden age, Sumer placed great emphasis on sustainable or reusable resources for all facets of life. Inanna and Palios observed these guiding principles at a bustling market where produce was swathed in biodegradable packaging. It resembled the natural peel of a banana, a clever design that had persisted across millennia to conserve resources and mirror nature's efficiency. Remarkable, isn't it? Pelios remarked softly, absorbing the invisible ripple of energy. Inanna responded with a gentle nod, noting how a thread of peacefulness managed to surface within her. It was a delicate relief from the sorrow of losing her grandmother and the burden of the role she would soon inherit. They reached the Ukin, the seat of Sumer's governance and a testament to Uruk's wealth and prestige. Pelios led her into an unassuming private quarter, double-checking the door behind him. This was your grandmother's command centre, he remarked softly, where she conferred with dignitaries, brokered alliances, and shaped the fate of nations. Inanna slid her gaze around the understated yet stately room. Big shoes to fill, she said half to herself. Pelios nodded, sympathy flickered in his eyes. He produced a journal from a cabinet, then crossed to a grand wooden desk. Sit, please. He patted the high-backed chair that once belonged to Inanna. Inanna hesitated before running her fingers across the carved elephants on the desk's edges, her family's symbol. Do you recall your early lessons about the Wheel of Man? Palios asked, placing the journal before her. At the temple school, it's one of the very first teachings, an ancient hypothesis that human ages rise and fall in cyclical spans. Yes, Inanna confirmed. She settled in. We regard the Earth's axial wobble, how it moves 1 degree every 72 years, and from it, our ancestors divined golden and dark epochs. If we measure about 24,000 years in total, it implies repeated surges and collapses in civilization. Right now, we see ourselves at the summit of that wheel, the golden age under the sigil of Leo. Palios nodded with a small, grave smile. And we've been in this golden age for roughly 2,000 years. Of course, if the cycle stands true, then for every upswing there's a downfall. Many earlier civilizations vanished under shadowy circumstances, leaving only faint traces. Until recently, we supposed at least 2 centuries remained of our current prosperity. Enough time to plan, to prepare. But evidence has emerged that contradicts this assumption. Inanna frowned. Evidence from where? The Wheel of Man is mostly myth, yes? A cautionary tale about rising hubris, gleaned from incomplete archaeological findings? Palios drew in a slow breath. Last year, a delegate from Amazonia presented your grandmother with new data, disturbing data. They argued our astrological calendar is off due to a mistranslation in some extremely old text. China is verifying the claim, but the main premise is that a hidden era of humankind existed thousands of years earlier, shifting our timeline. We may be missing 264 years. Inanna stared, caught between disbelief and alarm. 264? If that's true, does it mean this golden age has already ended? Palios reached out and gently shut the journal. Yes, and not merely ended, but ended long ago. If we follow the patterns predicted by the wheel, we're due, some might say, overdue, for a cataclysm that could eradicate nearly every kingdom on Earth. A silence fell between them. Inanna's mind flitted to her grandmother's funeral, the finality of death so freshly imprinted on her heart. The idea of an entire civilization following suit felt too immense to grasp. At length, she found her voice. We can't ignore it, she whispered, reading the unspoken fear in Palios's gaze. How can any Nin, no matter how prepared, hold back a tide that has recurred countless times across eons of human memory? Palios turned solemn eyes on her. That, my Nin, is the question only you can begin to answer. She leaned back in the old wooden chair, letting the weight of his statement settle. Inanna's thoughts drifted to Dumuzi, the man everyone expected her to wed. She had avoided confronting her own reluctance about him, particularly in the wake of recent events. If the world indeed stood on the brink, did forging alliances in marriage still matter in the same way? A pang of guilt lanced through her. Dumuzi was well-meaning, but her heart wasn't sure it truly belonged to him. In the quiet chambers of her grandmother's old workroom, Inanna realized the swirling complexities of her future, the potential unraveling of an entire age, the burdens of a throne she must soon occupy, and the personal entanglements that threatened to bind her in ways she did not want. She inhaled deeply, resolving that if the golden age was truly waning, she would need every resource, intellectual, political, and even emotional, to guide Sumer through its darkest hours.
Chapter 4. The Fault. A week had passed since Olympus Mons erupted. In Korobana, silence replaced the city's usual bustle, its once lively avenues now blanketed beneath a mantle of ash. The western quarter lay in ruins, devastated by the volcano's discharge, though workers laboured day by day to clear the main roads and comb through every dwelling in hopes of finding anyone who might still be trapped. At the heart of Korubana rose a central courtyard, gracefully encircling a megalithic structure. Its meticulous craftsmanship stood in stark contrast to the simpler Amazonian abodes lining the outer streets. Within this edifice, Ares and an Atlantean general convened with the Amazonian elders, Taxawa in the local tongue, to assess the previous week's catastrophe. Quan, among the elders, watched over the meeting from a seat of quiet authority. "Again we thank you," one elder began, their voice echoing in the hushed hall. "Your assistance spared Korubana from near-total destruction by Olympus Mons." Ares and his companion took their seats. Between them sat Aetheros, Prince of Atlantis, and an Atlantean general, who offered a swift bow. "Think nothing of it, Taxawa," Aetheros said. "Atlantis has ever been Amazonia's ally. We're simply relieved more lives were not lost." An elder offered a nod. "Your father, Emperor Posidion, has guided you well." Aetheros accepted the praise with polite reserve. He regrets his absence, yet was urgently called to Sumer by the Nin. "Amazonia has also responded, I take it?" The elders exchanged solemn glances. "Indeed we have, though it leaves us short-handed in dealing with the aftermath. Korubana's plight remains a local concern, yet no less significant to our people." From his seat, Ares sensed the brittle tension between Aetheros and the Taxawa. Emperor Posidion's reign had done Atlantis few favours, with decades of economic decline tarnishing its ancient prestige. Though Ares knew the general from their boyhood, he kept his thoughts guarded. His role here was to serve as a stable presence on behalf of the Brotherhood of the Serpent, and if needed, to mend rifts between old allies. A Taxawa drew out a scroll. "Olympus Mons wrought ruin enough. 72 structures are beyond salvaging. Around 30% of our city. Cleanup has begun. However, progress is slow. 780 citizens remain missing or presumed dead. A fifth of Korubana's entire populace." Aetheros inclined his head. The numbers could have been so much worse. Indeed, the Etherstone conductor worked to an extent. "Might we request your engineers share this technology so that we can safeguard ourselves in the future?" Was the conductor Atlantean or Egyptian by design? Glancing at his companion, Aetheros allowed Ares to speak. Ares straightened in his chair. "Brotherhood engineers designed it, but its components were manufactured with Atlantean materials. Yes, we can provide the schematics. As an Assembly of Eternal Nations member, Amazonia is entitled to such knowledge under our shared treaty." Aetheros seemed cautious, aware that his father might prefer leveraging Atlantean technology for political gain. Still, he nodded. "We will comply. My men remain for 2 weeks to aid in the cleanup. Then we sail for Atlantis on Emperor Posidion's command." "We are grateful," said another Taxawa softly. "The city's restoration can proceed with Atlantean help." As the discussion turned to trivial politics and formalities, Ares felt his attention drifting. He'd never cared for courtly ceremony or political manoeuvres. His fascination lay in archaeology and geology, passions that had led him to join the Brotherhood. Even now, he found himself preoccupied by a single mystery: the giant crack torn through the earth by Olympus Mons' final eruption. He'd seen it from the mountain summit, a phenomenon so abrupt and colossal that it haunted his dreams. "The canyon," he said, cutting gently into the lull. "The new fault line formed by Olympus Mons. Has anyone investigated it yet?" A flicker of curiosity lit Quan's eyes. One Taxawa responded, "We've not dispatched investigators. Our attention is fixed on Korubana's recovery, as well as the floating farms nearby." Ares weighed his words. "I remain here for another fortnight with the Atlantean detachment. I'd like to gather a small party to explore that canyon. It could yield valuable geological insights." Quan nodded. "I volunteer. I've guided explorers through Amazonia's hinterlands for years." The Taxawa conferred in low tones before one rose to speak. "We can spare no labour, but if the two of you wish to go, will not stop you. Aetheros lifted a brow. Count me in as well. My soldiers can manage the cleanup in my absence, and I'd relish seeing what intrigues a geologist of Ares' odd caliber. One by one the elders stood, and they exchanged parting courtesies. Concealing his excitement, Ares envisioned the hidden marvels that might lie at the fault line. He, Athairos, and Quan emerged from the building into a street lined with heaps of ash. Teams of workers shoveled the mounds into wagons, determined to restore Korubana's once vibrant character. A haze lingered overhead, as though the sky still bore the volcano's scars. Aetheros attempted to lighten the sombre air. An Egyptian Brotherhood envoy, an Atlantean general, and an Amazonian explorer walk into the jungle. It sounds like a poor joke. Quan only half smiled. If so, let's hope the punchline is less tragic than the past week. Ares contemplated both their remarks, yet remained silent. He had survived Olympus Mons once. Perhaps they might glean something more valuable than smouldering ashes this time. They set off, leaving Korubana's smoking ruins behind. The grand silhouette of Olympus Mons loomed again, blackening the horizon. Farmsteads on its slopes stood battered, a grim testament to nature's fury. The sun fell behind the peak, casting a stark line of darkness across the farmland below. As they trekked into the rainforest, the men passed the famed floating farms of Amazonia. Thousands of barges laden with fertile soil bobbed gently in the swampy outskirts of Korubana. The lush humidity enveloped them like a living cloak, the air filled with the scent of earth and green vitality, despite the destruction behind them. Workers had returned to them, attempting to mitigate the damage inflicted upon the crops. Most outsiders think this region is an unbroken forest, Quan remarked, gesturing at rows of barge-based crops. In truth, it's meticulously curated land. Our ancestors moulded the landscape for sustenance and harmony. Ares nodded, recalling prior studies that spoke of Amazonia as one of civilization's greatest agricultural marvels. To see it firsthand is humbling, he said softly. Soon they reached the fault line, where a raw, jagged canyon split the terrain. It extended for countless kilometers, a wound in the Earth's surface. Ares' heart pounded with a geologist's thrill. For him, the layers of exposed soil told a tale of millennia, the striations hinting at the secrets they stored from lost ages. The conductor forced one flank of the volcano dormant, Ares explained, kneeling to inspect newly fractured rock. That suppressed energy had to go somewhere, so it tore open the opposite side. Twice the normal volcanic force, by my guess. Quan exhaled through parted lips. So the cataclysm was half natural, half man-made. Aetheros gave a soft hum of admiration. Either way, I'd say it's changed the local geography forever. Carefully, Ares led them over the fractured edge, descending onto rocky ledges. The new gorge dropped perhaps 30 or 40 meters into the bowels of the earth. With each careful step, they advanced under a partial canopy of tangled vines and destroyed fauna, all of which had collapsed into the newly formed canyon. Sunlight flickered above, cutting through drifting particles of ash. These soils, tens of thousands of years old, Ares murmured, tapping a ridge of dark clay. See how the coloration changes. Ancient Amazonian horticulture. Terra preta, they call it. Quan lifted a handful of rich black earth. Yes, it was cultivated by distant humans, fertile beyond measure. No wonder so many thrived in this so-called jungle. As the men inched along the canyon floor, the rhythmic sounds of nature enveloped them. Birdsong mingled with the faint drip of water seeping through cracks. Then Ares froze, his eyes riveted on something impossible. A door etched into the rock wall, hidden by debris only recently displaced by the fault's formation. Aetheros and Quan followed his line of sight, their hearts skipping a beat in unison. Indeed, a smooth geometric portal stood out amidst the raw, jagged stone, a testament to some ancient hand that carved it eons ago. In the jungle's quiet gloom, the three men stared. A silent wave of astonishment passed between them. All three had the same question. What is beyond the door?
Chapter 5. The Silver Age. A soft breeze drifted through the vast interior of the temple. Its stone arches whispered faint echoes of an older, quieter time. Inanna sat upon a throne carved from nearly pure iron. It was sculpted millennia before from ore mined in the Arctic quarries, rumoured to have fallen from the heavens well before humans roamed the earth. This seat, painstakingly shaped out of an ancient asteroid, was reserved for Uruk's highest authority. To sit here without the right was an act of grave disrespect, both to the Nin and to all of Sumer. Inanna settled into the cold metal under the watchful gaze of nobles gathered throughout the temple. Her grandmother's locket rested, as always, on her chest. She felt the weight of it and the memories it bore more keenly than ever. Gone were the days of simple study or fleeting reveries. Her lessons with Peleos, head shaman and academic mentor, had grown more intense. The shamanistic rituals she underwent every third evening reshaped her into someone alert to forces most mortals scarcely perceived. A month of rigour and focus had changed her profoundly, leaving her open, perhaps too open, to the currents that ran beneath the visible world. From outside, the drone of eager voices drifted upward as a throng of citizens gathered to witness the newly anointed Nin. Inanna's gaze flicked beyond the temple's tall columns. She suspected her people had little notion of how fragile their prosperity might be. Sumer might soon be swallowed by a darker age, if the warnings she'd received were to be believed. Sorrow pressed her heart as she recalled how her grandmother had shielded them from such fears, choosing to keep politics and leadership quarrels close to her chest. Her parents stood near the podium, quietly presiding over the ceremony, while Gilgamesh, her younger brother, looked on from a little distance, unsure of his place yet supportive all the same. And standing among the nobles near the front was Dumuzi. He was meant to be Inanna's partner, her fiancé and, perhaps someday, husband. Yet an unspoken distance gnawed at her spirit. Her grandmother had never warmed to him, and, increasingly, Inanna found herself wondering if love had ever truly bound them. She tried to quell the pang of disquiet, mindful that tradition seemed to favour their union. For now, she told herself that time might prove her doubts unfounded. At the temple centre, a lone shaman recited incantations in a tongue scarcely comprehensible. His voice rose and fell, weaving a rhythmic chant that lulled many in attendance into a semi-trance. Inanna felt her thoughts drift until he switched abruptly to Sumerian, her mother tongue. "All hail Nin Inanna II," he proclaimed, steward of Uruk, guardian of Sumer. May her reign follow the sacred path of her ancestors. May she guide this generation into fresh decades of peace and harmony. He lowered a gleaming blue metal crown toward her brow. Cheers rippled among the crowd, yet as Inanna felt the metal graze her hair, a tingling charge ran down her spine. Time seemed to slow, her senses hyper-attuned. She saw the temple as if with new eyes, the boisterous nobles in their finery, the smiling children perched on the edges of benches, her parents watching with a mix of hope and worry, and Dumuzi, uncharacteristically subdued. Past him stood Gilgamesh, whose brow creased with equal parts pride and uncertainty. For an instant, Inanna grasped the enormity of this inheritance, her grandmother's mantle so recently laid to rest. Then the crown fully settled. A mild vibration pulsed at the top of her spine, gradually subsiding as reality rushed back in. The thunderous applause of those assembled swelled, a wave of jubilation. Inanna was now Nin of Uruk. In Sumer, a newly anointed Nin's coronation lasted 12 days, each day venerating one of the 12 gods that shaped their cosmic beliefs. At the heart of this system lay the conviction that each deity governed a distinct astrological age. Leo, the lion, symbolized the golden era, an age of devotion to learning, artistry, and communion with nature. Such values had reigned for nearly 3,000 years in their mythology, forging generations of comfort and creative freedom. Inanna had learned enough to realize that a lineage of easy times often sowed its own seeds of decline. Soft generations could breed weaker ones, setting a precarious stage for the future. As the revels swept through Uruk, music and dance echoed in the capital's winding streets. Inanna, cloistered in a private hall with those closest to her, tried to savor the moment. Family and friends toasted the kingdom's new dawn. Golden platters of delicacies, pomegranates, date pastries, and spiced lamb adorned the tables. Bright tapestries fluttered, lit by torchlight that flickered off polished marble columns. Standing near Inanna, Dumuzi exchanged small pleasantries with passing nobles, effectively buffering her from the push of congratulatory well-wishers. At last, a lull opened. "I'm proud of you, Inanna, or should I say, Nin," he quipped with a light laugh. She offered a measured smile. "For you, Nin shall suffice," she teased in return, albeit with the faintest edge of distance. "I look forward to our life together," Dumuzi said earnestly. "I want to help shape whatever comes next." Before Inanna could respond, more dignitaries converged, pulling Dumuzi away. She watched him assume his role with quiet grace. However, the sight stirred no real warmth. Her grandmother's disapproval echoed in her thoughts, and she questioned whether she herself had ever truly welcomed this engagement. Still, for the moment, she brushed the thought aside, uncertain whether it was unfair to judge him so harshly. Abruptly, the music halted. Conversation tapered as the hall's heavy doors swung open, revealing Bao, Inanna's uncle, her late grandmother's younger son. An unsettling hush gripped the room when the crowd saw his condition, his right hand swathed in blood-stained bandages. A ragged cloth wrapped his brow, deep cuts marring his cheeks, and clothes soaked in dried gore. "Uncle Bao!" Inanna called, her voice tinged with concern and surprise. The disharmony of the scene silenced the last of the revellers. Bao stumbled across the threshold, weaving unsteadily before collapsing at the foot of Inanna's table. Sargon, Inanna's father, rushed to gather him up, while Inanna and her mother flanked them, their expressions mirroring shock. "Brother, you were only in Sumer some weeks ago. What happened?" Sargon demanded, looking toward a coterie of nobles. "Bring the shamans of Virgo now! Hurry!" The cluster of men scurried away, leaving Bao moaning softly in Sargon's arms. He forced out a ragged breath, his eyes flicked to Inanna with grim urgency. "Niece, I intended to come sooner. I have dire news," he choked out. Inanna caught the anxious stares of many in the hall. The guards tried their best to shepherd onlookers back. The tension thickened. She bent lower. "Tell me, uncle." "It's your sister," Bao managed. His voice was strained. "She's alive, and she attacked me, my crew." A wave of cold shot through Inanna's limbs. Ereshkigal, the elder sister who had spurned their family for years, reappearing now as a threat. "She did this?" Inanna asked, numb with disbelief. "Was she raiding fishing vessels in the Mediterranean?" Bao groaned. "No, not at sea. We led an expedition north, answering a distress call." He grimaced in pain. "She was far beyond the Mediterranean, near the ice." Before he could explain further, his eyes fluttered closed. Alarmed, Inanna turned to a group of guards who hurried forth with a stretcher. "Take him to the Temple of Virgo. He needs their healers at once," Inanna commanded. "Carry him gently." As the guards carried Bao out, more soldiers cleared a path, and Sargon followed anxiously. Inanna too moved behind, Dumuzi at her side, while others remained in stunned silence. The moonlit columns of Uruk's winding streets guided them to the district of Virgo, famed for its medical research and shamanic remedies. Just like the city's Resikas, each district of Uruk was aligned with one zodiac deity, reflecting a deeper cosmic philosophy that unified faith, society, and governance. Soon, Bao awoke in a private room. 3 shamans labored over him, administering herbal treatments and using advanced biological methods to speed his recovery. One fetched liquid from a marble basin, instructing Bao to drink. The fluid called vitasanas carried beneficial microorganisms, vital for healing internal wounds. Though delirious, he gulped it down, succumbing to a deep, tremulous sleep. Inanna stood outside, joined by her mother, father, Dumuzi, and Gilgamesh. Their endless corridors bore a faint scent, reminiscent of potent herbs and mineral-based salves. When the shamans finally emerged, they granted the family permission to step inside for a moment. Bao's eyes flickered open. The wounds on his face remained, but his colour looked less ashen. "Niece," he breathed, "I bring word of Ereshkigal, in Minyonalis. She's been working with Neanderthals. She's wanted there, would be killed on sight if recognised. Word is she aided them in raids." Shock rippled through Sargon, who gave Bao a stricken look. "My daughter, this cannot be," he whispered. Inanna pressed for further detail, her heart tight. Why would she betray her own kind like this? Bao's eyes shone with tired remorse. "I can't say. I only know that the Minyonalis leadership requests an urgent assembly of eternal nations. They want to confront, well, all of us about her involvement." A hush fell as Inanna realised that her first significant test as Nin was at hand. Not even a day into her coronation, and already she stood at the threshold of a global crisis, one that would thrust Ereshkigal's name onto the world stage. In the silent, sterile room, the flickering torchlight painted shifting shadows along the walls. Beside Inanna, Dumuzi lingered in uneasy quiet, aware that the joyful illusions of the evening had come to a sudden, harrowing end. As the tension mounted, Inanna dared to meet his gaze, but found no comfort there. For now, her burden was her own, as was the choice to rise and meet the challenge, or to falter at the first sign of encroaching darkness.
Chapter 6. The Door. Ares, Atheros, and Quan lingered in the fault line left behind by Olympus Mons eruption. On the canyon's western side, a massive stone door partially blocked the path where the ground tore open. Symbols and imagery, utterly foreign to the 3 men, covered the door's surface. Despite having taken the brunt of the volcanic blast, it stood firm. "How old could this be?" Atheros asked, his grasp of ancient prehistory limited. Quan studied the engravings. "At least 10,000 years old." Ares leaned closer, inspecting the rock around the door's exterior. "Older," he said in wonder. "Judging by the strata and the canyon depth, this door might be 30,000 years old." Quan met Ares' eyes. "That would date it to the last golden age," he remarked, his interest piqued. "Exactly," Ares agreed. "We have documentation of that era, but so few tangible relics. This could be one of the most important finds we've ever come across." The 3 men stood there, awed by the towering marble entrance. Quan broke the reverent silence. "If this door leads into some ancient structure, there may be much more to explore." "There probably is," Ares said as he traced the intricate carvings that looped across its surface. "If we can figure out how to open it, we may learn what lies inside." Suddenly Ares pressed the image of a lion etched into the door. The pictograph sunk inward with a heavy thud, triggering a mechanism that rumbled like a lever deep within the rock. Slowly, the door groaned free, its ancient workings strained to move after millennia of disuse. Exchanging exhilarated looks, the 3 watched the door crack open. "We should inform the Taxaua," Quan remarked, thinking of his obligations to Amazonian governance. Ares, stirred by the thrill of discovery, inclined his head. Agreed, but first let's survey what we can while there's daylight. We can camp here tonight, then head back to Korobana tomorrow to share the news. Atheros nodded, and Quan, despite his sense of duty, also agreed. He too yearned to learn what may lie within. The ancient megalithic door remained wedged open at an angle, partially jammed by debris. Its architecture was unlike anything the three men recognized, further affirming the site's alien quality and immense age. A repeating pattern of curved, wave-like lines ran along the center, flanked by carved animals, some clearly extinct. From his pack, Atheros produced a quartz crystal with a small curved lens that gathers sunlight, projecting a steady glow. Charged earlier under the sun, it provided them with enough light to explore inside. Ares gripped his own glowing crystal and stepped carefully through the narrow doorway first. Quan and Atheros followed, astonished by the massive interior that has been sealed for countless ages. They entered a wide, temple-like hall, supported by rounded pillars, marked with the same sinuous patterns that curled along the columns and walls. Quan set a hand against one carved surface, running his fingers over the perfectly rendered designs. "Do you feel that?" he asked quietly. "Feel what?" Atheros responded. "That sense that this place was sacred to people like us, just in another time, another world." Atheros glanced around. "Perhaps. Their world is long gone, and ours is flourishing. Is there any point in treading lightly through remnants of the past?" "Is that your father speaking, Atheros?" Quan countered, a gentle tease in his tone. "Atlantis stands tall now, but in 20,000 years, who can say? Maybe, if you're lucky, traces of your culture will also endure like this." While they bantered, Ares pressed onward into the dim corridor, holding the quartz crystal high. The gloom of the temple yielded only to their narrow beams of light, and the faint, dusty glow seeping in from the cracked doorway. He followed the curve of the pillars' paths that lead to a central chamber. Venturing down the open walkway, he found an altar at the heart of the structure. As Ares ascended marble steps, he spotted a strange device resting at the altar's center. Unlike the symmetrical architecture of his time, this artifact was irregularly shaped, with two cylindrical canisters attached to a rounded exterior. He raised it gently, wariness mingled with curiosity as he did. In the glimmer cast by his crystal, Ares saw the faint outlines of ancient carvings along the walls, symbols he recognized from his studies depicting cycles of cataclysms and the rise and fall of civilizations across vast epochs. In the far wall's carving, a large serpent coiled around a staff. The shape instantly struck Ares. Though slightly different from the version he knows, it unmistakably resembled the insignia he bore on his chest, the symbol of the Brotherhood of the Serpent. Night settled quickly over the Amazonian landscape. Mist rose from the rainforest as the temperature dropped. Still a few hours from Korobana, the three men set up camp beside the canyon, rather than stumble through the dense jungle in darkness, attempting a return. They gathered around a fire kindled by Quan. Its light beckoned a flurry of insects. Atheros flapped at them in frustration. "Try this," Quan said calmly, offering a small jar. "A dab behind the ears and around your ankles will keep most of the jungle's bugs at bay." Atheros applied the ointment, and Ares followed suit. "You seem solemn, Ares," Atheros observed. "You once had more spark in you." Ares forced a thin, uneasy smile. Quan remained silent, watching the interplay. "A lot has happened since we last met," Ares admitted. "I spotted a grey hair when I was following you earlier." Atheros laughed, taking a swig of Atlantean Soma, the potent brew he carried. "Come on, you must have some tales to share. What happened after you left for the Brotherhood?" "I travelled for a while," Ares began. His eyes remained on the flames. "I was stationed in Minionalis for some time. Then I left the Brotherhood after meeting someone. A woman." Atheros, surprised by this revelation, quiets. "What happened?" he ventured. Ares kept his gaze on the fire's dancing embers. His expression remained sturdy, yet clearly touched by pain. Her name was Lyra. We met in Minionalis, fell in love, and I abandoned the brotherhood to be with her. We settled in a small village by the sea and had 5 good years. Then she died. It was quick, an accident, but knowing that doesn't soften the loss. She isn't here anymore. Kwan's voice was gentle. Suffering can be harsher than death itself. Ares swallowed hard, then took a sip from Athiros' flask. The drink's effect settled him, and he leant back, letting the forest's lull cradle his thoughts. After she passed, I rejoined the Brotherhood. It gave me purpose. Kwan stared into the fire. A reason I admire Amazonia is how its people live so attuned to the land. They hold a unique view of death, precisely because they see the jungle as alive with memory. Intrigued, Ares glanced at Kwan. How so? To them, the soil, rivers, mountains, everything, houses the spirits of the dead. The forest isn't just living vegetation, it's a repository of ancestral souls. In that sense, as we sit here, we're surrounded by those who came before us, a living archive where spirits reside, nourishing the land and guiding us still among the living. Athiros said nothing, taking another swig. Ares contemplated Kwan's words as he stared into the fire. Behind the flames, all he could see is the dense hush of towering trees under a moonlit sky. A shiver ran up his arms, as though the spirits Kwan spoke of were stirring in the darkness. If I'd been born here, are you saying Lyra's spirit could be part of this place? Ares asked softly. Kwan inclined his head. Yes, as are all the ancestors of Amazonia. The cycle of life is a spiral, not a simple ending. Death becomes renewal. Much like the wheel of man, everything returns to nature, then re-emerges anew. They lapsed into silence. Ares closed his eyes, recalling moments he shared with Lyra. A faint, bittersweet smile curled his lips. He was thankful for the time he had with her. In some other life, he imagined they might still be together, perhaps raising a family. But in this reality, she was gone, and he must carry on. Kwan's voice broke once more. I will not try to dismiss the raw feelings death brings Ares. However, I will posit this statement to you. Everything has a season. Ensure you can handle the seasons of your life, whatever they may be. They watched the firelight dance through the clearing. Each man turned inward, bound by the vastness of the forest and by the ever-present memories of those who have gone before.
Chapter 7. Ascension. 3 weeks had passed since Inanna's Uncle Bao had disrupted her initiation festivities. The city had endured its 12 days of celebration as the royal family wrestled with a troubling revelation. Inanna's eldest sister, Ereshkigal, was reportedly aiding Neanderthals in raiding attacks across Minionalis, a region of the northern Mediterranean. Now, Uruk was hosting an urgent assembly of eternal nations, convened at Minionalis's request. Under the midday sun, the city's intricate architecture gleamed. At this hour, the temple surrounding Uruk displayed a startling feat of engineering. Rays refracted from specific angles off each temple, igniting the sigils of their respective gods in a shimmering glow. Inanna stood on a balcony of the Parliament building, watching delegates from across the world arrive. She took a final glance at the glittering symbols of her ancestors, then retreated inside to begin the proceedings. The Assembly of Eternal Nations is now in session, a shaman of Leo proclaimed. We hereby open the 822nd meeting of this council, hosted by Nin Inanna in her kingdom of Suma. He continued addressing the gathered representatives, while Palios, who stood beside Inanna, leaned in with a quiet word. Speak truth and speak from your heart, he reminded her. Your grandmother always did. Inanna acknowledged him with a nod, then turned her full attention to the meeting. The chamber, round in design, featured a circular marble table at its centre and mosaic glass walls that filtered the harsh sun. Each leader or delegate had an identical seat at the table, symbolizing equality among nations. As Inanna glanced around, she tried to note who was who: representatives of North and South Amazonia, Emperor Poseidon of Atlantis, the Pharaoh of Egypt, a delegation from Minionalis, envoys from India and Southern Africa, Dogon and Nubia, Sunderland, China, and finally, the Southern Lands, where 7 elders shared equal authority. Over 30 figures in total occupied the table, making up the Assembly of Eternal Nations, for these countries and kingdoms represented almost all of the world. Peleus poured a vial of liquid into a small reservoir built into the marble, causing water to flow along carved channels. The table glowed with a soft green resonance, revealing a detailed map of the world. Inanna gazed down, newly aware of the global responsibilities she was stepping into. "My fellow leaders," she began, "it pains me that we gather under such dire circumstances. I hope your journeys here were peaceful, and I invite you to consider Uruk as your home throughout your stay." One of Minyanalis's leaders spoke next, his voice threaded with urgency. "We appreciate your hospitality, Nin. Yet our time here must be brief. Minyanalis is unsafe. Our people need support." Inanna's eyes narrowed, wanting clarity. "I've learned that my sister, Ereshkigal, is aiding the Neanderthal clans in your region?" "That is correct," confirmed the leader, "and the extent of her involvement is troubling." He pointed at his country's representation on the table map. "We border the ice to the north. For millennia, we've maintained defense systems to keep these creatures contained within their own hostile environment. We've established conservation measures, restricted human settlement, and shielded the rest of the world from the ice's more aggressive inhabitants." Poseidon of Atlantis interrupted with a scoff. "You border the ice. Is it not your duty to strengthen defences rather than burden the rest of us?" Minyanalis's leader cast him a pitying look. "That's a bold statement, coming from a nation drowning in debt. Once the kingdom of Atlantis stretched its influence across distant shores, but those days are long past. Now, your realm steadily sinks beneath the waves along with the values it once upheld. Our crisis threatens everyone. We share these waters with the world. Neanderthals, Denisovans, saber-tooths, and other megafauna that are recognized as protected species globally. Let me be clear, we don't wish to hunt them or diminish their territory. Typically, we capture and release roaming Neanderthals who stray south. Sometimes a life is lost, but rarely. Yet in the past 6 months, these attacks have escalated. Organised raids targeting entire towns, fishing villages, farms, conservation outposts, anyone and anything that sustains our region's livelihood. He slid a set of documents toward Inanna. Nearly every day this month, there has been a new attack. Our economy suffers. Our people live in fear. The attacks seem too deliberate to be random. Inanna considered his words carefully. "And my sister? How do you believe she's involved?" He shifted uneasily. "Scouting parties we sent north to the ice came back with stories of a massive new Neanderthal stronghold. They claim Ereshkigal is helping them organise." One of India's rulers broke in. "That kind of coordination would be unheard of among these creatures." An Amazonian elder added, "Neanderthals share much of our DNA. Millennia ago, those of the Silver Age set aside the ice as neutral land, free from human encroachment. We, humans, have a tendency toward conflict. If the Neanderthals harbour a similar instinct, then who can say where this may lead?" Inanna lifted her voice. "If Ereshkigal is orchestrating these strikes on human settlements, Suma must intervene. I will personally address this crisis on behalf of Minyanalis. We'll also provide defensive aid, at least what our reserve forces can spare." A murmur of approval ran around the table. A taxawa from Amazonia spoke again, turning the discussion to another grave topic. Before we lose focus, I believe you have all received our Iva Arandua's findings. She paused as Pisidian cut in, his tone dismissive. Mother, tongue, elder, please. She squared her shoulders, speaking again. Our stargazers have detected a critical discrepancy in the calendar. It appears we are well past the golden age, deeper than any of us imagined. China's delegate nodded. Our cosmologists confirm the data. None of our generations prepared for this possibility. By all accounts, a shift like this shouldn't affect us for centuries yet. Pisidian let out a resigned sigh. Atlantis has abandoned these ancient myths. We have neither the funds nor the resources to chase cataclysmic tales. Our economy is already unstable. The Pharaoh of Egypt objected. The Great Pyramids were conceived in a previous cycle's golden era. That alone should serve as proof of these cyclical ages. Evidence of prosperity, not a cosmic wheel, Pisidian retorted. How does the saying go, Pisidian? Man fears time, but time fears the pyramids, the pharaoh recalled. Unamused by the pharaoh's philosophical statement, Pisidion continues. Atlantis will support the world where we can, but we can't invest in some 26,000-year prophecy. China's envoy interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Pisidion. Weak generations often beget weak generations. This is concerning. Atlantis's decline could itself be evidence of a turning age. Pisidion seethed in silent frustration. Sensing the tension, Inanna spoke again. We can and will address this looming issue. However, it won't happen overnight. These cycles take decades, and we must first restore stability. I will go north to the ice and confront my sister. Once I return, Sumer will dedicate its energies to researching and preparing for any global catastrophe. Volunteers from your nations are welcome. Anyone willing to risk their life will be rewarded beyond measure. My own 12 districts will contribute their resources, but we will need all the help we can get. That evening, Inanna and Dumuzi took a walk along Uruk's outskirts, pausing at the rim of a sun-kissed valley. She cherished this hour, when day's activity yielded to evening silence. Daytime birds called to each other one last time, and animals returned home before the nocturnal songs began in earnest. As the sky shifted toward twilight, Inanna braced herself for what she had to say. When I leave for Minionalis tomorrow, She hesitated, but Dumuzi cut in first. Do not worry, he said, trying to sound reassuring. We'll keep Sumer running while you're away. Inanna shook her head gently. No, Dumuzi, when I leave tomorrow, we won't be together again. He frowned, turning his head from the horizon. What do you mean? She drew a breath. Her voice quivered. There was a time I loved you, but I don't feel that bond anymore. We grew together out of convenience, never truly giving ourselves the space to discover who we are. I'm afraid that if I stay with you, I'll never become the person I want to be. A dark anger flickered in Dumuzi's eyes. We're supposed to marry Inanna. We are both from great houses of Sumer. Our families bound together will usher endless prosperity. And now, you tell me this? His tone sharpened. I sacrificed much for you. How dare you? Her heart pounded, but she held her ground. The longer I wait to say it, the more it hurts both of us. My mind is made up. I may be away for a long time, and when I return, I don't intend for us to be together. He turned away, bitterness etched in every line of his face. You'll regret this, he snarled. I'll make sure you do. Good luck on your journey. I don't wish to see you again. And remember, your royalty is all that makes you special. Without it, you're nothing. Inanna winced at the cruelty meant to wound her. Once he'd stormed off, she allowed tears to slip free, staring over the quiet valley as the evening air filled with the chatter of the night's creatures. The sky glowed with a final brush of orange before surrendering to deepening blue, and though it was a lovely scene, Inanna felt only the ache of loss. She resolved then and there to discover herself beyond duty, beyond tradition, and beyond the bonds she'd once believed unbreakable.
Chapter 8. Unearthed. 3 weeks had passed since Ares, Atheros and Quan first uncovered the entrance to the ancient temple hidden beneath the Amazon's lush surface. Within that short time, a full archaeological excavation had taken shape around the site, employing hundreds of Amazonian researchers, archaeologists, geologists, and local labourers to unearth a once-forgotten wonder dating back to humanity's last golden age. From a vantage high on the canyon's rim, Ares stood with Quan, who had coordinated the project's daily operations. Surveying the lively scene below, Ares peered at a hand-drawn site diagram that Quan held, occasionally swiping beads of sweat from his brow. 12 structures have been unearthed, Ares asked, studying the diagram's meticulous lines. Quan nodded. Yes, every new building we've found expands out around that central temple. You, Atheros, and I initially explored. He gestured beyond the chart, directing Ares' attention to the ongoing excavations. From their vantage, they could see clusters of workers carefully brushing away layers of soil and rock. Each of these structures faces toward the main temple, like spokes radiating from its core. So, an entire town, Ares mused. Quan's tone carried a spark of excitement. Yes, it seems every dwelling was equidistant from the city's centre. Ares took a moment to absorb this. I have news about the soil analysis, he said, withdrawing 2 small vials from his satchel. One soil sample appeared significantly darker than the other. Normally, when humans disturb or bury land, the striations show uneven coloration. In undisturbed layers, you see a gradual transition from the darker topsoil to the lighter strata beneath. But here, he paused, indicating the mixed sample. It's as if someone deliberately buried this site. Quan's expression darkened with curiosity. Why would anyone do that? That's the great mystery, Ares agreed quietly. He then drew out the strange artifact they had discovered on the temple altar. I've studied this piece all week, yet I still don't know its purpose. Quan examined the device with the same fascination he'd shown since day one. Despite hours of observation, neither he nor Ares had gleaned much insight. What progress have you made? Quan asked. Ares took a step back, revealing a subtle mechanism. Watch! He pressed 2 panels on either side, prompting the artifact to vibrate at a low frequency. A central dial surrounded by small, indecipherable glyphs began to turn. As Ares twisted it, the vibration's pitch rose higher. We can't decode these symbols, he admitted. Everything about this discovery poses more questions than answers. Quan exhaled. At the heart of it all lies the Brotherhood of the Serpent. You and I both recognize their symbol carved into the temple wall, yet we have no record of the Brotherhood's involvement that far back in history. Ares nodded gravely. I agree. Atheros leaves for Atlantis in 2 days, and though I'd rather stay here, I'll need Atlantean and possibly Egyptian resources to help unravel this riddle. So I've decided to go with him. Quan placed a reassuring hand on Ares' shoulder. Should Atlantis or Egypt fail to shed light on it, then my advice is to travel to Eden. Their libraries may hold older texts that could reveal a clue, maybe even help translate the strange writing. A faint smile flickered across Ares' face. Eden. I've not set foot there since my studies. It's a long journey to India. I hope it won't come to that. The southern lands also might posit an answer. Their culture is the only existing one from that period, although they prefer to remain isolated. Quan motioned for Ares to let him see the device. After inspecting its underside, he pointed out 3 slender ridges that extended slightly. Maybe this piece is incomplete. Could it be part of a larger mechanism? Ares mulled that over. If so, why leave it on an altar alone? Why not place the entire contraption there? They exchanged a weighted glance, acknowledging they had only scratched the surface of the site's secrets. At Quan's urging, they descended the improvised wooden staircase that snaked along the canyon. From below, Ares glimpsed Olympus Mons looming in the distance. Just weeks ago, the volcano's fury had nearly erased Korubana from existence. The sight brought a renewed sense of humility. Reaching the canyon floor, they joined the swarm of researchers and workers who orchestrated the immense dig. The scene might have seemed chaotic at first, the clang of shovels, dust drifting in the air, voices calling for caution. Ares recognized the purposeful energy of an organized excavation. It lifted his spirits. He cherished archaeology for precisely this reason, the revelation of forgotten histories through human cooperation. The two men wove toward the temple entrance, the same towering door they had pried open when the canyon first formed. Now propped fully open, it served as the primary portal for the dig team. Within, several new sections had been exposed. They had even excavated parts of the windows, allowing shafts of natural light to spill into what had once been eternal darkness. Along the main hall, quartz lanterns cast a steady glow, ensuring no detail went unnoticed. Back at the central altar, Ares climbed the marble steps, taking in the sight with unflagging wonder. There, carved into the far wall, stood the great serpent coiled around its staff, leaping from the smooth stone as if urging them closer. Quan redirected his attention to another wall, revealing further carvings. They depicted the wheel of man exactly as we do today, Quan said softly, tracing the outline of concentric circles. Ares stepped nearer. We know so little about the people who lived before the last cataclysm. Were they as enlightened as the texts suggest? All we're sure of is that each age ended in near extinction repeatedly, across countless millennia. Quan's eyes followed the elegant lines etched into the wall. In one era, cataclysm came through floods or quakes, in another, through ice, and before that, fire. Our ancestors believed these events would keep recurring. We've carried their warnings down through the ages, but we rarely ask how or why or what else they might have known. Ares nodded. They recorded their warnings for a reason, passing them on for tens of thousands of years. Now we stand here, in a structure that predates our modern knowledge by eons. It's as though we're bridging a gap between their world and ours. Quan gave him a knowing look. Welcome to the Amazon. She has a way of making ancient history feel very much alive. I'll return when I've investigated this device further in Atlantis, Ares promised. You'll keep an eye on things here? Quan patted Ares' arm lightly. With my life. Good luck, my friend. Their gazes roamed back to the two carvings that hinted at a deeper enigma. The serpent coiled around a staff, echoing the Brotherhood's emblem, and the wheel of man, mirroring the cyclical view of human history shared by so many nations. Ares felt a stirring within himself, part curiosity, part resolve. He could almost sense that solving this puzzle might reshape their understanding of the past, and perhaps even the future.
Chapter 9. Voyage of Angeline. An early sun shimmered above the Mediterranean Sea. The royal vessel Angeline tore across the pale blue waters with astonishing speed, its bow slicing through the waves and leaving a wide, foaming wake in its trail. Its hemp-crafted exterior and elegant shape belied an ingenious system of natural energy capture beneath the hull, an engineering marvel devised in the district of Mat. Wind and other elemental forces were channeled with such efficiency that Angeline could easily reach 71 knots, making it one of the fastest ships in the world. From the ship's bridge, Inanna surveyed the shimmering horizon. Admiral Gratos, captain of the vessel, stood beside her, and nearby was Palios, her grandmother's longtime advisor. Also aboard was the pharaoh of Egypt, Seti Khamun, who had attended the Assembly of Eternal Nations in Uruk and requested passage home. He had opted against travelling with his own retinue, a choice that intrigued Inanna. Why would a world leader forgo his guard to voyage under another nation's banner? Setikamun slipped into the bridge, taking the helm from Admiral Gratos. Inanna felt a momentary surge of alarm. Angeline's immense power made it a challenging craft to handle, but Gratos calmed her with a small nod. "He's well trained, Nin," he said in a low inflection. "You can trust him." Reluctantly, Inanna watched the Pharaoh steer. She spread a chart on the bridge's navigation table, where Palios and Gratos both settled into chairs. "We're here, yes?" she asked Gratos, tapping a point on the map south of Minionalis. "That's correct, Nin," Gratos confirmed. "We'll sail close along the Minionalis coast for 2 more days, heading west until we reach the peninsula and the port city of Lopar. We're told it's fairly safe. Angeline can remain docked there while you venture into the ice." Inanna traced the route with her fingertip. "So, from Lopar, we head north? How far is this Neanderthal city, Gornaya Shoria, was it?" "That's right," Gratos replied. "We'll pass through 7 territories altogether, including Minionalis. The first major challenge will be Pannonia. Its plains extend the width of Sumer, vast and fertile, but cooler than we're used to. Crossing those grasslands can take weeks. Beyond them, each new country grows colder, and the locals grow more wary of outsiders." Inanna studied the map's winding borders, then raised a question. "Why enter the ice from that region? Wouldn't it be quicker to trek straight north from Minionalis? Or maybe from India or China? Gornaya Shoria is so far from where we'll dock." Gratos folded his hands. "Because that part of the ice above Minionalis is heavily occupied. If we approach from the south, we'll likely face immediate conflict. And even if we push through, we'd come up against a 500-metre ice wall barring the way. It's safer to slip in quietly from the west, letting ourselves acclimate as each country's climate shifts from temperate toward the deep cold." He offered a faint grin. "We have 100 companions aboard Angeline, representatives from every one of Uruk's 12 districts, plus volunteers from Minionalis, Amazonia, Egypt and India. All in all, a diverse group prepared to face whatever waits beyond." Inanna absorbed his words. A tangle of possibilities unspooled in her mind. From behind, she heard Setikamun's spirited cry. "Mykonos!" he declared, steering Angeline past a volcanic island surrounded by white marble architecture. A cascade of vines blanketed the city's buildings, producing fruits and vegetables in such abundance that they spilled into open windows below. Fishing boats dotted the cerulean waters, providing an additional supply of fresh fare for the residents. Inanna found it a breathtaking sight, unlike anything she'd witnessed in Uruk. Gazing back at the open sea, she sensed the vastness of the journey ahead. "Thank you," she said at last, turning to Admiral Gratos. "I look forward to reaching Pannonia. I have not journeyed this far north before." She excused herself and left the bridge, descending to her private quarters on the starboard side. A small deck opened off her room, her refuge for study, reflection and planning. Tomorrow might bring new challenges, but this afternoon she would focus on the task directly before her, reviewing terrain maps, reading whatever texts she could find on the ice, and drafting a strategy to confront her sister, Ereshkigal. A familiar twinge of determination settled in her chest. She would reach Gornaya Shoria, accomplish her mission, and return to Uruk in the same lifetime.
Chapter 10. Atlantis. Far from Inanna's Mediterranean voyage, Ares too was undertaking a treacherous ocean crossing, this one across the high seas of the Atlantic. In times long forgotten, this sea was littered with thousands of islands that formed the Atlantean Empire. Now only a few remain. For 5 days his ship had raced toward the fabled capital of Atlantis, leading a fleet of 17 other Atlantean vessels through rolling waves and unpredictable currents. On deck, the rush of wind and brine filled Ares' senses, a sharp reminder of nature's power. Atheros joined him at the ship's railing, carefully sidestepping the rocking hull. Ares caught the trace of a grin on his friend's face. "The Atlantean prince returns," Ares teased softly, recalling the days of their boyhood when neither gave thought to formalities. Atheros inclined his head. "The captain says we'll arrive within a few hours before sundown." Ares cast a playful glance his way. "Once you're king, consider changing the city's name. Having Atlantis the city and Atlantis the country is hopelessly confusing, especially with so many distinct provinces." Atheros' eyes sparkled. "My ancestors named both in pride, and now my father, he cannot even choose an heir. My brother Kalion and I are supposed to co-rule." Ares chuckled, imagining two stubborn youths pressed into joint leadership. "I've known you both since we were boys. I doubt you'll see eye to eye often." Atheros' posture grew thoughtful, gaze drifting over the trailing ships. "My father hopes we'll grow closer with age." They lapsed into a companionable silence, content with the rhythmic creak of the wooden hulls, a testament to Atlantean shipbuilding, their ancestors' legacy. Suddenly something stirred near the ship. "Look!" Ares pointed toward the broad, glistening back of a whale, breaching the surface. Water spouted as it slid back into the depths, its tail flashed in the air. "A humpback," Atheros identified, shading his eyes to follow the magnificent creature. Ares exhaled in awe, then turned as his friend continued. "Do you know why the world's ships are now built as they are?" Ares shook his head, curious. "There was a time, millennia ago, when vessels used clanking machinery to ferry large cargoes and people," Atheros explained. "They filled the seas with noise and pollution, choking the whales' frequencies. Whales communicate across thousands of kilometers. Some of our researchers say it is like their own global network. The frequency of those mechanized ships cut them off from each other. Their numbers plunged." Ares stared at the water, as if searching for the whale again. "I never knew." "It wasn't during the Golden Age," Atheros said. "But eventually, my Atlantean ancestors pushed for laws to protect marine life. It took generations, yet humankind embraced travel powered by wind, solar, and water currents alone. Harmony was restored." Ares offered a thoughtful nod. "We're fortunate, born into an age with no war, no poverty, truly a time of peace." Atheros leaned against the rail. "And by the time the wheel of man turns to a darker epoch, we'll be long gone. We might be among the luckiest in history." Ares glanced at the horizon. "I hope we leave this world better than we found it, though that won't be easy." Atheros grinned. "A challenge for the next generation. Still, I'm committed to trying until my final breath." He straightened. "Let's warm up. I dread seeing what Kalion's done in my father's absence." Ares followed, giving the rippling blue waters one last look. As the day waned, the Atlantic calmed, mirroring the captain's prediction. The fleet slowed near Atlantis at sundown. Pale orange rays dipped behind them, while in front, hundreds of vessels traversed the busy waterways, granting priority to the royal entourage. Ares prepared his belongings, eyeing the city's distant silhouette. Over millennia, Atlantis stood as a formidable civilization and a key architect of the globalized world Ares now inhabits. Yet as the centuries passed and sea levels gradually rose, much of the kingdom was claimed by the ocean. Today, all that remains are a handful of scattered islands and the capital on the African mainland, a mere shadow of its former grandeur. Soon Atlantis revealed itself in magnificent detail, guarded by towering northern mountains and lush southern plains. Concentric rings of land and sea formed the city's foundations, each one bridged by shining arches. Walls of red, black and white stone encircled the rings, some inlaid with gold and silver that caught the last of the fading light. At the epicenter, the temple of Poseidon soared. Its silver columns supported a golden roof that glowed as if borrowed from the sun. Ares let out a breath, half wonder and half nostalgia. Each time he returned, Atlantis felt like a place where the earthly and the divine overlapped. The fleet docked at a private military station just outside the main city walls. However, the ship carrying Ares and Atheros continued forward, navigating deeper into the city's heart. Passing under a towering statue of Poseidon, they sailed into the first ringed port. A swirl of bustling crowds, street music, and vibrant scents told of a thriving metropolis, but also revealed troubling changes. Ares saw ragged beggars, crumbling facades, and graffiti staining walls that once were pristine. Stories abounded of Atlantis' slow decay, a kind of hidden rot that might one day affect the entire world. While Ares longed to speak about it openly, he knew Atheros was aware. The prince had eyes too, and a seat in the monarchy. They navigated into the quieter second ring, a restricted port for royal and military use, where the water lapped softly under a deepening sky of blues and purples. Dock workers swiftly secured lines, and Atlantean sentries assembled to greet Atheros. Walking down the gangplank together, Ares noted how the guards parted in reverence for their returning prince. "You'll stay at the palace, I hope?" Atheros asked. "When my father returns, he will be eager to hear about Amazonia." Ares bowed his head in gratitude. "I'd be honoured." A short trek led them to the palace gates. Along the way, Ares studied the Temple of Poseidon again, its brilliant columns and carvings capturing the spirit of an empire that once embraced knowledge, creativity, and the sea's deep secrets. At the palace door, more sentries stood at attention, opening the grand entrance hall. Ares gave over most of his luggage to the staff, yet kept a tight grip on the strange device he had unearthed in Amazonia. Whether artifact or enigma, it felt more important than ever to keep safe. The Atlantean military stood as a highly coveted career choice. Each recruit was required to serve a 5-year term, at the end of which they receive a land grant and a pension. With every additional 5-year term, the rewards became more substantial, culminating in a remarkable honour package for those who fulfilled 20 years of service. Nightlife in Atlantis awakened beyond the palace walls. Music rose from taverns, torches lit the cobblestone lanes, and the city's famed revelry kicked into gear. Beneath it all, a creeping sense of unease lingered. A circular garden spanned part of the palace grounds, full of exotic blooms from all corners of the world. In the deepening twilight, a hooded figure stood beneath a drooping tree, watching the palace. Its occupant remained unseen, his eyes trained on the guards' routines, searching for weaknesses in the fortress's imposing structure. A silent observer biding time, while Ares and Atheros, oblivious to the stranger's presence, crossed the threshold into the palace that was at once splendid and faintly haunted by its own unravelling future.
Chapter 11. Pannonia. The royal vessel, Angeline, was moored at a small fishing village along the northern Mediterranean coast. Known as Lopar, the settlement rose from a rugged landscape of towering mountains, their peaks faintly dusted with snow, a sign of how far north this outpost lay. Lopar, barely emerging from humanity's so-called Golden Age, boasted little sophistication. Its founders had chosen this region long ago to escape the world's tangled webs. Here, privacy and a self-contained way of life prevailed. The homes, all carved from marble and stone, lined a northern route in order to capture as much warmth as possible in winter while remaining pleasantly cool in summer. As Inanna and her devoted retinue disembarked from the ship, local townsfolk watched from a distance, cautious yet openly curious. Further up the pier, Pharaoh Setikhamun of Egypt was shaking hands with villagers in an easy, amiable fashion. Intrigued, Inanna paused to watch him. Despite these being neither his people nor ones who recognized his status, he still engaged them with a gentle warmth, an earnest courtesy she rarely practiced herself. Her fingers drifted to the pocket that held her grandmother's locket. Inanna withdrew it and slipped it on, silently reaffirming her purpose. A short distance away, 4 figures dressed in attire she loosely termed Egyptian gathered around Setikamun. Inanna waved Peleos on. "Go ahead, I'll follow shortly," she told him. "Yes, Nin," Peleos answered, bowing his head. "We'll set up transport arrangements and meet on the northern edge of Lopar." Inanna stepped over to the small group just as Setikamun finished chatting with a fisherman. He turned, gesturing expansively. "Inanna, perfect timing," he said. "These are 4 members of the Brotherhood of the Serpent." She offered them a friendly smile. The Brotherhood, from what she knew, placed great value on achieving perfection in all pursuits, a vestige of an older era that had somehow endured. These members share the same organization that Ares is a part of, although that was unknown to Inanna. "Pleased to meet you," she said, studying them closely. Setikamun introduced them in turn. "Here is Ra, who leads this contingent. Next to him, Isis, our finest biologist and explorer. She has travelled to every continent. Beside her is Osiris, an expert fighter and philosopher. And this is Horus, among the best warriors in the world. He's trained in 7 different nations." Each bowed politely. "I had no idea I would be meeting such accomplished members of the Brotherhood," Inanna remarked, genuinely impressed. "They're to join you, Inanna," the pharaoh explained. "A gift from Egypt, you might say. 4 of our most resourceful minds and strongest hands to support your mission." Inanna's eyes widened. "Why don't you come?" she asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. "You seem perfectly at ease so far from Cairo." Setikamun's smile was disarmingly open. He extended his hand in a sign of respect. "I'm pharaoh. My place is with my people. Though I admire the Brotherhood's life, as these 4 do, my responsibility is to rule. Perhaps in another life I might have chosen differently." Inanna clasped his hand in response. "Thank you for travelling with me this far. I promise I'll bring your companions home safely." He gave a gentle laugh. "They will guard and guide you, but remember, this may be your life's calling, not theirs." As Setikamun made his way back to the docks, Inanna watched his ship depart. A fleeting sense of wistfulness stirred in her. Then she turned to the Brotherhood. Ra, Isis, Osiris, and Horus. "I'm grateful for your help," she said quietly. "I'll do my best to heed your advice and weigh my decisions for the good of everyone." Isis spoke up. "We're here to ensure you reach Gunaya Sharia, ideally before your sister inflicts more suffering. It won't be easy, but we're committed." "Then let's move on," Ra said briskly, already striding to catch up with Inanna's assembled followers. Together, they proceeded to the northern outskirts of Lopar, where the 100 travellers waited near a steep embankment. Peleos greeted Inanna as she arrived. She noticed several townspeople tinkering with a contraption she had never seen before. 3 iron tracks, each set 5 meters apart, extended into the grassy plains. Across them lay a broad, rusty metal platform. "They're old quarry rigs," Peleos explained. "Similar ones were used millennia ago in the Silver Age to help build cities and temples. Ancient, yet still operational. This setup will carry us across the Pannonian Plain," he went on, pointing at the flat expanse before them. "They once transported marble and granite from quarries in the north all the way south." Inanna eyed the weathered machinery. It seemed improbable that such archaic contrivances could ferry her followers, their animals, and supplies so far. "Does anyone here know how to run it?" she asked. "A few, yes," Peleos said, undeterred by the rig's corroded state. "All we need is to power it, and Saul's energy will do the rest." He gestured to the shimmering sun above. Glancing at the 4 Brotherhood members, Inanna found no trace of apprehension among them. This eased her own doubts. "Very well," she announced, stepping onto the platform. "Let's begin." 2 identical rigs stood nearby, allowing the entire company, including livestock, to be transported across land that might otherwise take weeks to traverse. The sound of anxious excitement rose among the crowd as Inanna mounted the first platform. Palios took a place at her side, tightening restraints to secure the animals. "Ready, Nin?" he asked. "This is going to be fast." Inanna exhaled a slow breath. "Tell me again how it works." "Magnets," Palios replied, flicking a lever. "They'll accelerate us to around 100 kilometers per hour. At the far end, reverse magnets will bring us to a stop." She swallowed, feeling a surge of wind as the massive rig jolted forward. At first, it moved at a crawl, then, in mere seconds, doubled its speed. Her followers clung to rails or to each other, letting out whoops of excitement mixed with nervous laughter. Underneath, large magnets guided and propelled the load along iron tracks, an ancient technology not dissimilar from some used in Uruk, just on a grander, more rustic scale. With a roar, the cart shot into open plains. Behind them, the second platform was quickly readied for launch, and soon would follow in their wake. The third would bring up the rear, carrying any remaining travellers and supplies. Despite the rig's rattling and the rush of wind, Inanna's heart soared. For all its antiquated construction, the machine performed a small marvel, carrying her people swiftly into a new land, a new chapter of her quest to find Ereshkigal and to preserve Suma's future. Inanna stood at the front of the cart, watching vast green plains flash by at nearly 100 kilometers an hour. These carts, relics from a distant past, had once ferried immense slabs of stone, and now they carried her people across a whole country in hours. Designed for freight rather than human comfort, the open-air platforms rattled and swayed, making for a jarring ride. Yet despite the unease curling in her stomach, Inanna couldn't help marvelling at Pannonia's endless flatlands. She had never seen so much open space in one place. "How many more kilometres of this?" she shouted over the wind, turning to Palios. His brow quirked with mild concern. "Close to 400 nin, several hours yet. Still, better than weeks," he added with a quick grin. The warm sun illuminated the rolling fields. Hours slipped by, and while most travellers clung to the cart in quiet resignation, Inanna let her mind drift. Occasionally, she noticed isolated patches of greenery, a scraggly tree or a small bush. Beyond that, the plain stretched into an unbroken horizon. Suddenly, Inanna spotted 2 distant figures. "Palios, pass the scope," she called. He fished a small, handheld viewer from a supplies bag and handed it over gingerly, keen not to drop it onto the rattling tracks below. Pressing the scope to her eye, Inanna discerned a woman carrying a baby, trailed by an older child. The woman glanced up, meeting Inanna's gaze for a fleeting moment, before continuing her trek through grass no higher than her knees. At that point, Isis, a member of the Brotherhood, approached Inanna. "Hunter-gatherers," Isis said. "They look like us, share our biology, yet they're still far removed from who we are." Lowering the scope, Inanna gave Isis a measured glance. "That's a rather strong claim about your fellow humans." Isis offered a wry smile. "They've no sense of the world they're entering. They speak no language we'd understand, have no concept of modern skills or resources. They likely won't survive out here, and if they do, frightened Mignonalians await them on the other side. I cannot see it ending well." Inanna's gaze flicked back to the distant family. They'd already vanished from view. "Shouldn't we help those seeking refuge?" she asked, absently gripping her grandmother's locket. Who exactly should help them? You? Other nations? As Nin, you can enact change, but every action has consequences. If you truly plan to save people so distant from our world, be prepared to shoulder their care for the rest of your life, Isis cautioned. We don't live in a fair world. Even in a golden age, inequities remain. Inanna's voice rose with conviction. It can't be easy to cross these plains. No one would do so if they had a choice. They risk everything daily. That woman's desperation means she deserves help. Isis's expression stayed neutral. What if thousands like her appear? Would you rescue them all? For how long? Until they learn to read, write, or thrive alone? Because if you uproot a creature from its habitat, you bear responsibility for its survival. Inanna gazed back across the plains, wishing she could still see the mother and her children. I'd protect them until they could stand on their own. That's the duty of a Nin. Isis dipped her head. Well, that woman isn't one of those you can save today. Once your mission is done, you might dedicate yourself to such things. No one would stop you. For a moment, Inanna turned inward, picturing the family in her mind's eye. Slowly, her thoughts crystallized. It is not really about her, she murmured. Isis shot her a questioning look. Inanna went on, she's doing this for her children. Even if she finds no peace, she's gambling on their chance at survival. My mother and grandmother wanted a better life for me than they had. That woman hopes for the same. Survival for her children, no matter what becomes of her. Something flickered in Isis's eyes, an acknowledgement she couldn't quite voice. I see. I hadn't considered it that way. They rode in silence a while longer. The sun slid behind a growing bed of clouds, and a chill began seeping into the wind. Abruptly, the cart shuddered, its mechanisms protesting. Peleos lifted his scope again, then beamed. We've arrived! Inanna steadied herself as the cart's speed dropped. How does it slow? Reverse magnets, Peleos explained. They'll bring us to a complete stop. Just brace yourself, it's old and hardly reliable. Inanna gripped a metal handhold next to Isis. The ride grew rougher. Within minutes, the huge freight cart screeched and thudded to a halt. Inanna exhaled sharply, relieved to have reached the end of their track. So were most around her, their faces painted with both excitement and nerves. Climbing off, they gathered in clusters on the grass, reclaiming belongings and readying for the next leg of their journey. Lagging behind, Inanna finally hopped down, glancing about. She found Isis gazing at the terrain up ahead, a tableau of ancient woodlands, rocky mountains streaked with glaciers, and waterfalls plunging from snowy heights. Remarkable, Isis breathed, her eyes glowing. Inanna nodded, awe tinging her voice. I've never seen snow. This world is so different from mine. Isis gave a small nod. I've travelled in India. You'd see similar wonders there. Such landscapes rarely welcome outsiders. They're brutal, yet breathtaking. A stir from behind drew Inanna's attention. A wave of excitement arose as more people joined them. She heard Peleos's voice carrying over the low murmur. What's happening? She asked, stepping back toward the temporary camp. Peleos peered into the distance with his scope again. The second cart is here, he said, visibly relieved. It's slowing now. Good, Inanna said, thinking of the precious livestock and supplies aboard. Let's hope it stops safely. Moments later, the rig screeched along the track behind them and ground to a halt. About 20 more people spilled out. Animals followed shortly after. Teams hurried to unload the cargo, reorganizing it at a makeshift station. Peleos ran an inventory check with Osiris from the Brotherhood. As Inanna approached, they looked up. All in order, Nin, Peleos said without glancing from his list. We're only waiting for the third and final cart. It should be right behind. Osiris scanned the plains. No sign of it yet. Peleus checked the sun's position, then consulted a small pocket watch. He exhaled quietly. They should have arrived by now. They're late. Could they have chosen to stop somewhere? Inanna ventured. Possibly, but there's no reason to, Peleus murmured. Osiris's features tightened. Ra, our leader, was on that cart. Isis approached, frowning. He isn't trying to play hero again, is he? Inanna shot her a puzzled look. Hero? She shrugged. He's a great man, sometimes too charitable for his own good. Just then, Horus, the Brotherhood's fourth member, arrived at a jog. What's wrong? Before anyone could answer, someone shouted, Cart incoming! And the final platform rumbled into view over the horizon. Horus snorted lightly. You see, all that fretting for nothing. Gazing through his scope, Peleus stiffened. Something's not right, he muttered. No one's on board. Inanna's hand flew to the hilt of her sword. Prepare for combat, she called. Soldiers scrambled to ready weapons, forming a defensive line as the cart screeched to a halt. Horus, Isis, and Osiris leapt forward with other soldiers to investigate. Peleus hurried after them. There should be 30 people here. Where are they? He called out anxiously. The ramp remained up, indicating nobody had lowered it. Isis paused near Inanna. Her face remained grim. Nin, brace yourself. It's worse than you think. Unease spiked in Inanna's chest as she advanced with a wave of guards. Climbing the final steps of the cart, she glimpsed something horrifying. Bodies lashed to the cart's wheels. Heads were grotesquely distended by the force of high-speed rotation. Inanna's stomach churned at such cruelty. I'm sorry, Isis whispered. You needed to see this. Inanna forced herself to look. Each wheel bore the same gruesome display of men and women who had pledged their loyalty to her, now butchered in an unspeakably savage manner. Peleus caught her eye. Nin, it is worse on top. She nodded tersely, her heart hammered as she ascended. The metal deck was slick with blood, strewn with limbs. Inanna recognized the lifeless faces of those who had journeyed alongside her from Uruk. Who would do this? She asked Isis, her voice nearly cracking. Neanderthals, most likely, Isis replied, stepping carefully through the gore. They don't want us here. Horus, meanwhile, knelt by a corpse near the back, slowly turning it over. It's Ra, he said softly, his leader. Isis's gaze shifted to another group of bodies on the far side. One was the mother Inanna had glimpsed on the plains, her two small children beside her, equally fallen. Ra must have stopped to help them, she said sadly. And this is the result. It could have been any one of us. Inanna swallowed hard, her eyes burnt. They were watching us then? Likely. We shouldn't remain here, Isis urged. We have to push deeper inland to safety. Though numb and horrified, Inanna managed a nod. Take us somewhere secure, where no more of my people will suffer like this. Horus lifted Ra's body across his shoulders, stepping gingerly around the broken limbs of others. He will be cremated. His soul will still find its way to the stars, to run with our ancestors across the galaxies. Inanna looked back at the endless plains, a tremor of dread curling in her gut. Their mission had become unimaginably dangerous, and she hadn't even reached Ereshkigal yet.
Chapter 12. Kingdom by the Sea. Morning sunlight spilled across the vast West African landscape, illuminating the Atlantean countryside. Ares, already awake for several hours, wandered through the streets of the illustrious capital, determined to savour every moment before returning to Cairo. He couldn't be certain when he might next visit Atlantis. A curious spectacle of the first rays of sunlight marked the transition from late night to dawn as the city's vibrant nocturnal life wound down. Its revellers, night shift workers, and travellers all scattered to their homes or lodging. Many Atlanteans lived by night and slept by day, a fairly recent way of life, driven by profit, greed, and insatiable appetites rarely seen in other parts of the world. Such an existence clashed with the ethos of Ares' brotherhood doctrines, which taught living in harmony with nature rather than dismissing it. Yet despite his private disapproval, Ares extended empathy toward those who lived so differently from what he knew. He continued along stone-paved avenues, bound by monumental arches and columns carved from rare gleaming materials. Atlantis revealed itself in rings of unparalleled craftsmanship, each ring intertwined with tranquil waterways flowing in from the ocean. As daylight replaced the nightlife, a pensive quiet settled over the city, unveiling exquisite mosaics, carvings of gods and mythical creatures, and imposing walls set with red, black and white stones that mirrored Atlantis' might and mystery. The site was also marred by scattered refuse and graffiti, reminders that this marvel had its share of neglect and decay. At the city's core stood the temple of Poseidon, lined with silver-plated walls and a golden roof that shone in the fresh morning light. It was both revered and feared, a place where Atlanteans believed the ocean's guardian held the power to shield or destroy their kingdom. In that coexistence of opulence and tension, Ares sensed the fragility behind Atlantis' dazzling facade. He made his way toward the temple and the adjacent royal palace, his temporary residence. Upon reaching the city's innermost circle, he noticed a line of 40 soldiers arrayed near the palace's grand entrance, preparing to greet an incoming vessel. Just then, the palace doors swung open behind him, and Atheros emerged with his brother, Callion. Once they stepped outside, the doors closed again. "Ares, you rose early," Callion observed. "I wanted to make the most of visit here," Ares replied with a small smile. "I may not see this city again for a long time." Just then, the incoming ship, named Wave Cutter, manoeuvred into the dock. Far grander than the vessel Atheros and Ares had travelled on, it cut an impressive figure even before the lines were cast. "And here is father," Atheros said under his breath, urging his brother toward the pier. Ares followed, mindful of his bearing. A moment later, Poseidon disembarked, looking weary from the journey. Despite his dominion over the seas, he rarely seemed at ease crossing them. "My sons," Poseidon smiled warmly, embracing Atheros and Callion. "Tell me Atlantis hasn't crumbled in my absence." They inclined their heads in unison. "Father!" Spotting Ares, Poseidon gave a curt nod of recognition. "Ares, it has been years." Ares stepped forward politely. "Indeed, since I was young and choosing my path in life." Poseidon managed a faint smile. "Come, let's go inside. I crave solid ground after days at sea." Ares quietly reflected on the irony of the monarch of an ocean empire, disliking ocean travel. Once inside the palace, Atheros, Callion, and Ares waited in a reception hall until Poseidon summoned them. Before long, he burst through the doors, accompanied by his advisor, Viracocha. 2 guards shut the doors behind them at Poseidon's command to leave them in private. Poseidon's serious gaze fell on his sons, then on Ares. "I've called you here because our calculations about the Golden Age were gravely mistaken." Atheros stiffened. "But father, this age has brought us unprecedented peace and wealth. How could the calculations be wrong?" Poseidon exhaled. Heaviness lined his features. "It was believed we had centuries left. However, the signs state otherwise. The tides have grown restless, the Earth's energies unstable. We thought we had mastered those forces, but nature is more delicate than we imagined. We've upset its balance and overstepped our timeline. The end of the Golden Age is confirmed, not just by myself, but by the Assembly, of eternal nations. Kalian threw a troubled look around the room. You're saying our great leaps forward accelerated the age's end? Posidion's sigh was regretful. I don't believe we are responsible for such natural forces of nature. The math was misaligned on the cosmic calendar. We were some 200 years misaligned. Our kingdom's power came from harnessing currents and ether. These forces have begun to resist us. We believed they were under our command, yet it was always a tenuous bond. Kalian's frustration showed. What do we do? Atlantis has prospered beyond measure. Are we to lose everything? Quietly, Posidion responded. We must adapt. We can't stop this cycle, but we might survive it. Our scholars are scouring ancient texts for guidance. If we miscalculated the duration of this age, we must at least respond wisely now. Atheros placed his hands on the table, speaking more calmly than his brother. Then we should prepare. If the age ends, Atlantis must endure. Posidion nodded. Exactly. I won't let our city or its people descend into chaos. We must be prudent and unified. From across the table, Ares listened intently. He could not help but find the correlation between the kingdom of Atlantis' slow descent beneath the ocean and the end of its times. If survival requires relinquishing control over these forces, do we have the humility to do it? Atheros asked. Posidion's eyes met Atheros with a trace of sad humour. We'll find out soon enough. Time is against us. Kalian bristled. Superstition! Our civilization thrives. There's no proof these so-called celestial cycles can doom us. Viracocha calmly shook his head. We lack proof of apocalypse, yes, yet legends of cyclical resets pervade every ancient tradition. Stories of floods, ice and fire repeating across ages. We'd be foolish to dismiss them outright. Kalian sneered. Fear-mongering might be what triggers panic. If we stoke worry about doomsday, that alone may unravel our unity. Ares, familiar with the family's dynamics, watched as Atheros interjected. Kalion, open your eyes. Our city is already divided by greed and corruption. If we ignore these warnings, how do we build a future for those who come after us? Kalion's voice fell to a displeased murmur. If these warnings prove true. Posidion stepped in once more, ending the argument. Turning to Ares, he said, You're a respected member of the Brotherhood of the Serpent. I value your knowledge. Now that I'm here, tell me, why have you stayed in Atlantis? Ares cleared his throat. During my latest assignment in Amazonia, Atheros and I found a site deep in the jungle, an ancient city, dating back some 20,000 years. Posidion drew a sharp breath. That predates anything we know. Ares inclined his head. Exactly. Most comparable ruins lie under the ice, inaccessible for proper study. This site is intact. From the soil composition, I believe it was deliberately buried. He paused, letting his words sink in. Then he removed a device from his satchel and set it before Posidion. We found this artifact in the central altar. It's intricate and unknown, so I've come seeking Atlantean expertise. No kingdom is more advanced in science or natural philosophy. Viracocha leaned closer, carefully examining its strange inscriptions and dials. His interest was obvious, the weight of discovery palpable as silence that settled over the room. Ares continued, What compels me most is a symbol on the temple's wall, a giant emblem of the Brotherhood of the Serpent. By all logic, the Brotherhood shouldn't date back more than a few thousand years. Yet this temple suggests otherwise. Posidion and Viracocha exchanged tense, wondering glances. If the Brotherhood's roots run that deep, Posidion murmured, it changes much of what we understand. Viracocha added softly, It's not in our Atlantean records, nor do I believe it is in the Brotherhood's records. Although I am a servant of Atlantis, not the Brotherhood of the Serpent, so you may have more information than I do on such an early origin. Ares looked between them. Then maybe the answer lies in Eden's vaults, or somewhere not yet known to us. If this is real, it should be shared knowledge. There's nothing in our modern Brotherhood lore about such an ancient past. Poseidon's resolve hardened. Ares, I'm grateful you brought this to us. Atlantis will dedicate its laboratories and scholars to deciphering this device and assisting with the excavation. I'll dispatch 60 of our finest archaeologists to Amazonia. If that lost civilization truly knew how to survive a golden age's end, they might hold secrets that could benefit us all. Viracocha handed the artifact back to Ares. Stay in Atlantis, and we will unravel this puzzle. Ares accepted the device carefully, a surge of conviction and curiosity flaring within him. Ever since leaving the shores of Amazonia, he knew that he would not be returning home to Cairo anytime soon.
Chapter 13. The Frozen Expanse. A vast, unforgiving landscape stretched out before Inanna and her caravan of followers as they trudged through the relentless terrain of the ice. The ancient forest they navigated had remained untouched by human interference for countless generations. Towering pine trees loomed over the group, their thick branches clawing at the grey sky as the travellers made their tumultuous journey through this uncharted wilderness. The 100 or so followers moved cautiously among the eerie surroundings. The forest was oppressively silent, broken only by the occasional call of an eagle or the distant growl of megafauna, signalling to the group that they were deep in foreign lands. Inanna led the way, accompanied by her trusted advisor, Palios, and the 3 remaining Egyptian Brotherhood members, Isis, Horus, and Osiris. For almost a month they had been traversing this dangerous landscape, each day bringing harsher weather as they moved further north. For Inanna, the journey toward her rebel sister was of paramount importance, yet she couldn't shake the deep-seated worry that her decisions might have led them astray. The winter winds were beginning to set in, and the ground was now mostly snow-covered, a harsh endurance that Inanna and her people were not accustomed to. There is an unsettling feeling being here. I feel eyes watching us, yet I do not see anything, Palios murmured to Horus. That is because we do not belong here. We are not a part of this world. We don't know the rules that nature plays by this far north, Horus replied thoughtfully. Inanna listened as she continued to trek forward. Her focus was unwavering despite the creeping unease. The cold air and snow-covered ground amplified every sound, making each step more treacherous. Suddenly, Isis caught sight of something ahead. "Up ahead!" Isis declared, directing her gaze toward a nearby cave. "This shelter will suffice for tonight," Inanna affirmed, trusting Isis's survival instincts. The group established themselves within the confines of the cave, nestled at the base of a mountain. This had become their nightly routine, finding shelter, lighting fires, and preparing meals to sustain them through the brutal nights. The caravan, composed predominantly of warriors and protectors, moved efficiently within the cave, clearing the perimeter and setting up defences for the evening. Inanna gazed out at the quiet, cold forest before making her way into the darkness of the cave. As she entered, she was greeted by her people, busy establishing the small comforts of the evening, warm fires and cooked food. She settled beside her Egyptian counterparts, Isis and Horus, who had guided the group in constructing their nightly defences. Palios sat nearby, meticulously checking the inventory of their journey thus far. "How are we for supplies?" she asked him with curiosity. Palios looked up from his ledger. "We have more than enough food. We prepared to feed 30 more people than we have here now," he began. "The issue is time. We are losing time traversing this much uncharted land." Inanna sat beside him, examining his stocktake. "How many people do we have with us as of now?" she inquired. "We have 68 souls with us, Nin," Palios stated. Inanna contemplated the number. 68 people still with us, despite seeing what those Neanderthals did to 1/3 of our group, she mused, sinking into her turbulent thoughts. "We accounted for these losses when we left Uruk. It is terrible to lose anyone. We are fortunate to have this many people dedicated to protecting Sumer, Palios mused, hoping to uplift Inanna's spirits. Inanna lost herself in her own train of thought, watching her people gather around fires and make the most of their time away from home. Palios noticed her contemplative silence and interjected, "You're doing well, Nin. You cannot save everyone. These people are here to protect you, to protect Sumer, and to protect our world. This mission is more important to them than their own lives." "I assure you, the people who died felt the same. Ereshkigal has the knowledge and insight to cause tens of thousands to die if she wishes. We must stop her. We are doing the right thing by coming here." Inanna acknowledged Palios's words, clutching her grandmother's locket as a reminder of her purpose. Moments of quiet reflection passed before she gathered her thoughts and steadied herself. "How much longer will this journey take? Be honest with me," she asserted, knowing Palios would be blunt despite the potentially dire news. "Some months, Nin. This terrain is barely charted, and due to the changing climate of this region, it is almost impossible to rely on older maps," he stated. Processing his response, Inanna offered a sincere smile. "Thank you, Palios. I appreciate how much you have helped me, and how much you helped my grandmother before me. Uruk and Sumer are fortunate to have you." "I serve humanity, Nin. Your grandmother was instrumental in guiding the world toward a better future, just as I believe you are capable of doing yourself," Palios replied with unwavering resolve. A sudden rumble interrupted their heartfelt moment. Inanna turned to see a rock collapse from the cave's roof, crushing the ground beneath it. People turned in shock as the loud impact echoed through the passageway. Palios sprang to his feet, positioning himself in front of Inanna to shield her from the falling debris. As more rocks tumbled down, a thin stream of water began to flow from the cave's rooftop, drawing the attention of Inanna's followers. The 3 Brotherhood members reacted swiftly. "Get back!" Isis shouted. Horus gathered his weapons, and Osiris swiftly followed. As people scrambled to safety, additional rocks burst down, and the small stream of water rapidly grew, forcing the occupants to move toward the cave's entrance. The freezing water flowed from the back of the cave toward Inanna and her people, who were nestled near the front, the only exit from the rocky shelter. Following a rapid pack-down of the already soaked essential supplies, Isis led a party of soldiers out of the cave, wading through the rising tide of freezing water, with Inanna close by her side. The relentless flow surged around their ankles, threatening to climb higher as more rocks crashed from above, forcing everyone to move faster. The harsh white light of the full moon illuminated the cold forest, a stark contrast to the rumbling chaos within the collapsing cave. Inanna kept her torch held high. Its flickering light guided her small group through the dark of the ancient pine forest. 6 soldiers clustered protectively around her, with Isis and Horus on high alert. Snow crunched beneath their feet, and every snap of a branch sent their nerves aflutter. Suddenly, a flaming spear tore past Inanna's line of sight. It slammed into the soldier beside her, knocking him off his feet and into the snowy ground. "Shield wall!" Horus roared. Spears rained down in a fiery barrage. The soldiers formed a tight circle around Inanna. Isis grabbed her and forced the Nin into a crouch, shielded by the formation. More flaming projectiles slashed through the night sky, finding gaps in the soldiers' defences. 2 more warriors dropped. Their cries were lost beneath the crash of steel and the hiss of snow turning to steam. As more of the camp poured out from the flooding cave, they were beset by figures emerging from the moonlit shadows. These savage attackers, barely distinguishable from humans, used clubs and swords to strike at the reeling Sumerians. In the darkness, Inanna could make out little beyond their rushing shapes, catching only glimpses of broad shoulders, jutting brows, and the glint of weapons. "Quickly, Nin, you need to get behind your people," Isis ordered, seizing Inanna's wrist. Soldiers stumbled as the water surged around them, only to be forced back into the fight by the freezing tide. Horus spotted a large group attacking from the left side of the cave. He drew his sword. "Form up with me on the left," he shouted, rallying a knot of armed warriors to prevent being overwhelmed on both fronts. They charged into the fray. Swords flashed under moonlight, and cries of pain rang out. Horus dispatched 2 of the Neanderthals in rapid succession, his blade finding vulnerable spots beneath their furs. The nearby soldiers, emboldened by his skill, fought in a savage melee of steel and desperation. Blood stained the virgin snow, limbs and bodies littered the ground as defenders and attackers struggled with equal ferocity. "This was an ambush," Peleos growled, gripping his weapon tight. Inanna looked anxiously from the water to the surrounding forest. "We can't stay here. We'll freeze in this flood." "We will have to fight," Inanna said. Her voice was tremulous yet resolute. She gripped the hilt of her sword, fully prepared to defend her people. Peleos placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Nin, your safety is paramount. Let the Brotherhood handle this," he said firmly. Reluctance flickered across Inanna's features. She was no stranger to conflict, but it was usually conflict she could control. Finally, she nodded, stepping back as Isis and Osiris guided her behind a defensive line of soldiers. Even so, Inanna refused to stand idle as her people fell before her eyes. Sword in hand, she remained guarded, yet ready. At the cave's entrance, Horus and his squad had cleared most of the left flank. Shouts and metallic clashes echoed beneath the pine canopy. Horus stole a glance at the ongoing struggle, confirming that most of the attackers were being pushed back when a sudden movement above drew his attention. "Above!" he bellows. 3 Neanderthals perched on the cliff overhead, hurling thick, cylindrical objects down onto the battlefield. Each makeshift grenade smashed into the ground with a dull thump before exploding, sending debris in all directions. The first blast flung a cluster of soldiers outward, the second rattled the cave entrance, and the third thundered deeper into the crowd, felling 2 more men instantly. Snatching an arrow from his quiver, Horus shifted to his longbow. His first arrow struck a Neanderthal atop the cliff, sending the figure tumbling to a grisly end below. With swift efficiency, he loosed a second arrow, piercing another attacker in the chest. The third assailant scrambled for cover, barely avoiding a deadly third shot. Amid the clang of weapons and pained cries, more soldiers emerged, pressing the offensive. The remaining soldiers charged forward, determined to force the Neanderthals into a retreat. Steel crashed against stone-tipped clubs, and the air filled with the overpowering scent of blood and sweat. Suddenly, from the dark forest that ensconced the battle, came a startling sight. A man in shackles, easily recognizable as part Neanderthal by his pronounced features and thick hair, approached with measured stealth. His wary gaze flicked between the warring sides, zeroing in on Horus. At that moment, a raging Neanderthal barreled toward Horus, their eyes blazed with murderous intent. Inanna gasped as she realized the soldier was about to be blindsided. In a single fluid motion, the chained man lunged forward, looping the iron bindings around the Neanderthal's neck. With one powerful sweep, he wrenched the attacker off his feet. The Neanderthal crashed to the ground. He was dead before he hit the snow. Soldiers nearby watched this tactic unfold and quickly mimicked it, coordinating attacks to trap more enemies from behind and deliver final, lethal blows. Isis, positioned alongside Inanna, spotted the shackled newcomer. Her eyes narrowed, and she notched an arrow, ready to release it if he turned on them. A sudden roar tore through the din. 2 of Inanna's men, stationed by a dense thicket, spun around at Horus's alarmed cry. Too late. Reading Horus's face, the men's expressions turned to fear, despite not knowing what was behind them. As they turned, lifting their swords in preemption of what was to come, one was tossed into the air, and the other's face torn open by the claws on the paw that sent the first man flying. Following the claws came the body of a beast. The creature before them required no study to recognize. Its sharp teeth glinted in the flickering torchlight, and its eyes fixed on its prey, the humans. "I do not believe," whispered Osiris. "A saber-toothed tiger," Isis murmured. It was not the presence of the beast that shocked the well-travelled pair. "They control it," muttered Osiris, watching as the tiger turned towards another soldier, striking them with swift, lethal agility. It stood tall on thick limbs, a leather harness fastened around its muscular torso. Fear rippled through Inanna's people. The fact of its existence did not rattle them nearly as much as the realization that it appeared controlled by the Neanderthals. From the edge of the tree line, a Neanderthal, clad in heavier hides and bone armor, burst into the fray. Scars lined his body, marking him as a dangerous foe. He fought with brutal force, scattering soldiers with wide arcs of his weapon. Horus rushed in, determined to halt the carnage, and the two clashed in a dance of desperate blows. Neither aimed for glory. Survival was the only objective in their fierce struggle. Near the center of the battlefield, the saber-tooth wreaked havoc. Yet, as more soldiers regrouped and began coordinating their attacks, utilizing spears and arrows to wound the beast, the tide slowly shifted. Already battered by the defenders, the saber-tooth let out a furious yowl, with blood glistening on its flank. Recognizing his ambush was faltering, the scarred leader roared a guttural command. The saber-tooth sprang to his side, snarling at the advancing soldiers. Wounded, but not beaten, the creature tensed its muscles as some of the Neanderthals retreated. It too then slipped into the shadows of the forest. The Neanderthals had lost too many warriors to press on. Though it seemed they held an advantage with their monstrous cat, the Sumerians, guided by Horus's leadership and the Brotherhood's skill, had proven themselves too numerous and too well armed for a decisive victory. Amid the scattered remnants of battle, the shackled man had turned on his own people until one final Neanderthal stormed in to end him. Their words were a torrent of an alien language Inanna couldn't follow. As the Neanderthal raised his blade, the chained man whipped his fetters around to parry. Sumerian soldiers closed in on the last pockets of resistance, finishing off the stragglers. A sudden blow knocked Horus to the ground, the Neanderthal pivoting to deliver a killing strike until an arrow zipped across the moonlit clearing, courtesy of Isis. It lodged in the attacker's skull, sending him toppling into the bloody snow. The shackled man recovered swiftly, scooping the fallen Neanderthal's weapon, and drove the blade through another wounded enemy. At last, the final Neanderthals lay defeated or fleeing, and the gruesome clangor of battle faded into the whistle of the northern wind. Bodies from both sides littered the trampled snow. Splashes of red stained the ghostly white surface. Inanna surveyed the devastation, her breath caught at the realization that nearly half of her people lay dead or dying. A few of the surviving soldiers secured the perimeter, but it was clear they couldn't linger. Horus approached Inanna and Isis, his clothes soaked with blood that was not his own. One of them escaped my arrow and fled up the cliffside. The area's not entirely secure. Osiris charged over, weapon in hand. "We need to move, Nin. There could be more out there." Isis's gaze flicked to the stranger in chains, now standing with two soldiers flanking him. "Who is he?" she demanded. "He helped fight," Horus explained, steadying himself. "Cut down at least one or two of his own." Inanna stepped forward, her eyes locking on the man's. His thick body hair and larger nose and ears marked him clearly as part Neanderthal. Yet there was a spark in his expression that hinted at intelligence and desperation. "Who are you?" she asked. He lifted his head, seemingly sizing her up before speaking in a rough but familiar language. "Enkidu." A ripple of confusion crossed Inanna's face. She glanced at Isis and Horus before addressing him again. "Enkidu, why did you help us? What do you want?" The chains on his wrists rattled ominously. "I'm no friend to them. They threaten my land, my people. I fought to protect what's mine." Inanna studied him carefully, torn between wariness and hope. "We're on a mission to stop my sister from wreaking more harm. If your goal is truly to protect your own, then perhaps our interests align." Isis bristled, levelling an arrow at Enkidu. "You just appeared in the middle of this slaughter. How can we trust you?" Slowly, Enkidu raised his hands in surrender. "I have no wish to harm you. All I seek is peace for my people." Isis kept a watchful eye, bow half drawn, ready to intervene if needed. Inanna noticed the tension and placed a staying hand on Isis's arm. "If he wanted to kill us," Inanna said, "he had his chance." She exhaled quickly, the weight of command pressing heavily on her. "Very well. Join us, if you truly mean no harm. We need all the help we can get in this forsaken place." Enkidu nodded, though the set of his jaw suggested he wouldn't be cowed by them. "I will help, but know this. I will defend my own kind above all else." Inanna extended a hand, which he took hesitantly. "Welcome to our caravan, Enkidu. I'll trust you, but betray me." Her tone hardened. "And Horus will take your head." She stated it calmly, yet the threat behind her words was unmistakable. With that, Enkidu gave the smallest of nods. The immediate danger had passed, but the night's horrors lingered in every bloodstain and ragged breath. Soldiers and survivors set about gathering the wounded and accounting for the dead, determined to push onward in their journey.
Chapter 14. The Artifact. The Atlantean coast basked under a warming sun, its rays glancing off an empire once famed for its mastery of orichalcum, a rare metal devised by Atlanteans and Anunnaki during the past Golden Age. For over 16 millennia, this miraculous alloy, prized for its ability to harness vibration and frequency, powered the kingdom's unprecedented growth and enriched lands far beyond its shores. Though Atlantis has receded from its former vast dominion and now claims only the western African coast and a scattering of islands, its capital city still unfurls along the shoreline, hosting thousands of ships and welcoming a shifting tide of travellers into its ringed districts. At the heart of this diminished realm stood the Temple of Poseidon, a nexus of worship, political influence, and scholarly pursuit. Here priests and priestesses conduct sacred rites to honour Poseidon, revered guardian and founder of Atlantis, while oracles offer cryptic guidance to the royal family and council. Peace has prevailed for nearly a millennium, and the temple doubles as a seat of authority, affirming the divine legitimacy of Atlantean rulers. Within its walls, scholars labour over the study of etheric energies and perfect the advanced technologies that keep Atlantis in tune with nature's flow. In times of crisis, the temple's innermost chambers provide sanctum and counsel, making it a cornerstone of Atlantean life, and for Ares, the ideal place to uncover the mysteries surrounding the artifact. On the temple's fourth floor, behind a maze of locked doors and guarded corridors, Ares and Viracocha lead a team of Atlantean archaeologists and scientists in the painstaking study of this newly discovered relic. For almost a month they examined its surface, faintly pulsing symbols and inscriptions, hints of an incredible power left by some bygone civilization. Viracocha, drawing upon ancestral wisdom, deciphers obscure patterns, voicing observations that others might miss. A host of Atlantean researchers hover with delicate instruments, tracking the etheric energy emanating from the object. Together, they worked in concentration, keenly aware of the artifact's potential to reshape their understanding of the world. At one table, Viracocha magnifies a section of inscriptions, while Ares pores over ancient Atlantean scripts in a corner. When Viracocha beckons him over, Ares set aside his scrolls and approached. Viracocha ran a finger over the carvings. Remarkable! This civilization employed a base 20 system, just like we do. Ares leant in, scrutinizing the symbols. A base 20? So they counted in 20s? Precisely, Viracocha replied. They used distinct symbols for each number up to 19. At 20, they shifted to a new mark. 40 was 2 of those marks, 60 was 3, and so on. Just like Atlantean math. Ares raised an eyebrow. We only adopted that numbering system about 3,000 years ago. Natural instinct usually favours 10, given our fingers. Yet this shows their mathematical insight must have been quite sophisticated. There is always a debate over which numerical system works best. Sumer uses a base 12, for example. They pride themselves on how this helps them solve complex mathematical equations. Viracocha shared, holding out his hands, palms facing upwards, and counting the 12 creases on his fingers. While Viracocha continued to examine the device, Ares returned to his scrolls. Then a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if these inscriptions represent frequencies? Viracocha nodded slowly. They may well. I'd been considering this object as a measuring instrument, perhaps for star charts, or a significant location. However, a dial for adjusting frequency is equally plausible. Ares closed his scroll and peered closer at the numerical engravings. What's the highest setting on the dial? Viracocha counted the numerals aloud, pausing for accuracy. Ares moved alongside him to help. 700, 780, Viracocha ventured. 770, Ares corrected softly. Interesting, Viracocha murmured, recalling lessons in vibrational philosophy. That could encompass the known spectrum of natural Earth frequencies. Turning to one of the other scientists, he issued a clear directive. Confirm the dial's upper limit. I want hard data. Acknowledging his request, several assistants dispersed to verify Ares' new hypothesis. By late afternoon, another day of scholarly diligence drew to a close. For 2 weeks, Ares and Viracocha had been the first to arrive each morning and the last to depart at night, unwavering in their commitment to unravelling the relic's secrets. In that span, Ares had shifted from his usual pursuits, most notably his work as an archaeologist, to the deeper realm of arcane research. The artifact's enigmatic origins and potential significance had become his driving obsession. The next morning, Ares approached the temple as he had every day, lost in musings about his discovery the day prior. He was drawn from his thoughts by the sight of Poseidon, waiting for him outside the grand entrance. Ares, the ruler greeted with measured warmth. I trust the research progresses. Pardon the early visit. I've just finished observing Aurora Salvea, referring to the annual solstice ritual known as the blessing from the dawn. I come here to commune with my ancestors, reflecting on how they, too, once performed this practice. Ares, momentarily taken aback, composed himself. It is indeed a time for introspection, especially now, when we suspect the golden age is fading. There's much to learn from those who came before. I want to hear your own account of how the artifact study proceeds, Poseidon explained, gesturing for Ares to follow him down a corridor. I could ask Viracocha, of course, but I seek your insights. Together, they passed through the temple's lavish chambers, Poseidon's royal sentries, trailing some 30 feet behind. Their conversation picked up as they navigated the sweeping hallways. I'm eager for an update, Poseidon said. What have you discovered so far? Ares cleared his throat before responding. We suspect the artifact is only one part of a larger mechanism. There are connection ports on the underside, implying it once fit into a more complex device. We've told the archaeological team in Amazonia to look for the missing piece, but they haven't turned up anything yet. Pisidion nodded, listening closely. Ares continued, "We believe the pictographs correspond to a numeric system, and there's a dial that likely adjusts some kind of frequency or amplitude." He glanced at Pisidion, noting the flicker of anticipation in the ruler's eyes. If the markings do indeed represent Earth's vibrational range, ending at around 770 Hz, then perhaps, in tandem with its counterpart, the device can modulate those frequencies. As for its ultimate function, we're still unsure. Pisidion interjected, "Ares, your dedication impresses me. Do you think this discovery might help us, given the world's uncertain future?" Curiosity piqued. Ares tilted his head. "You mean, could it avert or lessen the next cataclysm?" Posidion's gaze was steady. "What if the key to preserving our world lies in the wisdom of a lost civilization?" Ares pondered this notion. It hadn't occurred to me that the device might have such contemporary relevance. If this system truly can harness or align with natural frequencies, it might prove invaluable. Pisidion exhaled a hint of relief. "That is welcome news. Word will soon spread of the Golden Age's end, spurring both dread and a universal call to prepare. Over these next few years, however long we have, every nation must devise plans for survival." They paused outside the research quarters, where two guards stood at attention. The men stepped aside for Pisidion and Ares, granting them entry. Inside, the space was much as Ares left it. The relic stood securely mounted at the centre. Its inscriptions caught the light. Pisidion studied it intently. "I'm thankful you found this device, Ares," he said with sincerity, "and that you chose to come back to Atlantis. My kingdom may be waning, but perhaps this discovery can slow our inevitable decline." Ares offered a faint smile. "If the Golden Age truly is over, then understanding this relic may delay our downfall. However, it will not prevent it." Pisidion murmured in agreement. "In that case, let us buy what time we can, enough for my sons and I to pass peacefully." Ares recognized the subtext. Posidion's concern is not for transforming Atlantis, but for safeguarding his own reign from upheaval. Before Ares can respond, he noticed a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision, a cloaked figure hurtling from the corridor toward the nearby guards. With one swift slash, the stranger cut down one of the sentries. Reacting instantly, Ares pushed Pisidion behind the table, holding the artifact. A second dagger, thrown with lethal precision, whistled past Ares' head, missing by a breath. "Take cover!" Ares shouted as the surviving three guards rushed forward to engage the assassin, swords ringing against the intruder's blade. The fallen guard still clutched his weapon in death. Ares dashed over, retrieving it and sprinting into the hall to join the fray, unaware that another assailant crawls along the ceiling overhead. Inside the research room, Pisidion saw the second cloaked figure descend and unsheath a sword. Cut off from the guards and from Ares, the monarch was left defenseless. "Ares, help!" Pisidion yelled, his voice trembled. Hearing the plea, Ares twisted around to spot the attacker advancing on the Atlantean ruler. He ducks a slash meant for him, narrowly escaping, and then bounds back toward Pisidion and this new threat. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the three remaining guards battled the masked figure. Bound by oath to defend Pisidion, they withstand furious blows, struggling to find an opening. The intruder seizes a moment of weakness, driving a blade through a slight gap in one guard's armour. Blood splatters the floor as the man collapses. Two guards remain, desperately trying to repel the assassin's relentless assault. Back in the laboratory, Ares leapt over the table to parry a blow aimed at Pisidion. He faced the second masked enemy, meeting their blade in a clamorous exchange. "Stay behind me," Ares ordered, the only command he would ever dare give to the Atlantean king. In truth, Pisidion never faced real conflict, At 60 years old, he now relied on Ares' skill to keep him alive. Ares felt each impact of steel reverberate up his arms, sensing that his foe is adapting to his moves just as he's attempting to gauge theirs. Through the slit eye holes of a plain silver mask, the stranger remained unreadable. There was no time to pierce the assassin's disguise. He was forced to stay fully engaged to prevent Poseidon's demise. Down the hall, the other guards continued their grim struggle. Another soldier fell beneath the masked fighter's blade. Only one remained. His desperate cry for help echoed down the corridor, a call for reinforcements that may or may not arrive in time. Back in the laboratory, Ares positioned himself in front of Poseidon, parrying each blow dealt by his adversary. They staggered across tables and workstations in a tense close-quarters struggle. Dressed in little more than his academic attire, Ares cursed his lack of foresight, for he rarely needed full armour in daily life, so he had never chosen to wear it while conducting research. His opponent, however, was shrouded in full protective gear, giving them the advantage. Even if Ares managed to land a strike, it might not penetrate enough to deal a mortal blow. A sudden chilling sound from the corridor interrupted their deadly dance. The last guard, a loyal soldier, had just been felled. His head was severed in one swift motion by the other assassin. Ares glanced toward the doorway, dread gripping him at the realization they were now outnumbered. His eyes darted to a nearby window, 3 stories above the ground. It was a long drop, yet he weighed that risk against remaining here at the mercy of 2 skilled killers. Deflecting another flurry of sword clashes, Ares spotted an opening. He kicked a chair at his assailant, breaking off their relentless momentum and sending the masked figure stumbling. In the same breath, he hurled a table into the stained glass window. Shards of mosaic glass exploded outward, revealing a sudden escape route. "Poseidon, you have to jump," Ares yelled. "Stay and you'll die. I'll hold them off, get help, then I'll follow." Poseidon, terrified, hesitated only a moment before dashing toward the shattered window. Just as he reached the ledge, the second assassin, lurking near the door, drew a throwing dagger in one smooth motion. With a lethal flick of his wrist, the blade sank into Poseidon's abdomen, pitching him violently to the floor, too far from the window to escape. Alarmed, Ares fought to defend Poseidon from the attacker. In a brutal exchange, a heavy punch knocked Ares back, and another sword swing nicked his arm, sending his own weapon skittering across the floor. Reeling from pain, Ares dove over a nearby workstation to evade any additional blows. Clutching the hilt of the dagger lodged in his gut, Poseidon gasped. Blood seeped through his fingers as the assassin dragged him upright. "Where is the artifact?" the masked intruder demanded, their voice echoing from behind the impassive mask. Poseidon's eyes flicked toward the relic, still mounted in the centre of the room. With a swift thrust of his blade, the assassin struck Poseidon a second time. This blow was fatal. The Atlantean king collapsed, and the killer stabbed him once more, driving the sword into his skull. "No Atlantean technology will revive you or your line," they sneered, as they withdrew their blade from the king's lifeless body. Ares scrambled upright, now alone with 2 assassins and Poseidon's corpse. He spotted an iron bar across the room. It was far from ideal, but better than nothing. His mind raced. Perhaps he could fend them off just long enough to leap from the 3rd-story window and reach the safety of the palace grounds. Suddenly the sound of heavy boots echoed from the stairwell. A dozen or more Atlantean sentries burst into the hallway. Their commander barked orders as they rushed toward the laboratory with their weapons raised. The assassin, nearest the artifact, seized it in one smooth motion. "They'll pursue us, brother," she shouts, turning to face the reinforcements. "Go, I'll meet you at the Eclipse Gate," the other assassin replied as they moved to block the hall. Clutching the relic, the first intruder sprang toward the shattered window. Ares lunged to stop them. He swung the iron bar. The assassin deftly deflected the blow, kicking Ares aside. Ares tumbled near his discarded sword. He grabbed it and sprang to his feet. In a swift motion, Ares prepared for another attack. However, the assassin vaulted out of the broken window with the relic in hand. Ares glanced over his shoulder at the oncoming guards. One assassin still remained to fight them off, but the artifact was slipping away. With a final glance at Posidion's body, Ares made his choice. He couldn't let the relic vanish. Rushing to the window, he leapt out in pursuit. He landed in the palace gardens below, rolling over shattered glass and the remains of an upended desk. Startled onlookers cried out at his sudden appearance. Scanning frantically, he lost sight of them. A moment later, the assassin lunged at Ares with renewed fury. Ares met the onslaught, his sword clanging against the assassin's blade. His scholarly robes were torn, and his arms trembled from strenuous combat. He sidestepped quickly, nearly knocking over a large decorative ornament. People screamed and scattered, tangling themselves in the assassin's path. For a moment, Ares lost sight of his foe. The masked figure emerged again, forcing Ares backward toward a fountain. Gritting his teeth, Ares feigned a stumble, hoping to lure the assassin close. Just as planned, the assassin lunged. Ares kicked out and knocked them to the ground. Yet the attacker recovered unnervingly fast, slipping back into the crowd before Ares could deliver a finishing strike. A glint caught Ares' eye. The shimmering surface of the relic clutched in the assassin's grip. They vaulted a low hedge and broke into a sprint, heading for the street beyond the palace gates. Ares didn't hesitate. He lunged over the hedge in pursuit, doggedly chasing the fleeing figure into the bustling avenues of Atlantis. Behind them, the palace courtyard began to fill with Atlantean soldiers, who sealed off the exits. Atheros himself commanded the outer perimeter, his voice booming with urgent orders. "Hold the lines! No one leaves without my permission. That relic is far too dangerous." Within the palace, Kalian led a separate contingent, determined to corner the second assassin before they could do more harm. Racing through the vibrant streets, Ares caught a final glimpse of the masked assassin as they slipped into a narrow passage, lined with merchants and colourful canopies. He pushed past stacked crates of cured fish and steaming seaweed dishes, heedless of shouting stall owners and tumbling carts. "Stop!" he called, but the figure only quickened their pace. They vaulted into a waiting gondola, shoving its startled ferryman headlong into the canal. Ares reached the water's edge just in time to see the boat begin drifting away. Without hesitation, he leapt aboard, landing in a precarious crouch. Meanwhile, Atlantean soldiers flooded the palace grounds in response to the alarm. Atheros circled the perimeter in his regal blue and gold armour, shouting urgent orders. "No one leaves! Protect our king! That artifact must not vanish." Deeper inside the palace, Kalion and his loyal guards chased the second assassin through deserted halls and marble corridors. Every turn revealed more of the palace's splendour, marred by dread and tension. Back on the gondola, Ares fought in frenzied bursts with the assassin. The craft rocked violently beneath them, nearly capsizing as they wrestled for control of the glittering relic. When the killer aimed a dagger at Ares, he managed to bat the blade overboard, only to be shoved backward in the process. As he stumbled, the relic slipped from the assassin's grasp, rolling precariously near the gondola's edge. Ares snatched it up in a desperate move. With a final burst of strength, he seized the assassin's cloak, pulling the attacker off balance just as the boat bumped a small dock. A horn blared in the distance, cargo ships preparing to depart. In one swift motion, the assassin tore free, reclaimed the relic, and vaulted onto the dock. Ares scrambled after them and tumbled onto the planks. Ahead lay a tall-masted ship, lit by alchemical flame. Panting, Ares forced himself upright, his heart pounding. He couldn't let them sail away with a prize that might decide the fate of Atlantis. Inside the palace, Kalian and his men cornered the second assassin in a dazzling ballroom lit by countless crystal shards. The clash was immediate and vicious. Two guards fell almost at once. Kalian roared his fury, exchanging relentless blows with his opponent, whose twin blades lashed out like black lightning. Though the assassin's speed was uncanny, Kalian and his soldiers fought with grim resolve. A carefully timed spear strike pierced the assassin's leg, forcing him to one knee. Another soldier pinned the assassin's arm with a blade. Kalian advanced. His vision was blurred by blood from a deep slash that had carved across his left eye. He ripped away the intruder's mask, revealing a young man's scarred jaw. "You'll die for this," Kalian hissed, raising his sword. The assassin bared his teeth in a final defiant grin. "The relic is gone." Before Kalian could respond, his soldiers' weapons found the assassin's heart. Blood pooled across the gleaming marble, a savage end starkly at odds with the palace's majesty. Wincing against the pain in his wounded eye, Kalian barked an order. "Secure the palace. No one leaves until we have that artifact." Even as the guards scoured each hallway, Kalian glimpsed a shattered window. Beyond it, crowds parted as two figures dashed through the marketplace. Alarm bells rang across Atlantis, summoning every guard to their post. Oblivious to Kalian's victory, Ares remained hot on his own quarry's trail. Despite exhaustion burning in his muscles, he refused to let the relic slip away. Every instinct warned him that this stolen device was far too dangerous to remain in unknown hands. The chase spilled into the shipyard, a sprawl of docked vessels, towering cranes, and cargo piles were overshadowed by the looming outlines of Atlantis industrial factories. Longshoremen scattered, their shouted curses drowned by pounding waves and creaking planks. Spotting the end of the docks, the assassin skidded to a stop, then veered sharply into a large factory. They were nowhere near the Eclipse Gate. Instead, Ares had cornered them to the industrial sector of the city. Inside, workers bustled around a cavernous assembly hall where new Atlantean ships took shape. Ares followed warily and scanned the towering skeletal frames and industrial walkways that lined the center of the hall. Silent as a stalking predator, the assassin unsheathed a curved blade that shimmered like molten metal under the factory's glow. "You are not leaving with that," Ares said through gritted teeth. They clashed in a storm of sparks and steel. With each swing, Ares aimed to disarm or pin the intruder. The assassin responded with fluid, lethal speed, as if each strike had been drilled 1,000 times. Gradually, Ares forced the masked fighter back toward the tracks, running down the factory's center, where gaps in the floor revealed the sea below. Behind them, newly built ships were being worked on, along the factory's assembly line. In the violent exchange, the assassin grazed Ares' side, but Ares twisted the momentum into a brutal counterstrike. Steel collided in a jarring ring. In a sudden surge, Ares ripped away the black mask, revealing a sharp-featured woman with sweat-plastered hair and eyes that glowed with defiance. "You don't understand what you're interfering with," she hissed. Ares' heart pounded. He held his blade ready. "Then enlighten me." She lunged, compelling the remaining workers to flee in panic. Ares evaded a deadly slash, thrusting in return. Though his sword caught her arm, she barely flinched. Seizing a split-second opening, Ares knocked aside the woman's sword arm, sending the relic tumbling from her grasp. It clattered across the factory floor, rolling dangerously close to the wide gap above the waves. The assassin dove after it, only for Ares to tackle her. They both toppled below the assembly line, crashing onto a narrow wooden catwalk hidden beneath the factory floor. Darkness from the ocean lapped at the edges of the dock. Locked in a frantic duel, Ares wrested the sword from her grip and hurled it into the water with a resounding splash. Furious, she retaliated with a powerful kick, tearing herself free. The assassin staggered to her feet. She then sprinted for the dock's edge. Ares scrambled upright in time to see her dive into the black water. He could only stand there, breathing hard, as the assassin vanished under the waves. Ares noticed the relic lying nearby, half hidden in shadows. He collected it before any factory workers could register its importance. Limping and battered, Ares then emerged from the building, gripping the artifact like a lifeline. Outside, he encountered a garrison of Atlantean guards just arriving. "She got away," he said bitterly. The guards hurried past him into the factory. Ares stepped to the edge of the docks. Gazing out at the surging tide, he clutched the artifact firmly. A grim reminder of how narrowly the relic and perhaps Atlantis itself had been saved.
Chapter 15. Enkidu! With every step, Inanna's boots plunged a foot into the snow, the frosty drifts of the ice rising all around her. She stayed close to Isis and Horus, who guided the expedition forward, while the remaining 30 followers trudged behind, bracing against the biting winds that had become their constant companion. Weeks had stretched into months, each day bleeding into the next, in this unearthly realm of cold and desolation. At the head of the group was Enkidu, half human, half Neanderthal, who had escaped captivity during the ambush. A native to these parts, he'd been leading Inanna and her followers for some time, charting a precarious path across the inhospitable landscape. Occasionally, Inanna glanced over her shoulder, taking in the sight of her determined but weary people. Frowning against the whirling snow, she pushed forward to walk beside Enkidu. "How far until our next shelter?" she asked, raising her voice to be heard over the howling gusts. "Just over that ridge, Nin," Enkidu answered, shouting back. "We'll reach the ruins of Dilmun by nightfall." Inanna's gaze flicked across the blank horizon. "I've put a great deal of trust in you, Enkidu. My people have suffered too much for us to be deceived now." Enkidu gave a curt nod, understanding the gravity of Inanna's words. His own life hung in the balance if he failed to keep his promise. Horus called from a few steps away. "That fighter we saw before, who was he?" Enkidu shrugged. "Which one? I remember dozens." "The one with the damn tiger," Horus clarified, his voice tinged with frustration at the memory of the vicious beast. "Vargan," Enkidu explained. "He's a clan leader, a respected warrior among the Neanderthals." "And that tiger? His pet or something?" Horus pressed. "It's a saber-tooth, yes. Sometimes Neanderthals tame wild beasts, using the land and its creatures as weapons. It's in their nature," Enkidu said. Isis lifted her brow at the comment. "Humans have done the same in our own past," she pointed out dryly. They resumed their trek, bodies hunched against the relentless gale. The group snaked through a stony pass, following Enkidu up a steep ridge. Clinging to the rocky slope, he ascended first, with Isis and Horus close behind. Inanna and Palios soon joined them, every inch of their progress laborious in the snow. Isis peered over the ridge and looked back to Inanna with a small smile. "He's telling the truth, Nin," she confirmed. Relief flooded Inanna's features as she crested the ridge. Horus and Isis helped pull her to the top, where she paused to catch her breath. Nearby, Enkidu sipped from a canteen of water. "This," he said, gesturing broadly, "is the city of Dilmun." Below, an expanse of ancient ruins sprawled across a valley of ice and rock. Dark, broken silhouettes of what had once been a grand settlement. Snow draped the collapsed walls, and towering structures rose from the white drifts like skeletal remnants of a vanished era. Inanna stared in muted awe. This city is just a legend. No human has visited here in an age. Rising, Enkidu prepared to lead them downward. Legend or not, these ruins date to the last golden age, untouched by the ice, unscarred by natural disaster, and spared from humankind's flaws. Inanna's gaze travelled over the half-buried facades, and she felt a pang at the thought of her own city, someday sharing the same fate. All that remains of a once thriving civilization. Let's hope our homes don't fall to ruin like this, at least not in our lifetimes, Isis said softly. Enkidu nodded. "We can shelter in one of the structures on the outskirts. It should be safe enough for tonight." At Inanna's signal, they descended the ridgeline. With careful steps, the group wove through fragments of toppled columns and fallen sculptures. Here and there, Inanna recognized architectural details that reminded her of Sumer, though many were utterly alien. Statues of huge, vaguely humanoid beings lined a distant boulevard, so unlike the gods and figures Inanna knew from home. Unknown to Inanna and her group, the architecture of the city was strikingly similar to that of the Amazonian settlement unearthed by Olympus Mons. The group continued through it, moving with haste to get out of the freezing climate. "In here," Enkidu called, pointing to the remains of a large building. The travellers slipped inside, grateful for the crumbling walls that offered at least some shelter from the bitter winds. Horus led a small group to secure the perimeter, while Inanna dropped her pack next to Enkidu. "What was this place?" she asked, curiosity edging into her voice. Enkidu moved aside, letting more followers filter into the building. "Your guess is as good as mine, Nin. The ruins have been here my whole life. Legend claims this civilization died out in a worldwide cataclysm, a storm of global fire." Osiris, who had been near the back of the caravan, overheard and approached. The third sun ended in a rain of flame and ash that set everything ablaze, he said. According to old Amazonian teachings, the people survived by transforming into birds to escape annihilation. Inanna blinked. "People can't just turn into birds. We don't have that kind of technology." Osiris offered a faint smile. "It could be symbolic, Nin, a cultural metaphor for transcending the apocalypse. Or possibly it's a literal invention, misunderstood over centuries of oral legend." Quietly impressed by his insight, Inanna nodded. "Either way, it was long ago and they're long gone," Isis cut in. "What matters now is our own safety and the mission at hand." She turned to Enkidu. "Come with me. I have questions." There were no doors to block the building's entrance, so some of the party hung tent cloth over the opening to preserve warmth. Nightfall was nearly complete, and the winds outside had built into an unrelenting howl. Within the structure's great hall, fires crackled in makeshift rings, bringing an almost festive glow to the ancient ruin. It was the busiest, most alive Dilmun had likely been in centuries. In a smaller chamber, away from the bustle, Inanna, Isis, and Horus sat across from Enkidu. Isis produced a mixture of herbs and syrups from a satchel, combining them in a single vessel. "Drink this, Enkidu," she instructed. "It'll taste foul, but Nin needs certainty about you. That's the only way forward." Enkidu's wary eyes shifted around the room. He complied, taking the cup without resistance. "Inanna," Isis said, handing another cup to her, "you'll drink too. Horus and I will remain with you both, to guide the process." "How long will it last?" Inanna asked, eyeing the murky concoction. "For us, 4 hours or so," Isis answered. "Under its spell, you'll experience it as if much more time has passed. It will help you see the truth." Enkidu raised the cup to his lips first, grimacing at the flavour. After a moment's pause, Inanna followed suit, deciding to trust in Isis and Horus. A subtle warmth spread through her stomach, soon radiating into her limbs. She felt the building fade away, replaced by the soft flicker of a single torch and the hum of her own thoughts. Isis's voice echoed from a distance. "You'll speak your truth now, Enkidu. Tell us how you came to be here and what your intentions are." Inanna, close your eyes and open your senses to Enkidu's spirit. The lotus in this brew will align you to his frequency, letting you feel the honesty behind his words. Inanna obeyed, sinking into a half-conscious state. The fire's embers glowed like portals to another realm, and Enkidu's voice began. "My name is Enkidu. In my world, that means Lord of the Wild. My mother was Neanderthal. My father was human. My homeland is a place of mingled races, humans, Neanderthals, and others in between. We live simply, relying on local trade and basic artistries. My father fell in love with my mother's craftwork. She was a gifted jeweller who bartered her creations. Though we had little, we were happy." When I was about 8, my father sheltered a human traveller separated from his group. The snowstorms had cut him off, so he stayed with us that winter. He carried a few books from your southern world, volumes of language and philosophy. He taught me to read and speak common, told me wondrous tales of your lands. It opened my eyes to life beyond the ice. As Inanna listened, she felt Enkidu's sincerity. She glimpsed flashes of memory, firelight dancing on cave walls, the travellers' worn parchment maps, the silence of freezing nights. Enkidu continued, his voice taking on a strained tone. One day, a band of Neanderthals arrived, outsiders unfamiliar to our region. They disliked seeing humans among us. My mother tried to reason with them, but they demanded we join their cause under a leader named Jark, who aimed to unite all Neanderthals under one banner. My parents wouldn't comply. They planned to flee south. But that very night, the strangers attacked. They killed my father, mother, and sister in cold blood. I was a boy, helplessly hidden in the trees, watching as my life burned away before my eyes. Their leader was Vargan, the Neanderthal you witnessed before. Massive beast of a creature, bearing 3 scars across his face, claw marks from a saber-tooth or bear. I've never forgotten him. This was before he had tamed his pet. The chamber's silence was total. Inanna felt a sorrow so deep it resonated in her bones. At last, Enkidu exhaled. I survived alone. I considered crossing Pannonia. I had neither the supplies nor courage to face it. So, I remained north, drifting from place to place, until recently when the Neanderthals caught me and chained me, intending to march me to Gornaya Shoria as a slave. Isis broke the silence. Well, ironically, you're heading to Gornaya Shoria anyway. Enkidu let out a rueful laugh. I know. I've joined you to end their threat, to make sure others won't suffer what I suffered. I've seen what they are capable of, and I want to do what I can to stop them. Inanna, eyes still closed, felt his words reverberate through her. Something about his resolve mirrored her own need to face her sister. Slowly she opened her eyes, meeting Enkidu's. I'm sorry, she said gently. She placed a hand atop his. I believe you, and I trust you. A flash of relief crossed his features. Thank you, Nin. One day, if fate is cruel, I'll stand face to face with the monster who stole my family. Until then, I'll help you any way I can. We're with you, Inanna affirmed softly. We have the same destination, the same purpose, to stop this conflict before more lives are lost. Isis and Horus watched, quietly satisfied that their concoction had done its work, revealing Enkidu's story in raw, unfiltered truth. Overhead, the Arctic winds roared, but here, in the heart of an ancient ruin, a tenuous bond forged between a displaced half-Neanderthal and a Nin determined to save her people.
Chapter 16. Waters of Eternity. Amid the gentle lapping of waves against the gathered fleet, the funerary procession glided toward open waters. At its centre, Wave Cutter, its sails in regal hues of red, black and white, bore the casket of King Posidion. Surrounding vessels formed an escort, their decks occupied by solemn-faced Atlanteans, clad in ceremonial dress. A heady blend of salt air and oceanic flora lingered, remnants of the purification rites. Ares stood beside Kalian and Atheros on the deck of Wave Cutter, his gaze fixed upon the late king's body. Grief pressed heavily upon Posidion's sons. Kalian wore a bandage over his injured eye, while Atheros' stoic facade scarcely hid his inner turmoil. Though Ares had not shared a personal bond with the king, guilt gnawed at him for failing to protect him. Across the ship, priests and priestesses sang the song of the tides. Their voices rose in a haunting melody, intended to guide Posidion's spirit through the sea of souls to the celestial ocean, the Atlantean afterlife. The hymn's soft echoes, mingled with the hush of the sea breeze, each note an elegy, each word a testament to the fallen ruler. When they reached the Temple of Waves, a partially submerged marvel of shells and coral, the ships arranged themselves in a wide circle. From the shore, citizens cast their offerings into the ocean, polished shells, shining gemstones, and cherished mementos treasured by Poseidon's people. Each tiny splash held immense meaning, an offering to appease the sea deity who governed the underworld and secure safe passage for the king's soul. In the depths, priests lowered the mother-of-pearl casket into the royal tomb beneath the waves. Bioluminescent algae lit the undersea necropolis. Its serene beauty was a fitting tribute to a ruler who had devoted his life to the ocean. Surrounded by ancestral lineage that stretched back millennia, Poseidon's casket would remain until time, and the sea reclaimed it. Back on wave cutter, Ares, Kalian, and Atheros recited the final lines of the Song of Tides as the king's body was interred. From the depths where sunlight fades to the crest of rolling waves, heed the ocean's last refrain till we sail with him again. Ares left the vessel with the funerary party. Once they were back ashore, Wavecutter was set aflame. Its fiery sails lit the twilight sky with gold and crimson. Ares watched as the burning vessel drifted, a glowing beacon against the darkening horizon. It was a symbolic gesture, transforming the ship from the king's last transport into a guiding light for his soul's journey. Past Atlantean monarch believed to dwell in the celestial ocean would welcome him as a guardian of the sea's balance. As the flames dimmed, the ceremony concluded with the legacy ritual. Kalian and Atheros stepped forward, receiving sacred urns containing the king's water, a centuries-old practice. The fluid, painstakingly extracted from Poseidon's body, would be consumed by the rightful inheritors of the Atlantean throne. Kalion's gaze burned with fierce resolve, while Atheros' eyes reflected a calm, steady determination. Ares, observing from the crowd, had never witnessed such a custom in all his travels, but it made sense. Once they drank, the kingdom was theirs. Together, the brothers drank. Cool on the tongue, the fluid carried a trace of salt and the faint essence of the ocean's depths. More than mere ritual, it was a profound rite of passage, absorbing their father's wisdom, courage, and the divine link that bound Atlantis to the sea, and uniting them in their shared rule. A rush of emotion coursed through Ares as he watched. Far below, the coral gardens around the king's tomb would flourish over time, living monuments to Poseidon's legacy and the cycles of renewal the Atlanteans held so dear. They had once received him from the ocean, now the ocean embraced him again. As the assembled mourners slowly dispersed, faces marked by sorrow and a spark of renewed faith, Kalian and Atheros remained by the water's edge. Their silhouettes were outlined by the fading light. Each lost in private reflection, they stood on the threshold of a future yet unwritten. Ares approached. His steps were barely audible above the gentle murmur of the waves. "The sea takes and gives in equal measure," he said quietly. "Poseidon's spirit will guide you both." Kalian turned. Determination flickered in his unbandaged eye. "We'll honour our father's memory, together." Atheros inclined his head, resting a hand on Ares' shoulder. "And we'll need your counsel. The tides are changing, and Atlantis must be ready." Darkness settled over the waters. A subdued glow emanated from the submerged tomb below. For a fleeting moment, the three stood united, bound by loss and the unsettling promise of upheaval on the horizon. Later, in a secluded terrace of the royal palace, the lingering glow of phosphorescent corals lit the night. Ares, Kalian, and Atheros sat in reflective silence, gazing out at the dark ocean, whose surface mirrored countless stars. The sorrow of Poseidon's passing weighed upon them, interwoven with anxieties of the future. Kalian finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with a quiet, unresolved hurt. "Do you think father made it to the celestial ocean?" He looked up, his single good eye catching the glimmer of distant constellations that arced across the sky. Atheros leaned against the marble balustrade, arms folded. "I don't," he said flatly. "Father was kind but weak. He gave up on that voyage long before we were even born." Caelion tensed, anger flashing in his expression. "That's a harsh verdict, even from you. He led us for decades." Atheros shook his head. "He led us into stagnation, refusing to see the signs. The ether waning, distant lands in turmoil, prophecies of the Golden Age's end. He clung to the comfort of the old ways, instead of pressing forward." Shifting in his seat, Ares yearned to step in, but sensed it was not his place. He remained silent, ready to advise if asked, yet respectful of the bond between the grieving brothers. Atheros continued, lifting his gaze to the heavens. "Peace means little if it breeds complacency. Father ignored reality." "Perhaps he believed in our resilience," Caelion said. His voice softened. Atheros finally turned, his eyes reflecting resolve and a hint of sadness. "But if he lacked the will to face hard truths, where does that leave us? We can't make the same mistakes." Again silence descended, punctuated only by the soft sound of surf meeting shore. Each man was left to contemplate his own fears, hopes, and responsibilities. It was an uneasy vigil in the wake of a kingdom that had just lost its king. "Father hated the ocean," Caelion remarked suddenly. Atheros gave a short, involuntary laugh. "He did." The brothers exchanged knowing looks, and Ares found himself sharing in the ironic humour. The king of the seas, harbouring distaste for the very element that shaped his kingdom. Atheros turned to Ares. "Will you stay in Atlantis a while longer? We could use your insight, especially with the relic still here." Ares finished his drink, setting the cup aside. "I can't stay. You both saw what those assassins were willing to do for the artifact. They know it's here, and as long as it remains in Atlantis, your kingdom isn't safe." Atheros exhaled, clearly expecting this. "I was afraid you'd say that," Caelion interjected. "So where will you go? Atlantis has the finest natural philosophers. How can you unravel the artifact's secrets without our help?" "Whoever those assassins were," Ares said thoughtfully, "they're extremely well trained. I fear they know the artifact is here, and will not stop until they have retrieved it." Atheros frowned. "Why would they want your artifact?" Ares shook his head. "I wish I knew, but until I understand what the relic does and where it came from, I can't risk leaving it in Egypt or here." Atheros' gaze fell. The realization that his longtime friend would depart just as he and Caelion assumed co-rule weighed on him. "Where then?" "The southern lands," Ares replied. "The elders there say they survived the last great cataclysm. If any place holds knowledge about this device, or about the end of the previous Golden Age, it could be there." Atheros' concern was evident. "That's half a world away." "All the better," Ares said. "Far from those who'd kill for this artifact, I believe it may contain answers, maybe even a way to avert our own era's downfall. You saw what happened to your father. I can't stand idle while the same threat looms." Atheros' shoulders sagged slightly in acceptance. "We'll miss you, Ares, though we know a Brotherhood member rarely stays put. I'll have a ship outfitted for your voyage." Ares gave a grateful nod. "Thank you. I hope to return with the knowledge we need." They lifted their glasses in unison, the soft chime echoing under the starlight. Yet despite the gesture of camaraderie, Ares felt a pang of guilt. He was leaving Atheros and Caelion to navigate their fragile partnership, just when their kingdom needed steadfast unity. He knew his departure was necessary. The artifact's mystery demanded it, and any longer stay endangered them all. Once their drinks were drained, Ares found his gaze drifting over the moonlit ocean. The sea stretched infinitely, a journey he was bound to embark upon soon. "To new horizons, then," Caelion said quietly. His usually rigid features were gentler now. "To new horizons," Ares echoed. Atheros placed a hand on Ares' shoulder. May the tides carry you safely, my friend. And may they favour your reign, Ares replied. For a moment they lingered in companionable silence, weighted by shared memories and an uncharted future. As night settled over Atlantis, Ares discovered he could not rest in his palace quarters. Anxious thoughts crowded his mind, not least the knowledge that the surviving assassin, the fierce-eyed woman, remained at large. He recalled the vicious intensity of their clash, and knew she might return for the relic. Every distant creak, every gust that fluttered the drapes, set his nerves on edge. He sat in a modest armchair in one corner of his lamplit room. His sword remained unsheathed on his lap. The artifact lay safely at his side, its inscriptions faintly catching the glow. His belongings were packed, prepared for immediate departure to the southern lands. There was no telling when, or if, the assassin might strike again. Thus he waited, his senses remained sharp, his eyes focused on the shadows. Sleep was a luxury he dared not indulge in. This relic, and perhaps the fate of Atlantis, was in his hands. Ares swore he would defend it at any cost. At last, dawn's first light crept through the tall windows, tracing long beams across the polished marble floor. Ares observed the golden haze spill over the city's spires. The canals gleamed like ribbons of molten metal, lending Atlantis a momentary aura of peace. His heart twisted at the notion of leaving his homeland behind. A soft creak at the door pulled him from his musings. He stood, sword at the ready, shifting behind the wooden panel to intercept any would-be intruder. The events of recent days, Poseidon's murder, the assassins, had honed his vigilance to a razor's edge. The door eased open, revealing Viracocha. The elder froze, his eyes widened slightly at Ares' defensive posture. "Apologies," he murmured with a trace of amusement. "I trust I'm not intruding." Relief washed over Ares, and he lowered his blade. "No," he said, sounding weary. "Since Poseidon's death, I've been cautious." Viracocha let his gaze wander to the artifact, safely stowed with Ares' packed items. Its surface shimmered in the morning light, etching shifting patterns on the wall. "Knowledge changes us," the scholar observed, "usually for the better, but the pursuit can be perilous." Ares nodded, sheathing his sword. "I never thought I'd be so protective of any single object. After what I've witnessed, what people are willing to do for it, I can't let it fall into the wrong hands." A knowing glint appeared in Viracocha's eyes. "It's a refrain many a traveller has uttered before you," he teased gently. "Your ship is ready, if you're resolved to depart." Ares' grip on the artifact tightened. "I am. I'd prefer to leave at once." "Then allow me to escort you," Viracocha said. "Atheros is waiting at the docks." Ares gathered his belongings, carefully securing the relic. Without another word, the two set off through the palace's labyrinthine corridors. Their majestic pearl-inlaid walls a stark counterpoint to the tension that lingered after the king's assassination. Tapestries billowed in the morning breeze, each depicting a moment from Atlantean lore, reminders of a kingdom that once felt unassailable. Outside, golden sunlight bathed the city in warmth, the canals glistening underfoot. Merchants were beginning their day, calling out greetings and hawking wares, oblivious to Ares' mission and the relic's significance. At the harbour, Atheros awaited them, dressed simply, bearing the sombre grace of a newly crowned monarch. Behind him, an elegant Atlantean ship was moored, its sleek hull inset with silver filigree, sails woven from mother-of-pearl threads, shimmering in the early light. "This is Caesarpent," Atheros announced, gesturing toward the vessel. "Its crew numbers 20 of our finest sailors. They'll see you safely to the southern lands. Captain Theron knows the southern lands exceptionally well. He has spent nearly 20 years traversing those lands and seas." Ares took in the craft's refined lines. "Thank you," he said quietly. "I'm sorry I must leave so soon. I hope you and Kalion succeed where your father didn't." Atheros' lips formed a faint smile. "We understand your reasons, Ares. May fortune favour your journey. May the southern lands yield answers. Stepping forward, Viracocha clasped Ares' Colquisor's shoulder. The tides shift and shift again, my friend. May yours lead you to the truths we all need. Ares reciprocated the gesture, gratitude present in his eyes. Then, without further delay, he crossed the gangplank. Caesopent's crew swiftly loosed ropes, adjusted sails, and readied for departure. Standing at the stern, Ares cast a final look at his beloved city, a tapestry of canals, spires, and ancient wonder. His heart clenched with a pang of regret. Ares, good to see you again, a stern voice called from behind him. Ares turned to find Captain Theron, the very same captain who had once ferried him to Amazonia, now standing at the helm. Anchors rose, sails caught the wind, and the vessel slipped gently from its moorings. Curious dock workers and early risers paused to watch, yet none suspected the fate-laden significance of Ares' voyage. He remained on deck as Atlantis receded behind them, its grand silhouette merged with the horizon until it was gone. A new vista stretched ahead, miles of open sea shimmering under a brightening sky. Somewhere across these waters lay the southern lands, realm of secrets, perhaps the only key to staving off a looming cataclysm. Grasping the relic, Ares felt his resolve deepen. If it offered a way to save Atlantis, and maybe the entire world, he would not rest until its secrets were laid bare. As sunlight intensified, Caesopent forged steadily onward. Her sails billowed in the wind, carrying Ares toward destiny on uncharted tides.
Chapter 17. The Seventh Ring. Inanna's foot slipped off the trunk of a massive fallen pine bridging the creek below, a drop some 30 meters. Osiris lunged just in time, catching her arm before she tumbled into the ravine. "Watch your footing, Nin," he warned, pulling her to stable ground. "Everything in this land wants you to fail." With a secure grip, he steadied her on the trunk until she found herself stable. The remaining party of 30 travellers had trudged through the ice for what felt like an eternity. They cautiously made their way across the precarious pine, one at a time, before pressing onward. Thick forest had sheltered them for weeks, but now the trees began to thin, giving way to rolling fields and scattered scrub dusted by snow and frost. Day by day, Horus drilled Inanna in combat. Though slow to master the basics at first, she'd made remarkable progress. Nearby, Enkidu studied a map that Palios unfurled. Both men were pointing and murmuring. Spotting them, Inanna pushed closer. "We left the ruins of Dilmun weeks ago," Enkidu explained. "We've crossed these ancient forests since. Hard to gauge our exact location, but we're skirting the edge of dense woodland now. Gornya Shuria should lie 2 days farther north. It's new territory even for me." From his satchel, Palios retrieved a small circular instrument resembling a compass. "Let me check our coordinates." Enkidu eyed it curiously. "A device for navigation?" "Yes," Palios said, carefully adjusting the dial. "It measures distances from major epicenters, like the Amazonian pyramids, Giza, and China. Each site houses refined obsidian aligned with the Earth's axis. This instrument tells me within meters how far I stand from each location." Enkidu's awe was apparent. Incredible how humankind can accomplish so much through cooperation. Palios nodded. "When we work together, any obstacle is conquerable. That's why crossing the ice is so critical. Our harmony is under threat, and we must protect it." He recorded 3 sets of numbers from the device, transferring them to the map. "We're here," he concluded, tapping a spot. Enkidu peered closer. "I fear the terrain ahead may be more treacherous than the forest. Neanderthal territory." As if on cue, a thunderous roar echoed through the ravine. Muffled by drifting snow, faint, human-like cries mingled with bestial calls somewhere in the distance. "What was that?" Inanna asked, instinctively tightening her grip on her sword. Mammoths, Enkidu answered grimly. A flurry of answering roars followed, unsettling in their urgency. They're in distress, Enkidu added. We should leave. Whatever's happening, it's dangerous. Inanna looked at Isis, who stood alert. Go with Horus. See what's out there. Silently, Isis and Horus ascended a snowy slope, drifting from sight. Osiris approached Inanna. We should heed Enkidu Nin. If Neanderthals are involved, better to avoid a fight until we reach Gornya Shoria. But Inanna's face was set. My family's sigil is the elephant. These mammoths are kin to elephants, and their cries tear at me. I won't continue hearing their pleas for help and do nothing. Their followers braced for possible conflict, positioning their weapons at the ready. Isis and Horus crept up the slope, while the rest stood poised below. Enkidu readied his bow, keeping his posture tense. From the slope's crest, Isis and Horus scanned the valley. The wails of mammoths grew sharper, and in the distance, they saw a herd thundering across the snow, pursued by Neanderthals giving barbaric shouts. Horus and Isis pressed low, hoping to remain unseen. Below, Pelios watched them through a scope. Inanna hovered at his shoulder. What do you see? He lowered the lens. Isis is signalling. Osiris took over, interpreting the quick hand gestures. They're heading this way. Who? The mammoths or the Neanderthals? Pelios pressed. She only says, they're coming. Enkidu's brow knitted. We need to hide. But Inanna was resolute. Spread out, prepare to ambush the Neanderthals once they show. Strike on Osiris's order. Her retinue swiftly took positions behind trees and boulders. Pelios crouched by a jagged rock, while Inanna kept low beside him. Nearby, Horus and Isis melted into the undergrowth. Soon, the stomping and guttural cries drew close. At last, a mammoth lunged over the snowy rise, trumpeting in terror. Inanna's eyes widened. She'd never seen such a creature. The ground tremored under its colossal weight, shaking snow from nearby pines. One after another, the mammoths charged over the slope, racing past Horus and Isis. Pelios counted hastily. Roughly 30, he murmured to Inanna and Osiris. Inanna peered over the rock in awe. The final mammoth cleared the ridge, and the snow-shrouded ground stilled, until a group of Neanderthals appeared in relentless pursuit, shouting war cries in a language unknown to the travellers. Another 5 flanked the herd from the left, then another cluster from the right, working to box in the panicked animals. Raising compound bows, the Neanderthals fired volley after volley of arrows, each tip bloomed into bright flares of fire and phosphorus high in the air. The mammoths skidded to a halt, bellowing and trampling one another in fear and confusion. Isolated animals were swiftly entangled in nets. The hunters shouted commands. One mammoth managed to fight back, smashing a Neanderthal underfoot in its desperation, but it, too, was soon caught. Inanna's chest tightened at the sight. Signal our troops, she told Pelios. They're too preoccupied to notice us. Let's move. Pelios and Osiris unsheathed their blades, relaying Inanna's instructions in hushed tones. The soldiers advanced silently, flanking the unsuspecting Neanderthals, focused on subduing mammoths. Osiris led the charge. Pelios impaled the first Neanderthal he reached, plunging a sword through their torso. At his side, Inanna drew her blade, cutting into an unsuspecting hunter. Witnessing its fellow hunters fall, a third Neanderthal was swiftly slain by Osiris's sword. The remaining 2 of that cluster released their hold on the mammoth's tether and drew arms. Before they could mount a defence, Inanna's soldiers were upon them, cutting them down with brutal efficiency. One of the Neanderthals cried out a desperate, warning wail to the rest of his clan, only to be silenced a heartbeat later. Not far away, The other Neanderthals heard the dying cry and broke off, subduing their captured mammoths. Roaring in anger, they turned to confront the ambush. Enraged and disorganized, they rushed across the snowy field with their weapons raised. Inanna's troops charged to meet them. Swords and spears glinted beneath the grey sky. The Neanderthals attempted to reform, trying to push forward in a single surge. In the initial confusion, several of the unbound mammoths scattered, seizing the chance to flee. Others, partially trapped, bellowed in panic. Spotting a group of hunters restraining a tethered mammoth, Inanna turned to Osiris. "Help me free it! This way!" Osiris nodded and led 3 soldiers aside to follow her. Palios, meanwhile, commanded the remaining fighters in the main clash, pressing the Neanderthals with relentless momentum. From the rear, Isis and Horus crept closer. Their footsteps were muffled by thick snow. Skillfully using the agitated mammoths as moving cover, they skirted the perimeter of the skirmish. Together, they struck from behind, cutting down the Neanderthals facing their comrades before being detected. At the heart of the fray, Inanna wove through the snowy field. She and Osiris, with their handful of soldiers, engaged the small knot of hunters, determined on holding down a terrified mammoth. One of her men fell beneath a Neanderthal's axe, his blood spattering across Inanna's cheek. In fury, she hacked into the killer, only to be knocked back by another foe. He raised a heavy club overhead, preparing to crush her. Scrambling, Inanna dodged the blow, instead it slammed into the bound mammoth's flank. The Neanderthal swung again, narrowly grazing Inanna's armour. She dove into the snow, her senses screamed for help, but every ally was tangled in their own life or death struggle. With a roar, the Neanderthal lifted his club for a final strike. Before it could fall, a passing mammoth thundered by, trampling him into the snow with a sickening crunch. Inanna felt the ground quake beneath her as the massive beast continued on. The mammoth halted soon after, turning toward its bound companion. As Inanna regained her feet, she approached carefully, mindful not to startle the massive creature. Drawing her dagger, she slashed at the ropes pinning the second mammoth. One by one, the binds snapped. At last, the mammoth burst free, roaring its relief. The unbound mammoth and its now liberated companion shared a brief, mournful glance at the chaos around them, then charged back into the fray, desperate to aid any of their remaining family members still trapped. Across the field, Palios led the bulk of Inanna's forces, driving the Neanderthal hunters to an open area. Amid the fierce fighting, Enkidu advanced beside Palios, bow in hand. A hulking Neanderthal rushed them, shouting in the harsh tongue of the north. The words were unintelligible to most, but Enkidu caught the meaning. Accusations of betrayal, a promise of torment. Before the brute could reach him, a soldier's sword ended the threat. Though spared, Enkidu bore a fresh weight of sorrow, reminded again of how he stood between 2 worlds. The battle reached its crescendo as more mammoths, free or newly released, stampeded the final Neanderthals. Their massive trunks whipped out, flinging hunters aside. Their colossal bodies crushed those who stood rigidly against them. Inanna watched in awe, seeing these creatures defend their own with wild strength, unwitting allies in this fight. She caught a fleeting thought of her grandmother's sigil, the elephant, and wondered if fate had led them here to uphold that bond. At last, the final Neanderthal fell, leaving a quietness to descend on the snowy plain. Inanna's soldiers exchanged exhausted glances, and the faint howls of the wind replaced the din of battle. Though no cheers arose, they were still deep in hostile territory, yet a collective exhalation of relief followed. Stepping among the injured and the dead, Inanna joined Palios, Isis, Horus, and Osiris in the centre of the field. Everywhere, bodies of Neanderthals and some of her own troops lay crumpled and blood-stained. Isis knelt by a wounded soldier, applying what salves she had to stem the bleeding. In the distance, a few men carefully cut nets from captive mammoths, allowing the surviving creatures to stand free. Peleus approached, nodding grimly. We lost 10 of our own. By our tally, we killed over 35 Neanderthals. Inanna's jaw tightened. We are down to 20, then. She paused, accepting the numbers with a heavy heart. A steep cost just to reach Gornya Shoria. It is, Peleus said gently. But everyone who joined you understood the risks. This is the price we pay for protecting the world we share. She surveyed her battered soldiers, some tending to the wounded, others solemnly gathering weapons from fallen comrades. A wave of guilt and renewed resolve swelled in her. Among the dead lay a few mammoths, their vast forms now still upon the bloodied snow, while the survivors huddled over their fallen kin. Faint, trumpeting sounds of grief carried on the wind. Mammoths were known to be among the most intelligent species to roam the earth, revering their dead in months-long rituals that correlated with lunar phases and hidden forms of communication. Inanna saw a glimpse of this now. A great mammoth bowed its head toward a wounded companion, gently resting its massive forehead against the others. Inanna felt her heart slow from its frantic pace, as if touched by some profound resonance. It was like watching a language unspoken yet deeply felt, a frequency of pure empathy passing between them. The wounded mammoth gave a final shuddering breath. Its companion lifted its trunk in lament, then let the dying creature rest. The silence of that moment settled heavily over Inanna. At length, she turned and trudged back to her comrades, stepping past fallen bodies, her own soldiers and Neanderthals alike. She offered words of thanks and consolation to the survivors, knowing the heartbreak on each face was genuine. In the aftermath, only 20 of them remained. Inanna, Peleus, Enkidu, the Egyptian Brotherhood members, Isis, Horus, and Osiris, and a dwindling cadre of loyal warriors. Those left were exhausted, rattled by the carnage, and newly aware of just how deadly the road ahead might be.
Chapter 18. The Meridian Canal. The sea serpent glided gracefully across the tranquil waters of the Mediterranean Sea, its sleek hull cleaved through pristine blue waves with practiced ease. All around, the Mediterranean bustled with life. Merchant vessels laden with exotic goods, fishermen returning to shore with their first catches of the day, and stately galleys bearing emissaries from distant realms. Amid this vibrant backdrop of maritime traffic, the sea serpent stood out like a polished gem, its elegant Atlantean design both beautiful and formidable. Ares had settled into his new routine on the gifted vessel, finding a semblance of solace in the sea's calming cadence. Days of uneventful sailing provided some measure of peace. The endless horizon afforded him a temporary sense of freedom. And yet, despite the picturesque surroundings, Ares had not truly slept since Poseidon's death. Constant worry over the artifact and the threats it invited kept him on edge. He snatched only brief moments of rest, insufficient to dispel the growing weariness etched into his very bones. The sea serpent itself was a marvel of Atlantean engineering, fusing tradition with innovation in its three-tiered wooden frame. Its hull was hewn from rare Atlantean timber, banded with shimmering orichalcum that glowed with a subtle blue tint. Intricate carvings of ocean waves and sea creatures lined its sides, each a nod to Atlantean myth and the ocean's uncharted depths. Propelled by natural energies, wind, solar, and water, the ship was a testament to Atlantean prowess. Towering masts carried radiant sails woven from luminescent fabric, capturing wind and sunlight with extraordinary efficiency. A row of hydrokinetic fins along the hull harnessed the ocean's currents, augmenting its speed. At the stern, solar sails fanned out like a graceful seabird, converting sunlight into kinetic power with an otherworldly glimmer. A hand-picked crew of 20 managed the ship's sailing and defence, each clad in deep red uniforms, trimmed in silver. They were trained in multiple disciplines, moving across the decks with coordinated ease. Leading them was Captain Theron, a seasoned navigator whose weathered tattoos told a story of countless voyages. His sharp gaze and calm authority earned the crew's unwavering respect. Helmsman Nereus possessed an uncanny gift for reading sea and sky, while First Mate Nora orchestrated daily tasks with a swift mind and dry wit. Marina, the ship's engineer, tended the etheric mechanisms that guided the sails and fins, her agile fingers constantly adjusting the valves and levers. The rest of the crew contributed their distinct talents and experiences, each dedicating themselves to the mission and respecting Ares, whose reputation as both scholar and warrior preceded him. As the sea serpent sped across the sea, Ares found respite on the upper deck, gazing into the distance. Sunlight painted the water in molten gold, scattered silhouettes of distant ships dotted the horizon. Yet despite the idyllic setting and gentle breeze, his thoughts remained burdened. The artifact was safely stowed in his quarters, but the memory of the assassin's searing eyes and her deadly skill haunted him still. "Lovely morning, isn't it?" Captain Theron's voice cut through his reverie. Ares turned to see the captain join him at the railing, the lines of age softened by a friendly smile. "It is," Ares agreed, studying the calm waves. "The sea is unusually still," Theron nodded. "She's favoured us so far. We can only hope our luck continues." Ares watched the crew executing their tasks with practiced efficiency. "Your people are exceptional, Captain. They're well prepared for whatever we may encounter." A faint chuckle rose from Theron's throat. Each was chosen for this particular voyage. They understand its significance, even if they don't know every detail. The two stood quietly for a moment, content in companionable silence. "You haven't had much rest, I take it," the captain observed gently. Ares gave a rueful nod. "Is it that noticeable?" "Only to one who knows the signs," Theron said. "The ocean can be a great healer, if you let it." "I hope so," Ares murmured, watching the endless horizon. "Too much rests on this." The captain laid a reassuring hand on the railing. "We'll soon reach the Meridian Canal. After that, the Indian Ocean, and finally, the southern lands. Until then, let the sea soothe you. Atheros trusted me to see this through, and I trust my crew implicitly." "Thank you," Ares replied earnestly. "I'll try." When Theron returned to his duties, Ares stayed behind, letting the sun's warmth and the steady sound of the waves help clear his mind. For a moment he almost believed he could find peace here, an interlude before the next trial emerged from the wide unknown. In the upper deck's private cabin, a gentle sea salt aroma filled the air. Ares eased himself onto the edge of an untouched bed. Exhaustion pressed down on him, both physically and mentally. Though he strained to remain alert, the artifact's burden and the ever-present memory of the assassin were constant companions, rendering true rest elusive. His gaze drifted upward to the cabin's intricately carved ceiling, depicting swirling currents and mythic sea creatures. The artwork's graceful detailing offered a surprising lull, his weariness momentarily soothed by the quiet artistry. Outside, waves continued their rhythmic patter on the hull, a lullaby of endless repetition. Slowly, Ares' eyelids grew heavy. Despite his resolve, he sank into a shallow doze. An abrupt clash of grinding metal tore him from sleep. His heart hammered. He leapt up, his mind flashing to the artifact. Was it safe? A single glance at the bedside table confirmed it was still there, unperturbed. Relief coursed through him, chased by self-reproach for letting his guard slip. The noise persisted outside, a metallic chorus of gears and pulleys. Ares peered through the nearby window. Imposing stone walls lined either side of the vessel, carved with ancient symbols and reliefs of gods long past. Great iron gates closed behind them, sealing the ship within a colossal lock. He recognized the site at once, the Meridian Canal. Though he'd traversed it countless times, the engineering wonder never failed to amaze him. A network of locks and channels, supported by etheric mechanisms, spanned the region, an essential artery of trade-bridging seas and cultures alike. Ares felt heartened by its security, realizing that any adversary would find it difficult to launch an attack here. Still chastising himself for accidentally dozing off, Ares dressed quickly, securing the artifact within a discreet satchel that never left his side. Stepping out into the brisk air, he saw the crew hard at work, their spirits buoyed by entering this grand canal. High walls rose around them, etched with fading glyphs that told stories of distant ages, while sunlight filtered down to illuminate the ship's deck. Though his body still felt the drag of sleepless nights, Ares felt a renewed sense of purpose. The Meridian Canal was a gateway, a safe passage on the way to the southern lands, where he hoped to unearth the artifact's true origins and with it, a means to prevent the cataclysm he feared might follow. Captain Theron approached. His gaze reflected the same awe and respect for the canal's grandeur. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" he remarked. Ares nodded. "It never fails to amaze me, the synergy of engineering and artistry." Theron agreed with a quiet smile. "We'll be in the canal for some time yet. It's a good chance to rest." "If only rest would come," Ares replied wryly. As the sea serpent glided into the mouth of the Meridian Canal, the crew sprang into practiced formation. Sails were trimmed, ropes secured, and the hull carefully guided into a designated channel. Flanking the canal on either side, towering walls carved with ancient glyphs stood as silent sentinels, reminders of a once mighty civilization lost to the ages. Beyond those walls lay bustling port towns and vibrant marketplaces. Vendors called out their wares, exotic spices mingled with the brine of the sea. To the west, the architecture reflected Egyptian grandeur. Colossal stone temples were painted in vivid hues, dedicated to gods and pharaohs. On the eastern shore, Sumerian influence reigned. Towering ziggurats of sun-baked brick and ornate mosaics captured everyday life. The canal connected these disparate kingdoms. It was a living tapestry of commerce and culture, where languages overlapped and traditions interwove. Standing at the bow, Ares watched the myriad ships sailing southward, some agile and swift, others laden with cargo, their sails taut beneath a bright azure sky. Captain Theron joined him at the railing, gesturing to the contrasting landscapes. "It's fascinating," Theron observed. "From one bank to the other, it's as though you're looking at two distinct worlds." Ares nodded. Yet the canal acts as both boundary and bridge, cultures converging while still holding their differences. Harbours thrummed with energy, fishermen hauling in nets, children racing along the docks, priests performing rites to honour their pantheons. Conversations in Sumerian dialects blended with Egyptian chants, echoing the canal's role as a crucible of civilizations. "Look there," Theron pointed, indicating a group of Sumerian scribes pressing wedge-shaped marks into clay tablets. And to the west, Ares noted, watching Egyptian scribes carefully trace hieroglyphs onto scrolls of papyrus. Different methods, same pursuit, preserving knowledge. As the sea serpent proceeded deeper into the canal, the crew remained on high alert. Though well charted, these waterways posed risks: shoals, shifting sands, and the constant flux of ships. Helmsman Nereus steered expertly. Their eyes scanned for hazards. The sun began its descent. Lanterns along the piers shimmered to life in the twilight, offering a twinkling reflection upon the rippling surface. Music drifted across the water, lyres, flutes, and drums weaving an ambient evening melody. "Captain, the lock's just ahead," First Mate Nora called from midship. Theron nodded. "Good." Turning to Ares, he added, "We'll rest at Lockport overnight. It is a good chance to disembark, explore a bit." Ares lifted a hand in interruption. "Captain, we can't moor. Time is crucial. I'd prefer we sail on straight to the southern lands." A flicker of surprise crossed Theron's weathered face. It's our last chance to dock for at least a week, and the crew needs a break. Ares hesitated. He scanned the deck where the sailors laboured with no complaint. They had done everything asked of them, unfailingly loyal. Denying them even a brief respite felt unfair. He sighed and relented. "All right," he said. "Anchor offshore if you wish. Let anyone who wants go ashore. But I'll remain aboard with the artifact until we reach the southern lands." Theron inclined his head. "They'll appreciate your understanding. I'll inform them." "Remind them to stay alert," Ares added. "Port towns can be unpredictable at night." Theron grinned. "They'll take care, I promise." The ship approached the docking area near Lockport. The small town nestled against the Egyptian side of the canal, beside a towering gate, where the canal's engineering rose in full view. Lofty stone walls and colossal gates towered over the small village. The water levels between locks were powered by an ingenious mix of gravity and natural energies. Gradually, the sea serpent eased into a calm harbour. Its lights reflected a welcoming glow across the quiet surface. For all its economic might, the Meridian Canal was also a monument to humankind's desire for connection. As the crew finalised docking procedures for the night, Ares steeled himself for yet another wakeful vigil with the artifact. Beyond the harbour, Lockport glimmered with lanterns and the promise of good company. Laughter and music drifted across the still water, beckoning travellers to partake in its warmth. "Rest easy, Ares," Theron called as he descended to the skiff with the others. "We won't be long." "Safe ashore," Ares answered, leaning on the railing as the small boat pulled away. From his perch on the upper deck he saw most of the crew disembark. Their minds were fixed on a hot meal and a joyful evening. A few volunteers remained to guard the ship, fully aware of its precious cargo. Ares appreciated their presence, although he imagined they believed his refusal to go ashore was prompted by duty rather than gnawing anxiety. Moonlight shimmered on the canal's surface, reflecting a starlit sky above. The effect was mesmerizing, as if sea serpent was sailing through the cosmos itself. Yet even that beauty couldn't fully dispel Ares' unease. So long as he was in sight of a populous shore, the artifact's security felt perilous. With his hands braced on the railing, Ares let his mind wander. This canal was a feat of millennia, an enduring symbol of how humanity rose and fell, leaving artifacts of progress behind. He let the wind carry his reflections, aware that some other soul might well be out there, searching for the same relic he guarded so fiercely. "Beautiful night, isn't it?" A quiet voice broke Ares' reverie. Startled, he turned to find Selene, the ship's medic, stepping closer. Her dark hair was tied back, and starlight glinted in her eyes. "It is," he replied, "peaceful in its own way." Selene joined him at the railing. Her gaze roamed over the moonlit water. "You really should rest," she urged gently. "You haven't slept properly since we left Atlantis." Ares' eyes drifted to the horizon. He hoped the darkness might hide his worries. "I can't risk letting my guard down," he said flatly. She studied him thoughtfully. "The crew is loyal. We won't let anything happen to the ship or what it carries." He offered a faint, grateful smile. "Thank you, but some burdens can't be shared so easily." Selene didn't press the issue. "At least let me bring you something to eat. Elios made a stew before leaving. It should still be warm." At the mention of food, Ares realised he hadn't eaten since morning. "I'd appreciate that," he admitted, his stomach giving a muted growl of agreement. "I'll be back soon," she promised, as she retreated toward the galley. Alone again, Ares watched the distant glow of Lockport. Shadows flitted along the wharf, unsuspecting townsfolk winding down their evening, unaware of his silent vigil on the anchored sea serpent. He wondered whether one of those shadows might conceal the assassin, or some other agent pursuing the artifact. A hush enveloped the ship, broken only by the gentle creaking of timbers and the quiet slosh of water against the hull. Before long, Selene returned, offering him a steaming bowl of stew and a hunk of freshly baked bread. Eat, she urged with a small smile. It may not chase away all your worries, but a full stomach helps. Ares took the bowl gratefully. Thank you, he repeated, breathing in the comforting aroma. As he ate, the savoury flavours offered a sliver of reassurance, allowing him a fleeting sense of normalcy. Perhaps he was being overcautious, he thought. Perhaps the threat wasn't as pressing as he feared. But even as the crew trickled back from shore, with their voices and laughter floating across the water, Ares refused to let his vigilance waver. He knew too well how swiftly complacency could turn deadly. By the time the moon dipped low and stars glittered in the pre-dawn sky, Ares remained on duty, perched on the deck to safeguard the ship. When the final sailors had returned and quiet settled in, he retired to his quarters, resolute in his decision to guard the artifact through the remaining hours of night. Exhaustion tugged at him, pulling him toward an uneasy slumber. Despite his iron resolve, his body eventually surrendered. His head nodded forward, gradually slipping into a restless doze, lulled by the ship's gentle rocking. The faint lap of waves against the hull and the strained tranquility of a sleeping crew aided him as he drifted off. He dreamed of simpler times, free from assassins and arcane relics, yet tranquility vanished in a heartbeat. The soft, distinct sound of a door closing yanked him awake. His heart hammered as he bolted upright in the armchair. His eyes darted to the artifact on the bedside table. Relief washed over him upon seeing it untouched. Was the noise real, or a product of his tired imagination? Cautiously, Ares listened, his knuckles whitened around his sword's hilt. All he heard was the ship's normal creaks, the rhythmic tap of water against the hull. Reassuring himself it could be a returning crew member or a stray draft, he nonetheless decided to investigate. He rose and sharply edged toward the door, firmly grasping his sword as he paced forward. The corridor lay in dim lantern glow, flickering shadows danced along the walls. He caught the distant murmur of voices below, probably the last of the crew sharing a final meal after shore leave. He almost turned back, feeling foolish. Then a figure's shadow slipped around the far corner, vanishing in a blink. That area led to the cargo hold, where none should be loitering at this hour. Ares raised his blade and advanced, every nerve on alert. The hall seemed ominously silent, each step echoed on polished boards. Around the bend, he found the cargo hold door, cracked open. Faint darkness spilt from inside. He nudged it with his sword tip. The roomy interior was lined with crates, barrels, and supplies. Nothing stirred at first glance. "Who's there?" he called quietly, his voice steady but commanding. Silence. Tuning his ears, he caught a faint rustle, fabric brushing wood. "Show yourself," he demanded, stepping between rows of stacked cargo. A shape emerged from behind a towering crate. Elios, the ship's cook. Ares froze, sword still raised. "Master Ares!" Elios exclaimed, raising his hands in alarm. "It's just me!" Slowly Ares lowered the blade, but kept it unsheathed. "Elios, what are you doing down here?" The young man's brow glistened with sweat. I thought I heard something, like a rat. I was going to catch it, so it wouldn't spoil our stores." "At this hour?" Ares pressed. Suspicion gnawed at him. Paranoia had truly taken hold. Elios bobbed his head in a quick nod. "Couldn't sleep. Figured I'd check it out." Something felt off. "Did you see anyone else?" "No," Elios insisted. "Just shadows playing tricks on me." Ares eyed him a moment longer. "Fine. Return to your quarters, I'll handle it." Relief flashed on the cook's face. "Yes, sir," he whispered, slipping past Ares to the corridor. For a long moment, Ares stood there, unsettled. Then he continued searching. All seemed in order, crates locked, supplies intact. At the cargo hold's rear, he spotted a small vent grate pried loose. The screws were freshly tampered with, scuff marks indicating movement, in or out. His pulse spiked. If an intruder had boarded, they could be anywhere. Shutting the hold door behind him, Ares hurried onto the main deck, where he found Captain Theron and First Mate Nora discussing the next day's tasks. "Captain," Ares called, Urgency sharpened his tone. Theron frowned. Ares, something wrong? We might have a stowaway, Ares said bluntly. The cargo hold's vent was forced open, and Elios was skulking about, acting suspicious. Nora's eyes widened. Elios? He's been part of our crew for over a year. Ares shrugged. No matter, someone's tampered with the vent. We need to search the ship. Theron's face hardened. Nora, gather the crew, but discreetly. We don't want panic. As the call went out, Ares hastened back to his quarters to ensure the artifact was still safe. Once inside, he braced the door shut with a chair and double-checked the relic's concealment. Sleep was out of the question now. He would stand watch until dawn, sword at his side. Darkness weighed heavily on his eyelids. However, he forced himself to stay alert. He pressed his back against the wall in the flickering lamplight. The minutes ticked by, each a small eternity. Unnoticed by Ares, a shadow inched from beneath the bed, a figure entirely cloaked in black. It moved swiftly, with a predatory grace. Rising behind him, the assassin's eyes glowed with steely intent. Only the faint scrape of steel, leaving a scabbard, alerted Ares to danger. Instinct jolted him upright. He span to deflect a blade, aimed at his head. Their swords rang out in the cramped space. You, Ares snarled, recognizing the assassin's silhouette. The memory of their last encounter, burning ships, lethal swordplay, flashed through his mind. Help, he roared, praying someone on the other side of the barricaded door would hear him. The assassin's eyes sparked with fury. You killed my brother, she snarled, her voice dripping with venom. She darted forward again. Her blade flashed in the dim lantern light as she pressed the attack with unrelenting speed. Who are you? Ares demanded, as he retreated in the cramped space with each of her lethal strikes. She answered only with the clang of steel and a murderous glare. Beyond the barricaded door, muffled shouts and pounding fists rose in alarm. Ares, are you all right? Captain Theron's urgent voice echoed from the corridor. The wood groaned under the crew's attempts to break it down. Hold on! Ares yelled back, his every sense focused on the assassin. He heard the door rattling behind him, but he had no time to spare. The woman suddenly fainted high, then swept low. Ares narrowly evaded the slash. Her blade slit a swath through his tunic. He countered and landed a swift riposte that forced her to sidestep toward the shattered window. They circled in a dangerous dance, each limited by the tiny cabin's obstacles. The assassin kicked a chair at Ares, forcing him to parry it aside with his sword, a momentary distraction that allowed her to close the distance. Their blades locked, and their faces were mere inches apart. You should have died in Atlantis, she hissed. Ares gritted his teeth and met her glare. You're mistaken. I didn't kill your brother, the Atlantean guards did. It's all the same, she spat as she spun away and lashed out with a backhanded slash. Ares ducked, the sword whooshed through the air, only inches above him. A surge of resolve filled him. If we keep fighting like this, neither of us will walk away, he warned. Her eyes glinted. Only one of us needs to. In a swift motion, she hurled a small vial to the floor. It shattered and released a cloud of acrid smoke that stung Ares' eyes. He coughed as he staggered back, trying to wave the fumes away. Over the din of his own heartbeat, he heard the window's wooden frame splinter. When he finally cleared his vision, he saw her seizing the artifact from its hiding place. No! He roared as he lunged desperately. She only offered a triumphant smirk. The tide turns in my favour, she said. Then she leapt through the splintered window into the black water below. Without hesitating, Ares sheathed his sword and dove after her. The chill of the harbour enveloped him. Moonlight and early dawn rays filtered through the murky depths in pale beams. Above deck, the sounds of commotion escalated as the crew finally burst into the cabin, only to find it in ruin and both Ares and the assassin gone. Under the surface, Ares spotted the assassin's silhouette swimming away. The artifact was clutched against her chest. Kicking hard, he closed the gap. She noticed him. Her eyes widened beneath the water as he grabbed her cloak. She thrashed violently, dragging them both deeper. Bubbles trailed from their mouths as oxygen slipped away. Ares felt his lungs burn. The assassin slashed at him with a dagger, slicing a painful gash into his arm. He fought past the sting and seized her wrist, forcing the weapon free. The dagger plummeted into the dark below. They grappled. Each second under the water threatened to claim them both. Summoning his fading strength, Ares wrestled the artifact from her grasp and clutched it to his chest. Desperation gleamed in her eyes as she clawed at his face. Her movements slowed with each passing heartbeat. A war of conscience waged within Ares, but exhaustion and survival instincts held sway. With no other choice, he forced her farther below, holding her in the water. Her struggles weakened, air bubbles escaped her mouth as her energy ebbed. Finally she went still. Emerging at the surface, Ares gasped. The artifact was clutched beneath his tunic. The assassin's limp form bobbed beside him. "He's over there," someone cried from the ship, and a line splashed into the water. "Here," he managed, pulling her along. He felt a pang of remorse at her final, anguished words. Moments later, crew members hauled them both aboard. Ares collapsed onto the deck, coughing up brackish canal water. Selena knelt beside him at once, checking for injuries. A circle of concerned faces stared down. "Are you hurt?" Selena asked with a worried inflection. Ares winced, cradling his gashed arm. "I'll manage. Ensure the ship's secured." Captain Theron shouldered through the gathering. "What happened?" Ares rose on unsteady feet. Water streamed from his soaked tunic. The assassin from Atlantis. She must have been hiding on board. He glanced past the shocked crew to where the woman lay, lifeless and drenched. Silence fell. Some crew members exchanged uneasy glances. Others stared at her with pity or grim understanding. "Did she?" Theron began, eyeing the artifact pressed to Ares outside. "She tried, but it's safe." The exhaustion in Ares' voice was palpable. "She was certain I killed her brother. She wouldn't listen, claimed we were all the same." A hush deepened as someone pulled aside her dripping sleeve, revealing the serpent and staff tattoo, the Brotherhood of the Serpent's Mark. Gasps rippled through the crew. "Your order?" Theron asked quietly as he turned to Ares. The sight of an identical symbol on Ares' forearm was fresh in everyone's memory. Ares closed his eyes for a moment. He felt the weight of betrayal. "She was, yes, though I've never met her before. I don't know why the Brotherhood has turned on me, or on the artifact." He stared down at the woman. Water was still pooling around her. "We need to brace ourselves. This might not be the end." Murmurs of shock and fear spread among the sailors. Some cast furtive glances at Ares. He was unsure how to reconcile the idea that allies from his own brotherhood could be enemies. Captain Theron placed a hand on Ares' uninjured shoulder. "We'll do whatever we must to keep the ship and artifacts secure. Once we're through the canal and out to open sea, it'll be harder for any stragglers to catch us." Ares exhaled slowly. "Thank you, Captain." His voice was dull, overshadowed by the weariness of the night's events and the moral toll of what he'd done. Nora and a few others carried the assassin's body away, leaving watery footprints behind. Waves slapped softly against the sea serpent's hull, casting a gentle lullaby to the tension on deck. The scattered starlight above seemed strangely distant as Ares wrapped his coat around himself. The artifact felt heavier than ever, pressed against his side. The assassin's final breath and that brand on her arm haunted him with questions. Who else in the Brotherhood sought to kill him? How large a conspiracy lurked in the shadows? Steeling himself, Ares turned to face the remaining crew. "We post extra watch from now on. No one enters or leaves unaccounted for." Heads bowed in agreement. The night's ordeal had struck them all. This was the reality of carrying a treasure some would kill to possess. As dawn's first light crept over the canal's towering walls, Ares stood at the ship's railing. Exhaustion, laced with grim determination, kept him going. Far from the gentle rhythm of night, the day would bring new challenges and new dangers. For the moment, the artifact and the fragile hope it represented remained in his keeping.
Chapter 19. Gornia Shuria. The relentless season of snow and ice continued its attempt to sap the spirits of Inanna's group. In every direction, a mountainous expanse stretched as far as they could see. The towering pines sagged under the burden of fresh snowfall. Despite the unyielding cold, Inanna, Enkidu, and Osiris pressed on. Their camp lay some 5 kilometers behind them. Following Enkidu's lead, they traversed the difficult landscape in silence, heading toward a mammoth encampment on the outskirts of Gornya Sharia. "How many Neanderthals might we expect in this capital?" Inanna whispered to Enkidu. "I've heard tales of tens of thousands," Enkidu replied quietly, guiding them around dense underbrush. "But if Ja'ak truly has rallied all Neanderthals to these lands, that figure could rise into the hundreds of thousands." "Ja'ak," Inanna repeated. "What do you know of him?" Enkidu's tone took on a note of worry. "Only that he is powerful, and he despises humanity far more than humanity dislikes the ice." Inanna felt a pang of bitterness. Then he and my sister must get along well. She always loathed our world. Osiris, scouting alongside them, spoke in hushed tones. "What drives your sister to this? What purpose could it serve her?" Inanna hesitated, her own resentment colouring her words. "Because she's unhappy. She always was." Osiris and Enkidu didn't press further. They navigated the snowy terrain in watchful silence. Sensing the unanswered weight of Osiris's question, Inanna continued, speaking softly so her voice wouldn't carry. "When Ereshkigal, Gilgamesh and I were children, we once stole Peleos's keys to his workshop out of sheer curiosity." She paused briefly, recalling the distant memory. "We heard he'd acquired some instrument from the southern lands that could supposedly communicate with reptiles. We had grand plans to create a colony of exotic lizards in Gilgamesh's quarters. Foolish, I know, but we were just children." She took a breath before continuing. "While we searched Peleos's workshop, Ereshkigal found a shelf of locked elixirs. She managed to open it. Another key, I suppose. Inside were various potions he'd been studying. Most were labelled for common ailments, but one vial caught her eye. It was labelled Essence of Existence." Osiris and Enkidu listened intently. "We had no idea at the time that this was a potent, refined mix of Amazonian ayahuasca and Egypt's blue lotus, meant only for dying elders, to help them experience everything in space and time. Paleos was experimenting with it, but it was never suitable for an ordinary living soul, let alone a 6-year-old. She winced at the memory. Ereshkigal drank it. The next few days she suffered unending psychosis. When she recovered, she told us she'd experienced millennia beyond her years, a reality stretching so far she lost any sense of here and now." Osiris and Enkidu exchanged uneasy looks. "And afterward, did it fade?" Enkidu asked carefully. "If anything, it worsened," Inanna said. Her voice was laden with regret. "My sister lived eons in her mind. Returning here must have seemed trivial compared to the infinity she'd witnessed. She was never the same. As she aged, it only grew darker inside her." Osiris gave a sympathetic nod. "Truly, you lost a sister that day. I'm sorry, Nin." Inanna forced down the ache in her chest. She spent her life resenting the world she returned to. Now she stands with Neanderthals, bent on genocide against humankind. She must be stopped. Enkidu raised his flask, and the others paused to drink as well. After quenching his thirst, he motioned them onward, pointing to a nearby mountain peak. "We're here, just ahead." They climbed, remaining low to avoid drawing attention. Cresting the ridge, they looked down upon a wide gully. A fortified wooden wall enclosed perhaps 500 metres of land at the valley's base. Buildings and other structures sprawled inside. Smoke billowed from them. Torches lined the perimeter with open flame pits blazing here and there, and one large wooden gate, some 3 stories high, marked the entrance. Inanna raised a scope, Peleos's gift, and swept it around the compound. Osiris crouched beside her and waited patiently. "Well?" Osiris murmured. Inanna focused on a large pen at the back of the camp, her face clouded with dismay. "Mammoths. They're keeping an entire herd penned there." Osiris borrowed the scope. "There must be hundreds," he said, her voice trembled in dismay. "They use them for everything. Construction, transport, warfare," Enkidu added softly. Inanna lowered the scope, frustration heavy in her sigh. "Rescuing those few dozen earlier feels like a drop in the ocean compared to this." Enkidu nodded. "Dozens of sites like this encircle Gornia Sharia. Neanderthals harness these gentle creatures to their will. My fear is they'll use them if war breaks out with humanity." Inanna stared into the encampment. "How many Neanderthals do you think run this outpost?" "Likely a few dozen huntsmen to keep their animals fed and secured," Enkidu answered. "They've eliminated most predators around here, establishing themselves as the region's dominant species." Osiris glanced at Inanna. "Attacking this base won't help us slip into the city, Nin. If anything, it warns them we're here." A moment passed while Inanna weighed the options. "We've managed to keep our presence hidden so far. Maybe we can achieve 2 aims at once." "Oh?" Osiris prompted. Inanna pointed toward the massive mammoth pen. "If we can free them under cover of night, it would give the herd a chance to escape and create enough chaos to divert attention from the city gates, allowing us to sneak inside unchallenged." Osiris and Enkidu exchanged a look. The plan held risk, but it also offered tangible hope. Osiris exhaled. "We let the mammoths fight for their own freedom, and we seize our chance to enter the city unnoticed." "How close is Gornia Sharia from here?" Inanna asked, turning to Enkidu. He gestured toward the distant mountain range, glowing red in the late sunlight. Smoke curled upward into the clouds. "That's Gornia Sharia. We're on its outskirts." Inanna took one last look at the encampment. "Then we should return to camp and prepare." Quietly, they slipped back down the slope. Snow crunched beneath their boots as they moved away from the Neanderthals' stronghold, the knowledge that a daring plan lay before them, stealing their resolve. The wind sighed over the mountains, a cold reminder that the stakes had never been higher, and the road to Gornia Sharia would demand everything they had.
Chapter 20. The Southern Lands. The sea serpent sliced through the open ocean, its streamlined hull gliding smoothly across rolling waves. For 5 days the ship had made its southward journey, leaving behind the familiar waters of the Meridian Canal and the Mediterranean beyond. The crew carried out their tasks with well-practiced ease, spurred by the quiet excitement of an imminent arrival in a land few outsiders had seen. Standing on the quarterdeck, Ares savoured the tang of salt air and the rustle of sails filled by a steady wind. After all the turmoil of recent weeks, the assassin's ambush and the unsettling revelations that followed, he had felt a semblance of tranquility. Sleep had come more readily these past nights, lulled by the unhurried cadence of the open sea. He rose at dawn feeling oddly refreshed, as though some weight had lifted from his shoulders. The sun warmed his face as he approached the forward railing. Captain Theron joined him at the rail, his gaze turned to the horizon's merge of sky and sea. "By tomorrow's sunrise we'll sight land," he remarked, with a note of satisfaction. Ares turned, curiosity lit his eyes. "Tell me about the southern lands. I've read accounts, but paper never quite captures the reality of a place." Theron's expression took on a fondness born of distant travels. The southern lands, terra incognita to most of the world, are a cradle of ancient majesty. Vast forests, untouched by time, vibrant plains teeming with giant creatures, and a closeness to the Earth's pulse we in the north have all but forgotten. In some ways, it mirrors the ice. Ancient megafauna wander there, and the air hums with age. Ares rested his arms on the railing, imagining it. What do you suppose we'll encounter first? Towering cliffs of sandstone and limestone, their surfaces etched by eons, Theron said, half to himself. Rolling plains as lush as any you've heard of, full of animals both grand and strange. And beyond them lie peoples who hold deep reverence for their land. The knowledge we've lost might just be preserved by their stories. Silence settled over the deck as the sun descended, painting the sky in molten hues. The sea serpent carried on its sure course. Night revealed an endless canopy of stars. Below, the crew found camaraderie in shared tales and warm meals. Ares joined briefly, relishing their laughter. Then he retired to his quarters, drifting into a peaceful sleep, dreams free of the shadows that had long stalked him. That night, Ares slept far better than he had in a while. The boat gently rocked him to sleep. Suddenly a tap on his door stirred Ares from slumber. Blinking in the grey light, he heard First Mate Nora's voice beyond the wood. "We are approaching the southern lands." He pushed himself upright. Excitement flared. "Thank you, Nora. I'll be right up." He dressed quickly, instinctively ensuring the artifact remained safely concealed in his travel pack. Once on deck, a breathtaking sight greeted him. The coastline sprawled ahead, cliffs hewn by wind and water, carved into tall shapes of stone. Below them, waves crashed and churned, sending up clouds of sea spray. On one side, a sweeping basin opened, calm waters reflecting the dawn sky. Ares squinted at distant silhouettes of peculiar pyramid-like formations. Natural pyramids, the locals call them the Yuyangs, Theron clarified with a grin when he noticed Ares' gaze. "This place is ancient, Ares. Not everything is the work of civilization." "It's magnificent," Ares said softly. "I've never seen such rugged beauty." Drawing closer to shore, the ship threaded a path through small green-clad islets. Exotic birds with dazzling feathers soared overhead, their cries echoing across the crystalline water. The air felt lighter, holding a faint sweetness foreign to Ares' northern senses. "The people here don't often see ships from Atlantis," Theron noted. "We'll tread carefully, show respect. Then maybe they'll share their wisdom." Ares nodded. Determination ignited in his chest. The artifact weighed against him, a gentle reminder of his mission. If anyone has knowledge of what I seek, it's likely them. Soon the anchor dropped. The sea serpent rested in a natural harbour sheltered by tall ancient trees. Figures emerged from the tree line as native men and women watched from a distance. Their calm focus indicated neither fear nor immediate aggression, but a watchful curiosity. Preparations to go ashore began. For Ares, it was the culmination of a long voyage, a step into an unknown realm that might unravel the artifact's secrets, or chart a path to avert the calamities whispered in half-remembered prophecies. Standing at the bow, he embraced the fragrance of rich earth and sun-warmed leaves, letting it fill him with renewed purpose. He was ready for whatever the southern lands might reveal. By dawn's fresh light, the sea serpent docked. Ares and Captain Theron stood side by side and gazed at the rugged cliffs soaring above them. The briny wind carried new scents: eucalyptus, damp earth, and a profusion of greenery. A sense of awe settled among the sailors. Even the birdsong seemed richer here, an avian chorus heralding their arrival. "This place is said to defy time," Theron murmured. "They call it Kulin country. Something about it feels different, like the land has a life and voice all its own." Ares let his eyes roam across the towering rocks and inland forests. Theron pointed to the sprawling wilderness behind the rocky shore. Giant marsupials, diprotodons, or so I've heard. Enormous flightless birds too. All are relics of an earlier epoch, still thriving here. and the people who dwell among them, custodians of a legacy we scarcely comprehend. Ares felt anticipation flutter in his chest. "It's humbling to witness a land so untouched," he said. "Their bond with nature feels similar to Amazonia." As the ship drifted closer, a gathering of indigenous locals came into clearer view, painted designs on their skin, movements aligning seamlessly with their surroundings. They studied the approaching vessel with steady eyes. Theron spoke softly. "They're protective of their home, cautious toward outsiders. If we approach with sincerity, they may share their stories." Ares' thoughts shifted to the artifact, still hidden beneath his tunic. Perhaps in these ancient lands, he would find guidance, clues to its true purpose, and a way to avert impending disaster. The clang of metal and the thud of wood echoed as anchors were set. The crew, moving with an unspoken reverence, readied their longboats. Ares took a steadying breath before stepping into one. The air bristled with possibility, like a threshold between worlds. A new journey was beginning, guided by the call of Kulin Nation's enduring spirit. As they landed on the unspoiled shore, the morning sunlight tinted the world in soft gold. The forest shimmered beyond. It was alive with countless unknown wonders. Ares felt hope ignite like a fresh flame in his chest. Here, in this untouched land that time had nearly forgotten, he believed he might finally uncover the artifact's secrets and protect a future worth saving.
Chapter 21. Inferno. The sun hovered just above the horizon. Its final rays gilded the forest in a warm, fading glow before dipping behind the distant mountains. Soon, darkness would swallow the land, turning the frigid terrain into a landscape of shadows. As the light ebbed, the snow began to harden beneath the dropping temperature. Wildlife calls, softening until they were replaced by the hush of an oncoming night. Inanna, Osiris, and Enkidu had returned from their scouting mission and laid out a plan. Her remaining 20 soldiers were now rested, equipped, and ready for the critical operation. They would attack the mammoth encampment to set its captives free and, in the ensuing mayhem, slip unnoticed into Gornia Sharia. The atmosphere in the group was tense. No one spoke louder than necessary, and every face reflected the heavy stakes they faced. Isis caught up with Inanna as they trudged through the forest toward the ominous city. "If something goes wrong, and we can't protect you," she said in a subdued voice, "I want you to make your way to Eden." Inanna shot her a worried look. She read the fear in Isis's eyes. "Eden, isn't that an enclave for the Brotherhood? And would they accept a Nin?" "They'd normally turn away anyone outside the Brotherhood," Isis admitted, "but your position would likely earn you safe passage. If Gornia Sharia doesn't yield the answers we need to stop this cataclysm, then Eden may be our next hope." Inanna took in the gravity of Isis's words. "We'll do this together," she said firmly. "If Gornia Sharia fails us, we all head to Eden." Enkidu led them through the dense pine trees, guiding the path forward in silence. Immediately behind him came Horus and Isis, followed by the remainder of Inanna's forces, each one armed and intensely alert. Osiris took position at the rear. His presence was a shield against any lurking dangers. Stealth was essential. All members of the group were aware of their close proximity to hostile territory. Peleos approached Inanna and Enkidu, handing both of them a slim vial filled with a swirling blue liquid. "Take these," he urged quietly. Inanna recognized them as the same vials used to heal her Uncle Bao. "Those are the healing bacteria?" she asked. Peleos inclined his head. "Yes, the microorganisms we cultivate that accelerate healing. I've only 3 more left. I want you both to have one just in case." Unease flickered through Inanna. Isis's earlier words and Peleos's cautious gesture suggested her allies feared the worst. Still, her resolve stayed firm. She watched the sun sink behind the mountains, the temperature dropping with each passing moment. "Thank you," she murmured, slipping the vial into a secure pouch. Then, stepping up alongside Enkidu, she whispered, "I appreciate all you're risking. You're leading us to a place you've avoided your whole life." Enkidu offered a small wry smile. "I fear what will happen to the world if this threat isn't stopped. Better to risk everything here than watch it all crumble." "You give up so much for a world you've never seen." His smile remained, tinged with sadness. "I have hope. If not in this life, then maybe in the next. I'll see it." Finally, as twilight completed its descent, they arrived back at the mammoth encampment Inanna's scouting party had identified. Darkness shrouded the giant wooden walls, broken only by the faint torchlight flickering within. The plaintive calls of mammoths in distress carried across the snow, mingled with the sharp cracks of Neanderthal whips and shouted commands. Inanna turned to her troops. She kept her voice to a hushed directive. "Group 1, rally around Osiris," she commanded. 5 soldiers closed ranks beside Osiris. Their faces were taut with fear, yet brimmed with determination. "You'll stay here and commence the raid on the encampment." She gestured to the rest. "Group 2, move toward Gornya Shoria with Enkidu. Keep the walls at your back for cover." Enkidu took the lead and began guiding the main detachment along the compound's perimeter. Isis and Peleos joined them, their expressions set. Inanna shared a few quiet words with Osiris and the soldiers who would remain behind. "Good luck. We will succeed if we stand together." "We will give you 2 hours," Osiris confirmed. "Then the fires begin." Inanna nodded solemnly. She turned away and followed Horus into the darkness. Before she vanished into the forest, she glanced back at Osiris and his small band. The flutter of torchlight caught their resolve as they prepared for the onslaught. Once among the pines, Inanna fell in step with Enkidu. "Where will Ereshkigal be found? Rumour is there's a great palace." "She likely resides in Gornya Shoria's centre," Enkidu replied. "You'll see it near the main gates, but I haven't been inside." "Very well," Isis acknowledged as she scanned the dark woods for any sign of danger. Despite the recent hardships, months of frigid travel and repeated clashes, the final trek to Gornya Shoria was relatively straightforward. Within an hour, Enkidu led them through the last curtain of pine trees to the city's outer boundary. "There it is, Nin," he pointed. Inanna beheld Gornya Shoria for the first time in full. Giant stone blocks rose in layered walls, supplemented by imposing wooden fortifications. Flaring torches and scattered bonfires cast a glow that revealed the city's monolithic architecture. Cavernous streets, colossal structures, and at its core, a towering edifice loomed like a sentinel, visible even at night. The sight far exceeded her imagination. "It's larger than I'd ever pictured," Isis breathed, awed. Inanna studied the defences. "We wait for Osiris's signal. Once the encampment is in flames, the Neanderthals here will scramble to respond. Then we'll slip inside, heading for the city's heart." They took up positions on a wooded ridge above Gornya Shoria, hidden by the night. Stars blazed overhead, with the band of the Milky Way arched across the sky above. Inanna stared skyward in brief wonder, her mind drifting from the immediate threat to the cosmic majesty above. Sharply she regained focus, centering her thoughts on the mission at hand. Isis approached softly. "Osiris will launch the attack any minute now," she reminded Inanna. "Yes," Inanna sighed, clasping her hands. "This calm is fleeting." "Thank you," she told Isis, "for everything. You and your brethren have helped more than you know." Isis shook her head. "We serve humanity. It's our duty." Enkidu suddenly tensed. "Look, The signal! In the distance, a faint flame flared to life. It licked upward against the black horizon. The troops around Inanna gathered, their hearts pounded as they saw the glow slowly expand. How many were they to light? Horus asked in a low voice. 6, Peleos answered. They planned to strike the mammoth enclosure, then set fires at outposts near the city's perimeter, enough chaos to draw off the guards. One after another, the fires sprang into being. Through Peleos's scope, Inanna spied the first blaze engulfing the encampment's buildings. She glimpsed soldiers prying open the main gate, mammoths stampeding out into the wild. From their vantage, they could hear distant horns signalling the Neanderthals' call for reinforcements, a deep, resonant note that echoed across the valley. Wait for the rest, Peleos cautioned, his breath lined with suspense. A second flare blossomed, then a third, then a fourth. Each glowed bright against the frigid gloom. Inanna allowed herself a moment of relief. Osiris had done his part. Fire bloomed across the plains. Leaps of orange devoured the timber walls. Even the damp, snowy forest seemed vulnerable as flames crackled from tree to tree, fueled by deliberate kindling in strategic places. Now, Inanna commanded softly, her eyes fixed on Gornia Shoria's looming gate. It's time for us to move. Thousands of Neanderthal warriors poured out from Gornia Shoria's walls into the harrowing night, weapons glinting under flickering torches. Some rode atop mammoths, an imposing sight in the darkness, their great, shaggy silhouettes casting monstrous shadows against the trees. The stampede of feet and heavy trunks shook the ground. It was a fearsome reminder of the power the Neanderthals wielded when united. From their vantage point on a low ridge at the edge of the forest, Inanna's group watched in hushed shock. I had no idea their numbers were this vast, Peleos muttered, his voice betrayed a tremor of worry. No one did, Inanna replied grimly. If this is only a fraction of their army, humanity is in grave danger. We can't let them bring the fight to our lands. Which they'll surely do once they realize how strong they are in unison, Isis added. Enkidu's, his eyes narrowed with tension. He gestured at the wave of Neanderthals rushing out of the city's gates. Now is our best chance to slip inside. Most of their guards will be drawn away. Inanna turned to her followers, taking in the faces of the 15 soldiers who remained after months of arduous travel and perilous missions. She could see the adrenaline in their eyes, their readiness to risk everything. Let's move. Weapons ready. Maintain silence. We don't know how many stayed behind. At a signal, the group advanced toward the city's unguarded entrance. Horn blasts rolled across the landscape as Neanderthals deeper in the city echoed warnings of invasion. The night sky flickered with torchlight from the departing warriors, and mammoths bellowing in the distance. Still, the streets and walls directly around them looked strangely abandoned. Entering the city, Inanna glanced upward at the colossal stone architecture towering overhead, larger than any structure she'd known in Sumer. Heavy timbers and slabs of rock created narrow corridors, designed either to maintain heat or channel intruders into tight choke points. She found many corners of the city inscrutable, a layout born of Neanderthal custom and function unknown to her. The group encountered only 2 sentries in the warren of passageways. They dispatched each swiftly, a flash of steel and a muffled shout before silence returned. The pressed hours and the creeping tension left Inanna's mind racing. Her sister must be at the central tower, presumably the heart of Gornia Shoria's authority. Isis pushed at a door embedded into the towering walls. Inanna swiftly followed, moving into the space to ensure sufficient room for the soldiers behind her to enter. Horus, the last one through, closed the door carefully behind him. He eased it into its arch to ensure they would not be given away by an errant creak or slam. A startled cry came from a second room within, a young Neanderthal child. The boy froze in the doorway, fear contorting his features. Immediately his mother appeared, alarmed by her son's shout. She, too, released a sharp cry. Inanna braced herself, her heart sank. They had stumbled into the home of a Neanderthal who posed no threat, but who could raise an alarm. "No," Inanna whispered urgently. "It's all right. Please, stay quiet." But the Neanderthal woman didn't understand. Her panic grew, and she began to shout for help. Enkidu could understand her cries for help. He attempted to calm her down, speaking to her in Neanderthal tongue. Out in the street, Inanna heard the heavy stamp of boots drawing closer. Horus peeked through a slit in the door. "They're coming," he murmured, dread evident in his eyes. Enkidu's attempts failed, and the mother's cries escalated. She clutched her terrified child, shrieking in a language Inanna couldn't comprehend. The tension in the cramped home was explosive. Inanna tried again. "Please, be silent. We won't hurt you." But the calls only grew more desperate, echoing in the small space. Isis and Horus exchanged a look. One Inanna recognized at immediately. "Don't," she pleaded. "You can't." Too late, Isis moved behind the mother. Her blade flashed. The woman fell instantly, a choke of terror cut short. The child gasped. Horror was wide in his eyes. Horus's sword struck, ending the boy's life as well. Both dropped to the blood-spattered floor, limp and silent. "You didn't have to do that," Inanna choked, her voice twisted in disbelief and grief. She'd expected fierce battles, but not this senseless killing of innocents. Horus shot her a warning glare. "We can't risk the world for innocent lives. This mission matters more than any of us, or them, and they threatened it." The thunder of Neanderthal soldiers pounded outside the walls. The group fell still, holding their breath. Slivers of torchlight flickered under the crack of the door as a swarm of warriors stomped by. Minutes passed in harrowing tension. At last, the tumult receded. Inanna stared at the two bodies on the floor, her heart leaden. "Life is precious," she said hollowly. "We took more than we had any right to." Isis's voice was subdued. "I know, Nin. I'll carry the weight of this forever. I did it for the sake of our mission of humanity's survival." Inanna set her jaw and looked away. "I only pray it was worth it." Peleos peered through a gap in the doorframe. "They've gone," he said shakily. "We should move on. We can't stay here." Enkidu led them out, gingerly away from the bodies. Outside, the night felt colder, the darkness punctuated by scattered flames. In the distance where Osiris's group and freed mammoths raged, Neanderthals streamed away toward the fires, with their horns blaring. The fighters were determined to save their city's outskirts from destruction. After weaving through the city streets, the group finally reached the city's central hub, a vast open courtyard dominated by an immense tower. At the courtyard's perimeter, a ring of Neanderthal guards patrolled. Inside, the colossal building soared upward, a testament to the Neanderthals' architectural prowess. "How different they are at certain crafts compared to us," Isis breathed, eyeing the monolithic stones. "It's monumental." "It has to be hundreds of meters high," Peleos estimated as he blinked at its scale. "There," Enkidu pointed toward the main gates. "That will lead us inside." Isis spoke in a low tone to the soldiers. "We force our way in, barricade behind us, and find Ereshkigal along with their leader. If they won't yield, we end this now." Inanna drew her sword. "All of you, with me." She, Isis, and Horus sprang from the shadows into the moonlit courtyard. Neanderthal sentries fell swiftly to their blades, caught unaware by the sudden onslaught. Then came the alarmed roar of more guards at the far end of the square. A wave of Neanderthal fighters charged them, their axes and swords raised. Inanna's group formed a defensive line. Metal clashed in a chaotic tumult. Under the pale glow of the moon and the distant orange glare of the raging fires, soldiers on both sides lost their lives in brutal exchanges. Horus and Isis cleared a path, urging Inanna forward toward the tower's entrance. Shouts and dying cries reverberated. It was a chilling testament to the evening's violence. Inside the gates, more enemies waited. Isis hurled a dagger that found one guard's throat. Inanna's sword engaged another in a harrowing dance before she delivered a fatal strike. They pressed on as more of Inanna's soldiers burst in behind. Some fell to Neanderthal axes, their deaths punctuated by sharp screams. Still, enough forced their way inside the tower. "Lock the doors," Horus bellowed. Soldiers dropped bars across the iron gates, heaving them shut with a groan. Outside, Neanderthal warriors hammered at the door, enraged. Yet for the present, the group had barricaded themselves within. Panting, Inanna scanned the battered ranks around her. Pelios, wounded but alive. Enkidu, spattered with blood not his own. Isis and Horus, spent but unyielding. Only a handful of additional soldiers remained, many left behind or cut down in the assault. A swallow forced her voice steady. "We continue up. Ereshkigal and their leader will be at the tower's summit." Blood oozed from Palios's arm, but he managed bandage a tight nod. "I'll be fine. Let us finish this." "We must hurry," Isis urged. "They'll use another way in soon enough." They raced deeper into the tower, climbing a spiral of ancient stone stairs. Narrow embrasures gave a view of the city outside, where plumes of fire lit the sky and Neanderthals rushed about in a desperate attempt to contain the inferno. In the distance, Inanna spotted the drifting shapes of gliders, an insight into the advanced tactics of the Neanderthals, but she tore her gaze away, centering on the path ahead. The palace's corridors felt like a labyrinth of thick walls, echoing with distant roars. Each soldier moved with precision, their swords at the ready, uncertain of what awaited them. Inanna pressed onward. "They've mastered flight," Palios breathed, awed and dismayed in equal measure. He stood at a narrow embrasure, staring out at the swirling chaos beyond the palace walls. Silhouettes of gliders darted against the night sky, illuminated by the blazing fires spreading across the icy landscape. They're more innovative than we ever imagined. Close by, Inanna, Isis, and Enkidu crested the top of yet another winding stairwell. They emerged onto a long, torchlit corridor. A muffled clash of weapons and distant echoes of roaring flames filled the air. "Not at the top yet," Enkidu warned, scanning the hall. "Another staircase should be on the far side." The exhausted group came together in formation, knowing with each step they risked their lives. As they moved toward the next staircase, they were faced with further battle. More Neanderthals appeared at the end of the corridor. Despite the fatigue gnawing at them, Inanna's fighters rushed headlong into the fray, pushing themselves to match the fresh defenders blow for blow. The battered humans had learned from earlier battles. They avoided needless losses with more coordinated strikes and protecting one another's flanks. As Inanna collided with a Neanderthal, she was knocked to the ground. In the moment she landed, she heard the sharp crack of breaking glass. The healing vial Palios had given her lay shattered on the stone floor below. As far as she knew, Enkidu and Palios still had their vials. Only one of Inanna's soldiers fell this time, down while fending off a hulking guard. Grief and anger fueled those left, and they finished the last of their enemies with swift finality. "Stairs ahead!" Horus shouted. 2 of the remaining soldiers sprinted with him to check the passage at the corridor's far side. Inanna and the others followed quickly. A low rumble of voices and footfalls echoed from behind. The Neanderthals from the lower levels were in pursuit, climbing ever closer. Palios, breathing hard, peered up the next flight of steps. He noticed the structure was mostly wooden. "We can destroy them once we're up, at least slow the ones chasing us," he proposed. "That'll buy only a little time," Horus muttered. "They're determined. They'll find another route eventually." "We need that time," Inanna insisted. Her tone was firm despite her ragged breathing. The heavy stomps of Neanderthal feet grew louder. They were almost upon them. "Go!" Horus snapped, gripping his sword. "I'll hold them at the stairwell. Get moving!" "No, Horus, you can't!" Isis protested. He gave a fierce shake of his head. "I choose my end. Let me do this. It'll help Inanna and humanity far more than if I keep running." Inanna's heart clenched at the realization. She felt the urge to protest, but she recognized the grim resolve in Horus's eyes. "Then, thank you," she managed. "Go," he repeated. "Once you're on the next level, burn the stairs behind you. Don't hesitate." Isis hesitated. She was struck with shock. "Are you sure?" she whispered. Horus exhaled, meeting her gaze. "We killed innocents today. I must atone. If Anubis weighs my heart and finds me wanting, so be it. I'll try to make it right." Neanderthals burst into view at the hall's far end. Horus faced them. His sword was raised. "Go!" he barked. Isis choked back tears and spun away. She rushed up the steps after Inanna, Palios, and Enkidu. Each torch they passed, she hurled back onto the wooden treads, igniting them in a rapid blaze. Smoke curled upward, stinging their lungs as they fled. Below, Horus pitched a lantern of oil onto the staircase. Flames roared up in response. Neanderthals charged around him in the corridor, and he met them in a last stand of savage skill. Slash by slash, he cut through the first wave. More came, 10, 12. An entire mass surged closer. His body ached. Each swing felt more laboured. When the final onrush came, Horus gave a guttural yell and struck down 2 more before succumbing to a dozen blades. Darkness closed over him as he fell, battered beyond hope. The horde stomped and stabbed at his fallen form, ensuring he would not rise again. The flames on the staircase raged, forcing them to find another path and granting Horus's allies precious time. Inanna's group climbed the winding route, the wooden steps crackling into ash behind them. As they cleared the next landing, they found themselves on another broad level of the palace. Starlight shined through tall openings on both sides. Below, they could glimpse the city ablaze, walls consumed by unnatural fires, and the Neanderthals' attempts to control the spreading inferno faltering. A fresh troop of guards sprinted into the open hall. Anger drove Isis forward. The fury of Horus's sacrifice fueled her blade. Enkidu and Inanna joined the charge, while Pelios and the last 2 soldiers followed close behind. Weapons clashed in a brutal, chaotic flurry. The 2 battered soldiers in Inanna's party fell, each giving a final shout as they went down beneath Neanderthal axes. Panting, Isis slew the last guard with a vicious strike, leaving the corridor silent. Inanna stared out one of the open arches in weary horror. She could see the smoky glow of continuing battles across Gornia Shoria, briefly catching sight of monstrous shapes moving overhead. Gliders. "They're using them to scout," she rasped, pushing sweat-drenched hair from her face. "The city's on high alert now." Isis glowered at the glimpses of the aerial war machines. "No matter," she responded. "We're close to the top." Palios moved to the side, discovering a parked Neanderthal glider. With wide wooden wings wrapped in a leathery fabric, it possessed a central seat for the pilot, and a canister of oil strapped to the back. "So that's how they spread flames," he murmured, recalling Neanderthal, back-burning traditions. He hauled the contraption to a launch platform set against the hall's outer wall. Inanna realized what he meant to do. "Pelios, no!" she cried, her voice broke. "I need you! We've lost so many already." "This," he said quietly, will help you most. I can buy you more time just like Horus did." He glanced at her, a faint smile on his weary face. "Forgive me, Nin. You are strong enough to do this on your own." "You were a loyal advisor and a great friend," she managed, tears threatened to emerge. "Don't do this." Pelios was resolute. He settled into the cockpit. "Release the lever once I'm secured," he instructed Enkidu. Then, turning one last glance at Inanna, Isis, and Enkidu, he said simply, "Farewell." Enkidu's hand shook as he triggered the catapult. The glider shot outward in a gust of cold wind. Pelios clung to the controls as he was launched into the night. A swirl of frost-laced air enveloped him as he soared away, heading toward the raging outskirts of the city. Quickly, Isis and Enkidu retreated from the platform and returned to Inanna's side. Pelios angled the glider skillfully through the darkness, scanning for any sign of Neanderthals in the sky. He saw two shapes silhouetted against the fiery horizon, patrolling Gornia Sharia from above. They had not yet spotted him. Drawing a breath, Pelios reached behind. He cracked open a valve in the canister of thick oil. The liquid began to pour out, forming a trail. In a bold swoop, he passed over one of the largest burning spots near the city walls, letting the oily stream ignite. A flaming line followed him as he banked closer to Gornia Sharia, trailing a plume of fire overhead that set ablaze the wooden buildings and defences below. Screams echoed up to him as the unstoppable flame consumed everything it touched. His glider, appearing as a mere black dot from the ground below, was drawing the engulfing flames below wherever he flew. The fiery display also drew the attention of the two enemy gliders. They homed in, approaching swiftly. Pelios peered over his shoulder. He saw them move closer. Both had two riders, one piloting and one armed. Adjusting the glider's rudder, Pelios attempted to soar higher. The final drops of oil sputtered, leaving the canister empty. One of the pursuing crafts glided alongside. Its second passenger leapt at Pelios, grabbing onto the wing strut. The sudden lurch unbalanced the craft. Pelios tried to swat the intruder with his sword, but needed both hands to steer. The second glider flanked his right side, likewise preparing to board. Pelios hauled the glider upward again. He strained to regain control. Flames licked the city's rooftops below. The flickering glow revealed the second Neanderthal clawing toward him. With a grim resolve, Pelios realized this might be the end. He only hoped his final sacrifice had done enough to aid Inanna. He braced, fighting to keep the glider level while the savage figure inched closer, their blade glinting in the firelight. Pelios wrestled with the battered Neanderthal glider. The bitter wind sliced across his face. Below him, fires spread across the city in sweeping arcs, lighting up the sky with an ominous red glow. Two enemy gliders loomed on either side, closing in with grim purpose. Beads of sweat mingled with ash on Pelios's brow as he gripped the crude levers. His heart pounded with the knowledge that his every action might be his last, and that Inanna was counting on him to succeed. Another Neanderthal warrior hurled himself from the nearest glider onto Pelios's craft, nearly knocking him from the seat. The flimsy frame wobbled, the wind screamed in Pelios's ears. Now he faced two armed Neanderthals, one latched onto his left wing, another reaching from the right craft. Desperate, Pelios jerked the controls into a steep dive. The sudden plummet flung one attacker from the nose, sending him tumbling into the inferno below. A heartbeat later, Peleos yanked the glider back upward with all his strength, struggling to keep it aloft amid the scorching updrafts. For a brief moment, he believed he might still outrun them. A vicious blow clanged against the glider's left side, shattering part of the steering mechanism. The second pilot on his right angled closer, bridging the gap between the crafts with a determined, lethal grimace. Peleos ground his teeth. Sandwiched between two enemy gliders, he could barely control his own vessel, let alone fend off both adversaries. He summoned every ounce of skill he possessed, hacking wildly to sever a tether that bound his craft to the Neanderthals. He succeeded. One foe toppled away, screaming into the night. But the cost was dire. With the tether cut, the other enemy pilot slammed him from the opposite side, sending Peleos's glider spinning wildly. The wooden spar groaned, and the remaining steering rods cracked. Far below, flames danced across rooftops and illuminated Peleos in flickering embers. With his heart hammering, Peleos realized the glider was tilting uncontrollably toward the palace's towering stone wall. From a narrow slit high in Gornya Shoria's palace, Inanna, Isis, and Enkidu observed Peleos's struggle. They saw the shimmer of gliders locked in a deadly dance and the tortured silhouette of Peleos's craft swerving hard. "He's trying to come back," Inanna cried. A slither of hope clung to her voice. Isis spotted two more gliders pushing Peleos into a corner. "He can't steer," she hissed, fear stirring in her eyes. Enkidu stood rigid. "They've pinned him. He's going to crash." Their hearts seized at the sight. The glider veered, pinned on each flank. In one final, dreadful moment, Peleos's craft slammed into the palace wall, the impact punctuated by the sickening crunch of timber. Debris rained down the stone face, vanishing into the smoke-laden courtyard below. No tremor shook the tower, no quake to register the sacrifice that had taken place. Only the crushing knowledge that Peleos had spent his life to buy them precious time. Isis closed her eyes, her breath hitched. "He's gone." Inanna felt her chest constrict. Her cherished advisor was lost. One more friend fallen in this desperate mission. She swallowed her grief. "We can't stop," she murmured. "Not now." They tore themselves away from the window and pressed on up the final lengths of the spiralling stairs. Smoke choked the corridors, and every footstep echoed against the stone, haunted by the memory of Horus's final stand below, and now Peleos's sacrifice in the skies. Driven by purpose and heartbreak, they ascended. At last, they broke onto a small landing carved from the highest portion of the tower. The roar of the inferno outside felt remote yet ever present. Its flickers cast unearthly shadows on the walls. A thick wooden door barred their way, faint slivers of golden light peeking from beneath the frame. Enkidu raised a hand. "This is it, the top floor." Inanna gripped her sword. Tension soared within her, mixing dread with fierce determination. "Ereshkigal must be in there," she said, forcing calm into her words. "Ready, Nin?" Isis asked as she placed her palm on the iron latch. "No one can truly be ready," Inanna whispered, her throat constricting with grief and rage. "But we have to finish what we started." Enkidu braced himself, giving a short nod. On a silent count, 3, 2, 1. They shoved the door open and burst through. Their hearts pounded, each breath ragged from all the losses they had endured. Past the threshold lay the final confrontation, where the memory of Peleos, Horus, and so many others would guide every strike, every choice. Within, the chamber awaited in hushed menace. The flickering embers of distant flames danced on the walls. For Inanna, Isis, and Enkidu, there could be no turning back.
Chapter 22. Redland. Ares, Theron, and Nora were the only three to disembark from the ship. They chose to leave the rest of the crew aboard out of respect for the Southern Land's decision to remain a separate entity, largely independent from the rest of the globalized world. Ares knew a little about these parts. Their inhabitants had lived here for over 50,000 years, long enough to witness Earth's drastic changes. They were met at the docks by a small group of fishermen. The shoreline was dotted with occasional storage huts, along with fishing equipment and shelters. "Atlantis, we haven't seen your kind in quite some time," one of the men remarked with calm curiosity. "With all due respect, our visit is significant," Captain Theron replied. "Might it be possible for us to meet with your elders?" "What's it regarding?" the fisherman asked. Ares withdrew the artifact. He thought it would be simpler to show rather than attempt to explain its strange and ancient nature. "It concerns a device at least 20,000 years old," he said. The fishermen exchanged puzzled but intrigued looks, certainly not expecting to hear such news when they set out that morning. "There's no use for that here," he responded. The three shared a look. Ares returned the artifact to its secure satchel. "I can take you to the elders, or whichever ones happen to be at Gumbuya, but I can't say how long you'll be waiting," the fisherman offered. "Gumbuya?" Ares echoed quietly to Theron. "It means meeting point," Theron explained under his breath. Ares gave a nod of understanding. Shouldering his catch and spear, the fisherman said, "Come, I'm heading there now. Follow me." He spoke briefly to his peers in their local dialect, bidding them farewell, and led Ares, Theron, and Nora into the brush ahead. "Is Jara still around here?" Theron asked. "Many men are named Jara," the fisherman said, smiling faintly. "He helped me years ago," Theron recalled. "Our ship was stranded. Jara and his people helped us push it back to sea." "You visited these lands often, then?" the fisherman asked. Theron nodded. "I have, mostly the northern shores. My last trip was an expedition sailing down from Sunderland." "Sunderland? I've never been, but I hear it's magnificent. Rivers and tropical jungles in abundance." Theron smiled. "Indeed, it is a unique landscape. The ice has been melting slowly for some time up north. That is causing sea levels to slowly rise. We are experiencing climate refugees migrating down through Sunderland to the northern part of our lands more frequently. It's a whole other world up there." Ares acknowledged the fisherman's statement. He was unaware of the rising sea levels. The fisherman continued. "Our elders predict that in the distant future, this entire valley we stand in now will be underwater. It will reshape the landscape entirely. It will become an inlet. And as the sea levels rise further, eventually, it will be a full body of water." They continued to walk through the trail. Ares marvelled at the unfamiliar plants and animal calls that filled the air. Tall red gum trees lined their path. Their bark was a brilliant crimson hue, unique flora of the southern lands. Looking up, Ares spotted a koala dozing peacefully in the branches, and he couldn't help but release a small grin. The fisherman continued, "It's difficult balancing land and resources when more keep arriving. And what can you do? You can't turn away people who are desperate to survive." Ares listened, aware he knew little about the southern land's complexities. Time slipped by as they trekked across flat grasslands under the watchful eyes of distant mountains. At a river bend, he glimpsed an immense, stork-like bird pecking at the shallows. "Mi hirung," the fisherman explained. "They can stand nearly 3 meters tall." After hours of walking, signs of a settlement came into view, paths with people carrying supplies or guiding children. The drift of cooking smoke from simple huts made of timber and earth. Ares was struck by the tranquil harmony. People were living intimately alongside nature, with minimal possessions, yet they seemed as joyful and content as any he'd witnessed. Theron addressed Ares and Nora. "In my experience, the less one has, the richer life can feel." Ahead, the vibrating sounds of wooden instruments, didgeridoos among them, filled the air. They passed through a large wooden archway, embellished in red and white symbols. As they walked beneath it, Ares observed painted figures peering down from above. Beyond stood Gumbuya, a vibrant meeting ground where smokers cured fresh meats. Music drifted from gathering spaces, and people bustled about in easy cheer. Ares, Theron, and Nora followed behind their guide, drawing mild stares but no evident hostility. Ares realized he should have studied more about these lands before coming. He recalled how the outside world viewed the southern lands, ancient, respected, and fiercely protective of their autonomy. This culture had been shaped for over 60,000 years and risen and fallen, their endurance perhaps attributable to their cherishing of the land instead of the accumulation of wealth. The result, as Ares beheld, was a thriving society free from needless strife, a stirring testament to human resilience and natural balance. "We're here," the fisherman said, as they halted in front of a sheltered circle. In front of them, a group of elders sat in calm repose. Theron gave the fisherman a slight bow. "Thank you. We appreciate your guidance." Nora nodded. "Yes, thank you." They approached the elders, who wore a poised air that spoke of age-earned wisdom. "Travellers," one elder intoned with calm warmth, "rarely do Atlanteans visit these shores." Theron exchanged a look with Ares and Nora, then stepped forward. "I am Theron. I've sailed these waters before." "Theron!" Another elder's eyes lit with faint recognition. "I recall that name. You're the seafarer." Theron smiled. "A captain now." The elder's voice carried interest and hospitality. "What brings you to the south this time, Captain?" Theron gestured to Ares. "This is Ares. He is the reason we are here." Ares nodded respectfully. "I carry something we can't explain, found in Amazonia, studied in Atlantis, yet its purpose still evades us." He produced the artifact, letting it catch the sun. "We've nowhere else to turn." The elders leaned forward curiously. One reached out, and Ares, after a breath of hesitation, placed it gently in his hands. The elder examined it closely before passing it to another. Ares felt his pulse quicken, hope mingled with anxiety. After some deliberation and silent exchange of looks, the artifact was handed back. "And do you know its purpose?" Nora asked softly. The elder gave a measured sigh. "We can guess. Let us see what reveals itself." The elder manipulated the device with gentility and skill. The device clicked open. An intricate mesh of wires and faintly humming crystals made a quiet, pulsing sound. Theron stared, startled. "You know how to open it? We thought we had exhausted all options, but now I see the limits to Atlantean knowledge. Our nation is indebted." The elder smiled gently. "Technology, always trickier than it seems. There's a reason we parted from such things millennia ago." After another moment of study, he carefully closed the artifact and returned it to Ares. "Anything more you can tell us? We're trying to prevent, disaster," Ares ventured. "We believe this artifact might hold a key." The elder's eyes clouded with concern. "This device is dangerous. It carries the possibility of destruction, so much so that permitting it into careless hands would be unthinkable." Ares stepped forward, voice strained with sincerity. "We don't mean to weaponize it. We want to save our world, your lands as well. The Golden Age is slipping away. Catastrophe threatens us all." A pensive silence followed. The elder's gaze shifted to the sky. There is a tragic irony when people say they want to save the world by harnessing power. Often that power destroys as much, if not more, than it safeguards. Ares' throat tightened. "We can't let cosmic forces or warlike foes end our era without resistance. Already the seas rise, and we hear of a refugee crisis in your lands. Please, whatever you know, we beg you to share it." For a moment no one spoke. Then, with a quiet breath, the elder looked back at Ares and said gently, "Come with us to our meeting place. We'll see how best we can guide you." The elders exchanged a knowing glance. "Golden ages come and go," one of them said, "and we've lived through 3 ourselves. We've found that the less you have, the easier those transitions can be. Look around. No golden temples here, no marble palaces. What we do have is simple. It keeps us grounded, keeps us connected. We love this land, and we live upon it in the way we believe is best. Even if the world ends, we'll remain. We always have. A brief pause settled around them. The elder's gaze shifted back to Ares. We understand you've come a long way. We cannot hand over knowledge of a device we consider a weapon to anyone who reaches our shores. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ares' face. He glanced at Theron and Nora, whose expressions reflected the same frustration. "How can I earn your trust?" he asked, steadying himself for their reply. The elders conferred silently, then one of them spoke. "In 3 days, 5 boys from our community embark on their walkabout. If you wish to gain our trust and that of our ancestors, you will join them." Ares furrowed his brow in confusion. "What is walkabout?" "It's a journey every young man must take," the elder explained. "Before one can truly be called a man, he must be judged by the land and our ancestors. Walkabout is your chance to show the universe who you really are." Ares felt a pang of worry, knowing almost nothing of these lands, or their hidden perils. He sensed Theron and Nora tense beside him, dreading the risk, yet the alternative of returning to Eden or Atlantis empty-handed felt unthinkable. He lifted his gaze. His voice was calm but resolute. "I accept. I will go on walkabout." The elder gave a small nod. "Very well. We'll see you at the ceremony in 3 days. Bring nothing but yourself." Ares stepped back toward Nora and Theron, bracing for their reaction. "Ares," Theron began. His voice was tight. "Walkabout is dangerous. You don't understand this land, or how to survive here." "Everything out there will test you," Nora added. "You won't know which berries are safe, which water sources are clean, or even what direction you should take. This is too big a risk." With a solemn nod, Ares exhaled. "I know, but the world's fate might rest on this. I am seeking answers. If this is the challenge I must face, then I must accept it, even if it costs my life." Nora sighed and glanced at Theron. "We have a few days to prepare. Let's study the land and talk to whoever might be willing to help."
Chapter 23. Ereshkigal. The heavy doors at the top of the palace burst open, allowing Inanna, Isis, and Enkidu to spill onto the highest floor. Unlike the stark, icy expanses of the levels below, this chamber brimmed with intricate mosaics, carefully arranged pottery, and plants sprouting from ornate vases. Inanna hesitated, puzzling over the contrast. It resembled a lavish villa in the warm summer isles, rather than the austere heights of Gornya Shoria. She and her companions traded uncertain glances. Their faces betrayed their apprehension to face what lay ahead. From the central aisle, Neanderthal voices rose in a clamour. Exhausted from the countless battles, yet forced to prepare for another, the 3 braced themselves for the incoming onslaught. Their grips tightened on their weapons. 6 Neanderthal guards rushed forward, brandishing axes and spears. Beyond them, Inanna discerns 2 silhouettes at the far end of the hall. One figure, a towering Neanderthal, draped in a distinctive headpiece, and beside him, a smaller figure cloaked in shadow. "Inanna, Enkidu," Isis warned, her voice edged with urgency. "Stay close to me. If we split up, they'll overwhelm us." Despite their weariness, Inanna and Enkidu squared their shoulders. They held their weapons ready. As the half-dozen warriors charged, Inanna briefly cast her eyes toward Enkidu and Isis at her side. She read the same exhaustion in their eyes, but sensed their resolve. Isis stepped out to meet the first guard's blow, deftly sliding her sword beneath his raised battle-axe. A heavy shove sent him reeling, then she quickly pivoted to drive her blade into the second attacker's chest. While she battled with fluid mastery, Inanna braced as another Neanderthal furiously swung. She parried each punishing strike, yet retreated step by step. Enkidu managed to down one of the warriors, but a second launched a vicious kick, sending him sprawling across the tiled floor. Dazed, he looked up to see Inanna fending off a relentless soldier, while another hulking Neanderthal loomed above him. In guttural Neanderthal tongue, the brute snarled, "Traitor!" before slashing Enkidu's leg. He rolled aside, feeling a push of air as the Neanderthal's foot crashed into the floor beside him. Having escaped this lethal blow, Enkidu took a breath, failing to move from beneath a second Neanderthal's stomp. Shaken, Inanna glanced Enkidu's way. She turned back and found herself forced to defend against an especially aggressive foe. Each attempted cut clung against her sword. Observing his pattern, she waited for an opening. Finally, as he raised his weapon overhead, she ducked low and thrusts her blade upward into his chest plate. With a groan, he clung to life long enough to swing wildly once more, slicing her arm. The impact sent them both crashing to the polished floor. She tried to regain her footing, but was promptly slammed down by another well-placed kick. From her vantage, she noticed Isis was also thrown hard to the ground. Not far away, Enkidu writhed under repeated blows. Inanna's vision darkened at the edges. Exhaustion, pain, and dread combined in a crushing wave. At last, she surrendered to the blackness. A voice drifted into her half-conscious mind. It was gentle, yet unsettling. "Sister, wake up." The words, simultaneously familiar and foreign, compelled Inanna to open her eyes. She started upright, only to find her limbs restrained. Her surroundings slowly came into focus. A luxurious chamber. Numbness gripped her body. Her gaze remained hazy. A lone chair sits in the room's centre, and a figure draped in dark fabric rose from it. For a heartbeat, Inanna saw a horned, devilish shape moving toward her. As her sight stabilized, she realized it is the silhouette of a cloak with pointed edges. Ereshkigal stepped forward. "Hello, little sister. You have aged." A trace of wry amusement coloured her voice. "Ereshkigal," Inanna murmured, her throat tight, forced to confront the sister she once loved. Memories of their childhood swirled, tinged now with grief and betrayal. Still bound in chains, Inanna could only watch as Ereshkigal glided closer, a predatory smile etched across her features. "I'm sorry for the circumstances of our reunion," she said, though there's no remorse in her tone. "Family should gather under kinder conditions." "It's been so long," Inanna stated. Her voice was steadier than she felt. Ereshkigal offered a thin smile. "I heard rumours you became Nin. Why not dispatch an army instead of coming personally? Or has your world's leadership so deteriorated that even that was beyond your power?" Inanna bristled. It was unnerving to witness her sister, whose face still bears resemblance to her own, like a twisted reflection into a vision of cruelty. "I came to end this madness. You turned against your own people, joined forces with these creatures. You tossed aside everything we were raised to uphold." Ereshkigal's expression turned cold. "Betrayed? You presume to call me a traitor? It was humanity who betrayed the Neanderthals, forcing them to reside in savage lands. Once upon a time we coexisted, until arrogance drove them to take the world for their own." "They're our kind too," Inanna spat, refusing to validate her sister's division of human versus Neanderthal. A pensive shadow crossed Ereshkigal's face. "They're survivors, not beasts. Forced out, they grew strong through hardship. Their rage, yes, their brutality, mirrors the cruelty they endured. Complicated organisms have existed on this planet for 500 million years. Few of the creatures that existed back then are still alive today. For nature to truly be balanced, creatures rise and fall, and with that, flicker out of existence. Us humans have used the earth far too long. We have reaped its natural balance. And yes, although we may be in a balanced age now, what is to say that in 5-10,000 years we will have the same respect for the world as we do now? It is time to let a new era dawn. The earth deserves that. Inanna's brow knitted, rage and bafflement in equal measure. Why take up arms against us now? Why lead them into war? Her sister sighed as she glanced out a narrow window, surveying the bleak whiteness beyond. Time is running out, Inanna. Our world dies piece by piece. An asteroid, an ancient omen of cataclysm, is set to strike these lands. Floods, fire, an end to this golden age. The Neanderthals, with their sensitivity to the earth, predicted it. Their only hope is fleeing south into your domain. Inanna blinked, not expecting such an answer. You claim they're invading us to survive. Ereshkigal regarded her sister levelly. They have little choice. A war for existence can't be neat or polite, sister. You stood in their way, so they must break the barrier. And here we are. Ereshkigal turned back to Inanna. Her dark eyes gleamed with conviction. They don't crave conquest. They fight to survive, exactly as we all do. But humanity would rather let them perish than extend a helping hand. That's why I stand with the Neanderthals. The world needs reminding that it belongs to every living soul on it, not only those in power. Inanna wavered. She grappled with the weight of this revelation. And you believe unleashing this horde on the south, on all the innocent people in our cities, solves anything? It's the only way they'll open their eyes, Ereshkigal replied coldly. Because if the Neanderthals vanish, then so does any chance we have of surviving the apocalypse. This asteroid, Inanna, will not pick and choose who lives. It will hit with floods, infernos, devastation. Their skywatchers study the heavens year-round. They see how each day brings us closer to impact. Inanna's voice trembled with desperation. You cannot conclude the world must burn. There could be another path, something we can do together. Ereshkigal cut her off. Bitterness crept into her tone. You think we have time for your ideals, sister? The hour's nearly spent. The Neanderthals march south not out of hatred, but because they're cornered by fate. And I refuse to watch them die for a planet that's about to end. A grim realization struck Inanna. If they know this is coming, if they have the mathematics and knowledge to see the asteroids, why move now? What do they see that's so dire? Ereshkigal's stare felt like a blade. They foresee the meteor showers growing by the day, each impact ravaging the ice. With every collision, the ice melts, spawning floods and fires that will swallow entire continents. 90% of life stands to be eradicated. The Neanderthals, these so-called monsters, aren't trying to dominate. They're trying to flee the heart of destruction. Inanna stiffened. She pressed her point. But we're all in danger. My people spoke of a golden age ending soon, but I never dreamt it would be an asteroid. If you help them charge south, you'll kill countless innocents. Sighing, Ereshkigal sunk back onto a cushioned seat, her cloak pulled around her. Recall the day I drank Paleos? Essence of existence? I was a curious child who slipped out of reality for what felt like eons. I saw everything, time, space, infinite cycles stacked upon themselves. Inanna's heart clenched at the memory. That day I lost my sister. You did, Ereshkigal agreed quietly. And so did I. After that, all of me changed. It killed the girl I was. For me, millennia seemed to pass. In your world, a few days. I witnessed humanity's greed and arrogance, how we exile others to the fringes, then feign surprise when they strike back. We once shared this world with the Neanderthals, but forced them into the ice. I've watched these cycles of rise and fall like pages in a book. Now, if they don't reach the south before the asteroids come, they'll vanish forever. And the humanity that survives will stagger on, soaked in blood, forging a new civilization built on corruption and cruelty. A heavy silence descended. Though Inanna could not fully imagine what Ereshkigal witnessed in that impossible span, she sensed the twisted kernel of logic that roots her sister's betrayal. So, you align with them now? You'd see the downfall of our own people, our cities, to further this plan. Ereshkigal gestured dismissively. I told you, I've seen where this ends. Humanity's era is finished. The Neanderthals, driven close to extinction, deserve their chance to live. They're not the foe you think. They're survivors of an age we forcibly left behind. If they don't flee the North's doom, they'll die, taking the spirit of this world with them. Inanna's eyes brimmed with worry. Then you'd let them destroy everything. A faint, humorless smile crept across Ereshkigal's face. I trust in inevitability. I beheld the future, sister. You can either surrender to it and help shape a less brutal finale, or refuse and be buried by forces far beyond our control. She cut Inanna off before she could speak. I can't protect you, even if I wanted to, Ereshkigal said. I'm merely Jaak's counselor. He's the one who's gathered the Neanderthals and Denisovans across the ice, uniting them to fight under a single banner. My only role is to advise, not overrule. So, you truly plan to let them kill me? Inanna's voice trembled. Here, we're more civilized than you'd expect, Ereshkigal remarked coolly. You'll stand trial before the elders. Jaak will sit among them. If they rule against you, you may well face execution. Inanna lashed back. You'd let your own sister die? A flicker of ice crossed Ereshkigal's features. She stood, letting her cloak slide across the mosaic floor. I'm not afraid of death, nor concerned that you lose your life. Death isn't our end. Long ago, we were sisters, but time has severed that bond. You and your soldiers attacked Gornya Shoria, leaving carnage in your wake. That demands punishment. Then, with a decisive pivot, Ereshkigal swept to the door. 2 Neanderthal sentries stepped aside, allowing her to pass without hindrance. With a brisk gesture, they shut the door behind her. The echo slammed through Inanna's heart like a final condemnation. Powerless in her chains, Inanna was left alone, grappling with the immensity of what Ereshkigal has revealed, and the grim fate looming before them all.
Chapter 24. Walkabout. 3 days had passed since Ares accepted the elder's request to undertake a walkabout. Over that time he devoted nearly every moment to learning about the local terrain and heeding advice from a nearby mob. Having learnt about walkabout and what it entailed, Ares now knew he would be sent into the Kulin Plains with nothing. No tools, no supplies, just himself. Surviving for 2 weeks would secure the elder's respect. Failing would be fatal. On the morning of his departure, Ares, Nora and Theron arrived again at Gumbuya. This time, the path from their anchored ship felt marginally more familiar. The group carried a heavy resolve. Once at Gumbuya, they found the community in a livelier state than before. More people, more celebrations, and a current of anticipation wove through the gathering. Locals greeted the trio warmly, seeing Ares' imminent challenge as a bold act of devotion and sincerity. Before he could fully understand the bustle around him, Nora stopped him to recite one last piece of wisdom. Walk me through the order again, she said calmly. Shelter first, he repeated. Right, then what? Next is finding a water source, Ares continued. Yes then? Then craft a spear and look for food, he concluded. Nora gave a small nod of approval. And how will you start a fire? Using twigs and dry bark, Ares answered, as if sitting an exam. If you're starving and forced to eat berries, remember these. Nora opened her palm, revealing a specific red berry. Stick to this kind. Ares exhaled slowly. I will try. They proceeded together until they reached a ceremonial assembly. The elders who had spoken with Ares 3 days prior stood with 5 young men, each possibly between 15 and 18 years old. Ares felt a fleeting pang of discomfort that he, a grown man well-travelled and experienced, might struggle under the same trial as these younger locals, though in truth their challenge would last 2 months to his mere 2 weeks. "Ares, are you joining the walkabout?" one elder asked. He nodded. "I am." "Then come here with nothing," the elder instructed. "Say your farewells and come forward." Theron turned to Ares. "It's only 2 weeks. You can manage this." In response, Ares removed every belonging and was left clad in just his clothes. He handed the artifact to Captain Theron. "Please guard it until I return." Theron pressed a hand to the artifact. "I'll keep it safe. You have my word." "I wish you good fortune," Nora added quietly. A grateful nod was Ares' only reply as he joined the elders. One introduced him to a boy named Jarrah, who would be tested alongside the others. "When you go out there," the elder said, "you don't aid each other. You find your own place in the Kulin Flats, live off the land, and return after 2 months. That's how these 5 prove themselves. Though for you, 2 weeks is all we ask." Jarrah offered Ares a guarded look. "Remember to remain vigilant and mindful of the purpose of the experience that lies before you. Stay connected, and your passage will be safe." The sudden resonant sound of a didgeridoo rang out across the plains. It signalled the departure of the gathered men. The 5 young men each chose a direction and slipped away into the wilderness. Ares lagged behind. He turned back to the elders with one final remark. "When I return, I expect the answers I seek." An elder's voice answered, "Perhaps you'll find answers out there as well. Do not focus on your return and remain attuned to the earth." He gestured to the wilderness beyond. Glancing over his shoulder, Ares cast a quick look at Nora and Theron. Then he vanished into the brush alone. Hours of walking carried Ares deeper into a forest of red gum trees. The midday heat blazed overhead, weaving through sparse leaves to pierce the forest floor below. He surveyed the sky, guessing he had about 6 hours of daylight left. He maintained a steady, purposeful stride. As he moved through the unfamiliar landscape, Ares took note of his surroundings. He came upon a family of kangaroos. The father, larger and greyer than the rest, paused to consider Ares up before deeming him no threat. They returned to feeding. Ares merely offered them a faint smile. Soon after, the rush of running water quickened his pace. He discovered a narrow stream coursing through a small clearing. Kneeling beside it, he cupped his hands, drinking his fill. "All right," he murmured. "Water source found, shelters next." Yet a sweep of his surroundings revealed only a scattering of fallen branches from nearby gums. He dragged the wood over and started building a simple leaning shelter. The night soon draped the land in shadow. Unable to spark a fire, he sat in utter darkness. The sky was invisible through the thick canopy, and the forest creatures stirred in a chorus of eerie calls. Ares had little idea what lurked beyond his meagre shelter. That night, Ares' mind raced. He kept thinking of the artifact. He was so used to having it on his person. Knowing it was far away kept an uneasy feeling stirring in his stomach. He knew he had to let go of it, the weight it carried, but he couldn't. Not yet, at least. Morning dawned bright, bringing day 2. Ares devoted hours to crafting a spear. Using a stone at the creek's edge, he whittled a branch to a sharp tip. Then again, he attempted to spark a flame, but without success. By day's end, hunger gnawed at him, and with no options left, he lapsed into fitful sleep. Waking to birdsong on day 3, Ares felt weaker, more desperate. After weaving a fishing net from shreds of his shirt, he spent another afternoon trying and failing to coax flame from twigs. When he finally heard thrashing in the river, he discovered a fish trapped in his makeshift net. Relief flared inside him. He flung it onto the riverbank and killed it quickly. Yet with no fire, the raw fish was all he had. Eaten by starlight, it served as his first real meal in days. As the 4th morning arrived, Ares' body had grown exhausted and malnourished. No sooner had he begun his spear-sharpening routine than he heard footsteps on the dried brush. Snapping awake, he grabbed the spear and braced for a threat, only to discover Jara emerging from the green haze of the forest. "You built a shelter but still no fire?" Jara's tone was puzzled. "I could not manage one," Ares said. He heard his own voice quiver with fatigue. "3 nights trying and nothing." Jara shrugged. "I can't help. Assisting you would tarnish my walkabout." "Of course," Ares agreed. "I wouldn't ask you to." Jara eyed the sticks Ares had been using. "You picked the wrong wood. If friction is your plan, you need a different kind." Then, with a small nod of encouragement, perhaps pity, he turned and vanished back into the forest, leaving Ares silent and shrouded by the rustling leaves. "I've used all different sorts of wood. Which one should I use?" Ares shouted to him as he walked away. Ares moved after him. Jara gestured toward a tree in the distance. The bark hung in long strips from its trunk. "That one," he said simply as he walked over to it. Jara peeled away 2 pieces. Within minutes he ignited a small flame, leaving Ares speechless at his own lack of success. Then Jara quickly buried the fire beneath damp earth, snuffing out the flames entirely. Ares felt a hollow pang in his chest. He realized he'd need to accomplish this himself. "You shouldn't stay crouched here, acting like a solitary creature on the forest floor," Jara explained. He turned to Ares with steady resolve. "You're more than that. The animals need to see you as a presence, not something lurking apart from them." "I'm trying," Ares admitted. "I just thought I needed to build a camp before I could survive." Jara studied him with calm sincerity. "Are you here to survive, or would you rather thrive?" he asked. Ares hesitated, never having considered thriving in such a harsh landscape. He had instinctively tried to replicate the sort of living he knew, constructing a shelter and seeking comfort rather than living as the locals did. "What do you suggest I do?" he asked. Jara tapped Ares' spear lightly. "Gather what you truly need. Go out and connect with the land. Make your presence known. The land will respect you for it." Jara turned away and disappeared into the distant brush. "Maybe I'll see you again. Good luck, Ares," he called as he left. Ares remained still. His thoughts were racing. Eventually, he picked up bark from the same tree Jara had used and carried it back to his makeshift shelter. Though it demanded a grueling effort, at last he managed to spark his first fire. Relief flickered across his face as a gentle flame crackled at his side. That evening brought further fortune. Ares caught a fish in the net he'd fashioned. Settling near the flowing river, he roasted his meal over the fire's glow, quietly reflecting on Jara's words. Maybe he'd misunderstood the purpose of Walkabout. Perhaps instead of imposing his own routines on a land he barely knew, he should let himself wander and discover. He resolved that tomorrow he would do just that. True to his plan, Ares awoke to the 5th day with renewed vigour and excitement. Sharp orange light glimmered across the dry scrub, heralding another day of punishing heat. He hadn't realised yet, but he had not thought of the artifact all morning. After cooking and eating a small fish for breakfast, he collected the bark scraps and netting, then set off. Spear in hand, he roamed into the open plains of the Kulin Basin. Behind him, smoke curled lazily from Gumbuya's fires. Ahead, the hazy forms of the Yuyang Mountains beckoned from the horizon. He passed a dozing koala clinging to a eucalypt, pausing briefly to marvel at such unique wildlife. Nora had told him that over 80% of the flora and fauna here was found nowhere else on Earth. Further on, he spotted Jara effortlessly butchering a kangaroo. This land's challenges seemed to flow around Jara like a second skin, while Ares, still an outsider, skirted wide to avoid intruding. He inadvertently snapped a twig, causing Jara to glance up. They exchanged a slight nod before Ares pressed onward. Late that day, with only a handful of berries to sustain him, Ares made camp in a grassy clearing. The dying sun bathed the sky in reds and golds, then sank behind the distant Yuyang Mountains. For the first time, building a fire came almost easily to him. Sitting beside its warmth, Ares gazed at the moonless sky. A sense of ease washed over him. He hadn't dwelt on the artifact since leaving Gumbia. Hunger and survival had taken priority, pushing worldly burdens aside. With that relief came reflection. He considered how important people truly were to him, while the possessions he'd once carried were now scarcely a thought. In this raw, primitive state, memory filled the void. Images of friends, of family, and most powerfully, of Lyra and the deep affection he'd once felt. The artifact was gone from memory. Its significance to Ares was acknowledged. However, he wasn't prepared to waste his life obsessing over it any longer. It had nearly killed him. The following days brought improvement to Ares' routine. Each morning he trekked farther, fished or foraged for food, then made a fresh camp before dusk. By the 10th day, the motions felt natural. He was stronger, more capable, enough to attempt hunting a kangaroo. A new contentment blossomed within him. Each dawn was met with cautious excitement. Come the 10th evening, Ares reclined by the flames of a fire, kindled with confidence and skill, roasting kangaroo meat carefully until well cooked. When a branch snapped, he leapt up with his spear in hand. Relief flooded him when he realized the intruder was only Jara. Ares couldn't hide his joy. Seeing another person, after so long, felt almost overwhelming. "Jara," he greeted, as he lowered his spear. "You're doing well," Jara remarked. A faint smile crossed his lips. "Not starving anymore, I see." Ares nodded. "How are you?" Jara shrugged. He took a seat on a nearby rock with Ares' backyard permission. "For us, these 2 months revolve around patience and learning from mistakes." Ares glanced at the cooked meat. "I'd offer you some, but I know you can't accept it." "Don't worry, I ate not long ago. Keep it," Jara assured him, as he smiled faintly, sitting beside Ares on a collapsed tree. "My father told me you came on this walkabout to prove yourself, to be trusted." Ares exhaled. "I did. Maybe it can save the world. It is difficult to explain." Jara paused as he weighed the significance. "Has your mind started to catch up with you? It usually does out here." "My thoughts drift in and out," Ares admitted. "Mostly it's just loneliness." Jara looked sympathetic. "Your mind will move past that in time. This way of living digs deep into you. Eventually, you'll reach the bottom." Ares' voice felt suddenly tight. "I hope I am strong enough." "There's no adversity the universe gives us that we can't endure," Jara said. "Even if it looks insurmountable, if it's in your path, you have what it takes." Ares reflected on Lyra, how he missed her, how he longed for her presence. Yet, here and now, he could only watch the embers flicker under the southern land sky and wonder how much more of himself the Kulin plains would reveal. "The constellations are different here. I don't recognize any of them," he told Jara. "Perhaps to you, for me, they remind me of home." He grins. "What happens when you die?" Ares asked Jara. The directness betrayed how much his social graces had dulled in isolation. Jara paused, taking in the question. "In these lands, death is simply part of a larger cycle. A person's spirit returns to the dreaming." "The dreaming?" Ares echoed. Curiosity lit his eyes. "It's everything," Jara said softly. "A vast network of knowledge, beliefs, and practices that shape our entire way of life. It's where we go when we're no longer in this world." Ares nodded thoughtfully. He recalled how different people across the world viewed death. "So when you die, you will go to the dreaming?" Jara's voice remained calm. "Yes, that's where my ancestors are, where everyone goes. This life is only a single piece of something much bigger. Some groups here also believe that a person's spirit returns to the ancestral land where they belong. We see the landscape itself as alive with ancestral beings, and once you die, you become part of that spiritual network, guiding the living from within nature." Ares gazed upward at the star-soaked sky, thinking of Lyra. "It's comforting to believe the ones who came before still watch over us." Jara smiled faintly. "They always have and always will." "I appreciate you coming back," Ares said, "even though you're on your own walkabout." Jara shrugged lightly. I helped because I trust that you mean well. If you were lying about your cause, this land would have swallowed you whole by now. You believe me? Ares asked. I believe you're sincere, and if your intentions truly serve the greater good, no one here will stand in your way. It's day 10, you have 4 left. I won't see you again. Good luck. Jara vanished into the dark brush, leaving Ares alone by his fire. As he stared into the embers, Ares thought of Lyra once more. If she existed somewhere in the cosmos, he hoped she might still guide him, as Jara believed ancestors guided the living. Over the final 4 days, Ares perfected his routines in the bush. Each dawn felt more welcome, each night a reminder of how far he'd come. When the morning sun rose on the 14th day, he quietly gathered his belongings, a spear, netting, and a few carefully chosen scraps of bark, and started the trek back to Gumbia. Despite relishing the return to civilization, Ares felt a pang of sadness as he left behind the little shelter he had built. He realized he would likely never return to it or live quite this way again. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the cleansing solitude and for the changes he sensed in himself. The regrets he once carried felt lighter now. Approaching Gumbuya, Ares heard music and chatter drifting on the breeze. Emerging from the scrub, he spotted Nora and Theron waiting among the crowd. Relief and pride mingled on their faces as they rushed forward to greet him. Cheers rose from onlookers, who saw Ares' key survival as a testament to his sincerity. Theron clapped him on the shoulder. Glad you made it. Saves me from explaining to Atheros how I let his friend get himself killed. Nora beamed. We're so glad you're safe, Ares. Ares exhaled a long breath. That was one of the most transformative experiences of my life. An elder, Jara's father, approached. The land tested you, and it returned you in good health. You've earned our trust. Ares bowed his head slightly in respect. Thank you. May I ask for the knowledge I seek now? Come. The elder nodded as he led Ares into a private hut. Theron held out a pouch to Ares before he entered. Your artifact, safe as promised, he said, smiling with relief. Ares accepted it with a grateful nod, then followed the elder inside. They sat. The elder's gaze lingered on Ares with newfound esteem. The artifact you carry was forged in the last golden age, a unique creation by the Anunnaki, an older civilization lost during that cataclysm. It's why its design and technology feel so foreign. It was part of a greater machine, a system once called Eridu Namu, or Gift of Creation. From the stories we preserve, it helped harmonize the Earth. Those in control of Eridu Namu could shift the planet's vibrational frequency on a vast scale. Ares studied the artifact with renewed awe. We have a similar use for frequencies in Egypt. However, this artifact seems to be utilizing them on a larger, more powerful scale. Yes, quite. We Southern Lands people don't fully grasp how it was misused if it was. We were left relatively untouched last time the world was brought to its knees. The elder spread his hands. Your device is crucial but also dangerous. Whoever wields it can remake or unmake the world. A silence fell. Ares clenched the artifact carefully. Then it's best I make sure it never falls into the wrong hands. The elder nodded gravely. Be mindful. This technology has drawn darkness before, and it may do so again. Since you have earned the land's respect, we trust that you too mean no harm. Ares nodded. I'll return to Cairo, then onward to Eden. I'll see to it that this artifact is secured or destroyed, if need be. Perhaps Eden is safest. Nonetheless, we wanted you to truly understand its potential before you left. The elder placed a hand on Ares' shoulder. May the land guide your steps. And remember, living in harmony demands as little as possible from the earth, yet offers so much in return. I do hope you learnt that lesson during Walkabout. I learnt a lot more than I expected. Thank you again, Elder, he affirmed. Ares rose from his seat and stepped out of the tent. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the settlement. Though he still carried unanswered questions about Eridu Namu, one truth was clear. He must return to Cairo first to inform the Brotherhood and the Pharaoh of what he had learned before venturing on toward Eden in the highlands of India. "Are we ready to depart?" he asked Theron softly. "We are," Captain Theron confirmed. "The ship's prepared. Did you find what you were looking for?" "Not everything," Ares admitted, "but I know where I need to go next." Nora looked at him with curiosity. "Where is that?" "Cairo first," he replied, "then Eden." As they left the bustling Gumbuya, the three slipped back into the serene hush of the forest. Rays of warm light filtered through tall gum trees, highlighting the dusty red of their bark. Ares remembered the 2 weeks of solitude he had spent in this land, how it stripped away his worries and replaced them with clarity. He inhaled deeply, letting the earthy scent fill his lungs. Ares savoured the peace of these final steps before the wide world beckoned once more. At the dock, the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the southern lands in a tapestry of orange and crimson. Eucalyptus trees whispered in the breeze, seeming to wave him goodbye. Ares stood at the water's edge, his heart weighted by both gratitude and longing. His walkabout had grounded him, offering lessons that would guide him in whatever trials lay ahead. Captain Theron approached, his boots echoed on the boards. "The sea serpent is ready to set sail, Ares. Storms await us on the northern seas. Are you prepared?" Ares glanced at the artifact secured under his cloak, its power and significance filling him with renewed responsibility. "I am," he said with a steady voice. "I'll face whatever comes." In the waning light, the sea serpent's sails caught the evening breeze. The ship rocked gently from the harbour. Ares watched the distant tree line sway as though in farewell. The land's timeless majesty was already calling him back. He would not stay. Ahead, Cairo waited, an urgent call to share all he had learnt, to warn of the dangers hidden in both knowledge and ignorance. At last, the ship pulled away from the dock. Theron took the helm and commenced guiding them into the open water. Starlight began to sparkle across the sky as the southern lands receded, leaving Ares with memories of quiet nights beneath ancient trees and of lessons learned in raw solitude. He was reminded of a world worth saving. The journey north had begun.
Chapter 25. Judgment. Inanna stood within a vast megalithic chamber. 7 Neanderthal elders sat before her in solemn silence, their imposing forms draped in furs and adorned with bone ornaments that speak to centuries of inherited wisdom. The light, filtered through narrow slits in the stone walls, cast stark beams across the room, shrouding the elders' faces in deep shadow. They formed a semicircle atop a raised platform, with Inanna alone at the centre of the floor. Thick iron chains bound her hands to the stone beneath her feet. A resonant voice echoed in an unfamiliar tongue. The guttural cadence of Neanderthal speech bounced off the chamber walls. Inanna narrowed her eyes, unable to understand their words. When the elder finished, Ereshkigal rose from her seat by the council and turns to address Inanna, translating the accusations. "Nearly 100 Neanderthals died last night at your command. The fires set by your people destroyed a quarter of the city's dwellings, devastated an outlying farm used for mammoth livestock, and scorched the ancestral forest, crucial to our survival." Ereshkigal's tone was clinical, yet her gaze seared into her sister. "How does the accused plead?" Inanna's wrist strained against the iron. She kept her voice calm, and her posture was proud despite her restraints. "I did what I felt necessary. Do understand my choices were not made from cruelty. I came here to prevent a greater calamity that threatens everyone, Neanderthal and human alike." A flicker of anger flashed across Ereshkigal's features. "Your justifications ring hollow, Inanna. You brought death and ruin, yet you claim it's in the name of salvation. Tell me, do you truly not see the hypocrisy?" She translated Inanna's words into Neanderthal for the elders, then stood back, letting her sister reply. "I see it. but you've allied with a force bent on annihilating humankind. I won't allow our world, our people, to be swept away in a tide of rage. Humans and Neanderthals have lived apart for millennia, yes, but your plan endangers us all. At that moment, the tall doors behind Inanna swung open. A formidable Neanderthal entered, bearing a distinctive headpiece that sets him apart from the rest. His mere presence pressed a charged hush over the room. He stepped forward. His voice was surprisingly fluent in the common tongue. Your words reek of a conqueror's arrogance. You speak of threats, yet you are the threat here. Your fires ravaged our city, your blades stained with our people's blood. Defend your actions if you can. Inanna's voice softened. It was tinged with remorse. Blood has flowed on both sides. For that, I'm sorry. But I stand here willingly, ready to face the sentence you believe is just. Don't mistake this for cowardice. It's responsibility. Ereshkigal has pulled you into a war no one can truly win. Glancing at the imposing newcomer, she ventured, You must be Ja'ak. He grunted, acknowledging her guess. Ereshkigal inclined her head, yet said nothing further, letting him speak. Inanna continues. Her gaze flickered between Ja'ak and her sister. Ereshkigal, you know me. You know this wasn't my desire. I couldn't stand idle while you allied with Neanderthals bent on erasing humanity. I acted to protect my city, my people, and maybe even yours. Jack's posture stiffened. Anger flashed across his features. Your protection has reduced our home to ash. Our people, those you call savage, have lost everything we built here. The Elders' Council weighs your crimes, and their judgment will reflect the gravity of your deeds. An uneasy quiet settled. Jack moved to a vacant seat beside the council, while Inanna remained standing in irons. The 7 elders speak among themselves in hushed, urgent tones. The subdued light caught their silhouettes as they gesture and point at her. Despite the language barrier, Inanna could tell from their tense posture and clipped gestures that her fate is precarious. Jack muttered a command, sending 2 guards from the chamber. Inanna watched them leave with growing dread, uncertain who or what they might return with. Moments later, they reappeared with 2 more soldiers escorting Isis and Enkidu. Both were bound and bruised. The sight of her companions alive but evidently captured sent a ripple of relief and fear through Inanna's heart. The guards shackled them beside Inanna, then stood watch. 2 at the door, 2 near the elders. Ereshkigal's cold gaze fell upon Inanna. Where are the others? Inanna hesitated, recalling the handful of soldiers who remained outside the city. They're gone, she answered finally, either dead or scattered. Don't lie. We know a group of humans stirred chaos on the outskirts, fueling the infernos. Tell us where they are, and we'll spare one of you, Ereshkigal stated flatly. Isis and Enkidu exchanged glances, silently urging Inanna to reveal nothing. A bleak acceptance crossed Inanna's face. She couldn't see any means to protect them all. They're probably near the outskirts, she muttered. 5, maybe fewer now. Ereshkigal smirks. There, that wasn't so difficult, was it? She relayed this to the elders. Jack rose, bristling with pent-up fury. More heated debate erupted among the council, culminating in a tense standoff. Quietly, Inanna leant toward Enkidu. What's happening? His voice low, he translated Jack's savage diatribe. He's telling the elders he's done more for the Neanderthals than anyone in generations. He says the humans' invasion proves they can't coexist. He wants immediate action with no deliberation. An elder retorted, accusing Ja'ak of pursuing a personal vendetta against humankind. Suddenly, Ja'ak drew his sword. With a swift, brutal motion, he impaled the elder, twisting the blade to ensure a fatal strike. The other elders recoiled in horror. The two guards turned on those they were protecting. Their swords drove through the elders' chests with brutal skill. Alongside them, Ja'ak participated in the culling of innocent lives with savage efficiency. Ereshkigal watched without flinching. She stepped aside as spears pierced the final elder, who died cursing Ja'ak in despair. Ja'ak wiped blood from his sword. "From now on," he growled, "I alone decide our fate." The shock of what they've just witnessed sent a tremor through Inanna, Isis, and Enkidu. The only figures that remain in the hall were Ja'ak, Ereshkigal, the guards, and the 3 bound captives. The Neanderthal authority once vested in the council had been shattered, replaced by Ja'ak's ruthless dominion. The trial ended in violence, leaving Inanna's fate in the hands of a man who has just demonstrated his lack of tolerance for dissent. Ja'ak strode purposefully toward Inanna, Enkidu, and Isis, all still bound by thick iron chains. He halted before them, his posture exuded power and control. Savouring their defeat, his voice choked from the lofty stone walls, Ja'ak tells the defeated trio, "Yesterday, after you launched your attack on our kingdom, I dispatched hundreds of my finest warriors to begin an incursion on your cherished city of Cairo. Just as you inflicted violence on our home, so shall they inflict the same injustice upon yours." At these words, Isis's eyes widened in alarm. "Cairo is across the sea," she blurted. Desperation tainted her voice. "How can you possibly invade such a distant land?" Ja'ak levels her with a frigid stare. "In a week's time, once the weather breaks, my legion will reach Lopar, some remote fishing settlement south of the plains. They will seize any ships they find in the harbour. Then, under night's cover, they will sail across the ocean to Cairo. Once ashore, they'll scatter through the city's districts, and at first light, begin their slaughter." Inanna retorted, 300 soldiers cannot hold Cairo for long. The nations of the world will rise to its defense. Your legion won't survive." Ereshkigal stepped forward. Her soft footfalls betrayed no mercy. She traced a half-circle around Inanna's chained form. "They don't intend to survive, sister. Ja'ak's legion is comprised of the fiercest zealots of Neanderthal society. Vargan, I believe you may have already met him and his pet saber-tooth. They do not fear death, and they have no illusions about returning alive. Their purpose is to sow chaos long enough for us to push south, away from this doomed land." Inanna's brow furrowed. "Doomed land?" Ja'ak answered in a clipped tone. 3 million Neanderthals converging here, prepared to march south as soon as we're ready. We will go as far as necessary to avoid the oncoming cataclysm, fire from the heavens. We will not wait for the end to claim us. We will survive, whatever the cost, even if that means carving our way through human lands." Isis paled at the number. 3 million, she breathed, horror etched into her voice. Enkidu stood rooted, stunned by the scale of Ja'ak's plan. Inanna could see the faint tremor of defeat flicker across Isis's face. Ja'ak resumed pacing, glancing between the chained captives with a sneer. "You humans can muster your armies, but it won't stop us. Cairo is a diversion. When your armies charge north to reclaim it, we'll punch southward in unstoppable waves." Ereshkigal lingered near him, her posture unwavered. "The Golden Age left humanity complacent, sister, while these lands shaped the Neanderthals into something far stronger than you realize." She met Inanna's eyes. "Your world stands no chance." A heavy silence fell. Inanna, Enkidu, and Isis shared a moment of grim understanding. The Neanderthal's ambition far surpasses any mere raid. It was a bid for survival that threatened to shatter everything they hold dear. After a long beat, Jack broke the stillness. One of you was promised freedom if you cooperated with the council and revealed the whereabouts of your remaining party. As you've delivered, I shall keep that promise. Which of you chooses to be freed? In unison, Enkidu and Isis spoke at once. Inanna! Jack gives a mirthless laugh. Inanna's fate is sealed in Gornya Shoria. She isn't leaving here not alive. He let the words sink in before turning his stare on the others. Choose again. Exchanging a look with Inanna, Enkidu sets his jaw. Then, spare Isis. Jack motioned to the two guards by the door. Very well. Take Isis to the frozen rapids. She may go. They unlocked her from the central chain, leaving heavy manacles on her wrists. Two more guards appeared and dragged her from the hall. Struggling in their grip, Isis's voice cracked. Inanna! Inanna could only meet her gaze across the chamber before the doors slammed shut behind Isis's exit. Now, Inanna and Enkidu remained, secured in heavy chains while Ereshkigal and Ja'ak watched intently. Two more Neanderthal guards stood at either side, their hands drifted near their weapons. Ja'ak's glare shifted to Enkidu. You betrayed your people, sold them out for a fantasy of harmony with the humans. Enkidu's jaw clenched, though his voice remained steady. I acted on my conscience. I saw what my people had become, and I swore to do what was right. If this is my punishment, then so be it. Jack's expression darkened. Death will not be your only punishment for the choices you have made. He barked a command in Neanderthal, and the doors sprawled open. A wave of fresh guards surged in. None of them reacted to the horrific sight of the slaughtered council of elders. Ereshkigal noticed Inanna's troubled look. The city, Ereshkigal says softly, has no love for these old sages. Their time was waning. Our people yearn for leadership that can carry them beyond the end. Your intrusion simply sped that change. Jack offered a curt nod, and the guards ushered him, Ereshkigal, and their captives out of the hall. The cold morning air smacked Inanna's face as she was led down from the palace, stepping into an open courtyard. Dozens of Neanderthal corpses, along with the bodies of Inanna's own soldiers, lay scattered among the scorched broken stone. The remains of a glider littered the cobblestones. Peleos's final stand. Inanna clenched at the memory. Soot and ash swirled on the breeze, and Inanna observed the forest beyond the city walls still smoking from Osiris's diversionary fires. The glow flickered in the distance. The inferno's once fierce roar has subsided, leaving only cinders and an acrid haze. Surrounded by guards, Ja'ak and Ereshkigal lead Inanna and Enkidu through ruined streets. Surviving Neanderthal citizens, exhausted and enraged, paused to watch with hateful stares. The hush of communal grief and resentment emanates from them like a collective weight, one that Inanna feels pressing on her soul. She murmured to Enkidu, careful not to be overheard. Where are they taking us? He shook his head. I can't say. Possibly beyond the walls, someplace to execute us or to make a show of it. A ragged half-smile tugged at his lips. I gave everything to help you. No regrets, Nin. Her throat tightened. I only wish I could spare you this. Enkidu lifted his shackled hands a fraction. Our actions mattered. Osiris might still escape to warn the rest of the world. Together, they approached the outer gates. The wind cut through the passageways, carrying the faint tang of burning pine. Despite the devastation, Gornya Shoria stood tall, its people hardened, their unity now galvanized by Ja'ak's will. None of the Neanderthals flinched at the sight of the battered remains of foreign invaders. Their allegiance to Ja'ak signaled the coming of a new age, their faces betraying their disdain for humanity, and the old ways, like Inanna, are left to die in chains. Jack's voice rang out, harsh in the freezing air. "Move!" he commands the guards. They complied without hesitation, dragging Inanna and Enkidu onward into the desolate forest, the final testament to the city's unstoppable crusade and the precarious fate that awaits humankind. They led Inanna and Enkidu through the winding streets of Gornya Shoria until they arrived at a frozen river, a bleak expanse where the harsh winter winds cut across the ice. A small group of Neanderthal soldiers waited at the shoreline, and as Inanna and Enkidu drew closer, Jack motioned for them to halt. Two guards forced them to stand still, iron chains still shackling their hands. Thin ice and hidden currents whispered the promise of a slow, cold death for anyone unfortunate enough to slip beneath its surface. Jack stood near the bank, flanked by Ereshkigal, who watched the proceedings with cool detachment. "What is the meaning of this?" Inanna asked, turning to her sister. By then, she was already accustomed to Ereshkigal's unfeeling gaze, yet her chest still tightened with dread. A faint smile curved across Ereshkigal's lips. "Don't you want to say goodbye to Isis before she's set free?" Inanna's eyes widened as two guards suddenly approached, shoving Isis forward. She was still bound at the wrists. Jack stepped up to her, towering above. Without warning, he leaned in, unlocked the metal shackles around her ankles, and released the chain that had tethered her to the ground. "You are free," he announced, his voice rumbled with grim finality. "As the elders decreed, one shall be spared, and so you walk." Isis's eyes flickered with confusion. The wind howled, whipping snow across the ice. Jack nodded toward the river and repeated a single word in his own tongue. "Walk." A raucous shout erupted from the assembled Neanderthal guards. "Walk! Walk! Walk!" Their voices drumming against the frozen air. They shoved Isis forward, forcing her onto the treacherous river surface. She took a careful step, feeling the ice groan beneath her weight. "Walk!" they roared again, brandishing their spears in a threatening display. Each jab pushed her farther from the bank. With every foot she advanced, the ice beneath her grew thinner. Behind them, Inanna and Enkidu stood helpless. Their chains clinked against the frosted ground as they pulled in vain. "Isis!" Inanna shouted. Her voice was raw. "Don't! Be careful!" Isis twisted to glance back at her friend, the distance between them too great for comfort. "Remember what I said. Go to Eden. Eden will have the answers," she shouted over the snarling wind. "Go to the Brotherhood!" The mob's chant swelled. "Walk! Walk! Walk!" Bits of ice and small stones whistled through the air, hurled by angry soldiers hoping to distract her. Isis clenched her jaw, ignoring the flash of pain when a rock struck her shoulder, and concentrated on placing each foot securely before shifting her weight. She had nearly reached the halfway point when one of the watchers on the bank cried out that she might escape. Another rock hurtled toward her, striking her leg. Still, she pressed on, calm, resolute, and deliberate in each step. She was barely 10 meters from the far shore, so close to salvation. Then Jack stepped forward, looming like a giant at the water's edge. He bent low, brushing away a layer of snow to uncover a large stone. Grunting, he hefted it overhead. Inanna felt her heart lurch. "No!" she screamed. "Isis, run!" The ice was slick, and Isis had no firm footing to sprint. She could only try to maintain her balance as Jack hurled the heavy rock in a vicious arc. It slammed into the ice, shattering through with a violent splash. Webbed cracks radiated outward, streaking across the frozen surface toward Isis. The sheet beneath her feet groaned when the fractures raced beneath her. She abandoned caution and tried to move faster. The cracks spread more quickly than she could manage. Lunging in desperation, she stretched her arms toward more solid ice. For an instant, it seemed she might succeed. Then, the thin ice gave way, and Isis plummeted through with a sickening crack, swallowed by the black, freezing water. "Isis!" Inanna's voice echoed over the snowy expanse. She and Enkidu could do nothing but watch as the swirling current carried Isis deeper below the unbroken ice. Their anguished cries were drowned out by the triumphant howls of the Neanderthal guards, who jeered at the savage spectacle. Jack turned back, dark satisfaction lighting his gaze. "Divine justice," he declared. "Divine! You murdered her!" Inanna spat, fury in her voice. "There is nothing sacred in your brutality." Jack gave a careless shrug. "And you," he said, eyeing Inanna and Enkidu, "will witness far worse. Soldiers, return them to the palace." With a few clipped commands, the guards seized Inanna and Enkidu. They hauled them away from the frozen river, away from the place where Isis had met her end, beneath the frigid water. Neither captive had enough strength left to resist. Heartbreak consumed their final shred of defiance. They trudged through the smoky ruins of Gornia Shoria, re-entering its walls. Inanna took one last glance at the shattered glider in the courtyard. Her heart ached, filled with sorrow for Isis, Horus, Peleos, and every loyal soul lost in this ill-fated mission. Over 100 people had given their lives to her cause. She was thrown back into a cramped cell in the palace's lower chambers, the damp stone floor slick with half-frozen water. A door slammed shut behind her, sealing her into darkness. Through the heavy door, she heard Ja'ak barking orders to his men, something about sending Enkidu to the pen, the brutal fate reserved for Neanderthal traitors. Huddled on the clammy floor, Inanna tried to slow her racing heart. She thought back over every choice that had delivered her into this cell, wondering if any chance of redemption remained for her, or for the entire world. Isis's final words echoed in her mind: Eden and the Brotherhood. Perhaps that faint hope was all that lingered in the gathering gloom.
Chapter 26. Cairo. The sun cast its golden rays over the sprawling city of Cairo, illuminating grand spires and domes that rose like sentinels against the horizon. In bustling markets, merchants hawked their wares, spices from the east, silks from distant kingdoms, and gems glinting like stars captured in daylight. The Nile River meandered in regal splendour, reflecting the sky's palette upon its gentle currents. Laden boats drifted by, their decks crowded with goods, while fishermen cast their nets with the unhurried grace of long practice. Towering above all, the magnificent temples and pyramids whispered tales of gods and pharaohs once worshipped in times now distant. Incense curled in the air, mingling with the hum of prayers sung in reverence, a tapestry of spiritual devotion woven into every facet of daily life. Yet beneath Cairo's vibrant energy, its constant rhythm of commerce, merriment, and companionship, a subtle unease threaded through the populace. Whispers drifted in the shadows, and the lengthening lines of worry carved into some faces foretold the shape of unrest. For now, few sensed the true tempest gathering on the horizon. The city moved with a triumphant cadence, poised at its zenith, as though waiting for a final unforeseen crescendo to shatter its harmony. Beyond the heart of the city, along the graceful curve of the Nile, stood the pyramids, dazzling monoliths capped with white limestone that reflected the light like mirrors to heaven. They served not merely as resting places for long-departed pharaohs, but as colossal natural batteries, attuned to the planet's gentle hum of 432 Hz. This subtle frequency pulsed through Cairo's streets, instilling calm and unity among its inhabitants. Perhaps no other city on earth boasted such a profound harmony. The near absence of crime and an enduring neighbourly warmth were attributed to these humming monoliths. Each day, the stone giants quietly channeled the Earth's energy through the Nile and into human hearts, ensuring the ancient capital stood not only in architectural splendour, but in unity as well. Crafted with breathtaking mathematical and astronomical precision, these pyramids encoded the marvels of Pi and the mysteries of the stars. Their faces aligned perfectly with the cardinal directions, and their summits mirrored the constellation of Orion, bridging the earthly realm with the cosmic tapestry above. By day, their luminous silhouettes guided caravans across the desert, offering sure bearing in a world that could otherwise overwhelm. To wanderers and explorers alike, these radiant beacons were the measure of direction and place, anchors of cosmic order in a vast and shifting landscape. Cairo's walls, massive ramparts of stone and mortar, hugged the capital in a protective circle. Outside, the city gave way to graceful homes draped in greenery, mitigating the desert's fierce sun while retaining warmth during brisk nights. At the centre of it all lay a grand plaza, open to the glittering temple of Ra, its gilded exterior catching and reflecting sunshine so effectively it seemed to glow from within. It was here that Pharaoh Seti Khamun dwelled, having taken sanctuary in the temple's gleaming halls after leaving Inanna and Sumer following the last assembly of eternal nations. Renowned for his fairness and empathy, Seti Khamun had spent a lifetime in dedicated study. Yet a silent dissatisfaction haunted him. By birthright and duty, he remained outside the Egyptian Brotherhood, the esteemed order whose austere but enlightening lifestyle was one he had always longed to embrace. Consequently, while he ruled with wisdom and dignity, a spark within him still yearned for true adventure, flaring quietly behind the poised front of his office. Elsewhere in Cairo, far from the radiant palace and political stage, lived Polaris, Ares' father. In his youth he had immersed himself in the Egyptian Brotherhood of the Serpent, exploring Eden's philosophies and arts much like Ares would do years later. However, Polaris's path shifted when he met Ursa, Ares' mother, at a time when each was pursuing life's deeper passions. Polaris wrote, painted, and studied ancient texts, enthralled by the secrets of bygone civilizations. Ursa devoted her life to music, instructing all who wished to learn, young, old, and any in between. Their bond grew into a family, with Ares and his younger sisters, Ara and Vela, carving out meaningful destinies of their own. Now Polaris and Ursa spent the twilight of their days practicing the arts they cherished, content in the tranquil outskirts of Cairo, a place steeped in wonder, bolstered by the gentle hum of unity binding all its people. Beyond the capital's tall walls, the Sahara greens unfurled like a green tapestry, made verdant by the ancients' skillful harnessing of Nile waters. The region offered a comfortable, temperate climate and calmer waters. Lakes and small pools sparkled, their shores lined with simple homes spaced generously apart so each might possess its own vegetable garden. The people here lived in peaceful independence, a quiet testament to how seamlessly society, the land, and nature could blend when unburdened by strife. Friendships flourished with enviable ease in these plains. Neighbours helped neighbours, travellers were welcomed like old friends, and rivalries struggled to take root. In the Sahara greens, life's rhythms moved slowly and kindly, a gentle reflection of nature's gifts. Every midday, Polaris paused his scholarship to stroll down to a shallow bay behind his house. Clear waters, rarely more than 2 meters deep, provided a serene place to swim. Often joined by neighbours, he leisurely floated on the mild current, exchanging conversation in easy, unhurried tones. In such tranquility, Cairo revealed the subtler side of its majesty, an ancient metropolis guided by pyramids, and a living spirit yet grounded in the simple joys of neighbourly company and shared humanity. Banter about the day's small events accompanied Polaris's midday swim, as neighbours who floated beside him exchanged friendly tidbits of news. Other times he sought solitude, letting the bay's mild currents soothe his mind in silence. It was a cherished ritual, a moment when the broader world and its mysteries receded, leaving space for contemplation. Afterward, he would return to his home, where Ursa waited with a simple lunch. The aroma of fresh bread and herbs mingled with the sweetness of the garden's blossoms, a gentle prelude to an afternoon spent conversing over old texts or tending their vegetable patch. When the sun dipped low, Polaris often strolled back to the bay for an evening swim, usually alone. Drifting in quiet reflection, he allowed the day's thoughts and sentiments to settle in his mind. Yet amid this idyllic routine lurked an unspoken question. For Polaris, life's challenges had mostly been resolved. No real conflict, no risk. He remembered the rigours of the brotherhood, that sharp taste of discipline and enlightenment, the allure of distant horizons and ancient secrets. Now he possessed wisdom without strife, peace without a sense of tested resilience. Sometimes he wondered, could a life devoid of tangible hardship truly encompass the full arc of human experience? In a city as grand as Cairo, one might expect the pharaoh and a humble scholar like Polaris to share little in common. However, Seti Khamun and Polaris were bound by a single, inescapable truth. Within 7 days, both would draw their final breath. This day felt different from others for Polaris. He would leave the calm expanse of the Sahara greens, his sanctuary of verdant shores and glassy waters, and journey into the heart of Cairo to procure new strings for one of Ursa's instruments. As early morning light tinged the horizon, Ursa stood in the doorway, smiling with a quiet joy that Polaris adored. "Return before sunset, won't you?" she said softly. "You know I cherish our evenings." Polaris drew her into a gentle embrace, inhaling the garden's floral scent as it drifted in the open doorway. "I will," he promised. "I love you." It wasn't a long journey, yet any departure from their comfortable home always felt momentous. He picked up his rucksack, kept in its usual spot by the door, then paused briefly, smiling at a small sculpture Ares had once made as a child. Its presence reminded him how proud he was of his son, exploring a world of discovery somewhere far away. The path to Cairo wound pleasantly through the Sahara greens. This region flourished with mild weather, fertile soil, and houses spaced well apart, each ensuring its own plot for self-sufficiency. It took about 40 minutes on foot to reach the city, an easy amble along which most Egyptians lived, as Polaris did, cultivating tranquil homesteads near calm waters. Cities were generally for youthful ambition and scholarship, centres of trade and knowledge where the restless gathered. Many Egyptians followed a life cycle of being raised on peaceful farmland, delving into urban wonders during their mid-years, and returning to nature's gentler rhythms in the later part of life. As he walked, vibrant greenery offered a natural refuge from the sun. The breeze carried faint hints of exotic spices, and bird calls reverberated in the distance. Soon the pyramids came into view, their white limestone reflecting the sunlight in dazzling arcs. A subtle, comforting hum emanated from them, aligning everyone nearby to the 432 Hertz resonance that Cairo's inhabitants knew and cherished. Each step Polaris took felt lighter, more secure in the enduring harmony he thought their world possessed. He approached the towering city gates, fortifications that once served defense now showcased colorful mosaics depicting ancient Egyptian rites, sacred geometry, and cosmic doctrines. Though robust, the walls exuded an air of welcome rather than forbiddance. Morning energy pulsed through Cairo's streets in a gentle crescendo. Those stirring early bustled about with a cheerful determination. Polaris felt a euphoric swell as he slipped into the city's flow, heading straight for the instrument vendor he sought. He hoped to complete his errand swiftly, to return before the midday hush, so he could pass the evening with Ursa's warm presence. Meanwhile, on Cairo's far side, the shimmering sun cast elongated shadows over a private military dock. Protected by iron gates and solemn guards, the port rarely stirred at first light. Yet on this morning, A ship hovered just beyond the barriers, stirring a sense of disquiet among the watchmen. It was Angeline, famed for its swiftness and regal design. Strangely silent, it bobbed in the still water, showing no sign of lively sailors or standard greetings. The two gate guards on duty eyed each other, uneasily. At length one shouted across, "Identify yourselves! Where is your crew?" From the bridge, a lone figure emerged onto the deserted deck, every movement hesitant. "The captain's not well," he called back haltingly. "He's inside." Suspicion rippled through the guard's expression. Illness hardly excused this hush. "Give me your clearance code," he demanded. "Vessel, Angeline, clearance code 7242-7. The sailor rattled off. His voice trembled. Checking their ledger, the guards confirmed Angeline belonged to Sumerian royalty. No word of its arrival had been issued. "Why the secrecy?" one guard pressed. The sailor just shook his head, offering little explanation. "We have Nin Inanna aboard," he eventually managed, fumbling the words. "Nin Inanna?" The guards tensed. This demanded prompt courtesy and protective measures. The head guard exchanged a grim look with his companion. "Alert to the port garrison. Form a reception line." With heavy mechanical clanks, gears and pulleys groaned to life, and the imposing iron gate slid apart. Angeline drifted forward into the dock's fortified basin, pulling in beside imposing warships. Below, Egyptian soldiers formed ranks at the wharf. Their armour gleamed in the early light. A hush fell as Angeline was secured to the pier by thick ropes. The lone sailor on deck struggled with each step as though they were weighed by guilt. "Assist Nin Inanna," he called, his voice raw. The officer on duty frowned but dispatched 10 of his men up the gangplank. Their boots gave curt, muffled thuds on the wooden boards, which otherwise remained eerily empty. Reaching the deck, they found it devoid of life, besides for the trembling sailor. "What is this?" one soldier asked warily. "Where are her attendants?" "I'm sorry," the man whispered, regret plain in his face. An uneasy moment stretched. None on the dock or deck could interpret his meaning. Then everything happened at once. Hatches flung open, and from behind concealed panels rushed a cadre of Neanderthal warriors, each heavily armed. The deck erupted into chaos. Blades collided with armour, wet crunches of metal and bone resounding in the morning air. Taken off guard, the Egyptian soldiers were felled within moments, their lifeblood staining the pristine timbers. The lone sailor, too, was cut down, his final expression one of anguished release. Aghast, the Egyptian guards at the dock recognised too late the trap they'd allowed into Cairo's secure port. Shouts of alarm echoed. The day's serenity was shattered by cries of alarm and the tang of blood. The ambush wasn't over. Neanderthal archers emerged from Angeline's midship, unleashing a lethal flurry of arrows onto the soldiers still stationed on the dock. Before many could raise shields or rally to defend, arrows found armour's weak points, toppling men to the ground. So began a morning that would plunge Cairo into unimaginable peril, a harbinger of the storm none had seen approaching. Pained cries and the clatter of fallen shields filled the dawn air, echoing across the blood-stained dock. Guards, wounded by the sudden volley of arrows, scrambled desperately to raise their weapons, but anguish stole their strength. Dark splotches of blood spread over planks that had stood so proudly just moments before. Seizing their advantage, a fresh wave of Neanderthal warriors raced down Angeline's gangplank. They moved with a cold, pitiless precision, blades glinting in the early sunlight. The defence the Egyptians managed was short-lived. Unprepared, outnumbered, and already weakened, they stood no chance, after a series of frantic blows, and the dock was left silent, save for the groans of the dying. Within moments, the private military wharf, a site reserved for Cairo's most secure vessels, had become a scene of unthinkable carnage. Instead of delivering Nin Inanna, Angeline had unleashed devastation into the city's heart. Now nearly 300 Neanderthals emerged onto the pier. Bowmen scanned for any Egyptian survivors. Precise arrows took down the remaining scattered sentries, with unerring accuracy. As the haze of slaughter settled, these newcomers gathered in the open space by the dock. At their head strode Vargan, one of Jark's most trusted counsellors, and trailing at Vargan's heel was Brugha, his saber-toothed tiger, whose every movement conveyed lethal readiness. Vargan's force comprised ruthless veterans of past skirmishes, each one fanatically devoted to the Neanderthal cause, more specifically, Jark's cause. Even among them, none matched Vargan's fame for cunning and ferocity. Inanna's group had already encountered his ferociousness. Now it was time for the Egyptians to experience his brutal might. A single Egyptian soldier, badly wounded, lay in the midst of fallen comrades. His breath rasped painfully, his eyes flickered in terror over the savage new arrivals. Vargan came to stand over him, the saber-tooth at his side. A joyless smirk curved over the Neanderthal's scarred face. Turning to Brugha, he uttered one guttural word in his native tongue, Gruk, meaning eat. Obediently, the saber-toothed beast padded forward, crouching low before it sank its enormous fangs into the writhing soldier. The man's final cry was drowned by the grisly sound of flesh and bone giving way. All around the Neanderthals held silent vigil, bearing witness to the savage finality of their victory over the unsuspecting city guard. Standing tall, Vargan raised his voice in the thick Neanderthal tongue. Groups of 6 sprawl out along the city's perimeter walls. Slaughter anyone you see and secure every gate. Cut down all who oppose us. In grim understanding, hundreds of his warriors nodded. Without further word, they split into squads, each melding into Cairo's streets with a swift and deadly silence. He next turned to a battalion of 20, their muscles tense beneath crude armour. "Go to the Great Pyramid," he commanded. Ereshkigal gave us her knowledge, distort its frequency. Make it tremble with our presence. One warrior bowed, promising they would hold it as long as possible. Finally, Vargan singled out 30 more fighters. Take 6 ships, Angeline included, and set sail for Pannonia. The Egyptians will rally soon. Do not wait to be cornered. Depart before they besiege this port. The contingent rushed to seize the anchored vessels, boots drumming across the blood-soaked decks as they hastened to open water. 50 warriors remained at Vargan's side, standing in sharp attention. He surveyed them quickly. "Follow me! We take the pharaoh," he growled, his voice taut with purpose. Moving deeper into the unsuspecting city, the Neanderthals stalked Cairo's labyrinthine streets. Initially, they kept to shadows, cutting down stragglers and lone watchmen. Through alleyways and across rooftops they advanced. For millennia, the city had enjoyed the mellow lull of its pyramid's 432 Hz pulse, never suspecting violent infiltration. That serene hum now became a deadly advantage for the invaders, who took block after block without raising an alarm. Stealth was short-lived. Near the main gate, some Egyptian guards spotted the intruders. Alarm bells tolled as the shock spread. Foreign warriors, Neanderthals, were within the city. Civilians shrieked in panic, fleeing stalls brimming with fruit or dropping scrolls mid-sentence. The Neanderthals, emboldened by the fresh surge of panic, rushed forward in a lethal wave. Unprepared defenders tried assembling a line, but disarray and confusion cost them dearly. The city's gates fell under Neanderthal control, sealing Cairo's fate in the early hours of dawn. Smoke rose from sporadic fires, and the golden hum of the pyramids was lost beneath the onslaught of screams and metal on metal. Terrified families scattered, only to be chased and cut down by the merciless horde. From the palace's high balconies, Pharaoh Seti Khamun caught sight of the horror. Smoke curling above neighbourhoods, and shrill cries pierced the once tranquil air. Guards rushed in, wounds streaking their armour, breath ragged as they warned of total collapse. Then the palace's outer corridors fell silent in an abruptly chilling hush. Through the halls stepped the invaders, a formation of determined, bloodied Neanderthals. led by Vargan, flanked by his monstrous, saber-toothed tiger. They had reached the heart of Egyptian sovereignty. The beast's amber eyes swept the chamber, while Vargan's voice, low and mocking, addressed the stunned pharaoh. "Seti Khamun," he said, "time we made each other's acquaintance." Across the Giza plateau, outside Cairo's newly seized walls, the detachment of warriors sent by Vargan had claimed the Great Pyramid for themselves. Its sacred entrance was barricaded, the frequency that once nurtured unity now co-opted under an alien authority. Trapped within those ancient tunnels, several Egyptian hostages huddled in fear, hearing only echoes of the harsh orders barked above. Elsewhere in the battered city, Neanderthal squads drove groups of frightened civilians into the central squares. Among them was Polaris, his docile existence shattered when he was seized at spear point. Shocked and disoriented, he glimpsed the pale faces of neighbours, the relentless feeling of terror dominating every street. Outside, thousands of Egyptian soldiers gathered en masse, coming from outlying barracks and provincial towns, intent on regaining their capital's freedom. Within the gates, chaos reigned, as Neanderthal squads roamed at will. Cairo, a cradle of peace and cosmic resonance, now reeled under a brutal siege. The city's idyllic dawn had yielded to a nightmare, stained in blood and betrayal, and neither its radiant pyramids nor their guardians could stem the tide. When the Egyptian reinforcements finally arrived, they found Cairo's gates locked and sealed. Forming in tight, disciplined ranks before the mighty walls, these troops carried siege weaponry and steeled themselves for a grim fight. Yet as they neared the towering entrances, they froze at a sight no one had expected. Pharaoh Seti Khamun stood atop the gatehouse, bound and held captive by one of Vargan's warriors. Below, the Egyptian ranks muttered anxiously. Uncertainty gnawed at them, tightening like a fist around their courage. "Tell them what I order," Vargan rumbled into the pharaoh's ear. His voice echoed like distant thunder. Fear congealed in Seti Khamun's chest. He had no leverage, no hope of defiance without endangering countless lives. Lifting his chin, he began, as his tone trembled with bitterness. It carried over the tense silence. "I, Pharaoh Seti Khamun, order you to halt. Do not breach the city. If you do, these invaders will slaughter everyone they hold inside, including me." A heavy silence followed. The Egyptian soldiers, poised with weapons in hand, were seized by shock and smouldering anger. Then Vargan's voice echoed again, cutting through the stillness, laced with icy conviction. "If my people in the pyramid come under attack, or if I see even one Egyptian soldier setting foot inside my city, I will have everyone in here killed." His words rippled across the dawn-laden field, leaving a dreadful hush in their wake. The men outside grasped the terrible new reality. Their beloved Cairo lay under a brutal siege, their pharaoh in chains, and a monstrous enemy entrenched at the city's core. The hours to come would be fraught with impossible choices, all lives teetering on a razor's edge. Far offshore, in the gentle waters of the Mediterranean, the sea serpent cut through the rolling waves, its sails drawn taut by a purposeful wind. Ares stood at the railing. He gazed toward Cairo's distant skyline, expecting to see a city as calm as he'd always known. Instead, an ominous sight met his eyes. Alarm bells pealed over the horizon, their urgent clang carried by the breeze. Dense plumes of smoke rose in angry columns, staining a sky that should have heralded a peaceful day. On the starboard side, Ares glimpsed a small flotilla of 6 ships sailing away from the city. Unknown to him, these were the vessels commandeered by Neanderthal warriors to reinforce their hold on Cairo. Refocusing on the harbour, Ares saw Egyptian warships massing in the water, forging a blockade, a ring of steel around the port, something Cairo had not needed in millennia. "What's happening?" he asked softly. There was a tremor in his voice, a dread that gnawed at the certainty of all he'd believed in. Captain Theron raised a scope to his eye, studying the departing vessels. then casting a sharp look at the smoking skyline. A blockade, Theron's tone was grim, carefully controlled. All Egyptian warships. Cairo isn't itself today. Ares' heart sank. In his 30 years, Cairo had never known real adversity, only quiet harmony under the pyramid's protective aura. Now it seemed the city was in peril, swathed in panic and smoke. As the Caesarpent approached, one of the Egyptian warships peeled away to intercept, steering alongside with practiced grace. Its officer cupped his hands to shout a warning across the water. "What's the meaning of this?" Captain Theron bellowed back. His words echoed across the gap. Ares stood beside him, his chest tightened with dread, and his eyes remained locked on the telling smoke above Cairo's walls. "There's been a siege," came the officer's answer, thinned by anxiety. "Cairo has fallen. Neanderthal insurgents hold it. They've captured the pharaoh. Thousands inside are trapped." Ares closed his eyes, feeling an almost physical blow at those words. Cairo, his city, homely and safe, now lay under a brutal invader's control. He knew what duty demanded of him. He had to help, even if that meant fighting once more, returning to the struggle he had abandoned in the hopes of a gentler path. The reality, harsh and immediate, bore down on him. To save his people, he must again take up arms and risk staining his hands with blood.
Chapter 27. Sacrifice. Inanna lay in her dark cell, listening to the drip of water that tormented her sleepless mind. She had no grasp of time, only an unrelenting awareness of what she had lost and the choices that brought her to this moment. Footsteps approached, echoing through the corridor. Inanna rolled over, straining to see who stood beyond the bars. "Sister, you have seen better days," Ereshkigal remarked, holding a torch aloft. Its flame revealed the harsh lines of Inanna's tired face. Inanna rose unsteadily from the floor. The chains rattled at her side. "My sister died years ago. I mourned her, but you are not her." Ereshkigal exhaled a faint sigh. "I wish this wasn't the way it had to be. If only you'd stayed away. Foolish to try and stop me. I will always be smarter than you, Inanna. You cannot outsmart the universe." Inanna's gaze hardened. "What are you going to do with me?" Ereshkigal paused. She assessed her sister's battered form. "Your judgment is at hand." Inanna let out a low breath. "Good. Locked in here. There's nothing more I could have done anyway." Ereshkigal gave a curt nod to the guards behind her. "Farewell, sister," she said, her voice lacking any hint of sympathy as she turned away. The cell door creaked open, and 2 guards seized Inanna, dragging her out. They marched her up several flights of stairs until they reached the palace's ground level, a hallway Inanna now knew too well. Slivers of daylight penetrated through narrow openings in the stone, momentarily overwhelming her sight. Her body had adapted to the darkness of her cell. A set of large doors lay ahead, guarded by Neanderthal sentries. At Inanna's approach, they swung open, releasing a cacophony of angry shouts and jeers from beyond. Sunlight seared her eyes. She blinked hard, allowing the guards to pull her forward. Outside in the courtyard, a mass of Neanderthal warriors stretched along its perimeter, a churning sea of hatred and rage directed straight at her. It looked like thousands had gathered. Their roars and chanting battered her senses as she was led to a colossal slab of stone set on a raised platform at the far side. Her captors forced her up a series of steps leading to the top. Glancing back, Inanna beheld the crowd below her, a roiling ocean of furious faces. Ahead, beyond the city's walls, she glimpsed an even larger throng of Neanderthals. She had never witnessed a gathering of this magnitude. Fear and awe warred in her chest. As she climbed the last steps of the monumental structure, some kind of podium or altar, she saw Enkidu, Jark, and Ereshkigal, joined by several guards in distinctive attire. Inanna fixed her gaze on Ereshkigal. Words were bitter on her tongue. So, this is how it ends. My people will know what you did, sister. You think this will bring balance? It'll only spark war. I am Nin of Sumer. Ereshkigal smiled coldly. Balance is rarely peaceful, Inanna. You defied the natural order, and the consequences are plain. She gestured to the raging crowd below, who surged and clamoured for Inanna's blood. I didn't defy anything but you, Inanna shot back. Though her voice was steady, her eyes darted anxiously to Enkidu, who remained silent. Jark stepped in, dwarfing them both with his imposing bulk. Look around, Nin. I have summoned every Neanderthal to Gornia Shuria together. We'll head south into your lands. You think any human force can stop us? We do this to survive. When the world ends, no future generation of Neanderthals will have to share it with your flawed kind. Inanna clenched her fists. She was mute with anguish. Ja'ak turned to Enkidu, a sneer curling his lip. And you, traitor, son of the Neanderthals, your betrayal cost us warriors, devastated our lands, and undermined our strength. You shall pay for that. Enkidu said nothing. Shame weighed in his eyes. Jark looked to Inanna again, ignoring her attempts to protest. You can't do this, she pleaded, her voice cracked. Enkidu acted because it was right. Murdering him won't bring balance, it's simply more blood. Ereshkigal's glare pinned Inanna. This isn't about revenge, it's about restoring a broken world. It's the only way. Enkidu finally spoke, his voice resigned. I know what I've done. I accept my fate. He cast a sidelong look at Inanna. No other choice, Nin. For my people, it must be so. Tears threatened. This isn't balance. This is slaughter. You're a tool they're using to send a message. Ereshkigal's tone carried no mercy. He chose his path, as you did. Jark lifted a commanding hand toward the crowd, quieting their clamour. The traitor's fate is sealed, he declared. He dies for his crimes against us. Guards rushed in, yanking Enkidu forward. He locked eyes with Inanna. Sorrow mingled with a strange serenity. I'm sorry, Nin. My path ends here. Her tears spilled over as she watched the guards drag him to a wooden altar. A cross adorned in symbolic Neanderthal totems marked his direction. The crowd roared approval, stomping and chanting for blood. Inanna shut her eyes. She winced, wishing she could shut out the sight. A traitor's death, Jack announced. 5 piercings. What does that mean? Inanna croaked. Ereshkigal replied flatly, The same awaits you. A short blade stabbed deep into Enkidu's thigh, nailing flesh to wood. The second plunged into his other leg. Inanna recoiled, shouting, Just kill him! End it quickly! No mercy came. A third blade punctured Enkidu's abdomen, and 2 more pinned his hands. The savage crowd cheered with each thrust, revelling in the gruesome spectacle. Inanna looked on. Horror and despair swirled behind her eyes. Tears slid freely down her cheeks. Inanna collapsed to her knees as Enkidu's body slumped. Tears spilled unchecked down her cheeks. Ereshkigal approached. A torchlight revealed a face set in grim determination, even as a flicker of sorrow momentarily softened her gaze. There are always sacrifices, sister, Ereshkigal whispered. Always. Still gazing at Enkidu, pale and dying, Inanna lifted her head. Her voice was raw with defiance. Kill me and be done with it, then. I'll never submit to your twisted view of balance. Ereshkigal nodded to the guards. You'll have your wish. Your death won't be swift, and it won't be quiet. The people need a lesson in the cost of resistance. The guards hauled Inanna to her feet and dragged her toward the altar. The crowd's roar washed over her, a chaotic multitude craving her end. She was pressed against a second wooden cross and bound in place. Drawing a trembling breath, Inanna glared at Ereshkigal. You may take my life, but you cannot control what's coming. You think you're in charge here. You're a pawn in forces much larger than you can grasp. Ereshkigal's tone remained cold, though sorrow edged it beneath the surface. Maybe I am, but for now, this is the only path left to us. Farewell, sister. I'll be sure our parents hear of your final stand. Soon they'll face their own. She turned away as the crowd's vicious chant soared higher. A brutal iron blade was driven through Inanna's left leg, sending a jolt of agony up her spine. Then came a second dagger, pinning her other leg. Inanna tried focusing on Enkidu, who hung nearby, as the third blade sank into her abdomen. She felt her breath hitch in shock. 2 more dagger points pinned each of her hands against the wood, locking her in torment. A sick cheer rippled through the horde, hungry for suffering. Jack stood at the heart of the podium. His intimidating presence controlled the atmosphere. He shouted in Neanderthal tongue, and though Inanna couldn't grasp the words, she forced herself to pay attention, anything to distract from her agony. Jack gestured forcefully. She deduced he was addressing the crowd with declarations of victory. He hurled challenges to the south, warning of the unstoppable mass of Neanderthals marching under his banner. He promised they would inherit the earth after Cataclysm, vowing humanity would not. The frenzied crowd bellowed agreement, drumming and chanting reverberating through the city's stone canyons. The Cataclysm was the perfect call to action, an ideal way to conquer a dying world. Finished, Jack descended the podium, flanked by loyal warriors. The guards too departed, evidently finished with inflicting punishment upon Inanna and Enkidu. Ereshkigal was last to leave, casting one final glance at Inanna before slipping into the sea of soldiers. Now the city quieted. In the distant open square, the thunderous steps and raucous chants of an enormous army moved out from Gornia Shoria's gates. Snow dusted the landscape, revealing an endless migration of mammoths, siege engines, and countless Neanderthal warriors marching southward in a single unbroken tide. For them, this was the path to survival. For Inanna, it was a fatal betrayal of all she'd fought for. Shivering in the numbing cold, Inanna's consciousness ebbed. She looked away from the crimson-stained dagger in her stomach, turning her gaze to Enkidu, pinned in equal torment. She felt the world darkening, and a final lullaby of sorrow draped her senses. Her grandmother's old saying ghosted through her mind. Death isn't the end. Death is only another beginning. Holding that thought, she closed her eyes, letting the frigid hush claim her. Darkness followed.
Chapter 28. The Siege. Ares stood just beyond Cairo's walls, at the officers' barracks, a sprawling military camp that had become the nerve centre for the city's siege. The night air around him was disconcertingly still, only a few hundred metres away from what had once been a bustling metropolis. In calmer times, the main gates would be alive with commerce, lamplit gatherings, and countless intertwining stories. Now, only the distant call of cicadas and the silent vigil of stars bore witness to the tense standoff below. Behind Ares, voices murmured within canvas tents and hastily built huts lit by one lanterns. Brotherhood members and Egyptian officers conferred in subdued urgency. His status as a Brotherhood member had been critical over the past week, helping organise the blockade and shape their strategy. As he considered Cairo's options, he reached into his pouch, feeling a momentary burst of discomfort when he didn't feel the artefact. Remembering it was stored securely on Susserpent, guarded by Captain Theron, he attuned himself to the low conversation, edged with desperation, occurring around him. "We've got infantry lines around the entire perimeter," someone reported, tension lacing every word. "Naval defences are anchored 200 metres offshore." Another voice responded, "Good. We can use the Nile to bring in supplies from the south. Any word from Atlantis or Dogon?" A short silence fell. Then the first speaker continued. Heirs from Atlantis are sending 1,000 soldiers, plus siege equipment. They'll be here before daybreak. The Dogon arrived at sundown and have helped reinforce our positions. A muted snort followed. Glad to see Atlanteans cooperating, though I hear one was initially reluctant. Any mention of Atlantis tugged at Ares. Recent events had left him uneasy about alliances and leadership. During the 6 days of siege, he'd stolen away to visit his childhood home, only to learn from his mother, Yrsa, that his father, Polaris, had gone into Cairo the very morning the Neanderthals attacked. The thought gnawed at Ares relentlessly. He didn't know if his father was alive, dead, or held captive. Now he stood beneath the quiet stars, torn between duty and dread, knowing that by tomorrow, fresh challenges would arise, and he'd meet them. He clung to any spark of hope. From atop the Temple of Ra in the city's centre, Vargan surveyed Cairo's outer defences. The pyramids' pale silhouettes gleamed in the starlight, and the open plains beyond the walls were layered with infantry, ramparts, and trenches. Torches revealed each hasty fortification and defensive line, visible proof that humanity recognised the Neanderthals' lethal potential. Across the horizon on the seaward side, the glow of distant lanterns and sails marked a naval cordon, Egyptian warships forming a ring of iron and light around the city's coastal flank. Suddenly the scream of a captive shattered the nighttime hush below. It was an all too familiar sound now, one that weighed even on the most callous hearts who heard it. Vargan knew the source, hidden in the darkness of the courtyard. Brughar, his saber-toothed tiger, took its nightly tribute. Each dawn brought renewed terror to the battered city. Each dusk heralded another life, devoured at Vargan's command. Pharaoh Seti Khamun sat alone in a forgotten chamber, deep within his own palace, stripped of regal comforts and consumed by sleepless nights. The stale odour of long-burned incense clung to the air, and a heavy wooden door stood locked at all hours. He had spent an unrelenting week as a captive, subjected daily to the Neanderthals' unyielding questions. Fine robes hung limply on his frame, while tension scored lines across his face. A soft creak of hinges signalled company. Seti Khamun straightened reflexively as Vargan entered, carrying a single lantern that flickered across the walls. The pharaoh offered no formalities. Captivity had no room for them. "I have news," Vargan said. His voice was calm yet laden with authority. "We've altered the pyramid's frequency. No longer do they play your pleasant tune. Now they cast a wave of dissonance over the entire region." Anger flashed in Seti Khamun's eyes. Twisting the pyramid's energy in such a way was considered heresy. "My people rely on that 432 Hz harmony for peace. Now you've replaced it with fear. Do you realise you're undermining everything we've built to help them face life's end without dread?" Vargan's stare was impenetrable. "We've known only dread and isolation. In the ice, my people never felt your so-called harmony. Hardship defined us." A taut silence settled. Seti Khamun wrestled with the bitter truth that his city was under siege by those who believed this was their only chance. Then why force chaos on a city at peace? "Because a cataclysm approaches, an asteroid that our astrologers predict will strike the ice within a year," Vargan answered. "We won't wait for extinction. We must migrate south, or none of us survive. Cairo, your land, your people, they're an obstacle, or at best, a resource. It's not cruelty, but necessity." Seti Khamun's spirit sank at the thought of such a cosmic disaster. Perhaps both sides were trapped in a terrifying inevitability. "There could have been another way," Vargan sighed. "Not for us. We need raw impetus, not the lull of tranquility. Fear and dissonance drive my people to action. So yes, we shifted the pyramid's tune for our advantage." Their conversation ended not in agreement, but in mutual sad acceptance. Doom pressed closer, forged by cosmic threat and a clash of polar philosophies. Vargan departed, leaving Seti Kamun alone with his troubled thoughts and the discordant thrumming that had replaced Cairo's beloved resonance. Within Cairo's mess hall, once the domain of public debate and gentle scholarship, now lay the city's captive population, herded into a sprawling chamber. The air tasted of fear. Every day, more captives vanished, sometimes killed to prove the invaders' dominance, sometimes for reasons no one understood. Neanderthal guards ringed the space, eyes cold and watchful. Polaris, Ari's father, was among them. Each day had worn his spirit thinner, but the memory of Ursa's laughter and the simple joys they once shared anchored him. Her voice sustained him, reminding him of a life not ruled by violence. A young woman hunched at his side. She stifled her tears while casting frantic glances at the guards. "My husband Canis," she whispered. Her voice trembled. "We were separated that first day. I haven't seen him since. I'm so afraid he's gone." Polaris offered quiet empathy. "I understand. My wife, Ursa, is safe somewhere beyond these walls. I pray. Every moment, I hope she believes the same of me." She blinked in faint surprise at his calm demeanour. "How do you stay steady when every hour someone could be taken from us?" His face reflected compassion. "I hold on to memories of home. I remember her voice, how she would hum while tending the garden. This is what keeps me from giving in to despair." In the depths of captivity, brief sparks of kindness existed as fragile defiance. Outside of the city, siege lines pressed in from all sides. Yet these small mercies of humanity reminded them all that hope, however tenuous, could still be found, like a light flickering against the darkness that threatened to consume them. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears, but a trace of calm settled into her posture, as though finding someone who understood was a relief in itself. "He was a musician," she whispered, dabbing at her cheeks. "He'd play the reed flute at dusk. Sometimes, if I close my eyes, I can still hear it." Polaris offered a faint, encouraging nod. "My wife Ursa loves music too. She lives for sound and frequency. She always called them life's tapestry. Maybe your Canis and my Ursa would have become good friends, had the world allowed it." They both drifted into a silence that held for a moment, a gentle memory shared between them amid the fear. Far off, the wails of prisoners and the barked commands of guards haunted the chamber. Yet for one fragile instant, that terror gave ground to the thought of distant loved ones and a simpler life. Hold on to whatever you can of him. It might not change our reality right now, but it'll keep you strong inside. And who knows, perhaps that inner strength will help us survive long enough to see another chance," Polaris said gently. She managed a shaky smile. "Thank you. At least I'm not alone in holding on to something worth fighting for." Polaris responded with a quiet smile of his own. Around them, the other captives shifted restlessly in the gloom, bracing for whatever brutality the morning may bring. And in that bleakness, their small exchange was like a candle's glow in a darkened hall, thin yet undeniably present, a reminder that kindness and hope could endure even in the deepest shadow. Late into the same night, a heavy quiet enveloped the siege lines beyond Cairo. Torches flickered uneasily, forming wavering shadows that played across the worried faces of soldiers and officers who'd been awake since dusk. Ares stood among them, burdened by dread, when a subtle tremor pulsed through the still air. It began as a faint hum, just at the edge of hearing, but quickly swelled, a dissonant murmur forcing itself into every breath. All around, garrisons of troops and Brotherhood members winced or rubbed their temples. The pyramid's once harmonious frequency, which had for years reassured and united them, now sang a low, malevolent chord. Each soldier felt his spirit waver, and the officers seemed to lose some of their determination. Ares pressed his teeth together, willing himself to stay clear-headed, ignoring the bleakness that tugged at his mind like a lead weight. He stepped toward a knot of Egyptian officers, gathered by a makeshift command tent. "How are our defences?" he asked, his voice steeling itself against the oppressive atmosphere. If the Neanderthals pull a wide flank around us, do we have anything behind our lines to stop them? Exchanging troubled glances, the officers hesitated. Finally one answered, their brow furrowed. We've no secondary fortifications in the rear. Everything is concentrated on the front and around the city's main approaches. We never planned to fight an enemy striking from multiple directions. The admission brought a surge of frustration that meshed with the pyramid's grim hum, as if the negativity itself were influencing their reason. Their blockade now seemed fragile, pinned between hostile city walls and the potential for encirclement. Over the low moan of wind, new noises arose, drums, the rhythmic clatter of armour and hooves. Through the gloom, a line of warriors advanced in disciplined ranks, torches glinting off chariot wheels and siege engines, Atlanteans. As they neared, Ares recognised their silhouettes. "Set a second line behind our siege lines," he murmured to a nearby officer, then moved off. At the forefront of the Atlantean column was a Theros, clad in armour and riding tall. With a raised hand, the Atlantean signalled to slow. Dismounting, he approached Ares. "Ares," a Theros called, his voice cutting through the gloom. "I've come as promised, though not in the strength we hoped." He paused, letting out a breath. "My brother, Kalion, refused to send more of our forces. I've arrived with 1,200 of Atlantis's best. I represent Atlantis in this battle." Despite the way of exhaustion, Ares felt a flicker of relief. Reinforcements, any reinforcements, proved a blessing. The Atlantean troops spread out. Their measured discipline injected a quiet resolve into the demoralized Egyptian lines. The pyramid's discord still pressed on them all. Together, Egyptians, Atlanteans, and Ares stood a little steadier under its weight. At dawn, a pale, haunted light crept over the encampment. Ares awoke to a cacophony of shouting, the clang of metal, the rasping grind of wood on wood. He rubbed sleep from his eyes. Each motion felt like it fought against the thick haze of the pyramid's dissonant hum. The atmosphere was oppressive, a drag on every soldier's spirit. He dressed with brisk efficiency, stepping outside to find the camp in a hive of purposeful chaos. Soldiers scrambled to hammer stakes, pile sandbags, and mount sharpened barriers behind their central lines. Atlantean engineers guided Egyptian labourers, building a makeshift ring of outposts and barricades that would stand as a final fallback if the main siege line broke. Everyone's face showed fatigue. The gloom of the negative frequency stifled all but the fiercest determination. Yet they pressed on. Atheros' Atlantean forces meshed with the Egyptian regiments, forging an alliance of caution and quiet anger over the city's fall. The Egyptians laboured in dogged silence, focusing their grief and fury into strengthening their hold on the land outside the gates. Ares spotted a Theros moving between squads, offering murmured directions and encouragement. Nearby, an Egyptian captain huddled over a map with an Atlantean scout, pointing at planned spots for archers and ballistae. Many shoulders drooped under the gloom, yet no one faltered. They had no choice but to stand firm. Dragging in a steadying breath, Ares leaned against the wooden rail that marked their impromptu command post. Over the ramparts, Cairo's walls loomed, silent and ominous, under wisps of drifting smoke. The pyramid's pale sheen flickered in the corner of his vision, though they no longer radiated calm. He reminded himself why he was here, pushing away the gloom that gnawed at his heart. If there was a chance to save his father, to free the city's hostages, it lay in unity. Some movement at his shoulder turned him. A Theros approached, the lines of exhaustion on his face framed by glints of his unwavering spirit. "I didn't think we'd meet again so soon," a Theros said, his voice cutting through the ambient clatter. Ares mustered a faint smile. "I'm grateful you came at all. The men need to see solidarity." He fell silent, his gaze drifting to Cairo's battered skyline. Smoky daylight glimmered on stone walls stained by conflict. "My father is inside," Ares said at length, his voice weighted by a week of gnawing fear. "I don't know if he's alive or—" He trailed off. Sympathy touched Atheros' features. I wish you'd found better news by now, he murmured. Your mother must be frantic. Ares nodded, swallowing the knot in his throat. She's strong, but no one should bear this kind of uncertainty. Atheros set a hand on Ares' shoulder. Your parents. I hope fate deals them kindness, he said softly, before clearing his throat. What's our next step? Any plan to retake the city? Ares breathed deeply. We think no more than 600 Neanderthals hold it. We've 10 times their number if we dared an assault. If we rush in, hostages die. That's the greatest risk. Looking toward the dissonant gleam of the Great Pyramid, Atheros' brow tightened. We need the frequency restored. My men weaken further each day. A direct strike on the pyramid would let us undo their sabotage, but it would alert those inside. Ares folded his arms. They've stayed silent for a week. Either they wait for reinforcements, or are mustering a plan. We must handle both, reclaim the pyramid and keep them off balance. Better to force them to react. Atheros nodded grimly. Agreed, the Neanderthals have to be truly desperate to stake everything on an invasion. We'll match that desperation with our own determination. They stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing out at the city's ravaged walls and the violent hush beyond. Smoke lingered, twisting in the early light. In the uneasy morning, the negative hum continued, each heartbeat carrying anxious thoughts of the conflict looming ahead. Yet they held fast, forging a shield of cooperation against the unknown. The morning sun crept higher, revealing a tense tableau of makeshift fortifications and anxious soldiers, while Cairo, beyond the walls, remained silent. Ares and Atheros stood, studying the city, bracing themselves for what this day might bring. The day itself stretched into an uneasy stalemate beneath Egypt's glaring sun, a kind of suspended animation. Thousands of troops stood guard around the city, watchful but unmoving, the hostages hidden behind tall ramparts and the Neanderthal occupiers offering neither terms nor demands. As night fell for the 7th time since the siege began, the negative frequency from the tampered pyramid continued to saturate the air, reminding all of what was lost. The siege lines glimmered with the weak glow of campfires. Most soldiers kept close to their tents, resting warily or pacing the ramparts. Ares hovered near the command tent. His mind was restless. He suspected something would happen soon. No stalemate lasted forever. His suspicions proved true just after midnight. A muffled alarm went up from the eastern perimeter, distant at first but swiftly escalating into shouts of urgency. The watchmen along the back defences spun around, scanning the moonlit fields behind them. Then a flurry of horns sounded, their blare cutting through the silence. Torches flared, revealing soldiers scrambling to snatch up weapons. A disbelieving hum spread through the camp. They had presumed all Neanderthals were locked inside Cairo. They had been wrong. Under cover of night, 2 more Neanderthal ships had made landfall, hidden west of the blockade. Now, roughly 600 fresh Neanderthal warriors crashed into the unprepared rear lines, tall, savage silhouettes lit by moonlight, their heavy footfalls and fierce grins announcing their lust for battle. "Stand to arms," Ares cried, seizing his sword as officers barked orders to reposition their troops. Atheros darted from the command tent, blade in his hand and shock in his eyes. The carefully arranged siege lines, hastily adjusted only yesterday, would face their first true test tonight. Chaos erupted as the Neanderthals lunged forward, howling war cries echoing across the plain. Flames shot through the dark in an eruption of hissing arrows. Their fiery tips sank into tents, into earth, and into the occasional soldier who was too slow to evade. The dull thud of each impact morphed into the crackle of igniting cloth and brush. The Neanderthals pressed their advantage. They smashed into the perimeter of spike walls, wooden stakes, and mounds of sandbags. The defenders were rattled, however they didn't fold. They dug in with braced spears and locked shields, grimly determined to hold. Yet not every line remained unscathed. The Neanderthals, in places hacked and tore through weaker barricades. Their axes splintered stakes, their boots crushed embers and rubble underfoot. Soon a portion of the siege line broke. 300 or so of the invaders forced a wedge into the camps, setting fire to stockpiles and toppling supply wagons. The scent of burning wood and spilled blood thickened, while roars of battle surged on every side. The fight became a patchwork of skirmishes, tents aflame, clusters of soldiers and Neanderthals clashing in hand-to-hand combat amid the swirling smoke. Egyptian archers tried to gain high ground, only to be chased down by soot-covered warriors. All along the line, steel rang against iron, and the night choked with shouts and the keening shriek of wind-blown embers. Brotherhood members spread across the battlefield and fought with valiant precision while they swiftly attempted to dispatch their foes. Many had honed their martial skills far longer than both the soldiers and the Neanderthal warriors, giving them a clear edge. Yet despite their near-flawless combat abilities, some still fell in the fray, a sobering reminder that they remained, in the end, only human. Ares and Atheros plunged into the thickest fighting, leading a desperate countercharge. The Atlantean prince slashed down a bellowing warrior who lunged at him, while Ares sidestepped a spear thrust and answered with a lethal slash of his own. The swirling flames illuminated them in stark relief. Sweat stained their brows, their eyes rimmed with grit and determination. It stung Ares' heart that he must kill again, but in the face of savage necessity, he pressed on without hesitation. All around, friend and foe blurred beneath flickering torches. One moment, an Egyptian officer fought valiantly. An instant later, that officer lay unmoving. Neanderthals too met brutal ends when the humans rallied and formed disciplined pockets, dividing and conquering. Shoulder to shoulder, Ares and Atheros drove forward, their combined attacks scattering any who dared oppose them. Despite exhaustion gnawing at their strength, the defenders refused to break. Slowly, the tide turned. Where the Neanderthals saw exhaustion, the defenders found unity. Their cunning lines of spears inflicted a punishing toll. The intruders' momentum stalled as they realized they were outmatched by organized ranks. Their roars gained a desperate edge, their formations splintered. With each yard retaken, the human defenders closed in, isolating smaller knots of Neanderthals and wiping them out in fierce bursts of violence. Fires still raged, and the stench of blood and ash grew dense eventually. The last of the invaders were forced down, leaving the defenders battered yet victorious. Bodies lay in piles, smoke and drifting embers tinted the night sky deep orange. Atheros, panting heavily, clapped Ares on the shoulder. "That behind-lines fortification saved us," he managed between breaths. "Your foresight spared us a disaster. Had we been unprotected, they'd have torn us apart." Across the camp, medics emerged to tend the wounded. Soldiers, shaky with relief, began stamping out fires and dousing embers with water from sloshing buckets. The memory of the savage fight lingered in the crisp air, a victory, but also a sobering realization of how close they'd come to annihilation. Above the scorched fields beyond Cairo's walls, Vargan peered from the palace balcony, the moonlight exposing the harsh lines of rage carving his face. Smoke and flames illuminated the perimeter in flickers of orange, and in that inferno-lit gloom, he'd watched his reinforcements fail. Their numbers, 2 ships' worth of warriors, had perished in the night's fierce struggle. Not one had escaped. Far below, the final cries of combat had died away, replaced by subdued murmurs as the humans tallied their own losses and tended to survivors. Vargan clenched the balcony rail, fury coursing through him. This was not how he'd planned it. Those warriors should have broken the blockade from behind. Instead, their corpses littered the battlefield. The Egyptians, Atlanteans, and that meddling Brotherhood fighter had proved more cunning than expected. Within the human encampment, a subdued silence replaced the once-pitched battle. Soldiers muttered quietly as they reorganized. Ares and Atheros paused at a crude table, Just barrels stacked with planks to review charts scrawled in the heat of the moment. Sweat and ash streaked both men's faces, their breathing still laboured from the fight. "You said it, there must be more," Atheros said, his voice raspy. "We need to anticipate more attacks, even if the city is blockaded. They could try more landings." "Agreed," Ares responded, glancing over the scrawls that denoted both the city and the outlying defences. "How many more can they possibly spare? This may have been their best opportunity, disrupting the blockade from within and from outside, forcing our lines to collapse." A messenger hurried over. They saluted with brisk efficiency. "Scouts returning, sirs." He gestured to a pair of dusty, breathless scouts emerging from the darkness. Ares motioned them forward. One caught his breath. "We discovered 2 Egyptian transport ships near the city's southwestern approach. Supplies offloaded, maybe some men, but not many." Atheros drummed his fingers on the table. Tension was evident. "So they have minor reinforcements inside the walls, only a few hundred by the looks of it. That means that their main force remains in the north or beyond. The city's defenders are not thousands strong." "That's still more than enough to keep us at a stalemate," Ares cautioned. "It's good news that they can't bring a full army through that route." Dismissing the scouts with thanks, Ares turned to Atheros and inhaled slowly. "We've survived the night, but I doubt it's the last time they'll test us. Next time, we must be ready." Atheros nodded, his gaze briefly drifting to the glow around the pyramid's silhouette. The negative frequency still pulsed, a disquieting throb in the background that had torn down humanity's spirit over the past week. "Indeed, we hold on, and we learn. Then we strike back. And maybe we restore that damned pyramid while we're at it." Together, they faced the hush of the early dawn, the fresh scars of battle etched on the landscape. Firelight danced in the distance, reflecting off soot-streaked faces and the silent forms of fallen soldiers. Above all loomed the city walls, and the knowledge that the final contest was yet to begin. As dawn spread thin bands of pink and gold across the sky, the embers of the night's battle still smouldered in the fields before Cairo's walls. Though battered, the siege lines held firm in the calm after a storm of blood and fire. Ares allowed himself a careful breath of the cool morning air, relief twined with persistent tension. They had repelled the Neanderthal assault twice now, first from within and then from behind, and each time the defenders had risen to the challenge. Yet Ares knew complacency had no place here. He gazed over the makeshift barricades, where weary soldiers snatched what rest they could. Beyond those immense stone walls lay thousands of captive lives, perhaps including his father, Polaris. That uncertainty haunted him, a constant ache in his chest. Every hour the city remained in Neanderthal hands was an hour for the invaders to deepen the suffering of their prisoners and to maintain a dreadful stalemate. Ares resolved time was not their ally. The night's darkness had yielded to daylight, and with it came the imperative to act. Standing among scorched debris and upturned soil, he braced himself for the next step. The men and women behind him, Egyptians, Atlanteans, Brotherhood, were raw-nerved and uneasy under the pyramid's dark tune. They had endured too long. Straining at the leash, the moment had come to break the deadlock. Turning on his heel, Ares moved toward the officers' quarters, where Atheros and the rest awaited a plan. He would give it to them. He could feel their impatience like a simmering fire in their veins, mirroring his own. With the new day, their task would not be simple defense. It would be the start of a final push into Cairo, to save its people, confront the Neanderthals, and silence the noxious frequency pouring from the ancient pyramid. The path ahead promised bitter conflict and sacrifice. Anything less meant ceding the city, and all trapped within it to an unthinkable fate.
Chapter 29. Hereafter. Lost in an ocean of her own subconscious, Inanna's thoughts floated in and out of awareness as she surrendered to what she believed was her final fate. The sensation was almost tranquil, a calm drifting through darkness, where memories of her childhood, her parents, and the upbringing she cherished rose and faded like fleeting echoes. She knew she was dying and accepted that she may never escape this place. Suddenly, a voice shook her from her deep torpor. Enkidu's voice called to her. Confusion rippled through Inanna's mind. Why is Enkidu in my subconscious? She wondered as she struggled through the vast emptiness, trying to locate where his words were coming from. "Inanna!" he shouted again with urgency. Barely conscious, she opened her eyes, her cold, pale face turned and looked at him. Across the podium, she saw Enkidu, bound and injured, calling to her from his own tortuous vantage. "Enkidu," she managed, her breath was weak. "Nin," he gasped, in my boot, I have 1 vial of Vitasanas. Palios gave it to me when we breached the city. I kept it hidden. I feared we'd need it." Inanna glanced at the wounds covering his body. Blood dripped from his stomach, his skin ashen. He looked near death. She remembered Palios had also given her a vial, one that had broken during combat. "You need it as badly as I do. If you can somehow drink it, I order you to do so," she pleaded, though she knew how little strength he had left. Enkidu summoned what remains of his resolve. With trembling effort, he reached out and pushed one of the iron daggers, pinning his right hand to the wooden cross. He uttered no response to Inanna, channeling all his strength into freeing himself. Soon, he pried the dagger from his left hand, groaning in agony with each movement. One by one, he tore the remaining iron spikes from his flesh until he collapsed hard to the ground. His blood spilt anew. His skin was ghostly pale. Clutching at his boot, Enkidu found the hidden vial. He crawled toward Inanna, then slid off his footwear and gripped the potion. Reaching her, he used the cross itself to pull himself upright. She could only watch helplessly as he laboured to remove the iron daggers binding her wrists and legs to the wooden beams. "I know it'll hurt," he whispered, his breath thin. One by one, he yanked the daggers from her limbs, and Inanna slumped forward. Enkidu tried to catch her, but could only soften her fall. Both of them collapsed into the cold, unyielding stone. "I'm not going to make it," Enkidu wheezed as he pressed the vial against Inanna's lips. "But you will. Drink this, it'll keep you from dying. You'll have time to heal. Then you must travel south. India is nearest. From there, Eden." Inanna could barely lift her head to swallow. The taste of the concoction was bitter. She felt it burn down her throat. It was a faint warmth in the chill of her dying body. I can't do this alone," she whispered, tears in her eyes. "You know this land better than I ever will. You must come too." His breathing was shallow, his eyes pained. "I've done all I can. My path ends here. Sometimes a Nin lives not for herself, but for everyone who needs her. You must find a way forward." He struggled to steady his voice. "I'm sorry, Nin." She wept quietly. "Enkidu, no. We've lost so much. I wish I could just give up." He drew her close with the last of his strength and forced his voice steady. "Many would feel the same. We don't choose our burdens, only how we bear them. You are Nin. In you rests the hope of humanity. Keep going. If you stand, the world stands with you." A harsh wind swept across the silent, abandoned city of Gornia Sharia, carrying drifting snow across the empty streets. Inanna stared upward at a pale sun struggling through cloud cover. She wasn't sure how much time has passed since she drifted out of consciousness. With numb fingers, she checked the wounds in her stomach, arms, and legs, finding them no longer bleeding, proof the Vitasana's bacteria is at work. Still, her lips are blue with cold, her skin frigid, and she feels only the faintest spark of life. The Vitasanas can help cure damaged tissue, yet they are not miracle workers. She turned to Enkidu, who lay beside her, unmoving. Enkidu, she rasped, trying to shake him. We need to go inside, away from this cold. There is no response. Fear clutched her heart. Enkidu, she called again, more frantic, but he doesn't stir. He has given all he had, his warmth, his strength to save her. And now he was gone. Inanna's tears slipped down frozen cheeks. She was alone in the ice, miles from any haven. Overwhelmed by helplessness, she tries again to stir him, calling his name, shaking him, begging him to rise. But he wouldn't. At last, realization gripped her. Slowly, she forced herself to her feet. Every step sent lances of pain through her tender flesh. Yet she moved, each motion a tribute to Enkidu's sacrifice. She descended the altar's broad, cold steps, crossing the deserted courtyard that, until just hours ago, had teemed with countless Neanderthal citizens. Now, it was eerily vacant, overrun by drifting snow and silence. Reaching the palace entrance, she paused. These were the halls that imprisoned her, that held the echoes of death. Enkidu, Horus, Peleos, her sister's presence taints every stone. Yet she knew she must take shelter here. The building's warmth, however meagre, might preserve her fragile life. At its top, she could rest until her wounds mended enough for travel. She knew a comfortable, safe quarters waited at the top of the palace, as long as she could make it that far. With leaden resolve, Inanna began the long climb up the tower's many flights, ignoring the throbbing ache of her body. If she wanted to live, if she wanted to honor Enkidu, then she had to keep going. Every step was agony, yet she pushed on, and with each labored breath, she repeated a silent vow. She will endure for Enkidu.
Chapter 30. Breach. Dawn broke on the 7th day of the relentless siege, and as the first rays of sunlight touched the ravaged fields, before Cairo's walls, the armies of Egypt, Atlantis, and Dogon re-examined their positions. Smoke from the previous night's battle had finally thinned, revealing a stark tableau of fallen soldiers arranged in neat rows. Heavily armed troops were separated from their Neanderthal attackers. An atmosphere of silent mourning and grim resolve hung over the scene. Within the large makeshift barracks near the front lines, Ares stood around a map-laden table with Athiros, General Tukan, the leader of the Egyptian military and direct advisor to Setikamun, and various other officers in command of the defensive outposts encircling the city. The tent smelt of sweat, ash, and old leather, each occupant drawn taut with worry as they exchanged reports and updates. "Before we begin," General Tukan announced in a steady voice, "I'd like to formally appoint you to command our strategic efforts, Ares." The others nodded, some in visible relief, recognizing his tactical insight was vital. With a deliberate breath, Ares leant over the table. "What about the rest of the Assembly of Eternal Nations? Have they received our pleas for aid?" he asked, directing his gaze toward Tukan. Tukan tapped a parchment. Its ink-smudged surface was an emblem of late-night urgency. "We have word from every BL member. Suma conveys regrets for the delay. They're currently leaderless. Their Nin has travelled north. Still, they assure us a fleet is on its way." Ares let out a quiet breath, relieved by the promise of reinforcements. Just then 2 figures entered the tent, both in distinctive robes. Their calm bearing marked them as members of the Egyptian Brotherhood of the Serpent. "Good day, brother, sister." Ares greeted them with a polite dip of his head. "Good day, Ares," said the woman, extending her hand in a sign of peace. "I am Nemti. This is Montu. We bring a message from Eden." A ripple of interest moved through the assembled officers. Ares' focus sharpened. "From Eden," he echoed. Nemti nodded once. The elders hope this conflict ends swiftly and with minimal harm to both your people and the Neanderthals, she explained, her tone thoughtful. They have also learned from Amazonia that an artifact discovered some time ago was delivered to Atlantis. Once this siege is over, the elders request that you, along with the artifact, come to Eden. They wish for you to study it, to unlock any hidden clues within. For a moment, Ares said nothing. He thought about the artifact stowed with Captain Theron. I was pursued by assassins from the Brotherhood, he said at length. If that's so, how can I be sure who to trust now? Montu stepped forward. His voice was calm, yet resolute. We're aware of those assassins. Their origins trace back to a rogue group that disbanded a decade ago. To our knowledge, those two were the last of that lineage. He offered a small, reassuring smile. The elders suspected as much. That's why we've come in person. The tension in Ares' posture slackened slightly. Good. One less worry. But for now, I can't leave. My focus must remain on liberating Cairo. Nempty inclined her head. Of course, once the city is free, we look forward to your journey to Eden. In the meantime, we've been sent to help. Your help is welcome, Ares affirmed. There are 60 Brotherhood fighters scattered along our perimeter. Speak with them, learn what they need, and support them however you can. With that, the pair bowed and departed. Ares turned back to the table, just as Atheros spoke, his voice charged with emotion. We should attack the city before more innocents die, Atheros declared, sounding both grave and driven. A general standing nearby retorted, if we storm the walls, they'll execute their hostages right away, including Pharaoh Setikamun. Ares' heart panged at the thought. He recalled that his own father, too, is most likely inside. I can't risk his life, or anyone else's, he said softly, picturing the countless captives trapped within. Another general pressed forward. We've considered the possibilities. Each day we wait, more are killed, and the enemy gains ground. They could get reinforcements. Another city might fall to their infiltration. We must strike decisively, for the greater good. This blockade alone won't fix things. Ares acknowledged the truth in those words. He exhaled. Yes, he agreed quietly, as he leant over the map. We have to assault the pyramid and the city at once. If we free the pyramid from their hold, the negative frequency will stop decimating our morale. I propose a two-pronged attack. At sundown, under the cover of night, we dispatch 1,000 troops to the western gate. A general arched an eyebrow. That gate is narrow. No more than 5 soldiers can pass at once, she stated. Ares inclined his head. True, it leads directly into the central square. If we capture the palace, we can fortify it and give shelter to any rescued civilians. As long as the pyramid remains compromised, our forces are endangered. Atheros straightened. Then I'll lead a battalion of Atlanteans to retake the pyramid. I'll need Egyptian engineers and additional squads to help restore its frequency quickly. General Toucan assented. We're depending on you, Atheros. Free the pyramid, strengthen our troops. A second officer turned to Ares. Their concern was evident. And the gate? We can't just batter it down. Ares traced a route on the map with his finger. I'll form a small team to skirt the coastline, scale the city's outer wall where it meets the sea, and breach it from within. Once the gates open, our main force can flood in. Atheros nodded. Clearly he was impressed. Dangerous, but clever. We'll coordinate so both strikes hit at the same time. A hush descended in the tent as everyone imagined the daunting mission that lay ahead. Outside, shadows lengthened across the trampled fields and fortifications. A quiet resolve settled over Ares as he glanced from face to face, each set in grim determination. The time had come for action. A soft breeze skimmed the Mediterranean waters, while Ares stood in a small, discreetly moored boat. Overhead, dusk tinted the sky a rich violet, and the siege lines shimmered faintly on the dark shore. Drawing a lungful of salt-tinged air, Ares steadied himself. 10 silent figures surrounded him, skilled warriors of the Egyptian Brotherhood, draped in muted cloaks. Among them were Nempty and Montu, fully committed to the plan. They all understood the stakes. Their mission was simple, yet dire. Slip along the coast, scale Cairo's western wall by stealth, and unbar the gate from the inside. Once open, the armies waiting beyond would surge in and begin liberation in earnest. Ares crouched at the prow, making a final check on his equipment. Rope, grappling hooks, and a short blade at his hip. The boat's gentle rocking underpinned the silence. Nemti and Montu exchanged resolute glances with the rest of the party. Each soldier was calm, determined, and keenly aware that any slip could doom them all. Ahead, faint lantern light glimmered atop Cairo's walls. The altered pyramid frequency still pulsed faintly, casting a subtle, draining tension across the night. They had trained to act despite it, and they would see this mission through. Signalling the rowers, Ares watched the oars dip into the cool water. They advanced with practiced silence, inching closer to the formidable stone wall. Soon the boat glided beneath an overhang of weathered limestone, concealed by the distant crash of waves. Ares motioned Nemti and Montu to ready their grappling lines, while the others held weapons close and prepared to scramble up once the hooks found secure purchase. Nemti was first. She swung her grappling hook in an arc before releasing it. A faint clink on the rocks above signalled a solid hold. Montu followed suit. Ares tested the ropes. They were stable enough. One by one, each member climbed. Their boots scuffed softly on slick stone, and their hearts pounded with the knowledge of what a single slip might bring. The ascent was thankfully shorter than expected. With the faint starlight and Ares' memorized map as guides, they hauled themselves onto a slim walkway near the top. Kneeling in a quiet line, they caught their breaths as they gazed over the city below. All 10 had made it. All that remained now was to open the gate so thousands of soldiers could pour inside and retake Cairo. Beneath a thin veil of moonlit cloud, Atheros waited at the pyramid's base, its limestone surface corrupted by the sinister resonance that still gnawed at the defenders' spirits. He glanced upward. Once the pyramid was a symbol of unity. Tonight it loomed as both fortress and battleground. The pyramid's negative frequency was taking its effect on the soldiers. They weren't in best form, and Atheros knew this. 400 men from Egypt, Atlantis, and Dogon gathered behind him, armoured and grim. The door to the pyramid rose before them. It was heavy and imposing. In that single structure lay a crucial step toward freeing Cairo from its torment. Clustered around Atheros were 8 Brotherhood members he had never encountered before. He sensed their discipline and skill in the way they carried themselves, each one a blade waiting to be drawn. Though their faces were partially hidden by hoods, their calm demeanour spoke volumes. One of them glanced at Atheros, awaiting direction, while the others adjusted straps, checked weapons, and whispered in low tones. Briefly, he wondered about their journeys, their oaths, and what had led them here, shoulder to shoulder, beside him in this silent vigil. "Wait for the signal," Atheros said in a firm tone. "When the gates open, when Ares completes his part, we breach." He looked toward a distant cluster of torches and encampments where he knew Ares would be making his move. Their plan depended on timing. If Ares and his team opened the western gate, they would have their distraction. Then, and only then, would Atheros' force strike into the pyramid's narrow passage, risking blood and life to wrest control from the Neanderthals. The soldiers steeled themselves. They fastened their helmets and shields. Some prayed softly, others stood in disciplined silence. The Brotherhood members exchanged nods, confirming their readiness. Atheros drew a final breath of cool air, tasting the tension like metal on his tongue. They would wait, like coiled springs, until Ares' Achior signal, and then the true battle for Cairo's heart would commence. Across the moonlit plain, a tense silence fell over the soldiers gathered at the western edge of Cairo's fortified perimeter. 2,000 men and women stood shoulder to shoulder, Their armour and weapons reflected the faint glow of the stars. Interspersed among them were the remaining Brotherhood members and the experienced Egyptian officers who had orchestrated each step of this elaborate plan. Commands passed in whispers and hand signals. No voice would betray their presence. All eyes were fixed on the western gate's looming outline. Rarely used for large-scale movement, it was narrow and easily defended, yet it stood as the key to the city's salvation. The plan hinged on Ares and his small team. At an unknown hour, cloaked by night and stealth, he would enter the city to wrest the lock from inside. Only then could the waiting army surge forward, flooding into Cairo to liberate their people and drive out the invading Neanderthals. Impatience tugged at the soldiers' nerves. They had endured a week of siege, watched allies perish, and fought under the pyramid's draining frequency. The Brotherhood members stood calm and resolute, blending unshakable poise with lethal readiness. The Egyptians, weary yet unbowed, gripped their spears and swords, poised to charge. Behind them, the fields bore the marks of prior battles, charred wooden spikes, splintered barricades, and the lingering smell of smoke. The fate of the city lay ahead, behind a stubborn gate. For now, they could only hold their breath, their eyes locked on the dark barrier, straining to see even the smallest sign that Ares had reached his goal. Beneath the cold, unyielding stone walls of the Grand Hall, Polaris stood among hundreds of captives, their faces etched with dread and hopelessness. Once a place for gatherings and celebration, the hall now echoed with the murmurs of the imprisoned. Torches flickered, sending wavering shadows across the stone floor, and intensifying the heavy aura that pressed down on them all. Each day their grim routine was broken by a horrifying ritual inflicted by Neanderthal captors. Polaris had witnessed it countless times, each horror carving deeper lines of anger and sorrow into his exhausted features. Without warning, a guard would enter, commanding instant silence. The air thickened with dread as anxious eyes shifted toward him. Everyone braced for the inevitable choice. Today was no different. The guard, a hulking figure with scars lining his face, scanned the chamber with chilling efficiency. His gaze settled on a young man crouched in a corner. Terror was bright in his wide eyes. With one swift motion, he seized the trembling captive by the arm, hauling him to his feet. The man's cries of anguish died beneath the guard's steely stare. A numb horror coursed through Polaris. The guard dragged his chosen victim to the hall's centre, where Brugar, Vargan's formidable, saber-toothed companion, waited. Its amber eyes gleamed in the torchlight. Powerful muscles tensed under its sleek fur. The silence that swept the room was suffocating, each captive's breath held in agonized suspense. At the guard's harsh shove, Brugar leapt without hesitation. The onlookers flinched as the beast's massive fangs tore into the captive's flesh. The square echoed with the wet snap of sinew and bone. Blood splattered across the stones, the captive's final screams fading into the Neanderthal's chilling detachment. They stood back. Their faces were void of pity, studying the macabre display as if it were a routine chore. Polaris's fists tightened at his sides. Rage clashed with helplessness. He had learnt to stifle any urge to retaliate. Any sign of defiance would rain harsher consequences on everyone. Yet each day of witnessing such cruelty eroded his composure, forcing him to face the merciless reality closing in on them. A short distance away, the woman Polaris had previously comforted sank to the floor, hugging her knees tight, tears trailing down her cheeks. Her eyes found Polaris, pleading for solace he felt powerless to give. Wordlessly, he stepped to her side, resting a reassuring hand on her quivering shoulder. "You're not alone," he whispered. His voice was hardly carrying over the distant howls of despair. "We'll find a way out." She looked up, her gaze flickered with a fragile hope. "Canis, he's still out there," she breathed. Her grip tightened on a small pendant, a token of the husband she had lost. Polaris nodded. Thoughts of Ursa fueled his determination. I promise I won't stop searching. We must stay strong for ourselves and for the ones we cherish." When Brugger finally finished feeding, the hall returned to a stifled quiet, broken only by muffled sobs and hushed prayers. Polaris inhaled, steadying himself against the torrent of despair that threatened to engulf him. He glanced around, meeting the anguished eyes of those who shared this grim plight. Amid the cruelty and heartbreak, he made a silent vow. He would draw on whatever unity these captives could muster, shaping their collective will to defend, to protect, and ultimately to free Cairo from the Neanderthal clutches. For Ursa, for Katniss, and for each innocent soul held captive, Polaris resolved to battle on, refusing to let this darkness extinguish the faint light of hope that still shimmered in their midst. Hidden by the veil of night, Ares and 10 Brotherhood fighters navigated Cairo's back streets with practiced stealth. The city's once lively alleys had dimmed to hollow echoes, the oppressive pyramid frequency sapping morale yet heightening their urgency. Each step guided them nearer to their objective, the Western Gate, the crucial path to freeing the city and its captives. Nemti fell in step with Ares. "We stand with you, Ares. The Brotherhood has survived worse trials, and greater still lie ahead. Let's reclaim Cairo," she declared in a resolute tone. A trio of Neanderthal patrols rounded a corner, their hulking outlines barely visible in the gloom. Instantly, Ares and his companions melded into the shadows. Their hearts pounded as the patrol wandered closer. With a swift gesture, Ares signaled for silent readiness, his eyes locked onto the unsuspecting foe. "Stay undetected until the gates are ours," he whispered, his voice barely audible above Cairo's distant turmoil. Unaware of the threat at hand, the Neanderthal patrol lumbered by. Ares struck swiftly, unleashing 2 blades in lethal arcs. He slayed the first guard and then dispatched the next pair quickly with fluid strokes. With the bodies concealed in a dark alley, the way to the gate lay open. Leading them onward, Ares felt the crushing weight of responsibility. The gate, heavily guarded by 15 Neanderthals, bristled with watchful eyes. At his command, his fighters fanned out along the perimeter. Every movement was calculated and precise. Moving in near-perfect unison, the Brotherhood ambushed the unsuspecting sentries. Steel met stone in a fierce melee. The enclosed courtyard magnified every roar, every metallic crash, and every laboured breath. Wading through the throng of combatants, Ares pressed toward the gate's mechanism. He deftly parried a spear and countered with a decisive strike to fell the warrior blocking him. Finally, he reached the gate's lever. Straining with every muscle, he forced the heavy stone door open. Its ancient hinges groaned as the blockade gave way. A sharp cry cut through the fray at that moment. Nemti crumpled under a Neanderthal's brutal blow, her body lifeless against the blood-slick floor. Ares' breath caught, grief clawed at his chest as he met her fading gaze in a shared instant of sorrow. Fury and conviction melded in him. He roared, "For Cairo!" The thousands of concealed soldiers who had been poised for this moment surged past the open gate. In a sweeping rush they overwhelmed the last pockets of enemy resistance. The ground shuddered with the thunder of boots. The once impenetrable gate now stood as a hallway of liberation. The human armies poured into the city's heart. Beneath a luminous moon, Cairo shimmered with sporadic torchlight and erupting combat. Steel clashed, war cries rang, and street by street, the city began to reclaim itself. At the forefront, Ares led his fighters with resolute bravery, slicing through Neanderthal ranks and clearing a path for the troops who followed. The city's future hung in the balance, and as the forces pressed on, they were determined to deliver it from the grip of this merciless foe. At the same late hour, the Giza plateau stood cloaked in darkness. Stars glimmered like distant sentinels, while Atheros and his battalion gathered at the pyramid's base. Their armour caught the glow of nearby torches. Tension saturated the air. Every sense was on high alert. Then the night exploded with battle, the hiss of flaming arrows, The jarring roar of firebombs, the unrelenting chorus of clashing steel echoed for miles. The sky momentarily blazed with the fiery assault, casting dancing shadows across stone remnants older than memory. Arthyros' eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his spear. The time had come. He drew a deep breath as he steadied his nerves and raised his voice above the tumult. "Now!" he shouted, his command sliced through the night air like a blade. A squadron of Brotherhood fighters moved with lethal precision. They ignited a rig of explosives at the base of the pyramid's sealed door, their actions synchronized and swift. The charge detonated in a brilliant flash of light and force, sending shockwaves through the ground. The stone barrier groaned under immense pressure, succumbing to the blast and crashing down with disconcerting ease. Without pausing for the smoke to clear, Atlantean and Egyptian battalions surged forward. Silhouettes blended into the shadows as they charged into the breached entrance. The narrow passageway loomed ahead, a confined choke point now brimming with the promise of deadly conflict. Within, the Neanderthal defenders were already poised for battle. Their brute strength and fierce temperament made them daunting adversaries. Arthyros and his allies drove their spears through the dense smoke, each thrust a desperate bid to break through the Neanderthals' defences. The chaos inside the pyramid was immediate and unforgiving. Soldiers found themselves disoriented, movements were hindered by thick haze and a brutal enemy onslaught. Dozens of soldiers perished in the opening breach, their still forms silent proof of the Neanderthals' ferocious defence. The Neanderthals fought back with unwavering tenacity, forcing Arthyros and his battalion to yield ground under sheer, unrelenting aggression. The pyramid's confined corridors magnified every clang of steel. Every death cry echoed like a tolling bell through the ancient stones. As the battle raged on, Arthyros faced a stark truth. Nearly 50 of his infantry had fallen, their sacrifice a fresh weight on his conscience. He glanced around, watching fatigued and wounded soldiers struggling to sustain their positions against the Neanderthals' unending offensive. The bold confidence of their initial strike now waned, starkly revealing the true cost of this campaign. With a heavy heart and anger roiling within, Arthyros realized they could not maintain their assault. "Retreat!" he bellowed. His shout resonated above the din of combat. "Fall back and regroup!" The battalion pulled out, moving with desperation and haste. They fought their way from the pyramid's constricted passageways, each step a conflict against the overwhelming power of their foe. At the exit, smoke, debris, and desperate men surged into the night. Without retaking the pyramid, every soldier in the city remains at a disadvantage. "We must restore the proper frequency," Arthyros repeated urgently. In the city, the pyramid's altered frequency still menaced Ares' forces, weakening morale and leaving them vulnerable to the Neanderthals' relentless fury. Ares scanned the ravaged battlefield. Dozens of his soldiers lay fallen, a grim testament to the push for victory. Though the mission's toll weighed on him, Ares recognized the fight was far from done. Ares marshalled his remaining warriors, their resolve stiffened by the brutal events of the night. Though battered and bruised, they knew their role remained vital. Cairo's fate and the lives of countless captives depended on nullifying the pyramid's negative resonance and wresting the city from the Neanderthals' grip. Steeling himself, Ares readied his troops for the next stage of the assault, bracing for the true test of their mettle that lay ahead. He glanced back at the distant skyline of Cairo. His heart sank at the dread he felt, yet he refused to let it deter him. Under the cloak of night, Ares' fighters surged through Cairo's winding streets, their footsteps tapped on the worn cobblestones. Once a beacon of civilization, the city now resounded with chaos and destruction. Ominous shadows flickered across the walls as Neanderthal warriors unleashed sudden strikes, seemingly unaffected by the pyramid's draining frequency. Their uncanny agility and raw ferocity overwhelmed Ares, men at every turn. From the rooftops, Neanderthals descended like dark phantoms, their eyes alight with savage intent. They emerged from narrow gaps and hidden doorways, each wielded weapons with lethal precision. Ares' stomach twisted as he watched his soldiers succumb. Despite their training and numbers, they were hard-pressed to counter the Neanderthals' brutal strength. Each Neanderthal claimed the lives of 3 or 4 humans before being taken down by coordinated strikers. A cold dread knotted Ares' insides as casualties piled up around him. This once mighty army showed signs of buckling beneath the unceasing offensive. Still, amid the swirling terror and loss, their numeric advantage remained. Refusing to crumble, Ares found fresh resolve and urged his remaining fighters onward. "Keep moving! Don't let them break our line," he shouted, his voice cutting across the uproar. The Brotherhood warriors, stoic and fierce, fought shoulder to shoulder with the Egyptians. Their unity forged a spark of hope in the night's gloom. Against every obstacle, Ares and his troops pressed deeper, aiming for Cairo's heart, its grand palace, symbol of courage and final refuge. Each advancement came with fierce contest, the Neanderthals ferociously defending every alley and courtyard. Yet the combined might of Atlantean, Egyptian, and Brotherhood soldiers began to shift the balance. Reaching the palace courtyard, they were met by a torrent of Neanderthals, determined to hold what they saw as theirs. The courtyard evolved into a maelstrom of violence. Swords crashed, spears thrust, and desperate warriors locked in a deadly dance. Ares guided his troops with unwavering purpose, slicing through the foe. "We need that pyramid frequency changed," one Brotherhood fighter bellowed, his shout ragged from exertion and dread. Ares' fierce and reassuring shouts in reply. "Atheros and his men fight as we do," he replied. "Hold on until they restore the frequency." The battlefield itself throbbed with tension. Both armies were vying for every inch of ground. Towers of flame cast demonic silhouettes over battered streets, turning the city into an almost surreal battleground. Still, Ares pressed onward, forging a path for those who followed. He was determined that Cairo would be freed from its invaders. Within the palace walls, the Neanderthals began a horrifying spree of bloodshed, cutting down every human captive they could reach within the temple. The air thickened with the stench of blood and the agonized screams of the dying. Each life ended without mercy. In the Giza Plateau's darkness, the once proud pyramids, repositories of ancient wisdom, were now fields of conflict, absorbing blow after blow. Atheros stood at the Great Pyramid's base, scanning the unfolding disaster. Smoke churned into the sky, saturated with the nauseating scent of burning timbers and flesh. The clamour of war, clashing swords, guttural cries, and despairing scream formed a relentless cacophony. Returning his focus to the group of soldiers and the pyramid's sealed entrance, Atheros felt both urgency and desperation warping each heartbeat. The frequency that once anchored the city had become its undoing, draining the morale of his men and lending an edge to the enemy. Time was his foe. Each passing moment allowed the Neanderthals to further entrench their dominion. "We must keep pushing, end this frequency," Atheros roared, his directive cut through the uproar. "Stand with me, and we take back this city. Every soul inside Cairo is counting on us." Summoning all his resolve, Atheros led another charge, refusing to watch his soldiers bleed out. Flanked by spearmen, he drove into the very centre of the chaos, dispatching Neanderthal warriors with a relentless precision born of pure necessity. Farther within the pyramid, the interior had fallen silent, a grim sign that the Neanderthals had ended the lives of those previously responsible for upholding Cairo's harmonious frequency. Inside the darkness, Atheros and his battalion pressed further. Tight passages prevented them from moving freely, yet they continued undeterred, clashing with Neanderthals, whose raw strength proved formidable. Despite spears twice breaking through his armour, Atheros pressed on, blood mingled with dust and sweat on his face, as he forced his way toward the pyramid's resonance chamber. The Neanderthals capitalized on the pyramid's skewed resonance, striking with savage, unyielding force. Each hulking warrior continued to lay waste to multiple defenders before disciplined formations managed a final blow. Ares witnessed friend after friend cut down. The palace courtyard glistened with fresh blood. The harsh reek of death and sweat poisoned the air. Yet for all the harrowing losses, the defenders possessed one last advantage. The fury of the Neanderthals was formidable, but not infinite. Gathering grit from the depths of their resolve, they pressed on, determined to recapture Cairo. The battlefield was a storm of violence. Flaming arrows arced into the air, igniting makeshift barricades. Swords clashed against the brute force of Neanderthal blades, and the night rang with screams and the clang of steel. Amid the firelight and mayhem, Ares glimpsed movement from the corner of his eye. A squadron of Neanderthal warriors were surging toward the palace's entrance, evidently determined to slaughter the prisoners inside. His heart pounded. His perception was skewed by the frequency. Taking a solitary breath, Ares conjured the tranquil experience of walkabout and the connection to nature instilled within him. Feeling his breath move through his lungs, he centered himself to the air around him, dismissing the Neanderthal manipulation and redirecting himself back to the battle surging around him. A Brotherhood member fought their way to him. "We need that pyramid frequency changed. It's killing us all," he shouted over the din. Ares, bruised and exhausted, caught the words and called back. "Arthyros and his battalion face the same fight we do. Hold them off until they can change the frequency." His gaze swept the courtyard, searching for any sign the battle might turn in their favour. In the pyramid's resonance chamber, Arthyros' forces protected the engineers, who raced to the controls, their hands steady in the chaos. "We did it! Now change the frequency," Arthyros shouted. Slowly, the pyramid's oppressive resonance dissipated, replaced by a restored harmony of 432 Hz. The destructive energy reversed, sweeping out into the city like a vital lifeline. Though badly wounded, Arthyros watched the final adjustments. At last, with the frequency stabilized, his men led him back out of the pyramid. Each step away from the chamber carried the weight of their accomplishment and the sorrow of their failure to save the hostages. As he emerged, he caught sight of the captives' bodies scattered across the stone floors. Arthyros paused, echoes of the battle reverberated in his ears, painfully aware that, although the immediate threat had been stifled, Cairo's scars and his own would remain for a long time to come. A wave of dread crashed over him. Nothing could alter the tragic reality of those he could not spare. Outside, with the frequency restored, the pyramid's melodic energy cocooned Cairo in a gentle, sustaining embrace. The force that had undermined the defenders now rallied them, bringing a degree of solace back to the war-ravaged city. A radiant warmth pulsed through Ares, clearing the oppressive gloom that had haunted the battlefield. At last, the city's defenders were free from the negative energies that sapped their strength. "The frequency is altered," Ares shouted. His voice rang across the tormented fields. "For Cairo!" the soldiers joined his rallying cry. New resolve surged through the ranks, and Ares led a resolute garrison of infantry down the ravaged streets, scanning every dark corner for lingering pockets of Neanderthal resistance. His goal was in reach, the city's core, where prisoners still waited in peril. Their path led them to the grand mess hall. Ares braced himself as he pushed open the heavy doors, only to be met by a chilling sight. In the flickering torchlight, he recognized his father, Polaris, standing amid a crowd of captives. Further in, beyond swirling shadows, Neanderthal guards slaughtered hostages. "Father!" Ares shouted. His voice was raw with dread. It cut through the chaos of shrieks and clanging steel. In shock, Polaris's eyes locked onto Ares, reflecting sorrow and disbelief. Between them was a line of hostile warriors and the silent bodies of those already slaughtered. Spurred by desperation, Ares pushed forward, determined to reach his father. Neanderthal guards blocked his path. Their snarling figures appeared as a daunting wall. Ares fought with fierce precision, parrying, cutting, and stepping deeper through the mob. Each blow risked his life. With every strike he advanced a step closer. Then a monstrous Neanderthal appeared from the shadows, his weapon glinting with malevolence. Without warning he lunged, plunging a cruel blade into Polaris's side and sending him sprawling to the ground, mere meters from Ares. "No!" Ares' anguished cry tore from his throat as he watched his father collapse, blood spreading across the cold floor. Shocked into rage, Ares hurled himself at the brute. Their swords met in a vicious clash. Ares fought with every ounce of skill he possessed, weaving and striking with lethal grace. At last, with a decisive swing, he beheaded the Neanderthal, a violent end driven by utter resolve and fury. Breathing hard and slick with blood, Ares dropped to his knees beside Polaris, who lay gasping for breath. This man, once the bedrock of Ares' world, was now slipping away, and the sight wrenched at his heart. Polaris' eyes fluttered as he tried to focus. A final faint smile crossed his lips. "You have done well, son," he whispered. Ignoring his own weariness, Ares' trembling hands ghosted over Polaris' bloody wound. Tears welled up, threatening to choke him, as memory and reality collided. He had arrived too late. "Father, I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice hollow. "I could not save you." Weak yet filled with the lingering warmth of paternal devotion, Polaris's gaze found Ares. He murmured, "Ares, you've become so strong, so grown." Ares' tears finally spilled over. "Mother, how can I tell her what's happened? How can I tell her I failed to protect you?" A final soft breath rattled in Polaris's chest. "Let her know I love her," he sighed. His voice was waning but resolute. Ares' anguish ravaged his features as he bowed closer. "I've missed you, father." In his last moments, Polaris's love remained. His feeble grip tightened, though barely, around Ares' hand. "You are doing what you love to Batig," he murmured. "I have missed you too, my son. It would be wrong to hold you back. Are you truly happy?" Ares wept, burying his face in the brief comfort of Polaris's presence. "I'm trying," he managed. "That's all a father needs," Polaris whispered. His eyes fluttered shut, and with that, the final spark of his life faded, leaving Ares alone in the echoing stillness. Time compressed around Ares, the ruined hall, spinning in sorrow. He drew a trembling breath, silently pledging to continue. Rising unsteadily, he gazed at the dawn's first rays illuminating the battered city. Gathering what was left of his strength and his father's memory, Ares turned to his soldiers. Clashes rose anew as the battle resumed. Ares understood that though the pyramid's frequency had changed, their final victory lay deeper in the palace. His father's death burnt behind him. Strengthening his grip on his sword, he pressed forward, resolved to purge Cairo of its invaders, to honour his father's memory, and to fulfill the promise of deliverance they had fought so hard to achieve. The roar of combat faded to low moans and ragged breathing. The grand mess hall stood quiet now, its stone floor littered with the evidence of savage conflict. Ares' men methodically checked for survivors, forcing out the last Neanderthals who dared remain. On every side lay bodies, friend and foe, an unflinching testament to war's cruelty. Every corner of the hall was stained with the night's tragedy, dead captives and ravaged walls scorched by flames. Yet among the rubble, a spark of defiance glimmered. Ares staggered from pain and fatigue. He slowly made his way through the hall. Grief bore down on him, each step heavier than the last. Reaching the back of the room, he saw again Polaris's motionless form, beside the rescued captives, an image that seized his heart anew. Summoning all his will, Ares turned to his men. "Let's finish what we came here to do." Despite the tears that threatened, his voice held steady. "We can still save Cairo, end this horror once and for all." Leading them back into Cairo's ravaged streets, he vowed that Polaris's sacrifice, and the sacrifices of so many others, would not be in vain. The remaining Neanderthal forces had barricaded themselves within the central palace. Outnumbered, they concentrated on spreading as much brutality as possible before their inevitable demise. Archers lined the streets, loosing arrows at Neanderthals yet to retreat. Pressed by the barrage, the Neanderthals retreated inside the temple. Outside, the remaining human forces surrounded every escape route. Bloodied and exhausted Ares led the charge across the palace's forecourt. His soldiers pressed in around him. The great palace doors were sealed. Battering at them accomplished little. Glancing at the ornate mosaic glass windows flanking the main hall, Ares shouted, "Go through the windows!" With a crash of glass, soldiers burst into the palace from both sides, opening the doors and granting their comrades entry to seek revenge. Chaos ensued as Neanderthals, caught unprepared, found themselves slashed and overrun by the advancing army. Gritting his teeth, Ares forced his way forward, his sword seeking the captors he blamed for his father's death. Suddenly a booming voice echoed from the rear of the hall. At the top of the sweeping staircase stood Vargan, flanked by a dozen of his fiercest warriors and his saber-toothed companion. "Stop!" he roared. His voice swallowed the hall in silence. In one brutal motion, Vargan dragged forward Pharaoh Setikamun, holding a blade to his throat. Instantly, the Egyptian soldiers froze. Their loyalty to the pharaoh outweighed their desire to strike. "You will grant us safe passage out of this city," Vargan spat, "or else your precious pharaoh dies." The fighters, panting and still on edge, looked to Ares for an answer. "That isn't an option," Ares barked in reply. "Then more blood will spill," Vargan snapped, flashing a predatory grin. Scanning the hall, Ares saw how thoroughly they had cornered the Neanderthal stragglers. He was equally desperate to prevent further loss of life. Escaping would only allow these killers to bring further havoc elsewhere. He took a breath, then raised his voice again. "If you want your freedom, face me alone. You've no more than 30 warriors left. We are thousands. If you defeat me in single combat, I'll let you walk back to Pannonia." His words reverberated through the temple hall. Vargan eyed Ares' wounds, reasoning that this battered opponent was an easy kill. "Very well, human," he grunted. He shoved the pharaoh into a guard's grip and strode forward. Ares dropped his ragged holster and ruined sheath to the ground, quickly murmuring a command to the soldiers nearest him. "Once the fight begins, unleash everything." As Vargan descended toward him with his weapons at the ready, Ares braced, aware of how precarious the moment was. Neanderthal and human alike stood back. The sudden silence was more chilling than the din of fighting. "You murdered my father," Ares said. "You will die for this." Vargan smirked. "Another life crushed beneath the great wheel. It finds all of us eventually." With a feral snarl, Vargan lunged. A sharp cry rang out. "For Cairo!" echoed off the marble walls. In an instant, a storm of arrows struck Vargan, tearing through every vital part of his body. He collapsed to the floor in a heap of blood and shattered pride. Ares stood over him, breathing hard. "You've no honour," he grunted to Ares. "And you died for nothing." Ares scoffed in rabbit. A second volley followed, this time aimed at the Neanderthals on the stairs. At once, Pharaoh Setikamun tried to scramble free, only to be blindsided by Brugar, the monstrous saber-tooth, who tackled him down the steps. The beast's fangs tore into the pharaoh, ripping him open in a savage exhibition. Ares and the soldiers rushed to intervene. They clashed with the last pockets of Neanderthal resistance. Brugar managed to maim one more fighter, however the ferocious cat was soon overpowered, its body cut and pinned beneath a hail of weapons and arrows. The pharaoh lay mutilated, motionless at the bottom of the steps. Ares felt an agitating mix of fury and failure. There was no time to grieve. More soldiers sprinted up the staircase, purging any Neanderthal who still lingered in the palace. Cairo's palace and mess halls, once the heart of a proud city, had become a battlefield of terror and regret. At last, the Neanderthals were falling, and Cairo stood on the brink of final liberation. The morning sun was now in ascent. It cast a golden hue over the city of Cairo. The once tumultuous battlefield lay quiet, the sound of war replaced by the gentle hum of human survival. The air was filled with the scent of smoke and the lingering echoes of battle, a stark reminder of the night's ferocity. Ares, battered and bloodied from the intense combat, felt his strength waning. His vision blurred as pain surged through his wounds, and the world around him began to fade into darkness. The last thing Ares saw before losing consciousness was the steadfast presence of his soldiers encircling him, their faces etched with concern and determination. Their unwavering support provided a fleeting sense of comfort amidst the chaos. Exhaustion quickly claimed him. Just like that, he succumbed to the void. When Ares awoke, the first rays of morning light filtered through the curtains of his childhood home, bathing the room in a soft, warm glow. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to rise, the memories of battle and loss still fresh in his mind. The familiar surroundings offered a stark contrast to the war-torn city he had fought to save. His mother Ursa entered the room, her face a mixture of relief and worry. She moved with a grace that belied the exhaustion etched into her features. Her presence was a beacon of comfort in the aftermath of chaos. "Thank goodness you are awake, Ares," she said softly, approaching him with open arms. Ares blinked. The weight of his injuries pressed heavily upon him. "Mother, am I home?" he asked. His voice trembled with a mix of relief and lingering fear. Ursa knelt beside him. Her hands gently brushed his hair back from his face. "You are. It has been 3 days. I was worried I'd lost you as well. It seems the Vitasanas has healed your wounds quite well." Tears welled in Ares' eyes as he struggled to process the feeling of his mother's unwavering support. "I'm sorry about father. I couldn't save him." His voice broke. The guilt and sorrow overwhelmed him. Ursa's expression softened, her eyes filled with understanding and love. "Did you do the best you could?" she asked. Her voice was steady, despite the emotion behind her words. Ares nodded slowly, swallowing hard against the lump in his throat. "I believe so." She reached out, taking his hand in hers and squeezing it gently. "Then that's all that matters?" Ares looked up, his eyes searching hers for reassurance. "Are you going to be all right without him?" Ursa smiled faintly, though the pain was evident in her eyes. "In time, I will never be the person I was, but I will find room in my heart to cope with such sadness. Your father and I had many good years together. We forget how lucky we are to even have the time we are given with one another." Ares felt a surge of love and gratitude wash over him. The weight of his loss was momentarily lifted by his mother's comforting presence. Despite the sorrow that still lingered, he knew that together they could begin to heal and rebuild what had been torn apart. "Do you think we will see them again?" he asked his mother, his voice barely above a whisper. Ursa stared out at the bright blue sky through Ares' bedroom window. Her eyes reflected a depth of wisdom and sorrow. "I don't think so, Ares. The universe is infinite. There are infinite places our lost loves could go to once we pass. I think we were fortunate to share any time at all with someone we truly love. I don't think we will ever see them again. They will be out there, somewhere, and for us we get to continue to live the lives we have been gifted, for however long that may be. And one day, when it's our time, we will leave this world as well, and drift off into the cosmic void also, continuing our own journey through the infinite." Ares broke down in tears. The weight of his Odyssey so far never had felt so immense. His feelings spiraled back to the loss of his father and the countless hardships of his journey. "You know you can spend as much time as you wish here to heal as you need," Ursa said softly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Thank you. I will." Ares responded. His voice trembled, yet was filled with gratitude. The following weeks passed in a gentle blur for Ares, who stayed in his childhood home to recover from his wounds, both the visible ones and those that weighed heavily within his heart. His 2 younger sisters returned home, grieving together their loss. True to his mother's words, peace and healing came in slow measures. daily swims in the calm waters his father once cherished, moments of conversation with his sisters, and quiet intervals studying Polaris' old writings kept Ares feeling alive. It was a time of rest and reflection in equal measure. One evening, after finishing a sunset swim, Ares climbed the familiar steps leading back to the home that carried so many echoes of his father. As he entered the modest study, the last rays of sunlight cast a soft glow on the simple wooden desk that once belonged to Polaris. His gaze fell on the artifact resting there. Its surface caught the fading light in a muted shimmer. For days, weeks really, he had left it untouched, unwilling or unready to return to its mystery. Yet now, something in his heart stirred. The losses he had endured, the counsel from the Brotherhood to journey to Eden, and the memory of his father's unwavering curiosity all converged in Ares' mind. A gentle resolve welled up within him. The knowledge he sought and the duty he bore could no longer wait. Crossing the room, he lifted the artifact from the desk. Its weight felt familiar, yet still carried an aura of the unknown. He recalled Nempty and Montu's words. Eden awaited him, an invitation to unravel the secrets encoded in this relic. The thought sent a quiet thrill through him. He glanced at the notes and sketches scattered around. Polaris' final reflections, half-finished paintings of coastal vistas and descriptions of the old energies. Each fragment of his father's mind urged him onward, hinting that seeking truth was in the family's very marrow. Deep in his heart, he knew the quiet days at home, though precious, had only been a respite. He was healed in body, if not yet in spirit, but the world was still troubled, shaped by events more immense than any single city's siege. The riddle of the artifact, the voices of Eden, and the fate of countless others still haunted the edges of his thoughts. This, he realized, was his calling, the path that would carry him forward. Stepping outside onto the veranda, Ares held the artifact close, letting the evening breeze brush past his face. Overhead, stars emerged in the purpling sky. He remembered his father's reassurance, that sometimes doing the best you could was all you could offer. This pursuit of knowledge was an enduring connection to Polaris. Cradling the artifact gently, Ares allowed himself one final moment of sorrow for all that had been lost. Friends, father, the innocence he once knew. Then he drew a breath and let the familiar spark of curiosity and sense of purpose mingle in his chest. The war-scarred city of Cairo might rest now under a reclaimed frequency. However, many questions remained unanswered. Many roads still branched off into the unknown. Eden, with its archives and guidance, stood beckoning, an obligation, a quest, and an odyssey. Ares was ready. Slipping the artifact into a small leather pouch, he glanced over at Ursa, who watched from the doorway, her eyes kind and understanding. She nodded slightly, as if to grant him silent permission. Ares smiled a cautious, bittersweet smile, and then turned to gaze at the distant horizon. He would say his farewells properly in the morning, for now the sun had set, and the stars glimmered with unspoken possibilities. In that twilight, Ares knew his journey was far from done. Eden was calling.
Chapter 31. Return. Weeks had passed since Enkidu's death. Inanna had been residing at the top of the palace in the centre of Gornia Sharia, spending her days resting in the comforts of her sister Ereshkigal's quarters. The bed was somewhat comfortable, with just enough wood stored to keep the burner going beside her alight. Inanna was also fortunate to have found some leftover dried meat stored atop the palace. With just enough to sustain her, her body was slowly recovering. The wounds on her feet had healed, as had her hands, though she was still unable to clench them firmly. She feared that the bones the iron had penetrated might be broken. Over these harrowingly lonesome weeks, Inanna had watched the supplies of warmth, food and water slowly dwindle. Now, with at most a day or two of food and warmth remaining, she had to prepare to leave the comforts of the palace tower. Looking outward to the vast expanse of snow and forestry, Inanna knew she was running out of time. Inanna rose from her bed, gently placing each foot on the ground below. The warm iron heater that had been keeping her quarters comfortable was burning on one of its last logs. She placed each foot down, gently putting more weight on them as she stood. The pain from each step had greatly subsided in the past few days, courtesy of the healing vial Enkidu had given her. She knew she must travel great distances in this condition in the coming days. Moving out of the warm room, she was greeted by the freezing halls of the palace, usually kept alive by countless Neanderthal workers. The dark and quiet halls now stood dormant and cold. Inanna clambered down the lower levels of the tower, arriving at a hall very familiar to her. The long stretch of hall was where Palios had used a glider to traverse the skies above the city and to bring the flames of the inferno to the city's walls. She looked at it now, abandoned and desolate. Snow had blown in from the outside winds, and 2 gliders remained toward the end of the hall. She walked toward the side of the opening and looked out over the vast expanse of mountains and forests, knowing that in a day or two she would be traversing them by herself. A thought passed through Inanna's mind. What if she made the last days count by taking a glider as far south as she could? She could travel kilometers in minutes, making her journey southward far shorter than traversing through the dangers of the forests. The only issue with this plan was that she had no one to teach her how to use such technology. Additionally, she had no prior knowledge of how to operate the novel machinery. Inanna contemplated, inspecting the stable gliders and attempting to figure out their basic mechanisms. After spending some time understanding the essential mechanics, pulling the bar upward and downward to change elevation, she decided to ponder her brash plan before committing to such a dangerous activity. Her thoughts raced to Palios. If he could achieve such heights, surely she could in some form as well. Inanna returned to her quarters to rest. Pouring herself water and eating minimal amounts of dried meat, she settled into the warmth of her sister's bed. She looked outside as the sun once again began to set over the cold and desolate landscape. Only 4 logs of wood remained beside the fire, enough to last a day or 2 at most. Inanna was fighting time. She required more of it to fully heal, yet was limited by the supplies left behind at the palace. Additionally, she could not spend more time atop the palace, as each day she wasted residing in Gornya Shoria was a day further the Neanderthal armies marched south. Inanna rested, knowing one more night's sleep would not fully heal her wounds. She hoped it would make some difference before her inevitable departure when the morning sun rose. The palace tower stood strong against the Arctic blasts of wind that bombarded it constantly. From outside, the faint, warm glow from Inanna's fire was the only source of light in the vast region of darkness that surrounded Gornya Shoria. Inside, Inanna lay in her bed, attempting to rest, yet unable to due to the sounds of the wind battering the glass window in her quarters. She contemplated all she had endured, haunted by the ghosts of those who had died in servitude. She did not feel alone in the tower, as her thoughts and memories occupied a large dwelling within the confines of her mind. Nevertheless, she endured, having been spared from the clutches of death, and at first light she must face the world once more. Over the past few weeks, Inanna had become acclimated to the landscape outside her palace window, watching the seemingly endless winter winds bombard the city's structures, only to be halted by the daily snowfall that accompanied such harrowing weather. The sun rose over the landscape, gently penetrating through the thick cloud cover. It was the only natural warmth Inanna would have during her journey south. She joined it in its ascension and rose from the comfort of her bed. The fire in her quarters was smouldering. Only 2 logs remained, an indicator that the time for her journey was imminent. Her feet had mostly healed, despite the occasional pain each footstep carried. Her stomach injury had also healed, though with a few more weeks, perhaps a month or two, of rest it would mend entirely. Inanna walked down the stairs, equipped with oversized clothing scavenged from the Neanderthal tower. She was not concerned that it was large and heavy. She knew it would keep her alive for her journey. Accompanying her was a large leather rucksack in which she was storing all essential equipment and supplies she might need. Her only concern was the limited rations she had remaining, enough to last her a few days at most. Inanna approached the hangar, loaded her glider with her supplies, and inspected the launching mechanism. She positioned herself into it and attempted to get accustomed to its mechanisms. She released a slight grin before ejecting the glider outward, considering the irony of meeting her demise this way after all she had endured. However, it was just a fleeting thought. She realigned her concentration to the task at hand. Inanna was thrust out over the city. She braced intensely as her glider picked up speed and glided over the city's various structures. The wind began to lift the glider upward, a relief for Inanna as she gained some confidence that the machine was working. As she drew further away from the palace, she knew she needed to adjust her course southward. Gripping the turning mechanism, Inanna pulled it gently, hoping that what she was doing worked. The glider turned slightly, a positive indicator. She then pulled it further, directing the glider in the right direction. A sense of awe filled Inanna, followed by sheer terror as the adrenaline faded and she became solemnly aware that she was catapulting through the sky, hundreds of meters above the ground, in a tiny wooden glider. As she passed the walls of Gornya Shoria, Inanna looked at the city in solace. She had resided within its walls for several weeks and had endured significant hardships within its structures. She was not the same creature she was when she entered its gates. She had lost everyone, been on the brink of death, and returned. Inanna had changed into a Nin of Summa, who was now returning to her world to contribute to its sustained survival. Her glider hovered above the vast mountain ranges and forests that surround Gornya Shoria. Using the wind below her to casually lift it upward and maintain its longevity in the air, she attempted to fly it as far south as she could. In this process, it became evident to her that she had saved days of travel. As long as she could maintain her bearing and keep the glider moving slowly, she would cut kilometers off her journey and reach India before the Neanderthals make it to the Pannonia Plains, the direction Jack and Ereshkigal's forces moved toward when they abandoned Gornya Shoria. Inanna drew her attention solely to the task at hand, elongating the duration of the glider's flight. As she rocketed through the sky, she saw an eagle fly from above and inspect her craft, most likely having never seen such a thing before. It swooped beside her. Moments passed before it flew off in its own direction, not needing to compete with such a large winged creature as the glider. With every minute in the air, she slowly drew closer to the ground below. The glider glided over the last mountain range it could summit. Inanna knew that she would soon need to land. Looking below, the large pine trees flickered past her field of view. The glider was maintaining speed, but would eventually reach its terminus. Having covered a vast distance, Inanna accepted that her journey was about to end. Ahead, she saw an opening between the large, ancient pine trees that littered the countryside. She maneuvered between them, hoping for a soft landing. Her glider cut through the underbrush of the trees, scraping and damaging the craft. She braced for impact. The glider's left wing got caught on a large branch, cutting into its canopy. It broke the wing off, and Inanna braced as the craft smashed into the snow-covered ground below, shattering the glider into parts and scattering them across the forest surface. Silence filled the air. The forest was far quieter than the open plains of the ice, as the wind could not penetrate its endless sprawl of trees and brush. Inanna rose from the shattered cockpit of the glider to inspect the damage. Scattered remnants surrounded her. She quickly looked for her rucksack and supplies, ensuring the essentials had made it through the landing. Inanna then broke off small pieces of board from the glider and put them in her pack, noting their utility as kindling if needed. With her sword in her holster, her pack over her shoulders, and a bow at hand, Inanna prepared for the long and harrowing journey south. Unsure of how long this would take, she prepared to endure its longevity. Days cycled by in a seemingly endless rotation as Inanna traversed the treacherous landscape of the ice. Moving at a steady pace, she trekked south toward the Indian border. The landscape had become more mountainous in the past few days, a good indicator that she was nearing her destination. The journey became increasingly perilous with each passing day, as the altitude rose and the mountainous region separating the ice from northeastern India grew steeper. Inanna travelled with extreme caution. It was not all unpleasant. Inanna had grown rather fond of the quiet evenings spent camping beneath the stars, with the belt of the Milky Way stretching across the sky above her. The sounds of nature moved in cycles of day and night as she walked, for the ice was primitive. There was no human interference in its intricate ecosystem. Inanna grew to realize that everything in this expanse moved in harmony, feeding itself as a vast, connected living organism attuned to the creatures that lived within it. Inanna felt connected to this, as it put in perspective the vastness of the world and raised the question of where one belongs within it. The landscape changed dramatically as Inanna made her descent down another mountain pass. The snow-covered terrain atop the mountains gave way to a denser, subtropical climate. As she travelled further downward each passing day, the climate continued to grow warmer, an assurance that she was heading in the right direction. Suddenly, through the dense underbrush of the forest, she came across a sight she had not seen for some time. A road. Inanna walked onto the road with the feeling of joy. Had she truly made it back to civilization? And if so, where was she? The road, cut from mud and gravel, local to the forest, had large footsteps within it. She inspected the tracks and saw that they were recently pressed into the road. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an elephant roaring in excitement, an unexpected greeting in such an isolated area. Before she could comprehend its distance, she heard a second roar, the sound of multiple elephants presenting themselves around the bend of the road ahead. She moved toward the sounds in excitement. Around the short corner ahead, Inanna saw 3 men standing, clearing some underbrush with bladed weapons and accompanied by 4 elephants. She looked in awe, having not seen any other living creatures for some time, let alone other humans. "Hello!" she shouted. The word dribbled out as she had not used her vocals for significant time. The men stopped their work and turned to face Inanna. They were shocked to see her, a stranger with a different accent emerging from the dangers of the ice. "Hello, what are you doing this far out? Are you all right?" one of the men asked. Inanna smiled. Where am I?" she asked. The same man, looking at his fellow workers, shouted in reply, "We are 10 kilometers east of Mathura." Inanna recalled her geography lessons by Palios. "This is India?" she affirmed. "Yes, it is. What is your name?" the man asked. "Inanna." "I am Nin of Sumer," she shouted. The men paused, looking at one another in disbelief, then released a burst of laughter. It was not every day Sumerian royalty emerged from the underbrush in their local region. "My grandmother was Inanna, Nin of Sumer, before me. My family has ruled Uruk for hundreds of years. I had led a journey through the ice I don't know exactly how long ago. I have returned, and I need help," she said with sincerity. The men, picking up on her evidently serious tone, approached her. Well, it is not every day 3 elephant wranglers come across the Nin of Sumer. Please excuse our disbelief, their leader stated. I understand the ridiculous nature of my emergence, she grinned. Could you please take me back to Mathura? My objective is very time-sensitive. The men shared a look of confusion. Their leader, the eldest of the 3, stepped forward. I am Jangan. We will take you to Mathura. Nin, Sumer, and India have always shared an interwoven history. Inanna looked into the man's eyes, sensing he had a trusting nature. Having never visited India herself, she recalled many stories from her grandmother regarding the kindness of their people and the gentle nature fostered within their culture. Thank you, Jangan. I appreciate your kindness. Janga inspected Inanna, seeing she was evidently worn and well-travelled. We do not typically ride the elephants. However, if you need rest, you are welcome to ride atop Rani. She is gentle, but can be quite mischievous, he explained. Inanna looked at the gentle creature, seeing that Rani is already carrying the group's supplies. If you don't mind, I would appreciate that, even just for a short period. I am recovering from many injuries and am quite exhausted. Of course, Nin. The elephants take turns carrying the supplies. Besides, if Rani does not wish you to be on her, you will know about it, he said jokingly. Inanna released a sigh of respite, relieved she did not have to work for her transport. She approached Rani and gently gave her a pat. I would help you atop. However, I do not believe my back will allow it, Jangan explained. His 2 fellow workers lifted her up onto the elephant's back. Thank you, Jangan. I appreciate your help, Inanna stated with a sigh of relief. The men placed Inanna's supplies atop Rani and began walking down the path, a journey that would eventually lead them to Mathura. Inanna spent the remainder of the day travelling the sprawling mountain ranges. The snow-covered mountains she emerged from slowly declined until they were out of view. We used the same technique to build roads in Sumer, Inanna explained as she sat atop an elephant. I'm assuming the elephants find the best natural path through the terrain. Jangan grinned. That is correct, Nin. We are surveying the region along the ice. This area has been left untouched because we wish to preserve it. We also know that it will aid in connecting the northern regions of India, such as Mathura, to the west more gently. These elephants have greatly aided us in doing that. You have been doing this for many years, she asked. Since I was young, he replied. His eyes reflected genuine affection. I love nature, and I love these gentle creatures. They gave me purpose, and I am glad they are with us where they are respected and treated well. It gives the elephants as much purpose as it does us. My family sigil is an elephant. My grandmother always loved them. When I was north, I saw a herd of mammoths. Not quite the same creatures, yet equally amazing, especially for an admirer of these gentle beings, Inanna shared with Jangan. The elephants traversed the land, finding the best places to build road networks without disrupting the local environment. The paths are winding and may not always be the most direct, yet they always work. If they're good enough for elephants, they are good enough for us, he continued. The elephant wranglers, a respected role in Indian culture, used the elephants to traverse unmanned terrain, carving roads and paths into the landscape. The elephants moved through their environment, causing minimal damage to the ecosystem, adhering to the philosophy that the roads humans carve should respect the natural environment and cause minimal to no impact on the ecological systems they traverse. I have seen a few mammoths in the mountains here, yet very infrequently and definitely not in a herd. You are very lucky to have witnessed such a sight, he responded cheerfully. Inna rested atop her elephant as the group slowly moved through the jungles into a much more temperate climate. After a full day of travelling, she finally arrived at Mathura, an ancient walled city on the outskirts of the mountain regions north of India. In Mathura, Inanna spent the evening recovering. She was greeted by the kingdom's elders and stayed for the night before leaving the following morning for Eden, an ancient valley in rural India, home to the Egyptian Brotherhood and epicenter of the Brotherhood's practices. In Eden resided the largest library in the world, along with all the knowledge and support she would need. Following Isis's request, Inanna would venture to Eden to seek help. Inanna spent her evening writing to her family and kingdom. Being close to Sumer, she felt assurance that her messages would arrive in a timely manner. The first letter was to her family, addressing the key events that had transpired and her intentions to visit Eden before returning home. She explained the context of what Ereshkigal's actions had done, along with her intentions for humanity. As much as she wished to return straight back to Sumer, she knew her job was not done. Knowing that a cataclysm was coming, she had to find the information she needed before returning home. If she returned without answers, the fate of her people would not be optimistic. The second letter, addressed to her council, outlined the Neanderthal plan to invade, emphasizing that an attack was imminent due to the nature of their survival instincts and the incoming cataclysm. These letters contained only small amounts of information, serving as the foundation for her country's preparations. Her plan was to send more detailed communications once she had arrived at Eden. With her head racing with anxious thoughts and constant reminders of the journey she had undertaken thus far, Inanna lay in her quarters and gazed out at the gentle evening sky above Mathura. Though the warm lights in the city mitigated some light pollution, the sky was not as vibrant as it had been in the ice. Despite this, she lay in her bed, staring at the sky, contemplating her next steps, and recovering from all that had happened to her. As the morning sun shone over the city's vibrantly decorated walls, Inanna set out on horseback toward Eden. She was accompanied by an escort of sentries who would ensure her safe passage. Her small convoy travelled with haste, driven by the urgency of her mission. Eden was a few hundred kilometres away from Mathura. However, she travelled swiftly, and within a week she arrived at the gates of Eden. Inanna dismounted from her horse and took in the beautiful, picturesque landscape surrounding her. Ahead, she saw a single path cut through a rolling grassy field. In the distance, a large, circular mountain range stood out against the terrain. At its opening, large wooden gates marked the only entrance and exit to Eden, the sacred home of the Brotherhood of the Serpent. The leader of Inanna's escort halted his soldiers. "Nin, we will travel no further. This land is not for us," he declared. Inanna collected her supplies from her horse. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate your escort. Please remind the elders of India that if they require anything at all, the kingdom of Sumer is always here to support." With a gentle nodding gesture, the soldiers turned their horses around and commenced their journey back to Mathura. Inanna looked in splendour at the natural beauty of Eden. Taking a deep breath and collecting herself, she walked toward its gates, hoping to find the answers she needed within its vast array of ancient knowledge and wisdom.
Eden, the first light of dawn, kissed the horizon as Ares walked along the gravel road that wound through the seemingly endless grassy meadows of the Indian countryside. Each step of his long and arduous journey had carried him closer to the Brotherhood's revered headquarters, and relief washed over him as the landscape began to change. The open plains gave way to towering silhouettes of formidable mountain structures, a natural fortification that ensured only those deemed worthy could gain entry to Eden. Eden stood proudly on an ancient site where two rivers converged at its centre, a place whose origins predated any recorded history. Nested within an inner valley, its lush, warm and temperate environment offered a stark contrast to the harsher world beyond. Clouds clung to the mountains encircling the sacred valley, their summits nearly impossible to scale. Eden truly was a marvel to behold. The valley teemed with life, its vibrant forests bordered rolling green fields, while serene lakes and meandering rivers flowed gracefully through the landscape. Waterfalls and streams cascaded from the surrounding peaks, their waters pooling in pristine reserves below. Birdsong mingled with the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a natural symphony of peace and abundance. As Ares continued toward the imposing golden gates, the sole entrance and exit of Eden, their grandeur became impossible to ignore. Morning sunlight gleamed off their surface, highlighting exquisite details that spoke of both strength and grace. This was the monumental craftsmanship of those who had built Eden millennia ago, a place designed to safeguard the Brotherhood's greatest treasures and philosophies. Standing guard at the threshold were two Brotherhood members. Their deep green robes, accented by gold embroidery, matched Ares' own. Hoods half concealed their faces. They stood with poised calmness, exuding both hospitality and authority. As Ares drew nearer, a sense of kinship awakened within him. He was among family, returning to the order that had shaped him. "Who seeks entrance to the sacred site?" one of the guards intoned. His voice was measured and resolute. Ares inclined his head. His posture stood firm yet deferential. "I am Ares, brother of the serpent, rank master." His answer served as both introduction and coded clearance, granting him the right to enter Eden's sanctuary. "Marking?" the guard asked. His eyes scanned him intently. Without hesitation, Ares rolled up his sleeve to display the serpent tattoo coiled around his arm. The symbol, denoting his rank and loyalty within the Brotherhood, caught the early light. Its intricate scales were a testament to his station. "Brother Ares, the elders have expected you for some time. I recommend reporting to them immediately. Welcome home." The guard's tone softened to genuine warmth, and with a gesture, he signaled Ares to enter. As Ares stepped forward, the enormous gates slowly began to part, their resonant groan echoing through the peaceful valley. Shafts of sunlight danced across the ground as they fully opened. For a moment, Ares stood in silent awe at the paradise that lay beyond. The Valley of Eden was even more breathtaking than memory allowed. Dense forests hugged the perimeter, their leaves, a lush canopy, swaying gently in the breeze. Stretches of emerald fields rolled out from the gates, dotted with wild flowers and meandering wildlife. Clear lakes mirrored the sky's brilliant hues, and waterfalls fed crystalline pools that sparkled under the rising sun. The entire scene exuded a sense of unity and balance, a testament to how the Brotherhood lived in harmony with nature. Ares felt a flicker of joy spark in his chest. Many years had passed since he'd last stood here, and though his recollections of Eden's beauty had sustained him in distant lands, seeing it with his own eyes renewed his spirit. He stepped onto the polished pathways, inhaling the balmy air, laced with floral undertones, conscious that each footfall brought him closer to the Brotherhood's heart. Fellow members were visible in the gardens, whether in quiet contemplation or animated conversation. Their unity was underpinned by shared devotion. Heading deeper into Eden, Ares sensed the millennia-old pulse of this sanctum. Every rock bore the Brotherhood's legacy. Every blossom was a reminder of their pledge to safeguard knowledge. Along his route, he spotted initiates practicing martial arts in a courtyard and older students perfecting marble carving near the temple. Closer to the main complex, a writing class was underway. The lively hum of collaboration reminded him of why he adored the Brotherhood, its promise of purpose and discovery. Meanwhile, in a different corner of Eden, Inanna had settled within the Temple of the Serpent, an honour rarely granted to outsiders. She was permitted entry due to Isis's summons, and her status as Nin, along with her critical insights into recent events in the ice. The colossal temple, set at the heart of the valley, was among Earth's largest. Its upper floors hosted a school and vast library dedicated to preserving the Brotherhood's principles. Here, Initiates pursued chosen fields, benefiting from the rich tapestry of knowledge carefully maintained through the ages. Since arriving ahead of Ares, Inanna had been given private quarters and unrestricted access to Eden's repositories. Guided by the elder Thoth, she dedicated her days to poring over ancient accounts of past cataclysms, searching for means to save her people. Surrounded by towering shelves of texts and illuminated by mellow lamplight, she read tirelessly, convinced the wisdom she needed hovered at the edge of her grasp. One afternoon, her studious concentration was broken by the grand doors of the library swinging open. Inanna looked up, momentarily startled, to see a female Brotherhood member hurriedly escorting a man inside. Unaware the newcomer was Ares, she strained to overhear fragments of their conversation. "A team of scholars ready to assist you, Ares. We've prepared space in one of our private research quarters," the woman said, her voice tinged with urgency. "Thank you," Ares replied, sounding both determined and optimistic. "I hope we can finally unravel this artifact's secrets." The two vanished from the hall, leaving Inanna staring after them. Her heart beat swiftly. The device? She sought to comprehend further. Could it hold the key to averting another Golden Age collapse? The realization unsettled her. If Ares possessed it in Eden, new challenges and dangers would inevitably follow. Gathering her notes hastily, she steeled herself to pursue this opportunity. In a secluded courtyard, fringed by sculpted shrubs and mosaic walkways, Ares found himself standing before 7 Brotherhood elders. These were individuals who had sacrificed worldly engagement to remain in Eden, guardians of the Order's deepest chronicles and its spiritual core. A silence draped the courtyard, broken only by the distant bird calls echoing across the valley's lofty walls. One by one, the elders studied the artifact Ares had brought, holding it up to the sun's rays or scrutinizing its carvings. Their gazes shone with fascination. Ares felt no immediate warmth, just the collective weight of their consideration. He reflected on how these elders coexisted in Eden's isolation, stepping outside its gates only in dire necessity. Finally, Thoth, entrusted with safeguarding the Brotherhood's most prized wisdom, approached Ares and returned the artifact to his hands. Ares had heard whispered legends of Thoth's knowledge since he was young. Now meeting the elder's calm visage, he felt at once humbled and determined. "Thank you for bringing the artifact to our attention, Ares," Thoth said. His voice was measured and calm. "We share your worries about the looming end of the Golden Age." Ares exhaled, relieved, as he took back the artifact. "Elder Thoth, I'd like to study in the library. I'm hoping there are specific texts that might offer clues on how to prevent another cataclysm." Thoth nodded and returned to his seat. Another elder, a woman seated nearby, turned a discerning gaze on Ares. "Which texts do you want exactly?" she asked. Her tone was neither harsh nor soft, but very direct. "I'm searching for any records describing the previous Golden Age," Ares clarified, "especially what led to its downfall. I realize that after 20,000 years, little evidence may remain. However, if anything survived, I believe it would be here." The elder shook her head. Her eyes were grave. "We only have fragments, a few parchments, some myths. All we truly know is that the last cycle ended in fire, referenced but never conclusively explained. There's no complete account of what truly happened." Ares noticed Thoth shifting slightly. Something in the elder's bearing revealed a deeper tension at play. The incomplete nature of the records and the subtle unease among these elders suggested a truth more elusive and unsettling than he had anticipated. He stood before them. Thoughts of the freshly uncovered Amazonian site weighed heavily on his mind. Though the courtyard radiated the tranquility of green hills and distant waterfall lines, he knew that neither place nor time could mask the reality of impending crisis or the spectre of an ancient civilization's secrets. "I trust you've heard of the site unearthed in the Amazon?" Ares asked calmly. "It opened when Olympus Mons erupted, cracking open the jungle below. Soil samples show the site was deliberately buried. That means the people who created this artifact and lived at Olympus Mon's base were active at the end of the last Golden Age. One of the elders, the same woman with the keen authoritative expression, interjected. Her voice was edged with skepticism. Yes, it's significant. I fail to see how this artifact can aid us now. We don't even know if our age will truly end. Humanity prospers. Perhaps you've been blinded by a quest for answers we may not need. Ares pressed on. Perhaps this device appears able to harness frequency. My goal is to find out precisely how it was used. Unseen at the courtyard's edge, Inanna listened. She had arrived after the meeting began. Piecing together each remark, she began to understand that her own quest aligned closely with Ares. Ares, an elder declared, we thank you for bringing this matter to us. We will confer and return with our decision in due time. All of us belong to the Brotherhood of the Serpent, an order that has persisted through epochs. Until we settle this, go to Thoth's library and begin your study. Ares bowed with the artifact in hand. He then gently departed. Inanna lingered in the shadows, ensuring she was not noticed, watching as the courtyard doors closed behind him. Now alone with the elders, she leaned in to overhear. We cannot let this discovery unravel our order, one elder said grimly. I agree, another responded. The artifact rests in our hands, just as our ancestors intended. We must protect it. Thoth, guardian of the Brotherhood's library, looked stricken. This is madness, he insisted. His voice trembled at the edges. Ares is one of us. He's devoted his life to the Brotherhood. We can't betray one of our own. If he uncovers the truth, everything we've built could fall apart, another elder said, his tone chillingly pragmatic. Hidden behind a garden wall, Inanna fought the urge to recoil. She could almost feel their panic. We shouldn't discuss more here, someone whispered. We must decide swiftly. Yes, added another voice. We'll vote. All in favour? I vote yes. I second. As do I. Yes, it must be done. Inanna's heart hammered in her chest as she listened. She remained motionless. Finally Thoth rose, eyes flashing with disillusionment. So this is what we've become, voting on extremes. We are the Brotherhood, yet here we stand. His expression tightened. Fine, let me cast my vote, but I am ashamed to do so. With a troubled glance at his peers, he left the courtyard, robes trailing behind him. Inanna waited, pressed close to the wall, not daring to move until she heard every elder depart. She still knew little of Ares beyond these ominous whispers, but they shared the same question. How to save a world hovering on the brink. Perhaps the Brotherhood's hidden truths, whatever they were, would light their path toward an answer. Ares walked along Eden's winding library halls, each corridor lined with towering shelves of scrolls and codices, their titles long faded. He'd returned here to re-examine the artifact, hoping to match it with any knowledge left from earlier ages. Soft lamps glowed overhead, casting a muted light over the aisles that stretched into the distance. He rounded a bend in the dim passage and nearly collided with someone stepping out from a shelf. The woman drew back in surprise. Her robes swirled. They both paused. Forgive me, Ares said, dipping his head slightly. I didn't see you. She regained her composure, smoothing her robe in a regal manner. Her gaze bore both curiosity and unspoken burdens. You are Ares, correct? The one the elders sought in the courtyard? He nodded. Ares of the Brotherhood. And you're Inanna. A Nin, if I've heard correctly. She offered a subtle nod. For a moment the only sound was the quiet rustle of parchment somewhere in the stacks. I've been researching cataclysms, especially the ones that have always stalked our civilization's past, she explained quietly. The Temple of the Serpent and these archives have allowed me to investigate our history thoroughly. However, it is difficult to distinguish fact from legend. A hint of relief softened Ares' expression. Yes, indeed. I'm here because of a looming threat myself. I believe this artifact might have been designed to avert an earlier Golden Age's collapse. If I can cross-check it with whatever remains in Eden, maybe we can stop history from repeating. Inanna ran her fingers over a pile of manuscripts at her side. I've devoured everything about the last Golden Age and the cataclysms that followed. The elders claim we have just fragments. From what I can piece together, we might be speeding towards something equally dire. Ares straightened. A resolve sparked in his eyes. Exactly. Our forebears left cryptic hints. If this device once offered salvation, it might again. They paused in mutual understanding, letting the glow of distant torches and Eden's subtle energies envelop them. Inanna extended her hand in an unspoken alliance. Neither of us can manage this alone. Eden brims with knowledge but also dogma and secrecy. Maybe by joining forces, we can find what's real underneath the legends. Ares looked about in worry. The elders hide much. This library is vast and time is short. Your name might open doors I can't pass, and my artifact could unlock sections you'd never see otherwise. I've already read about past civilizations that survived the previous cataclysm, she murmured. Though that word's misleading, some spent generations underground or afloat, or else they scattered far across the earth. She looks around. Could we talk in private? Noticing her urgent tone, Ares agreed readily. Certainly. Let's go find a table. Their eyes met in shared determination. Two strangers bound by the same precarious mission. In the garden, Ares and Inanna sat at a marble table beneath an ancient oak, while a gentle river flowed in the distance. Nearby, Brotherhood members came and went, some training, some moving purposefully across the complex. Inanna took it all in, her mind half on the conversation. How many people are in the Brotherhood? She asked at last. Roughly 8,000, Ares answered. However, every year that number dwindles, and due to the recent battle in Cairo, we lost nearly 40. Inanna nodded slowly. I travelled with 4. Seti Kamun gifted their companionship to me in Pannonia. Maybe you knew them. Ares' eyebrow rose. Who were they? Ra was their leader. The others were Isis, Horus and Osiris. They helped me cross the ice, helped me reach my sister. Ares caught the sorrow in her voice. Those names are common in the Brotherhood. We choose them to mirror the philosophies we embody. I might have known them, but there must be dozens who share those names. Seti Kamun I knew. I was inches away from him when he died. She exhaled. Her grief momentarily overshadowed her curiosity. He was a lively character. I recall seeing so much joy when he was sailing with us. May I ask then, how did you come to be called Ares? I kept my real name, Ares said quietly. I'm proud of who I am and where I'm from. I chose to keep that. A brief peacefulness settled until Inanna's eyes flickered with a decision. There is something I need to tell you, Ares, she murmured. What is it? I overheard the elders after you left the courtyard, Inanna said, lowering her voice. She glanced around, making certain they were alone. I was hidden nearby. I heard them vote against something. I can't be sure. However, I think they mean you harm. Ares felt a chill run through him. That his own brotherhood, the order he'd devoted his life to, might harbour hidden malice, unsettled him deeply. I hope you understand, he began, tension edging into his tone. I'm inclined to be cautious around someone who hides in corridors and eavesdrops. I thank you for the warning, Nin Inanna. She inclined her head. Empathy shadowed her eyes. We both want to stop whatever looms ahead. We could use each other's help. His posture softened. The seriousness lingered. Tell me, you ventured north. Did you find what you sought? Inanna exhaled. Her palm rested briefly over the scarring on her hands. Not the peace I wanted. I came away the only survivor, nailed to a cross, forced to watch everyone I cared about die. The recollection trembled in her voice. I'm sorry, Ares murmured. Suffering is never easy. She gave a small mirthless laugh. Nature's way of making us stronger, perhaps. I've had my fill of it for now. He recalled something his father once wrote, that without struggle, one never truly grasped life's purpose. He glanced at Inanna, wanting to convey comfort, but lacking the right words. Inanna continued. I led a party to capture my sister and return her to Suma. She has been aiding Neanderthal warlords in raiding Minionalis, as well as giving them vital information about our world. The Neanderthals are migrating south. They must in order to survive. I was told by my sister that they predict a comet impact within a year or so. Ares listened intently. He asked gently, It must have been hard to feel so betrayed by your own family. In Gornia Shoria they'd gathered 3 million warriors, heading south to our lands, she added. Ares' eyes widened. They attacked Cairo. Thousands died up. My father among them. Pharaoh Setikamun as well. Her expression filled with sorrow. She reached for his hand again. Then we share a burden, Ares. We must do all we can to protect this world. There are powers at work, neither purely good nor wholly evil, yet time is against us. Inanna, he said, steeling himself, if what you overheard is true, I have to watch my steps. The artifact, the cataclysm, it's all bigger than either of us. We need to confirm this comet impact theory the Neanderthals posit, and we need to research all we can on the last golden age. A flicker of resolve passed over her face. We stand on the same side of this, so let's work together. He gave a faint, weary smile. Agreed, let's see if Eden's shelves hold our answers. Side by side, they drifted back toward the colossal structure at the heart of Eden. Through vaulting archways and corridors, lined with hushed tomes, they pursued knowledge hidden in the quiet corners of this ancient sanctuary.
Chapter 33. What lies beneath? Over the ensuing weeks, both Inanna and Ares found a steady rhythm in Eden. Each dawn saw them rise early from their separate quarters and take breakfast in the communal hall. Ares kept the artifact close at hand, never daring to leave it behind. From there, the two would delve into the great library, spending countless hours poring over texts that spanned centuries. Late each afternoon, they carved out a sliver of time for brief recreation. Ares rode, ran, or climbed, while Inanna practiced archery, a new skill she'd grown to enjoy. By nightfall, they dined together again in the hall before returning to the archives for another session of reading. Their days concluded with much-needed rest. During that time, they grew to understand each other's stories. Inanna's ordeal in the north, Ares' battles in Cairo, and the burdens each carried to Eden. Yet neither of them spoke much of their private sorrows or regrets. The weight of their shared mission held them together and kept their focus forward. One evening, they sat beneath the star-flecked sky. They would both be silent for hours, immersed in their respective readings, when Ares paused to lift his gaze. Amid the shimmering constellations, he recognized a particularly bright star that always pulled at his memory. Lyra's star, far from any cluster, burning brightly in the night stillness. His heart clenched with familiar, bitter-sweet longing. Before she passed, Lyra would hold Ares and say these words to him. I love you. I will always love you. I will love you until my heart stops beating and until my last breath. And I hope that my soul will find you wherever we go next. It was a vow he carried everywhere. Much of his grief had mellowed over time, shaped by lessons from his father and the perspective he'd gained while travelling. He had realised over the last few weeks that Lyra's memory wouldn't forbid a future happiness. Are you okay, Ares? Inanna asked softly, following his gaze to the night sky. He exhaled, nodding slowly. Yes, actually, for the first time in a long time, I think I am. You were thinking about her, she ventured in a gentle tone. He glanced at the distant star. I was. I've come to see it as Lyra's star. A fond smile touched his lips tenderly, though laced with sadness. You were lucky, Inanna observed. Some people never meet a true soulmate. His smile lingered. I was lucky. Inanna hesitated, shifting her weight. I haven't thought about Dumuzi since I left Sumer. Even during all those lonely weeks in the tower, I worried about everyone else except him. I'm glad I never married someone I cared so little for." Quiet settled, and Ares finally mustered the courage to speak what had been on his mind. "Inanna, I need to say this. I've grown very fond of you. Our time here in Eden has meant more to me than you realize. I care about you deeply." A faint warmth spread over her cheeks, hidden by the evening's dim light. "We've spent countless hours alone together, Ares. Perhaps fondness was inevitable," she said, though her tone carried genuine warmth. He looked at her earnestly. "I had reservations, yet I needed you to know." A small flush crossed her features. "You're sweet, Ares," she murmured. "It is getting late. We should finish up for the evening." In that still, star-filled moment, they found a mutual understanding. Two souls, shaped by loss and burdened by duty, discovering that perhaps they didn't have to face the shadows alone. "I look forward to seeing you tomorrow," Inanna says as she collects her texts. "As do I. Sleep well," Ares replies. Morning arrived, finding Inanna already awake and watching dawn break over Eden's mountain ridges. A smile lit her face as she contemplated last night's conversation with Ares. A gentle warmth stirred within, one she hadn't felt in a very long time. In the mirror, she observed the bright expression she wore, realizing she couldn't remember the last time she looked forward to a new day. Ares reached the dining hall first, securing a table and waving her over as she entered. Before either could speak, Thoth appeared behind them. His presence was abrupt and tense. "Both of you, come with me. Now," he said in a low voice, casting a wary glance at the crowded hall. Exchanging a swift, apprehensive look, Inanna and Ares followed him into a back room. "What is it, Elder Thoth?" Ares asked, a note of concern edging into his words. Thoth shut the door firmly. There was a subdued urgency in his voice. "Tonight, I need to show you something that other elders have concealed from you both. It's crucial that you understand they don't want this information reaching you." Inanna's brow creased in confusion. "Why would they hide anything from us?" "The elders fear what you may uncover. They plan to have you both killed," Thoth said quietly, eyes flicking between them. "This brotherhood isn't evil. Most of its members have no idea how much power it holds. At midnight, meet me in the old archives. Be armed and ready. I'm afraid blood will be spilled before this is over." Ares frowned. He remained unsettled. "Why risk telling us? If they suspect you, won't you be in danger as well?" Thoth shook his head. Sadness underscored his resolve. "I'm old, 96. I've lived my life. My conscience would never forgive me if I stood by and watched them snuff out the world's best chance at surviving the next cataclysm." He paused. His voice trembled at the edges. "Come to the old archives tonight, and I will show you what truly lies beneath Eden." Ares' gaze darkened with a conflict of fear and determination. "If this proves a trap—" "You have my permission to strike me down," Thoth interrupted. His tone was hoarse with emotion. "That is how serious I am. Now I must go. Tell no one." Thoth departed. His robes whispered along the floor. Inanna and Ares stood silent. "Do you trust him?" she asked, searching Ares' expression. Ares exhaled slowly. "Thoth was once my teacher. He's always been earnest, committed to preserving knowledge above all else. I believe he's genuine." Inanna nodded. "He seemed truly worried, enough that I think we should hear what information he has to say." Ares laid a hand on his sword's hilt. "Then I'm going tonight. you're free to decide for yourself. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes. I'll join you. I came here for answers, not dead ends. If Thoth can help, that's worth the risk. The rest of the day passed in an unspoken tension. Instead of immersing themselves in scrolls, Ares and Inanna used every spare moment to prepare. Ares fastened his long sword and dagger, stuffing essential gear into his rucksack. The artifact was carefully protected inside. Inanna readied her bow and quiver of arrows, performing a final archery session to sharpen her aim. At last, midnight arrived. Shadows loomed across Eden's typically serene walkways as Inanna and Ares slipped from their quarters, evading any wandering night owls among the Brotherhood. Together, they reached the library's darkened corridors. Its tall shelves stood ominous in the torchlight as they tiptoed to the old archives door. Is this door ever left unlocked? Inanna whispered. Usually it's sealed, if Thoth's telling the truth. Ares gently tested the handle. To his relief, it gave way without resistance. They stepped inside, gliding through narrow aisles until the dim glow of a distant lantern drew them deeper. Around a final bend, Thoth waited with a solitary torch. His expression was grave. Wordless, he lit 2 more torches from his own and passed them to Ares and Inanna. What exactly is behind these walls? Ares asked. Thoth remained silent. He dragged a desk aside, exposing a small hidden lever built into the wall. Everything they wish to hide from you, Thoth murmured. He pressed the lever, revealing a discreet panel behind the shelves. A dark and foreboding hidden passage yawned open. Before they could remark, Thoth found a second lever deeper in the recess. Another section of stone slid away with a muffled groan, disclosing a second concealed entry. Ares exhaled sharply. 2 secret doors. The Brotherhoods had a lot to hide. Thoth nodded grimly. You are about to learn it all. Follow me. They moved into the dim passage. The narrow walls soon opened into a wide, torchlit stairwell that spiraled downward, far beneath Eden's temple floors. At its base spread a grand subterranean hall that vanished into branching corridors. Some seemed to stretch out indefinitely. Ares and Inanna halted in awe. The flickering torchlight danced over ancient stone pillars and vaulted ceilings. Layers of halls and tunnels receded into the darkness. The secret domain of the Brotherhood, hidden since time immemorial, lay sprawling before them. Incredible, Inanna breathed, struggling to find words. Thoth's voice echoed softly between the pillars. This is but the beginning. Come, our time is short. With the urgent prompting, the 3 descended farther. Their torches bobbed like fireflies in an endless night. Whatever truths lay ahead, Ares and Inanna felt each step thrumming with both dread and hope. At last they would learn what truly lurked beneath Eden's tranquil facade.
Chapter 34. The Serpent. Ares and Inanna descended the winding stone steps into a vast underground hall. Glancing upward, Ares felt a flicker of awe at the sight of a ceiling hundreds of feet high. Meanwhile, Inanna's gaze swept the length of the corridor in wide-eyed amazement. Despite being nearly 800 meters below ground, the vaulted space was perfectly illuminated by a warm, ambient glow. How is all this powered? Inanna wondered aloud. Solar or something else? Orichalcum, Thoth replied gently, the same Atlantean mineral widely used as our stable energy source. A faint line creased Ares' brow. I thought orichalcum was Atlantean in origin, something they developed before sharing it with the broader world. Thoth shook his head. They didn't invent it, only discovered it first. Orichalcum was used in the previous Golden Age. This entire vault was built during that era, some 20,000 years ago. Come, he added, stepping forward. They walked on. The ceiling's glow cast soft halos of light on the polished floors. A short distance ahead, An enormous spherical chamber opened off to the left. Towering pillars reached toward the lofty roof, and neat rows of fruits and vegetables grew in precisely irrigated beds. Shafts of simulated sunlight sparkled from above, while water periodically misted the plants. "This is our greenhouse," Thoth explained. "We cultivate most of the produce down here." Inanna frowned slightly. "But why grow food at this depth in the earth?" "This place is a vault," Thoth said. "It was built by the Brotherhood before the last Golden Age ended, a sanctuary for us during the cyclical cataclysms. Now, we stand ready for the next one." "How many people can survive in here?" Ares asked. "If necessary, it could support as many as 10,000. In practical terms, though, it's meant for perhaps 100. Inanna looked astonished. "Only 100? Why so few? Does that not defeat the purpose of saving humanity?" Thoth sighed. "The Brotherhood's leadership has never been about saving everyone. We do good, far more good than harm. Once you reach the Council of Elders, you realize they play a different game than the rest of the world. Their actions look out thousands of years into the future, whereas most of us are only concerned with the present." As the three advanced, their path cut past additional chambers. They glimpsed a broad fish tank brimming with thousands of fish, yet another discreet means of sustaining life. Farther down, they passed a cavernous storage area stacked with crates of dried provisions. Directing them into another long corridor, Thoth paused. "We're nearly there." The tunnel stretched on, lit by subtle tracks of orichalcum-driven lanterns. For millennia, the Brotherhood has guarded this vault. Us elders hide one crucial truth: we've quietly guided or manipulated the course of human progress for a very, very long time. If that came to light, the entire order would be undone. Coming to a sudden stop, he gestured toward the end of the corridor. Ares and Inanna's eyes widened. In a quartz-encased alcove stood a large mechanized apparatus, ancient gears and wheels, unfamiliar in design. Yet one detail leapt out at Ares, a slot shaped perfectly for his artifact. "This is the second part of the machine," he whispered. Thoth bowed his head, regret plain in his voice. "Yes, I'm sorry you're entangled in this, Ares." "It's Brotherhood work, then?" Ares asked, scanning the mechanism. "What does it do?" Summoning a steadier tone, Thoth replied, "The Brotherhood forged it around 20,000 years ago. In that time, the dominant kingdoms of the world were the Anunnaki and the Atlantean empires. Its science has long since faded from memory. Fit the artifact into that cradle, and it can lock onto any frequency on Earth, altering it at will. Focus on people alone, and it would be instant extinction. Focus on air or hydrogen, likewise catastrophic. The elders back then chose a different path. They forced the entire planet's volcanoes to erupt simultaneously. That ended the Golden Age, choking Earth with ash, ushering in the global winter we call the ice." Ares and Inanna exchanged stunned looks. "But why?" Ares burst out. "I've served this order for years. I have never heard a whisper of these atrocities. We're not murderers." "They believed the Golden Age was stagnating," Thoth murmured. "They wanted to rebuild the world on a new foundation, hence the vault. Generations lived safely below until the surface recovered. Then they emerged, shaping civilization to their own desires. The vault lay abandoned for eons until only a few elders rediscovered it. 4 caretakers maintain it daily, each handpicked to remain here once a cataclysm returns." Ares' features tensed in anger. No one should have that power. How many were slaughtered by the Brotherhood's vision? Humanity might be 20,000 years more advanced otherwise. Thoth wore a pained expression. "Progress isn't a line, Ares. Our collective story rises and falls. Some eras flourish, others die off. Each shift redefines what remains." Inanna glanced sidelong at him. "So what are we to do with this knowledge? Hardly anyone would believe us if we told them." Thoth drew in a calming breath. "I am showing you because there's still time. First, ensure Suma and the rest of the assembly build their own vaults. The more souls we save, the better. And second, Take that artifact far from Eden. Bury it, destroy it, anything to keep it out of the Elder's grasp. Ares looked appalled. My fellow brothers wouldn't betray me just to appease these conspirators. Why not reveal the vault's existence, unravel their lies once and for all? They'll spin falsehoods. The Elders control the Brotherhood's narrative, Thoth explained gravely. If you truly want to prevent another purge, warn the outside world. The cataclysm nears. Meteorites will strike in about a year's time. Ares swallowed hard. He realized this was the same impact Inanna had mentioned that the Neanderthals detected. And the site in Amazonia? He asked quietly. We suspect it was deliberately hidden, maybe not by the Brotherhood, but by locals? Thoth nodded. In the chaos after that cataclysm, warlords roamed, and the world lay in ruin. The Anunnaki of Amazonia banded together to reclaim your artifact. Having succeeded, they buried it, ensuring the Brotherhood wouldn't unleash it again. The Elders want it back now, to repeat the same doomsday scenario, and I'm frequently the only voice standing against them. Soon enough, I'll be gone, and they'll pick a new Elder to serve their designs. A bitter silence followed. Ares and Inanna exchanged one final determined glance, both fully aware that the fate of their world now hinged on them. Inanna stood dumbfounded by the revelation. She had the answers she needed, yet without the resolution she'd hoped for. Glancing at Ares, she saw the burden crushing him, his lifelong dedication cast in doubt by the corruption of those he once revered. Ares, she said gently, searching his eyes, it's all right. You didn't know? We can still stop the worst from happening. She grasped his hand, offering solace as much as conviction. He returned her grip, though faint uncertainty tinged his voice. I hope so, a sudden voice echoed across the marble floor. It carried easily in the vaulted corridor, the acoustics magnifying each syllable. An unusual spot to wander into, don't you think, Brother Ares? All three of them, Ares, Inanna, and Thoth, turned back the way they'd come. At the far end of the hall, 6 Elders advanced, flanked by 2 armed guards on either side. We're grateful you've brought the artifact home, Arpep, one of the Elders, called out. Her words carried eerily along the hall, gliding closer with each measured step. Ares' anger flared as he spun on Thoth. You led us here as bait, didn't you? No, I swear I didn't, Thoth stammered. Genuine alarm quivered in his voice. I told no one. I have no idea how they found us. A dry, humorless chuckle drifted across the space, rattling amidst the polished columns. He spoke no word of it, Ares, one elder conceded, yet his predictable conscience told us he'd betray us once you arrived. We merely followed him, trusting his arrogance would lead to this vault. After all, she added, her eyes resting coldly on Thoth, he always believes himself the wisest in Eden. Ares lowered his voice to Thoth and Inanna, pressing close so the Elders wouldn't hear. We'll fight our way out. Whoever holds the artifact, run. We leave Eden tonight. There are too many, Inanna whispered. I'm not as skilled as you Brotherhood members. Ares' gaze flicked over to Thoth, assessing their slim chance. The Elders have age working against them. Stamina alone might give us an edge. Inanna, once we break through, just go. As the Elders closed in, Ares eased the artifact to Inanna behind his back. She slipped it under her armour, tucked in a small satchel. Now only a few strides away, the guards drew swords in unison. Ares and Thoth responded in kind. Inanna knocked an arrow. Arpep's features sharpened. It was a shame you killed the siblings. They were only trying to return stolen property. Ares looked in shock, realizing the 2 assassins sent after him were ordered under the Elders' demands. You, he grunts, you nearly killed me. You murdered a king. Kings rise and fall, as does the rest of humanity. The artifact plays a more significant role than a sinking kingdom, Brother Ares. Those assassins would have killed far more to retrieve what is mine. The tension rose, both sides prepared for a conflict. Where did you find such loyal guards? Ares asked bitterly. You forced more into your secrets? Arpep, The elder gave a thin smile. They work the vault. They're caretakers. Everyone who knows about it stands in this hall. Ares set his jaw. I won't hand you that device. I'd sooner die than let you wield it. He gave a raw shout. Now! Inanna loosed an arrow, striking the nearest elder clean through her robes. The elder collapsed with a grim thud. The 5 remaining elders swiftly brandished weapons, each wearing only meagre scraps of armor, evidently unprepared for a real fight. 2 of the guards raced toward Inanna, who snatched another arrow but only managed to hit a guard's breastplate. Ares lunged at the elders, sword slicing in a vicious arc. Another elder fell. Thoth clashed with a guard but was run through moments later, staggering as he bled from the wound. Thoth! Ares barked, shoving a different guard aside as he tried to help. Apep darted in, slashing Thoth a second time. Meanwhile, from the opposite side of the hall, Inanna found herself pursued by 2 guards. She twisted away, stowing her bow and drawing a short sword. Ares witnessed Thoth fall in a bloody heap, an elder's blade embedded in his back. Ares, already wounded, took a gash to his leg from a guard's blade, slamming him to the ground. Inanna froze, seeing Ares and Thoth down. The exit was so close. She hesitated only for a heartbeat, then squared her jaw and charged back. A guard's blade scraped her side as she sprinted toward Ares. Thank you, Ares gasped as she drove her sword into a guard about to strike him. Behind you, Inanna shouted. Ares rose, standing and turning to parry another blow. They backed away from the cluster of foes, retreating toward the vault's entrance. The ring of clashing steel echoed off the high ceilings. Working in tandem, Ares slashed a guard's hand from his wrist, while Inanna dealt a final deadly blow to his chest. Soon, only 1 guard remained, their sword still levelled in grim resolve. We're leaving, Ares snarled. You can leave too. There's no reason to die here. The final guard stood as if torn between loyalty and self-preservation. At last, Ares and Inanna edged past, never taking eyes from him, as they sidled toward the corridor that would lead back to the archives. Run, Ares commanded Inanna. Their adrenaline spiked as they bolted down the corridors. Far behind, a wheezing elder coughed from the marble floor. The artifact! Where? Alpep hissed. They got away with it, the guard muttered. Grimacing, the elder struggled upright. Blood stained her robes. Get me out of here, she spat. Now! Ares and Inanna burst through the hidden entrance and into Eden's library. The silence of midnight replaced the echoing fury of the vault. Every breath was laboured but free. What now? Inanna whispered, trembling. Ares' hand tightened around his sword hilt. We have to expose this. Let the Brotherhood see what's hidden under their feet. The 2 stood in the flickering torchlight of the archives. They prepared to upend everything Eden thought it knew. Inanna's voice trembled with urgency. 7 elders are dead, Ares plus 3 of their guards. If anyone finds out, we'll be branded murderers. We have no protection here. Ares stood beside her. He fought the swirl of dread in his stomach. You're right. If we run now, it'll look like a confession. Then what? She turned the possibilities over. Her mind was racing. We leave the vault open. By morning it'll be discovered. You and I go to Sumer, raise an army if we have to. When we return, we can expose the Brotherhood's deception on our own terms. His hands quivered despite his best effort to stay calm. We should have seized that last guard. He'll twist the truth. Inanna set a steadying hand on his arm, trying to calm him. Ares, the artifact is what truly matters. Without it, we have no proof. We need to stay alive and keep it safe. Our answers will come, just not tonight. A voice echoed in the hallway beside them. Who's in there? Their eyes locked. No windows were in the old archival room, and only 1 door. They had nowhere to hide. Search everywhere, came another voice. Footsteps approached. Ares and Inanna braced themselves, their hearts hammered. The door swung open, revealing a guard who looked thoroughly perplexed to find them there. What are you doing? This room is usually locked. Ares managed to keep his voice level. We were just leaving. Suspicion flared in the guard's posture. Not so fast. Before either could respond, 3 more guards shouldered in behind him. They noticed the faint glow from the hidden passage below. "What is that tunnel?" one demanded. Then from deeper in the archives, an enraged voice rose. "Seize them! Don't let them escape!" The guard's eyes widened in alarm. "Elder Apep, you're down there?" "Yes!" she shouted. Her voice rumbled with fury. "They've stolen a sacred relic and murdered our respected elders while doing it." Inanna and Ares shared a fleeting look. "Run!" Ares whispered. They sprung forward, pushing through the startled guards. 2 gave chase while a third bolted for the vault stairs to aid Elder Apep. Racing through the library, Ares and Inanna weaved past rows of shelves, hopped over tables, and burst into the main corridors. Footsteps thundered behind them. However, they'd built enough of a lead to vanish into Eden's sprawling complex. In the archives, Elder Apep emerged from the hidden passage, supported by the single guard who'd survived the vault. Blood soaked her tattered robes. Her fury burned hotter than any wound. "I want all of Eden on full alert," she barked. Her voice echoed across the vaulted library. "Rouse every Brotherhood member. Ares and that Sumerian Nin must not leave Eden." "Yes, Elder." The guard spun away to carry out her orders. Apep glowered down the deserted corridor, turning to the remaining guard at her side. She swiftly drank a vial of Vitassanas. "They won't get far. I'll see the entire Brotherhood unleashed upon them to reclaim that artifact." Outside, under a sky brimming with stars, Ares and Inanna tore across the gardens, the winding paths lit by a faint bioluminescent glow. Eden was dormant in the late hours of the night. Not a soul was stirred, until, in the distance, alarm bells began to peal. Ares knew too well the meaning. A crisis call, summoning all who served the Brotherhood to lock down the complex. "We will never get through the gates," Inanna said breathlessly. "They will be sealed off." "Then we climb over the mountains," Ares panted. His eyes scanned the shadowed peaks. She nodded, trusting his instincts. Together, they fled into the surrounding forest, letting the dense cover swallow them. Torchlight flickered behind, carrying faint shouts. The bell's toll reverberated, a stark reminder that Eden's legions were on the move. They pressed on, torch in hand, forging through thick stands of trees and clinging vines. The path grew steeper, forcing them onto a ridge where the craggy terrain opened into a breathtaking vista. Pausing to catch their breath, they could see all of Eden below. Torches bobbed like swarming fireflies. The echo of bells drifted faintly in the night air. "There must be hundreds looking for us," Inanna murmured. "By tomorrow, there could be over 8,000 Brotherhood members in search of us." Ares states as his gaze shifted to the horizon. Far from Eden's secluded valley, broad rolling plains lay dusky beneath the starlit sky. Beyond them, mountains rose like silent guardians once again. She touched the satchel hidden beneath her cloak. "I still have it," she assured, letting the artifact glint once under the moon's glow. With a look of relief, he met her eyes. "Good, keep it close." He turned, gesturing to the unknown lands. "Let's put as much distance between us and Eden as we can. Once we're safe, we'll warn the world of what lurks beneath that city." With one last glimpse at the chaos blossoming below, Ares and Inanna slipped down the far slope, vanishing into moonlit wilderness. They were exiles, now fugitives, clutching a secret that could reshape humanity's destiny, and so they fled. Their hearts pounded toward whatever new horizon might give them a chance to save the world.